Chapter 1. The Useless Heir of the Hu Family. In the cataclysmic war between the gods and demons, both factions suffered devastating losses. The demon emperor perished, and the heavenly emperor plunged into the abyss, his whereabouts unknown. Upon entering the abyss, the memories of an ordinary person from their past life are invariably obliterated, making reincarnation exceedingly difficult. In the spirit realm, martial prowess reigns supreme. Divine souls, combat techniques, and a plethora of rare treasures abound. Both the divine and demonic races find themselves powerless to dominate the three realms, resulting in a precarious balance of power above humanity. In the spirit realm, within the holy capital, lies the Hu estate. "Where am I?" A young man, in a daze, opened his eyes and mumbled. Young master, you have awakened," a melodious voice exclaimed, tinged with sorrowful tears. Judging by her voice, she could not be very old. "Could it be that I have been reborn?" The youth suddenly sat up in bed, surveying the unfamiliar chamber and the reed made before him. The heavenly emperor, having fallen into the abyss, miraculously retained the memories of his past life. "Where am I?" the young man murmured. "Young master, you are, of course, at home. You have been unconscious for several days, nearly driving Kaiyun to despair," the maid replied with a mix of annoyance and concern. The youth extended his hands, seemingly attempting to summon his divine power, but after a prolonged moment, his hands remained unchanged. "It appears that I have truly fallen," he said in a somber tone. "Young master, what are you mumbling about? Quickly rise and accompany this maid to see the master and mistress. They are nearly beside themselves with worry," the maid chided. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed into the youth's body, causing a searing pain in his chest, and memories began to resurface in his mind. Hu Guojun, the eldest son of Hu Jutian. "From this moment forth, I am you, and you are me," the young man declared solemnly. After the heavenly emperor's rebirth in the abyss, his soul entered the body of Hu Guojun, naturally inheriting his memories. "Very well, I shall follow you," Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. Dressed appropriately, Hu Guojun followed the maid to the main hall. "Guojun, you have awakened," an elderly man with graying hair and a robust build exclaimed anxiously. This man was Hu Guojun's father, Hu Jutian. "Father, I have awakened. I apologize for causing you concern," Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. "That is good to hear, a gentle voice chimed in. The woman, though advanced in years, still possessed a remarkable grace. She was Hu Juxian's wife, Zhang Ying. What a useless wretch! If he were to die, it would be of no consequence, a middle-aged man said sharply. This man was Hu Juxian's brother, Hu Jilin, making him Hu Guojun's uncle. What kind of uncle speaks such unkind words? Hu Guojun silently cursed. The heavenly emperor began to sift through Hu Guojun's memories, ultimately discovering that Hu Guojun had long struggled to master the qi refinement technique and had failed to awaken his divine soul, rendering him a significant failure within the Hu family. Unable to even summon qi, truly a waste of potential, Hu Guojun thought to himself. "Ah, the useless one has awakened?" A tall, handsome young man with a refined appearance laughed derisively. This was Hu Julin's son, Hu Guochun. Unlike Hu Guojun, Hu Guochun had practiced the qi refinement technique since the tender age of 9 and awakened his divine soul by 15, marking him as a prodigy of the Hu family. In comparison, Hu Guojun was undoubtedly perceived as a failure. This disparity rendered Hu Jutian significantly lesser in stature before Hu Jilin. Lacking confidence, one brother seemed to overshadow the other. "It is a good thing Guojun has awakened. What nonsense are you spouting, Chun?" An elderly man with a dignified presence interjected. This tall, imposing figure, despite his advanced years, still carried an air of authority. He was Hu Juxian's father, Hu Xiaotong, the patriarch of the Hu clan. "Patriarch." Everyone present bowed in deference. "You brothers must unite and avoid internal strife that could damage our harmony," Hu Xiaotong admonished, his silver brows furrowed. "You speak wisely, grandfather," Hu Guochun replied, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he bowed. "Guojun, you must devote yourself to study and not fall into despair," Hu Xiaotong said gently. "Yes, I shall strive diligently to comprehend the essence of the qi refinement technique," Hu Guojun vowed earnestly. "Jotian, It is imperative that you nurture Guojun. How could the Hu family possibly harbor a true failure? Hu Xiaotong said, patting Hu Juxian's shoulder. No sooner had Hu Xiaotong departed than Hu Guochun shot Hu Guojun a disdainful glare, walking up to him and spitting at his feet. Today, I endure this humiliation from you. I vow to slay you in the future, Hu Guojun thought to himself. Before the heavenly emperor fell into the abyss, he commanded 4 great sacred kings and 6 divine ministries, instilling fear across the 3 realms. The shame endured by the Hu family today was akin to a dragon swimming in shallow waters, taunted by shrimp, or a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. The tale of the useless heir of the Hu family is about to be rewritten. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously, confidence radiating from him. Chapter 2. The Son-in-Law. Young master, it is time to rise and practice, the maid Kaiyun chirped sweetly. Kaiyun, do you believe that today I can successfully initiate the qi refinement technique? Hu Guojun playfully pinched Kaiyun's cheeks, speaking softly. I believe. Kaiyun replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hu Guojun swiftly rose from his bed, dressed hastily, and made his way to the courtyard. Though the heavenly emperor had lost much of his divine power, executing a qi refinement technique was still within his grasp. He quickly gathered his energy, allowing it to settle into his dantian, flowing gently within his body. It is time, Hu Guojun declared urgently. Boom, boom, boom. The energy coalesced rapidly within his dantian, erupting forth in a brilliant display of golden qi, bursting from his arms. Perhaps due to the heavenly emperor's rebirth within him, Hu Guojun's qi was an exceptionally rare golden hue. Young master has succeeded. Young master is the greatest. Kaiyun rejoiced, her excitement palpable. Hu Guojun smiled warmly, eager to share this news with Hu Jiutian. However, as he made his way halfway there, he overheard a fierce argument erupting from Hu Juxian's courtyard. Father, he is my only son. A useless wretch, what purpose does he serve? Even if Guojun lacks martial skill, it does not justify your decision to give him to the Yu family as a son-in-law. Guojun is your grandson. Is this truly the right course of action? My mind is made up. You need not speak further. Hu Guojun stood outside, listening intently, and thought, this old man is quite cunning. Yesterday, he wore the mask of a benevolent figure, but today his true colors are revealed. However, what exactly is the Yu family? Hu Guojun pondered, momentarily taken aback, before delving into fragmented memories. Within the holy capital, there exist 4 prominent families, the Hu, Yu, Cheng, and Xing families. These families boast immense power and wealth, dominating the holy capital. Aside from the emperor, their influence reigns supreme, with all other families in the central plains paying them homage. Currently, the Xing and Cheng families have formed an alliance, their strength surpassing the Hu and Yu families, which have developed independently. Though the Yu family has many offspring, they lack male heirs. Hu Xiaotong saw this as an opportunity to marry Hu Guojun into the Yu family, even promising to bequeath a quarter of the Hu family's wealth to him. This arrangement appeared to be a loss, yet it was a shrewd calculation on Hu Xiaotong's part. The head of the Yu family, Yu Shirong, has a grandson named Yu Guangrong, rumored to be an apprentice of the demon realm's king of hell. Upon his return, he is expected to become a formidable figure, ensuring the Yu family's dominance over the holy capital. Thus, Hu Guojun's marriage would undoubtedly be a profitable venture. The Hu family was clearly playing the long game, fishing for a grand catch. With a creak, the main door slowly opened, revealing Hu Jiutian, his face pale, stepping out. Upon seeing Hu Guojun, he could not help but shed tears of despair. Guojun, your grandfather has betrothed you to the Yu family. Your father is truly unable to protect you. Please do not harbor hatred towards me, Hu Jiutian choked out. Hu Guojun gently nodded, wiping away Hu Juxian's tears, and spoke softly, Father, do not worry. Even if I become a son-in-law to the Yu family, I am still your son. In the spirit realm, at the Yu estate. Grandfather, I refuse. A fair-skinned and beautiful young woman protested angrily. This young woman was Hu Guojun's future wife, Yu Izhu. Guangrong has gone to the demon realm to study and will not return anytime soon. Your uncle has fallen ill. With the Xing and Cheng families colluding, the Yu family is no longer a match. The Hu family still holds strength. You should marry Hu Guojun, Yu Shirong said, his eyes half closed, speaking slowly. Grandfather, you truly intend for Iju to marry a useless wretch who cannot even wield the chi refinement technique? Yu Yizu's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of breakdown. Iju, be obedient. A middle-aged man gently patted her from behind, speaking in a soothing tone. This man was Yu Yizu's father, Yu Huaichan, his eyes reflecting a similar unwillingness to accept the situation. The decision is final. Further protest is futile. Iju, return to your chamber and prepare for the wedding, Yu Shurong stated coldly. In a daze, Yu Iju was assisted by Yu Huaichan back to her room, resolute in her decision. On their wedding night, should Hu Guojun dare to touch her, she would choose death. At the Hu estate, in Hu Guojun's chamber. Damn it, I, the illustrious heavenly emperor, have now become a mere son-in-law. How utterly pathetic, Hu Guojun silently cursed. He dared not reveal to Kaiyun that he was the heavenly emperor, for she might inform Hu Jotian that the young master had lost his mind. Chapter 3. Newlyweds in the days of yore. Amidst the chaos of divine and demonic realms, when the heavens trembled, it was the celestial emperor who rallied against the tempest. Yet now, he finds himself relegated to the status of a mere consort. The world has transformed, and with it the people. Reflection upon this evokes a profound melancholy that Ayin, the sacred capital. At the Hu residence, the voice of Kaiyun rang sweetly. Young master, it is time to depart. Indeed, Hu Guojun replied with a gentle nod. Donning the resplendent red ceremonial attire, the Yu residence was adorned with a plethora of lanterns and festive decorations, eagerly anticipating Hu Guojun's arrival. The wedding carriage awaited at the entrance, and the elderly steward beckoned Hu Guojun to board. A flicker of trepidation crossed Hu Guojun's eyes as he sighed, resolutely stepping into the carriage that a consort indeed, as the bride's family had sent the carriage to fetch him. One might mistakenly believe that a cherished daughter of the Hu family was marrying. The rhythmic clattering of hooves accompanied the joyous music, yet could not drown out the whispers of onlookers. So this is the waste of the Hu family, one voice sneered. How could such a disgrace emerge from the esteemed Hu lineage? Ha ha ha, the Hu family's useless heir is getting married. Within the confines of the bridal carriage, Hu Guojun winced at the biting remarks that pierced his ears. Peering through the sheer crimson veil, he gazed at the crowd. Managing to utter through clenched teeth, just wait. One day, you shall see me in a new light. That the Yu residence. Within the chambers of Yu Iju, she donned a red wedding gown, her face concealed by a scarlet veil. Tears staining her attire, her heart as cold as ice. A light from the carriage. The wedding carriage came to a halt, and Hu Guojun slowly descended. The groom has arrived. Several maidservants from the Yu residence announced exuberantly. Miss, the groom is here. The steward murmured softly. Yu Iju opened the door, her movements lifeless as she approached the grand hall. Hu Guojun's gaze met Yu Iju's, her tear-filled violet eyes locking onto his expressionless brown ones. And they exchanged words unspoken. The couple offered their vows, and were subsequently led to the bridal chamber. The wedding concluded hastily, and they entered the marriage chamber hand in hand. Inside, silence enveloped them. Yu Iju shed her wedding gown, revealing a delicate pink robe. Her once exquisite makeup now ruined by tears. Hu Guojun rose, pouring wine from the vessel on the table, and approached Yu Iju with a glass in hand. Do not come closer. Yu Iju warned, her brows furrowing with disdain. Fear not. I harbor no intentions of touching you. Hu Guojun replied with a wry smile. You wish to touch me. You must possess the capability to do so. Yu Iju retorted coldly. Hu Guojun smirked disdainfully, contemplating, as the celestial emperor, what beauties have I not encountered? Does she truly consider herself of such significance? You cannot possibly believe I am incapable of even the most basic energy manipulation? Hu Guojun shot a sidelong glance at Yu Iju, a wicked grin playing on his lips. You can manipulate energy. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yu Iju's eyes. She wanted to challenge him, questioning why he was deemed a useless fool. Yet as a refined lady, she refrained from uttering such words. Hu Guojun stood firm, his arms sweeping outward, golden energy surging forth like undulating waves, illuminating the dimly lit chamber. What? Golden energy? Yu Iju gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. But others claim you are a waste. She pressed on. Merely a victim of circumstance. What does it matter if I can manipulate energy? Hu Guojun responded with a bitter chuckle. Downing the contents of his cup, "It appears I have underestimated you," Yu Yizhu remarked, her tone icy. "All are victims. What good does it do to regard me highly?" Hu Guojun's gaze swept over Yu Yizhu's figure. "Who are you calling a victim?" Yu Yizhu seethed, gritting her teeth. Among the many women of the Yu family, why was it she, Yu Yizhu, who was to wed the likes of Hu Guojun, a mere waste? Surely, she held no insignificant position. Hu Guojun chuckled. "You dare to belittle me? You scoundrel." Yu Yizhu trembled in fury, her voice rising. Rising in a fit of rage, her pink energy erupted, and behind her materialized a pure white, blood-red-eyed fluffy rabbit. The rabbit spirit, aside from its swiftness, proves of little use, Hu Guojun scoffed. "You seek death." Yu Yizhu struck with ferocity. Though the Celestial Emperor's cultivation may not be profound, his battle-hardened experience meant that evading an attack of Yu Yizhu's caliber posed little difficulty. Hu Guojun swiftly sidestepped, channeling energy into his right leg, delivering a swift kick to Yu Yizhu's rear. Stumbling, Yu Yizhu fell onto the plush marriage bed. "What? Are you already in a hurry?" Hu Guojun taunted with a devilish grin. "You wretched scoundrel." Yu Yizhu spat. "Cease your cursing. Even if you were to curse me to death, what good would it do? We are all merely victims," Hu Guojun replied solemnly, though Yu Yizhu seethed at his words. She could not deny the harsh truth. Among the numerous daughters of the Yu family, why was it she that Yu Shirong insisted marry Hu Guojun, if not a victim of circumstance, with tears streaming down her face? Yu Yizhu closed her eyes in anguish, her knees giving way as she knelt, sobbing into the bed. Hu Guojun regarded Yu Yizhu with an unexpected twinge of compassion. After all, he was the Celestial Emperor, possessing a heart that felt. Bending slightly, he whispered into her ear, "Do not weep. My power far exceeds your expectations. Believe me, within a year, I shall make you the strongest woman of the Yu family." "What?" Yu Yizhu raised her head, her voice choked. "Do not doubt me. Recall my golden energy." Hu Guojun replied with a mysterious smile. Across the sacred capital, and indeed the entire spirit realm, golden energy was exceedingly rare. As Yu Yizhu pondered this, she began to entertain a flicker of belief in Hu Guojun's words. After all, she had always thought Hu Guojun to be a useless fool incapable of even energy manipulation. Yet that swift kick had made it abundantly clear that he was far from the weakling her parents had described. He was a mysterious figure harboring hidden strength. "Regardless, you are now my husband. Do as you please." Yu Yizhu sighed softly. This sigh perhaps signified her acceptance of reality, shedding the burdens of her status as a daughter of the Yu family. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously, vanishing like a shadow as the candlelight flickered out. That night, shadows danced, accompanied by soft whispers of playful reproach. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Yu Shirong groom. "The head of the family requests your presence." The steward called from outside. "I shall be there shortly," Hu Guojun replied. Casting a glance at the disheveled Yu Yizhu, who lay peacefully asleep, he smiled faintly before dressing and descending from the bed. The previous night, Hu Guojun had refrained from allowing Yu Yizhu any rest. And it was only as dawn approached that she finally succumbed to slumber. In the courtyard, Yu Shirong, clad in a gray scholar's robe with graying hair, sat at a stone table, savoring a fine brew. "Head of the family, Hu Guojun is waiting outside," the steward announced, bowing respectfully. "Let him in," Yu Shirong replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Hu Guojun stepped into the courtyard, performing a courteous bow to Yu Shirong. "Please have a seat." Yu Shirong gestured to Hu Guojun, unreserved, took a seat directly across from him, while Yu Shirong's kin stood flanking him. Casting dubious glances at Hu Guojun, Yu Shirong stroked his grizzled beard and remarked with a smile, "How was your night?" Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, replying with a grin. "Yizhu is as radiant as a celestial maiden, her figure graceful. Thus the night was indeed pleasant." "Haha, Guojun, you are quite the handsome lad yourself." Yu Shirong chuckled. Pointing to the Yu family members standing behind him, Yu Shirong continued, "My Yu family is a prominent clan in the sacred capital, both powerful and somewhat affluent. Your incorporation into our family shall not see you lacking." Hu Guojun nodded, smiling. For 5 or 6 years, the family has thrived amidst hidden riches. The dragon's roar echoes through the waves, while the phoenix arrives tardily. A wonderful poem about the Yu family, praised Yu Huai, a member of the Yu clan. Yet Yu Shirong's brow furrowed slightly, and he fell silent. Hu Guojun lifted the cup beside him and drank deeply. Second brother, this lad is claiming to be the Phoenix. Arriving late to the Yu family, as if we were eagerly welcoming him. How shamelessly he inflates his own reputation, a middle-aged man scoffed. This individual was Yu Huai's elder brother, Yu Huaijun. Alas, it pains me to see Yizhu wed to this waste. Yu Huai remarked, frowning, that Yu Shirong rose, leading Hu Guojun into the inner chamber. Upon entering, a wave of white energy enveloped the courtyard, isolating it from the outside world. Your grandfather has agreed to bestow upon you a quarter of the Hu family's wealth, which speaks volumes of your importance to us. As long as you diligently cultivate within the Yu family, it shall become your home. Yu Shirong smiled, his eyes narrowing, that a family whose highest cultivation level barely reached the initial stage of transcendence dares to claim him. The Celestial Emperor, Hu Guojun regarded them with disdain. In the spirit realm, levels of cultivation were categorized as martial foundation, martial condensation, yuan condensation, transcendence, and pseudo-divinity. Above pseudo-divinity lies true divinity and demonhood. However, there were no masters of pseudo-divinity in the sacred capital. Has your grandfather truly granted you the wealth? Yu Shirong inquired with a smile. Indeed, he has, Hu Guojun replied, pulling out the Yun bracelet from his pocket. The Yun bracelet, a precious artifact crafted from spirit stones, could store numerous items, a treasure only the affluent could possess. However, my grandfather did not disclose the incantation to unlock this Yun bracelet, Hu Guojun frowned. What is your grandfather's intent? Yu Shirong's brow furrowed. Because I set the incantation myself, Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin. How dare you play tricks on me? Yu Shirong felt a twinge of anger. What a useless fellow Hu Guojun is. Without the riches contained within this cloud bracelet, how could he possibly establish himself within the Yu family? Hu Guojun scoffed. You, my boy, seem rather astute. You may return now. Rest assured, I shall not trouble you over money. Yu Shirong feigned a smile. As soon as Hu Guojun exited the inner chamber, the robust aura of qi immediately dissipated. Damn it, this little rascal is quite cunning. Yu Shirong gritted his teeth in frustration. Naturally, Yu Shirong would not let Hu Guojun off the hook without demanding some form of payment. As he had already become a target in Hu Guojun's eyes in times past, the Heavenly Emperor would have dismissed the Yu family's meager strength. Yet today he found himself in a vastly different position. The Yu family still held some value for him in his rebirth. The entire Yu family was perceived by him as the first step in re-establishing his footing in the spirit realm. Chapter 5. Left and right arms. Upon returning to Yu Yizhu, Hu Guojun summoned Kaiyun, the maid who accompanied him into the Yu household, and with a grin, said, Kaiyun, would you like to learn the art of qi cultivation? Kaiyun's cheeks flushed as she replied softly, Young master, as a mere servant, how could I learn such a thing? Even if you are a servant, you are still my servant, Hu Guojun. Following me, you shall not suffer unjustly. If you can master the art of qi cultivation, I can assist you in awakening your primordial spirit, Hu Guojun whispered mysteriously in her ear. Yun's pupils widened in disbelief. After all, to her, Hu Guojun was merely a wasted young master, incapable of achieving anything significant. Young master, you seem quite unusual lately, she remarked, scratching her head. Ignoring her, Hu Guojun rolled up his sleeves, revealing the cloud bracelet, reciting a mantra that a beam of white light shot forth, enveloping Hu Guojun, and moments later, he emerged with a pouch brimming with spirit stones. Spirit stones serve as currency in the spirit realm for qi cultivators to practice and purchase combat skills and weapons. And they are also excellent for nourishing one's inner strength. Their prices vary significantly based on their quality. Take these spirit stones, absorb their power, and afterward, I shall teach you the art of qi cultivation. Hu Guojun said with a nonchalant smile. Young master, are you truly willing to part with these? Kaiyun exclaimed excitedly. Hu Guojun thought to himself. These spirit stones are hardly enough to fill my teeth. Mortals are ultimately short-sighted. They get excited over such a trivial amount. Of course, take them and use them, he replied casually. Deeply bowing, Kaiyun accepted the pouch of spirit stones, crossed her legs, and began to absorb their essence. I wonder if this girl has the aptitude for cultivation. Let's take a gamble, Hu Guojun mused inwardly. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Kaiyun stood up. Assuming a horse stance, and with a push of her hands, directed the power of the spirit stones into her dantian. She felt a surge of energy coursing through her meridians, prompting her to let out a soft gasp. Hu Guojun glanced at her, and Kaiyun immediately blushed, covering her face and turning away. "What are you so shy about? Hurry and see if you can activate the qi," Hu Guojun urged. "Yes, young master," she responded bashfully. Kaiyun began to circulate her qi, and a stream of green energy erupted from her body, accompanied by the refreshing scent of life-healing qi. Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, watching the green qi swirling around her. Kaiyun beamed. "Young master, I succeeded. This type of qi, rich in wood elemental power, has life-healing as its primary advantage. With diligent practice, even if she cannot become a powerful qi cultivator, she can still become a life healer." Hu Guojun nodded. "At least it's not white qi. Being able to harness the power of nature means that even if her potential isn't high, it won't be too low either," he thought to himself. There are three main categories of qi cultivation. Some qi contains the power of nature, such as green qi rich in wood elemental energy and red qi imbued with fire elemental energy. Some qi represents martial combat energy, which can harness the power of the primordial spirit. This type of qi is the most common, with Yuiju's pink qi being an example of martial combat energy. Lastly, there is pure primordial energy, which cannot draw upon any external power. The Yu Shurong possesses white pure primordial energy, which is neither restrained by any other qi nor holds an advantage over any qi. "Hu Guojun, you've returned," Yuiju said, stretching lazily as she stepped out of her room. "What did you just call me?" Hu Guojun chuckled. Although he smiled, a flicker of menace gleamed in his eyes, startling Yuiju. "Husband, you've returned," she whispered. "Here, take this and practice your qi cultivation. Later, I will teach you a technique." Hu Guojun grinned mischievously, tossing her a handful of spirit stones. "Why are you being so generous?" Yuiju asked, gazing at the stones in her hand, and no need for so much chatter. "You are my wife, and what is mine is yours, that I hold a quarter of the Hu family's wealth, so you shall be a wealthy lady. I have an abundance of spirit stones, and I will replenish whatever you need," Hu Guojun declared heartily. "Then I thank you, husband," Yuiju replied with a slight nod. Yuiju sat cross-legged with the spirit stones, beginning to absorb their power, while her fluffy rabbit primordial spirit appeared behind her, also drawing in the energy to at that moment. Yuiju felt a surge of gratitude, knowing she had not previously been afforded such ample resources for cultivation within the Yu family. Hu Guojun, of course, aimed to secure the unwavering loyalty of both Yuiju and Kaiyun. This was merely the first step in his grand design. Chapter 6. Like a tiger with wings within the Yu residence. In the courtyard of Yuiju. "Young master, my head hurts," Kaiyun exclaimed, clutching her head as she rushed to Hu Guojun's side. "Got a headache?" "Let me take a look." Hu Guojun squinted at her head, noticing a green glow emanating from it, a sight that filled him with trepidation. "Your primordial spirit is about to awaken," he thought. With a swift motion, he slapped Sayun's head, causing her to shudder and fall onto the ground, tears welling in her eyes. "That if you think I've done something wrong, just say so. Why hit me?" Kaiyun protested, her voice laced with grievance. "Turn around and see what's behind you," Hu Guojun chuckled. Kaiyun, still skeptical, turned her head and was met with the sight of a plump green caterpillar wriggling behind her, adorned with yellow spots. "Ta-da! How disgusting!" she shrieked. "Disgusting. This is your primordial spirit, the golden-spotted butterfly." Hu Guojun laughed. "Golden spotted butterfly? What type of primordial spirit is that?" Kaiyun inquired, curiosity piqued that if it were a common butterfly primordial spirit, it would be considered useless, but since yours is a golden-spotted butterfly, it indicates that it possesses venom. With that venom, you could cultivate some poison techniques which, when combined with qi, could yield great results. Hu Guojun explained in detail. "Thank you for your guidance, young master. I will diligently practice." Kaiyun replied obediently. Hu Guojun nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "This girl is honest and earnest, wholly devoted to her cultivation. She is indeed a girl of good character, one I can utilize." "Husband, what technique did you say you would teach me that day?" Yuiju asked, her finely arched brows raised as she stepped out of the room. Hu Guojun looked at Yuiju, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and thought, "Just a few days ago, you were filled with complaints. Why the sudden shift to calling me husband now? To be the wife of the Heavenly Emperor is surely a blessing you have earned over 8 lifetimes. My lady, are you feeling anxious?" Hu Guojun teased with a sly grin. The clan competition is approaching, and I wish to secure a good ranking to obtain more spirit stones, Yu Yizhu replied, tugging at Hu Guojun's sleeve. Follow me, Hu Guojun said, rolling his eyes in jest at Yu Yizhu, not having heard him clearly, followed Hu Guojun into a dense forest. Watch closely, he instructed, brushing his hair back with a flick of his hand. A wicked grin spreading across his face, Yu Yizhu turned to look at him. She suddenly saw a dark shadow dart through the trees in an instant. Hu Guojun's figure had transformed into a fleeting specter. All she heard was the rustling of leaves, and Hu Guojun's form vanished from sight. Crack, crack. 3 sharp sounds echoed as 3 small trees were severed in half, and Hu Guojun reappeared behind Yu Yizhu. A short sword pressed against her neck. She was drenched in cold sweat. This technique is called Shadow Step, a unique movement technique I created that IT allows one to kill without leaving a trace and is perfectly suited for your rabbit primordial spirit. Mastering this technique will surely secure you the top position in the Yu clan competition, Hu Guojun remarked with a slight smile as he sheathed his sword. Yu Yizhu wiped the sweat from her brow, swallowing hard, and whispered, Husband, it seems the Yu family has truly underestimated you. Not just the Yu family. Many have looked down upon me. However, I am indifferent. Soon they will learn what it means to underestimate Hu Guojun, he said, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. Husband, are you all right? Yu Yizhu asked, her expression filled with fear. That of course. I'm perfectly fine. Hu Guojun's face broke into a wide grin as he playfully patted Yu Yizhu's backside. Husband, how naughty. Yu Yizhu's cheeks flushed, and she pushed him away. Let's begin. Practice for a couple of hours each day, and you'll master it in a week. Hu Guojun indicated towards the forest. Yu Yizhu activated her chi and vanished into the trees, commencing her training in the Shadow Step technique. This Shadow Step was not a technique invented by Hu Guojun, but rather a foundational combat technique of the divine race. However, in the realm of the spiritual world, this move is akin to a dimensional strike, a feat that even masters of the pseudo-divine realm may find challenging to execute. Yu Yizhu and Kaiyun have already been regarded by Hu Guojun as his left and right arms, firmly entrenched in his household, and thus they are bound to reap numerous benefits. Chapter 7. The young master of opening ears. Lately, I've been cooped up in the Yu residence, and it feels as if I'm on the verge of suffocation. My dear wife, let us venture out for a stroll. Hu Guojun nudged Yu Yizhu beside him with a smile. It is you who stays up late and rises early. I shall ensure you are exhausted. My dear, Yu Yizhu retorted with feigned anger. Enough of this chatter, dress up, and let us go out to have some fun, Hu Guojun insisted. Kaiyun, come along with me today. I shall treat you to some delightful cuisine. Hu Guojun beamed. Thank you, young master, Kaiyun exclaimed with excitement. I in the sacred capital, on Longxiang Street, at the Chui Xian Tower. The trio found a vacant table, ordered a selection of exquisite dishes, and requested a fine wine. Isn't that your useless brother? A voice emerged from a corner. Hu Guojun turned towards the sound, spotting a slightly plump young man with a mocking grin. Beside him sat Hu Guojun's cousin, Hu Guochun, and another person clad in white, exuding an air of refinement. Hey, who are you insulting? Kaiyun rose indignantly. I'm referring to your worthless master. The plump young man stood up, disdain etched on his face. This individual was Cheng Zhaoheng, the first genius of the Cheng family. Merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the 7th level of martial condensation and was on the brink of entering the condensing origin realm. A rare prodigy indeed. Look at your chubby figure. How old are you? Yet you still can't find a wife. Kaiyun retorted fiercely. You, how dare you speak to me like that, you little girl? Cheng Zhaoheng's face flushed with anger. His teeth clenched in frustration. That remark certainly struck a nerve. Although Hu Guojun was deemed a waste, Yu Yizhu was exceptionally beautiful, one of the great beauties of the sacred capital, despite being a genius. Cheng Zhaoheng had yet to experience romance at 20, which made him feel somewhat of a failure. Brother, don't be such a waste. Let Kaiyun defend you, Hu Guochun sneered. Why should I compete with a dog feasting on filth? Why should I join a braying donkey in its ruckus? Animals behave that way. Why should humans be involved? Hu Guojun smirked, then proceeded to pop a piece of beef into his mouth. Hu Guochun looked embarrassed. Rendered speechless for a long moment, Yu Yizhu and Kaiyun couldn't help but stifle their laughter, while Cheng Zhaoheng trembled with rage, his body shaking. Had it not been for the fact that Shui Xian Tower was his family's establishment, he might have overturned the table in anger. Why provoke others when dining? The young man in white remarked coldly. This person seems to have some sense. Who is he? Hu Guojun whispered. He is Xing Yuhao, the first genius of the Xing family, known as the young master of opening ears, and also on the cusp of entering the condensing origin realm. The number of girls pursuing him could stretch for several streets. Yu Yizhu spoke with an expression of admiration. That I shall go and meet him, Hu Guojun said with a faint smile. After their meal, Hu Guochun and Qing Zhaoheng summoned several beauties, eager to continue their revelry. While Xing Yuhao stood to leave, as Xing Yuhao exited Shui Xian Tower, Hu Guojun called out to him from behind. Young Master Xing, please hold. Hu Guojun called with a smile. What can I do for you? Young Master Hu. Xing Yuhao turned, inquiring. Your complexion is rather pale. I surmise you have been suffering from the backlash of your spiritual essence. Hu Guojun spoke in a low tone. What? How could you know? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Your spiritual essence is likely derived from the icy highlands. Creatures such as snow wolves, snow eagles, and snow foxes. Hu Guojun replied with a slight smile. Impressive. Indeed, my spiritual essence is that of a brown-eyed snow eagle. Xing Yuhao laughed. You have absorbed an excess of ice spirit stones, causing your spiritual essence to become overly active, wreaking havoc within your body and inducing a feeling akin to the shattering of your internal organs. Furthermore, it strikes during your slumber. Young master of opening ears, am I correct? Hu Guojun smiled. Yes, indeed. Please, young master Hu, help me cure this affliction, and I will surely not neglect your generosity. Xing Yuhao bowed. Boil, sand, ginger, dried tangerine peel, and tiger bone wine. Within 7 days, you will see improvement. Hu Guojun nodded sagely. Speak, what reward do you desire? Xing Yuhao asked, his excitement palpable. 150 spirit stones per week. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. What? 150 spirit stones? I can only receive 100 from the family head each week. This is somewhat unreasonable. And why charge by the week? Xing Yuhao exclaimed. You could always borrow. Given the Xing family's wealth, this amount of spirit stones is but a drop in the ocean. As for the weekly charge, you will understand shortly. Hu Guojun smirked. Xing Yuhao's eyes twitched, and he chuckled bitterly. If I give you the spirit stones and it doesn't work? What then? If it doesn't work, come to the U residence and find me. Do you think I can simply run away? Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow and laughed. Very well. Here you go. Xing Yuhao retrieved 150 spirit stones from his cloud bracelet and handed them to Hu Guojun. My prescription will not cure you entirely, but will ensure you see improvement. Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. Isn't that a scam? Xing Yuhao's face turned ashen. What I mentioned was indeed improvement. If you don't believe me, reflect on it yourself. Young master. Hu Guojun patted Xing Yuhao on the shoulder. Does seem to make sense? I was just too excited earlier and gave it all away. Can I really not retrieve it? I'll gamble on this dead horse. Xing Yuhao thought to himself. Every week, after consuming the remedy, come to Shui Xian Tower to find me. Each time will cost you 150 spirit stones. And I will add a new ingredient each week until you are entirely healed. Hu Guojun chuckled. This moment, Yu Yizhu felt that Hu Guojun was rather shameless, not to mention Xing Yuhao. This was nothing short of blatant extortion. Very well. So, this is the reason for your weekly charges. Xing Yuhao, fearing he might lose control and slap Hu Guojun, hastily uttered a sentence before turning to leave. Husband, will your prescription really work? Yu Yizhu inquired. That of course, it will work. I'm the only one in the entire sacred capital who knows the remedy for this ailment. He has no other options. Hu Guojun chuckled, still toying with the spirit stones Xing Yuhao had just given him. Let us return home. Hu Guojun waved his hand and wrapped his arm around Yu Yizhu's slender waist as they made their way back to the Yu residence. Chapter 8. The Golden Doll. With Xing Yuhao's promise of 150 spirit stones each week, along with the 30 stones your grandfather allocates you weekly, that sums to 180 stones. For the three of us, Cayenne Yu and I, that is 60 stones each per week, which is no small sum. Hu Guojun squinted, smiling. Husband, you truly are a cunning merchant. Yu Yizhu chuckled, playfully swatting Hu Guojun. After encountering Xing Yuhao, Hu Guojun's wealth had significantly increased, rendering him quite affluent at this point. Yu Yizhu had mastered the shadow step technique and significantly enhanced her strength, while Kaiyun had awakened her spiritual essence. The Hu Guojun had already secured a prominent position within the Yu family. Yet these developments were unbeknownst to Yu Shirenji. Hu Guojun sat cross-legged, setting up a spirit stone array around him, preparing to awaken his spiritual essence. The power of the spirit stones swiftly converged into a golden beam of light, surging into Hu Guojun's body, causing golden energy to wildly surge. Boom! With a resounding crash, a golden doll appeared behind Hu Guojun, and as soon as the doll opened its eyes, it began to wail loudly. "Are you still here?" Hu Guojun murmured. Suddenly, the golden doll expelled a golden orb, which did not fall but hovered in the air. Hu Guojun extended his palm, and the orb gently descended into his hand. The golden crow's sacred pearl. 3 flowers gather at the crown. The spiritual turtle absorbs the blood of the golden crow. This is the essential path for all to attain sanctity in their mortal forms. The golden crow war god symbolizes divinity. The Heavenly Emperor's spiritual essence is, of course, that of the golden crow war god. The Heavenly Emperor has now been reborn, and with him, the golden crow war god has also revived, manifesting as this very golden doll. The golden crow's sacred pearl contains immense spiritual power of the golden crow war god, along with the memories of the Heavenly Emperor. However, at present, Hu Guojun lacks the ability to wield such formidable power. Yet in critical moments, the golden crow's sacred pearl can undoubtedly yield unforeseen effects. The clan competition is next week. I feel so anxious, Yu Yizhu lamented. You have me. Why fear? Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Although Yu Guangrong will not participate, I still cannot hope to match my cousin CJ. Yu Yizhu's expression darkened. Who is CJ? Hu Guojun asked, bewildered. CJ is the eldest daughter of my uncle. She is likely already at the 4th level of martial condensation, while I am merely at the 9th level of martial foundation. How could I possibly compete with her? Yu Yizhu sighed deeply. Just follow my lead. Within 3 moves, I will ensure you handle this so-called CJ effortlessly. Hu Guojun's lips curled into a slight smile, speaking mysteriously. Really? Yu Yizhu looked at him with anticipation. Do you not trust me? Hu Guojun chuckled mischievously, pinching Yu Yizhu's cheek. Did I believe you? You're so annoying. Yu Yizhu's face flushed as she feigned anger. This woman has now become quite convinced of Hu Guojun's abilities, when time permits. I will take you to procure a fitting weapon. The sword you currently wield does not suit your combat style at all, Hu Guojun suggested. How can you acquire weapons? Grandfather would never part with good ones for us. Yu Yizhu frowned. Your grandfather may be reluctant, but there are those who will provide, Hu Guojun replied with a sly grin. Who? Yu Yizhu asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, it is the young master of opening ears. Hu Guojun laughed heartily. Do you not end up killing him? Yu Yizhu smiled knowingly. Madam, you may go ahead and cultivate. I wish to spend some time alone, Hu Guojun said gently. Obediently, Yu Yizhu took her spirit stones and began her practice. Hu Guojun entered the room, closed the door, sat cross-legged, and summoned the golden doll's primordial spirit. Observing the incessantly weeping golden doll, Hu Guojun's brow furrowed as he mused. The sensation of starting afresh is truly a mix of laughter and tears. Naturally, Hu Guojun would not allow the golden doll to be seen by others. After all, such a primordial spirit is exceedingly rare in the world and would likely draw attention, which he wished to avoid. Chapter 9. The handily weapon in the holy city, Longxiang Street, at the Chui Xian Tower. Xing Yuhao stood outside with a sullen expression, impatiently awaiting Hu Guojun's arrival. Young Master Xing, I have kept you waiting, Hu Guojun said with a cheerful smile. Here, this is 150 spirit stones. Xing Yuhao replied in a low voice. Hu Guojun chuckled, took the spirit stones, and, with an air of mystery, pulled Xing Yuhao aside, whispering, might I inquire if you have any weapons for sale? What weapons? Xing Yuhao frowned. I wonder if the Xing family possesses any Earth Fiend-grade weapons. Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. I am the Lingjia continent. Weapons are classified into 4 major grades. Earth Spirit, Earth Fiend, Heaven Gang, and Ultimate Sky, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Above Ultimate Sky are divine weapons. As for the Holy City, no weapons above Heaven Gang have yet been seen. Isn't this a bit excessive? Why do you seek weapons from me? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in disbelief. How about trading these spirit stones for a weapon? Hu Guojun proposed with a sly grin. Very well. Follow me back to search. Xing Yuhao replied with a grim expression. I am the Xing family. Within Xing Yuhao's courtyard, he opened a door leading to a dark chamber where a plethora of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and axes were displayed. This is the Xing family's armory. These are the Earth Fiend grade weapons. Choose one, young Master Hu, Xing Yuhao said proudly. After a prolonged examination, Hu Guojun selected a pair of dark iron daggers, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. This should please Iju, Hu Guojun murmured. Young master who has a discerning eye. These are peach blossom daggers, a pair, exceptionally sharp, and a fine Earth Fiend grade weapon, Xing Yuhao said, nodding in approval. The Xing family is indeed affluent, possessing numerous treasures that I am fortunate to have made the acquaintance of a talent like young Master Xing. It is truly my honor to be able to help with your ailment. Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. Flattered by the praise, Xing Yuhao smiled. I am deeply grateful for your ability to cure my illness. The next ingredient is chaihu. I must take my leave, Hu Guojun said hurriedly as he departed. Just as Hu Guojun exited the Xing residence, he hurried back home, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I forgot to collect those 150 spirit stones. Realizing his oversight, Xing Yuhao lamented. I see now why you kept flattering me. You were afraid I would remember the 150 spirit stones still owed. Hu Guojun sneezed suddenly and chuckled mischievously. It seems Xing Yuhao is sending his regards. Returning to Yu Yizhu, he pushed open the door and tossed the 150 spirit stones onto the bed with a flourish. Did you manage to con another 150 spirit stones? Yu Yizhu laughed. And this for you, Hu Guojun said with a playful grin, revealing the peach blossom daggers. Wow, is this what you acquired? Yu Yizhu exclaimed, leaping up from the bed in excitement. Don't get too thrilled. You already have agility and a formidable weapon. Shouldn't you take down Iji? Hu Guojun laughed. Thank you, my husband. Yu Yizhu beamed, taking the peach blossom daggers and planting a kiss on Hu Guojun's cheek. Little did Yu Yizhu expect that Hu Guojun would treat her even better than Yu Huaichen, who had only gifted her a mid-grade Earth Spirit sword. The disparity between Earth Spirit and Earth Fiend is not merely one of rank. It is a chasm between heaven and earth. Earth Fiend weapons are typically reserved for significant family members, and the Yu family is notorious for their stinginess, making it unlikely for Yu Yizhu to ever possess such a weapon. With these peach blossom daggers, Hu Guojun had thoroughly won Yu Yizhu's heart. Holding the daggers, Yu Yizhu activated her shadow step, gliding through the forest, leaving behind shattered branches and silence. She could surely kill without a trace. The clan competition day will mark my first step towards prominence in the Yu family, Hu Guojun thought as he watched Yu Yizhu in the distance, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 10. The Yu family clan competition. The Yu family's clan competition commenced as expected, with Yu Shirong standing imposing in the courtyard of the Yu residence. The younger members of the Yu family were neatly attired, lined up on either side, brimming with vitality. The clan competition is about to begin, Yu Shirong announced loudly, transforming into a phantom as he took his seat above the courtyard. Beside him stood Yu Huaijuan, Yu Huaichen, Yu Huatian, and Yu Huali. That on one side were the younger members of the Yu family, while on the other, seated in the viewing area, were Hu Guochuan of the Hu family, Xing Yuhao of the Xing family, and Cheng Zhaoheng of the Cheng family, representing their respective clans as spectators. A young man, with dark skin and fierce eyes, leaped into the center, clasping his fists. Who dares to fight me? Who is this? Hu Guojun inquired, tilting his head. This is Yu Huaijuan's second son, Yu Guangbin, and his brother Yu Guangrong. Yu Yizhu replied quietly to go and teach him a lesson. Hu Guojun urged, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Very well, Yu Yizhu agreed, preparing for battle. I shall fight. A slender young man soared into the arena, landing before Yu Guangbin. Why Yu Guangping requests a duel? Brother Bin, I pay my respects. The young man clasped his fist at Yu Guangping, the second son of Yu Huali. Yu Guangbin acknowledged. Come at me. Yu Guangbin responded with a smile. Slightly bowing, he summoned a pitch-black shadow leopard behind him, exuding black martial energy. Yu Guangping extended both hands. Earthy yellow energy surged forth, and a massive desert rat appeared behind him, its body resembling yellow sand. Fierce and imposing, primordial spirit battle. They both roared simultaneously. Yu Guangbin's hands transformed into leopard claws, emitting a fierce roar as he lunged at Yu Guangping. Yu Guangping summoned a sandstorm, and amidst flying sand and stones. The two engaged in fierce combat. The rat stood no chance against the shadow leopard, and was defeated in less than a stick's time. Did I ask there anyone else? Yu Guangbin declared arrogantly. Brother Bin, may I challenge you? A graceful maiden stepped onto the stage. Did I ask this UEC? Hu Guojun turned to inquire. Indeed, she is the strongest woman in the Yu family. Yu Izhu confirmed, no, you are the strongest woman in the Yu family. Hu Guojun replied with a slight smile, placing a hand on Yu Izhu's shoulder. Once Yu Guangbin is defeated, you shall take your turn against her. Yu Isi smiled gently, unleashing pure white primordial energy that surged even more fiercely than Yu Guangbin's black energy. Snow leopard, Yu Isi exclaimed, and a silvery snow leopard materialized behind her, its eyes glowing an ominous blue, its claws sharp as blades, and its tail a whip, exuding an air of majesty. Ice claw, Yu Isi charged forward. Her hands enveloped in frost, the claw winds howling with power. Yu Guangbin hurried to defend himself, but within 5 exchanges, she shredded his clothing, blood seeping forth. Just as Yu Guangbin prepared to counterattack, he found the wound on his chest encased in a thin layer of ice. A piercing pain surging through him, Yu Isi seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Isi wins, Yu Shirong remarked with a narrowed smile. Yu Isi bowed slightly to the surrounding audience, saying, "Thank you all for your appreciation. I have embarrassed myself. Sister, I wish to challenge you." Yu Izhu stepped forward. "What, Izhu? I do not wish to harm you. It would be best not to force yourself," Yu Isi replied softly. Though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, in truth, it was absurd for Yu Izhu to challenge Yu Isi, as she likely could not even best Yu Guangping. In fact, Yu Izhu had her doubts before stepping up, only agreeing to the challenge at Hu Guojun's insistence. "Since you have come up, do not blame your sister for being ruthless," Yu Isi said coldly. "Sister, do your worst." Yu Izhu smiled at Yu Isi lunged with a claw. But Yu Izhu transformed into an afterimage, effortlessly evading and leaping above her, delivering a kick downward. Yu Isi staggered as she was struck on the back. What? She actually dodged Isi's ice claw with ease. Yu Huaijuan exclaimed in shock, glancing at Yu Huaichen, who wore a similarly bewildered expression, as if to say, "What are you looking at? I do not know this move either." "Vermilion bird claw," Yu Isi cried out in anger, a pair of crimson hooks appearing on her hands. Her weapon was a low-grade earth fiend weapon. Quite the feat for Yu Shirong to provide her with such a treasure. Hu Guojun chuckled. Peach blossom daggers. Yu Izhu drew a pair of daggers from her waist, their cold light gleaming sharply. These peach blossom daggers were of mid-grade earth fiend quality. Where did she acquire this weapon? Yu Huaijuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning to Yu Huaichen, Yu Huaichen, still perplexed, looked back at him, his expression clearly saying, "What do you want from me?" "I have no idea." This moment, seated in the observation stand, Xing Yuhao felt a twitch of his skin as he cast a disdainful glance at Hu Guojun, who was among the crowd. Yu Izhu summoned her primordial spirit and unleashed the shadow step technique, her rabbit spirit enhancing her speed exponentially. The blend of illusion and reality in her shadowy movements, coupled with the rapid-fire thrusts of the peach blossom sting, left Yu Isi utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Yu Izhu materialized above Yu Isi, plunging her blade downwards, prompting Yu Isi to hastily conjure her chi shield, only for Yu Izhu to transform into another shadow before her very eyes, just as Yu Isi intended to lower her chi shield. The peach blossom sting was already pressed against her throat. I concede," Yu Isi uttered, her complexion as pale as a ghost. That moment, Yu Shirong was equally perplexed, his gaze shifting to Hu Guojun in the crowd, thinking to himself, "This fellow is certainly no ordinary character. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" Yu Izhu asked with a smile, scanning the Yu family descendants below. The crowd lowered their heads, silence blanketing the area for quite some time. With Yu Isi, the strongest among the Yu family, having failed to last even 5 rounds against Yu Izhu, others would only be asking for a beating. In an unprecedented turn of events, Yu Izhu claimed the championship of this clan competition, causing a beaming smile to spread across Yu Huaichan's face, while Yu Huaijuan's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. The prize for the champion of this clan competition was a low-grade Xian Tai sword, aptly named Tisu. Upon returning to her courtyard, Yu Izhu gifted this sword to Hu Guojun as a token of gratitude. Naturally, Hu Guojun found little value in such a weapon, Yet lacking a weapon of his own, he accepted the gift from his beloved with a cheerful heart. Chapter 11. The father-in-law Huaichan. Does Yu Iju's remarkable skill have nothing to do with you? Yu Shirong asked, his eyes closed in contemplation. Father, I am as baffled as you are as to how Yu Iju suddenly became the strongest girl in the Yu family. Could it be that she practiced in secret? Yu Huaichan frowned. Fool, practicing in secret. Who among them does not engage in clandestine training before a clan competition? If your daughter was sneaking practice, wouldn't Yu Isi be doing the same? The technique she exhibited that day, let alone you. Even I would struggle to replicate it. Who do you believe taught her? Yu Shirong's eyes flew open, grasping a teacup in a sudden fit of agitation. Who? Yu Huaichan inquired. Pfft. Yu Shirong spat out the tea he had just sipped. The question leaving him both bewildered and furious, as he thought to himself. How could I have produced such a foolish son? Needless to say, it was Hu Guojun who taught her, Yu Huaijun chimed in, approaching from the side. Huaichan, go investigate Hu Guojun and discern what makes this lad so extraordinary. Report back to me that while Yu Shirong wiped the tea from his mouth to the Yu residence, within Yu Iju's courtyard. Hu Guojun asked, Madam, to what level has your internal strength reached? Thanks to my husband, I have already attained the 3rd level of the martial condensation realm, having progressed by 4 levels during this time. Yu Iju beamed. Within a year, I shall elevate you to the condensation of essence realm, surpassing your brother, Yu Guangrong. Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin. Just as Yu Iju was about to respond, she noticed Yu Huaichan striding into the courtyard. Father, you've come. Yu Iju exclaimed with joy. I came to see you and brought your favorite dish, beggar's chicken. Yu Huaichan said with a smile, producing a steaming chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. Thank you, father. Yu Iju embraced him before taking the chicken from his hands. Guojun, greetings to you, my esteemed father-in-law. Hu Guojun bowed, and no need for formalities among family. Come, let us partake in this chicken. Yu Huaichan replied with a hearty laugh. As they settled down, Hu Guojun produced a fine wine, exclaiming, Today, with my esteemed father-in-law's presence, my humble abode is truly illuminated. They raised their glasses. After several rounds of drinks, Yu Huaichan inquired, Iju, who taught you that technique the other day? That would naturally be your daughter's own intelligence and insight. Hu Guojun replied, playfully patting Yu Iju's back. Did I ask that so? Yu Huaichan asked, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Yu Iju nodded obediently. Having spent so many days with Hu Guojun, she had come to trust him implicitly. If he guided her east, she would never stray west. You truly learned it by yourself? Yu Huaichan was astonished. Let us not dwell on this matter. Parents must grant their children a modicum of privacy. Hu Guojun chuckled, raising his cup to toast Yu Huaichan once more. Haha, my father is merely curious. Iju, do share with me, Yu Huaichan said, affectionately ruffling Yu Iju's hair, to Hu Guojun. Noticing Yu Iju's discomfort, quickly interjected, esteemed father-in-law. May I inquire as to what your primordial spirit is? Haha, my primordial spirit is a forest leopard. Yu Huaichan replied, raising an eyebrow with a grin. And what of your esteemed mother? Hu Guojun continued to question. Your mother's primordial spirit is a white cat, Yu Huaichan added, sipping his drink. Then why is Iju's primordial spirit a rabbit? Hu Guojun asked with a playful smirk that. Yu Huaichan stammered. Hu Guojun leaned in conspiratorially and whispered. Could it be that your wife has been unfaithful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Though Yu Huaichan vocally denied it, his eyes betrayed a hint of panic that why Yu Iju too wore a look of confusion, her heart heavy with the mystery of why her primordial spirit differed from her parents. In truth, the Yu family, much like other prominent families, harbored a bias towards sons, lacking a deep understanding of the family backgrounds of their daughters-in-law. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Yu Huaichan said hurriedly, nearly tripping at the threshold as he departed. Husband, could it be that I am not your biological child? Yu Iju asked, her voice tinged with grievance, on the verge of tears. Does your maternal grandfather have a rabbit spirit? Hu Guojun inquired. Let me think. Yu Iju pondered. That's right. My grandfather and uncle both possess rabbit spirits, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. That means you have inherited the primordial spirit from your uncle and grandfather's lineage. I only wanted to distract your rather dim-witted father. It must have been your grandfather who sent him to investigate your background. Remember, the things I teach you must remain a secret from the Yu family. Including your parents, Hu Guojun said earnestly. Understood. Husband, that I will remember. Yu Izhu nodded. Your father is a bit slow to catch on. Having sent him away, your grandfather will likely come next. Do not forget my words. Hu Guojun urged as he pulled Yu Izhu closer. Rest assured, husband, that I believe you are the best person for me, Yu Izhu declared resolutely. Chapter 12. To toy with you, Huaijuan, foolish pig, worthless scum. Get out of my sight, Yu Shurong bellowed, kicking Yu Huaichan out of the main hall. It turned out that after returning home, Yu Huaichan had dragged his wife to Yu Shurong, claiming he had been cuckolded. Upon learning the details, Yu Shurong's face darkened with rage, turning a sickly hue of purple. How could I have produced such a foolish son? Huaijuan, go to Hu Guojun and find a way to investigate his true abilities. I wish to see just how much strength this boy conceals, Yu Shurong said, stroking his beard with a grim demeanor. Yes, head of the family, Yu Huaijuan replied with a respectful bow, before immediately heading to find Hu Guojun. At the Yu residence, within Yu Izhu's courtyard, a flustered Kaiyun rushed in to report, Young master, the eldest of the Yu family has arrived. Yu Huaijuan, what brings him here? Hu Guojun's eyelids twitched as he stepped outside to greet him. Guojun, it has been a while. Yu Huaijuan feigned a cordial smile. That I was unaware of the reason for your visit today, Hu Guojun replied with a smile. That day during the clan competition, the techniques Yu Izhu used were not from the Yu family's martial arts. Did you perhaps teach them to her? Yu Huaijun inquired, narrowing his eyes. Uncle, what jest is this? I do not even know the Qi refinement technique. How could I teach her anything? Hu Guojun complained. Surely, you are not being entirely truthful. Yu Huaijun said with suspicion that I truly do not know the Qi refinement technique. It is well known throughout the holy city that if I could teach Yu Izhu such a level of skill, would my grandfather not sell me to the Yu family? Hu Guojun replied with a shrug and a wry smile. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Huaijuan devised a plan that he activated his qi, unleashing a torrent of vibrant yellow energy, and struck forward with a palm. Hu Guojun was taken aback, performing a backflip as golden qi erupted forth. Did you not just claim you cannot use qi refinement? Yu Huaijuan questioned coldly. Could it be that the urgency of the moment forced you to access it? Hu Guojun pretended to ponder. Do not spout nonsense. Speak the truth, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Yu Huaijuan threatened angrily. Uncle, why are you harming my husband? Yu Izhu rushed in front of Hu Guojun, shielding him. What are you protecting him? You're a member of the Yu family, Yu Huaijun retorted. Then does that mean my husband is not a member of the Yu family? Yu Izhu shot back, that why Yu Huaijuan was taken aback. The usually gentle and agreeable Yu Izhu now seemed transformed, leaving him to ponder just who Hu Guojun truly was. That I shall ascertain his true capabilities. Yu Huaijuan thought to himself. Thunder Rat. Suddenly, a two-legged, hunched yellow rat appeared behind Yu Huaijuan, its body crackling with layers of lightning. That I in this Yu family. It seems you are either a leopard or a rat. Yet your rabbit is the most adorable, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile directed at Yu Izhu. Why Yu Izhu felt a mix of exasperation and tension, casting a glance at Hu Guojun as if to say, in such dire times, you still find time for jest. With Yu Huaijun possessing the formidable strength of the sixth layer of the condensation realm, it is evident that this is an unequal confrontation. The lightning tenfold whip. Yu Huaijun brandished an iron whip, its robust energy swirling around it as it lunged forward with astonishing speed, each lash a potential death sentence. The Hu Guojun swiftly transformed into an afterimage, evading gracefully while drawing the Tusu sword and embedding it into the ground. Celestial thunder. A bolt of lightning struck down, and Hu Guojun nimbly leapt onto the hilt of the Tusu sword. Boom! The shockwave from the lightning explosion sent everyone reeling, and as the dust settled, Hu Guojun remained in scathe. What? Yu Huaijun gazed at Hu Guojun in disbelief. The reason Hu Guojun emerged unharmed was that the lightning, upon striking him, was quickly channeled into the Tusu sword beneath his feet, effectively turning him into a conduit between the lightning and the sword, thus sparing him from severe injury. That's so. This is all the prowess you possess in the later stages of the condensation realm? Hu Guojun scoffed. Such a level of lightning attack is nothing new to me. After all, I was once the superior of the Thunder Department's deity. Seeking death. Yu Huaijun's veins bulged as he bellowed in fury. Brilliant yellow lightning enveloped him in an instant as he struck out with a colossal palm, casting a shadow that descended ominously. Hu Guojun seized a nearby chamber pot, hurling its contents at Yu Huaijun. The urine met the palm, producing a billowing cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yu Huojun's face was blackened, his hair standing on end, and he coughed out a plume of black smoke. "Uncle, are you unaware that water conducts electricity?" Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. "Hu Guojun, do you believe I want to kill you?" Yu Huojun glared, his teeth clenched in rage. "Kill me, and your Yu family won't receive a single portion of the Hu family's wealth. Let us see if the old man will skin you alive." Hu Guojun replied with a devilish smile. You are quite ruthless." Yu Huojun seethed. Indeed, Yu Huojun dared not kill him. After all, until the money was secured. "The old man would not permit Hu Guojun's demise. That I relish witnessing your desire to kill me, yet being unable to do so. Ha ha ha." Hu Guojun laughed maniacally. Why Yu Huojun glared at Hu Guojun before glancing at his own disheveled state, blackened face and reeking of foulness, his rage nearly causing him to faint. Hu Guojun leisurely turned his back, taunting, "Come on, strike me. You might as well kill me." Yu Huojun, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of old blood, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, I cannot let this scoundrel drive me to my demise. I must retreat swiftly." Wiping the blood from his mouth, he hissed, "Hu Guojun, you wait." With that, he turned to leave. Hu Guojun mused to himself, "How has your esteemed emperor ended up as such a rogue? Yet there is a certain charm in being a rogue. My dear husband, treating Yu Huojun this way will surely anger grandfather," warned Yu Iju, her face etched with concern. "Until the money is secured, your grandfather will not harbor thoughts of killing me." Rest assured that Hu Guojun smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Chapter 13. A fortunate encounter with the dragon-subduing rod. Today is the temple fair. Let us go and enjoy it, urged Yu Iju, tugging at Hu Guojun's sleeve. "Very well. We shall also cure Xing Yuhao's ailment while we're at it. Just one last haul. Also, Iju, inform the steward that we are heading to the temple fair." Hu Guojun grinned as he dressed. Yu Iju paused but complied, telling the steward of their outing before they departed to Ayin, the holy capital, at the temple fair. "What business does young master who have in summoning me today?" Xing Yuhao asked, his expression dark. "Do not scowl at me the moment you see me," Hu Guojun retorted with a smirk. Xing Yuhao forced a smile, saying, "Then what good fortune has young master who in store for me?" "Cardamom, dried tangerine peel, tiger bone wine, buplurum, and salvia miltiariza. These constitute the complete remedy for the backlash of ice. It can be eradicated in a week," Hu Guojun explained cheerfully. "What? Have you suddenly turned benevolent?" Xing Yuhao blurted. The moment he spoke, he realized the inappropriateness of his words and quickly added awkwardly, "I express my gratitude to young master Hu." Hu Guojun merely smiled, extending his hand. A frown crossed Xing Yuhao's face as he retrieved 150 spirit stones and handed them to Hu Guojun. "My husband, there are weapon vendors over there," Yu Iju exclaimed, pulling at Kaiyun while munching on candied hawthorn. "Let us take a look. If young master Xing wishes, he may join us," Hu Guojun invited with a smile. "Since young master who has extended an invitation, I shall humbly accept." Xing Yuhao replied with a faint smile. "Do not miss out as you pass by. Marvel at the divine weapons from all corners of the land. Come see and buy." The vendor shouted. Hu Guojun scrutinized the weapons on display, frowning, remarking, "A heap of junk, and they dare call it divine weaponry, not even fearing the wind might blow their tongues away." Suddenly, a dark, lustrous wooden staff caught Hu Guojun's eye. He reached out to touch it. The rod was exceptionally smooth, and upon lifting it to his nose, he detected a fragrance reminiscent of red dates. Could this be crafted from dragon-subduing wood? Hu Guojun pondered. The dragon-subduing wood, sourced from a millennial-old tree, is a prized material even in the divine realm. To stumble upon it at a street stall is remarkable. Hu Guojun grasped the staff, noting its thicker end and slender shaft, providing an excellent grip, and inquired, "How much for this?" "Young master, this is not for sale. The one in your hands is my father's walking stick." The vendor replied awkwardly, gesturing toward an old man seated some distance away. Hu Guojun produced 50 spirit stones, smiling. "Now can I purchase it?" The vendor's eyes lit up, hurriedly accepting the spirit stones, bowing deeply. "Sell, sell, sell." Hu Guojun took the ebony staff and left with satisfaction. "Your husband cannot possibly be foolish. 50 spirit stones for a walking stick. This item is worth half a spirit stone, at most 10 copper coins." Xing Yuhao remarked, perplexed as he looked at Yu Iju, who was equally bewildered. In the spirit realm, only items related to cultivation can be purchased with spirit stones. All other goods are bought with copper coins. My dear husband, why did you buy that old man's walking stick? Yu Izhu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. This is no ordinary walking stick. Try striking it with that earthly grade peach blossom spike. Hu Guojun suggested with a grin that Yu Izhu drew the peach blossom spike and struck the staff, producing a spark, yet the staff remained unscathed. This Hu Guojun not only possesses medical knowledge, but also has an eye for valuable items. His background must be extraordinary, that I shall not suffer from associating with him, Xing Yuhao thought to himself. Young Master Hu, you have an eye for fine things. I admire you, Xing Yuhao said, bowing slightly to Hu Guojun quickly returned the gesture. Expressing, I am grateful for young Master Xing's recognition. Glancing at Kaiyun, Hu Guojun handed her the sword he had strapped to his waist, saying, Here, this is for you. Kaiyun was taken aback, quickly accepting it with both hands. Exclaiming, Thank you, young master. This individual is adept at managing his subordinates. He is destined for greatness, Xing Yuhao thought, completely re-evaluating his opinion of Hu Guojun. Truly, what a stroke of luck to find you here. Yet you used a chamber pot to douse my father? A young man shouted angrily, Oh, not waste your breath on him. Just beat him. A woman shouted furiously, Hu Guojun and his companions turned to see Yu Guangbin and Yu Isi standing nearby. Their faces ashen. Chapter 14. The First Battle of the Marriage Pact. What brings you here? Hu Guojun asked with a smile. Yes, if you do not know. Did you use urine to douse my father? Yu Guangbin gritted his teeth. What? Are you going to hit me? Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly, Do not worry. We will not kill you, but I reckon the family head won't be displeased if we break an arm. Yu Isi declared menacingly. That depends on whether you possess the capability to do so, Hu Guojun retorted, devoid of any fear. You brought this upon yourself. Yu Isi and Yu Guangbin shouted in unison. Roar! Two leopards, one black and one white, appeared behind them, their low growls sending chills down spines. Hu Guojun remained unfazed, casually humming a tune, while Yu Izhu and Kaiyun stood protectively in front of him. Stand down. You are unnecessary. Hu Guojun suddenly turned stern, his voice low. The two retreated behind him, and Hu Guojun smirked coldly, thinking, In the past, even when I was ensnared by the four leaders of the demon clan, I felt no fear. Two inexperienced children wished to intimidate me. Truly delusional. Shadow leopard, soul body assault. Snow leopard, soul body assault. The black and white leopards lunged forward with their primal spirits, and Hu Guojun swiftly darted in front of them, sweeping his staff toward their physical forms. The leopards, sensing danger for their master, turned to pounce on Hu Guojun, who performed a roll, slipping between them. The leopard spirits, unable to halt in time, collided with their master, their souls shattering upon impact. Damn it, you're playing dirty, Yu Guangbin fumed. Merge your soul with your body, the two shouted. The shadow leopard and snow leopard spirits fused with their respective bodies, causing them to sprout fangs, claws, and tails, emitting ferocious roars. Divine leopard split air strike. The two individuals unleashed the foundational martial techniques of the feline spirit. Hu Guojun smiled faintly, having already prepared a countermeasure in his mind. After a prolonged struggle, they failed to even lay a finger on Hu Guojun, for he had anticipated their every move. Though his current cultivation level was not particularly high, evading such techniques was hardly a challenge. Yu Isi and Yu Guangbin could not possibly know that the man before them not only possessed an intricate understanding of feline spirits, but was also the immediate superior of the revered thunder leopard deity. Jiang, with my profound knowledge of the thunder leopard spirit, do you truly believe your mediocre feline spirits can harm me? Hu Guojun mused silently. Sister, this fellow seems to be well aware of our techniques. Otherwise, there's no way we could fail to injure him. Yu Guangbin gritted his teeth. Then let us employ our family's unique claw technique. Yu Isi exclaimed furiously, launching a fierce strike. The force of her claws was tremendously potent. Hu Guojun swept his staff, and as their strikes collided, sparks flew, while Yu Isi felt her right hand go numb, her palms slightly torn. This staff is remarkably resilient, she murmured darkly. Not only resilient, but also impressively thick and long. Hu Guojun replied with a wicked grin. What are you saying? Yu Isi's face flushed with indignation. Behold my blade! Yu Guangbin leapt into the air, bringing down his weapon with great force. Hu Guojun parried the blade, the immense strength forcing him to kneel. Damn it, Being low in cultivation truly has its disadvantages. Hu Guojun cursed inwardly. The dog-beating rod technique. He bellowed in anger. The staff danced as if a dragon emerging from the sea. Although the force was not overwhelmingly strong, each strike was lethal and a mesmerizing blend of illusion and reality. This was no mere dog-beating rod technique. It was the Shura rod technique of the Divine Clan. A mid-tier martial skill of the Xing Tian lineage to by employing this technique, Hu Guojun was effectively delivering a dimensional strike, akin to wielding an unfair advantage. Though his cultivation was modest, he soon had both opponents gritting their teeth in pain, even landing a strike on Yu Ici's posterior. Xing Yuhao, observing from the sidelines, mused silently. This rod technique is truly unfathomable. Unlike anything from the Holy Capital, he would never have imagined that not only was this technique not from the Holy Capital, but it was entirely absent from the entire spirit realm. Stop, stop, we surrender. Yu Guangbin pleaded, finding himself under Hu Guojun's foot, that if you kneel and bow your head, calling me grandfather, I shall spare you as for your sister. Being a girl, I shall not bully her. It is you I seek, Hu Guojun chuckled, grasping Yu Guang's chin. Yu Guangbin, seeing his sister reduced to tears, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and resolutely knelt, calling out. Grandfather Hu Guojun immediately released him, and the two supported each other as they hurried back to the Yu family. Next time, it will likely be Yu Shurong, Hu Guojun thought with a slight smile, pleased that everything was unfolding according to his plan. Chapter 15. A glimpse of brilliance on the way back to the Yu residence. Husband, you have harmed Yu Huaijuan's children. This will surely alarm grandfather. Yu Yizhu frowned. Do you not recall I instructed you to inform the steward of our whereabouts before we departed? Hu Guojun replied with a mysterious smile. You did this on purpose. You knew they would come? Yu Yizhu gasped. You are quite astute, he affirmed. Moreover, do you know why I sought to cure Xing Yuhao's ailment and invited him to join us at the temple fair? Hu Guojun continued that I intend to gradually sway the Xing family towards the Yu family. And the first step in this endeavor is to win over Xing Yuhao. Remember, mere kindness towards an individual is utterly futile. The reason I exploited his spiritual stones and publicly defeated Yu Ici and her brother was to serve as a warning. To realign Xing Yuhao's perception of me. Power is the first step towards earning true respect. You wish to showcase your abilities before Xing Yuhao, to demonstrate that you are not the waste the people of the Holy Capital believe you to be. Thereby capturing the attention of the Xing family, Yu Yizhu inquired. Indeed, my dear wife, you are remarkably clever, Hu Guojun said, pulling her close with a grin that a mere Hu Guojun would hardly attract the notice of the Xing family. But my rod technique will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. He is likely already on his way to report to the family head, Hu Guojun chuckled. Young master, what about the humiliation you inflicted upon Yu Ici and her brother? And the affront to Yu Huaijuan? What shall we do about that? Kaiyun interjected anxiously. That was my intention. Hu Guojun laughed. What? Both Yu Yizhu and Kaiyun exclaimed in disbelief that Tio capture the leader. One must first seize the followers. To insult those who offend Yu Huaijuan, I alone possess the audacity, Hu Guojun declared, his expression enigmatic. This act will not only alter Yu Shurong's impression of me, but will also inform other families of the audacious nature of Hu Guojun within the Yu family. Hu Guojun smiled mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Yu Yizhu began to feel perplexed. Such action seemed detrimental to the unity between the Hu and Yu families. The Hu Guojun replied solemnly. There are matters I am yet unable to disclose to you. Hu Guojun had already identified the four prominent families of the Holy Capital as the first cornerstone of his path to rebirth. Initially, he sought to stir up strife within the Yu family, targeting the strongest branch, Yu Huaijuan, thereby bringing shame upon the Yu family in the Holy Capital. Before Xing Yuhao, he single-handedly defeated two of the strongest young members of the Yu family, drawing the attention of other families. Secondly, Yu Shurong's inherently suspicious nature would lead him to believe that Hu Guojun's marriage into the Yu family was a ploy by Hu Xiaodong to plant a time bomb within the Yu family, potentially to overthrow it, thus gaining an advantageous position amidst the shifting power dynamics of the four clans. The Yu family would begin to harbor doubts regarding Hu Xiaodong's intentions, causing the Hu-Yu alliance to waver. Thirdly, by winning over Xing Yuhao, the Xing family would take notice of him. And as they became aware of the Yu family's attention, they could also attract the interest of the Xing and Qing families. Ultimately, The Xing family would start courting Hu Guojun, and the Chung family would likely extend an olive branch as well. The Hu family might even demand Hu Guojun's return to the clan, while the Yu family would seek to transform him into their own formidable weapon that in the end, the ultimate beneficiary would be none other than Hu Guojun himself, the By eliminating Hu Xiaodong through Yu Shirong's influence. Hu Guojun aimed to take control of the Yu family and compel the Xing and Chung families to submit, which was his ultimate goal. Not long after Hu Guojun and the others returned home, the steward entered, saying, "Son-in-law, the family head wishes to see you." "Very well, I shall go at once," Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Everything was proceeding according to plan, he thought, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 16. A sudden turn of events in the Yu family hall. Yu Shirong sat in the Grandmaster's chair, his eyes tightly shut. 2 cups of steaming tea were placed on the table, the fragrant steam wafting through the air. "Family head, Hu Guojun has arrived," the steward announced with a bow. "Sit," Yu Shirong said, narrowing his eyes. "That I am curious as to why the family head has summoned Guojun." Hu Guojun remarked with a calm smile, unceremoniously lifting a cup of tea to take a sip. "You have insulted my son and harmed my grandchildren. I have come to demand an explanation." Yu Shirong snapped, suddenly opening his eyes. "Family head, that statement is erroneous. I insulted the elder only after he struck me. A junior, they asked for injuring your grandchildren. It was they who made the first move. As for the consequences, perhaps their skills were simply insufficient." Hu Guojun replied earnestly, "That I have indeed underestimated you. Hu Guojun, the Hu family has kept you hidden, allowing the tale of you being a waste to circulate in the holy capital. Could it be that you intend to overthrow the Yu family?" Yu Shirong remarked, raising his cup to take a sip of tea. "To be frank, my abilities are perhaps unknown to the Hu family," Hu Guojun stated, his eyelids twitching slightly as he spoke softly. "Unknown to the Hu family." Yu Shirong was taken aback, putting down his cup. "But if the Hu family did not regard me as a waste, why would they have allowed me to enter the Yu family as a son-in-law?" Hu Guojun replied with a sly grin. Why Yu Shirong closed his eyes, pondering. If Hu Xiaodong were aware of his abilities, he would never have offered a quarter of his wealth to win over the Yu family. However, if he seeks to use this young man to overthrow the Yu family, I must remain vigilant. Whether your words bear truth, I cannot ascertain. But should you genuinely wish to join the Yu family, we will not treat you poorly." Yu Shirong replied solemnly. Hu Guojun realized that Yu Shirong was also wavering, unable to determine Hu Xiaodong's true motives for marrying him into the Yu family. Why Yu Shirong stood and walked towards the door, leaving behind a cautionary remark. "Rest assured, I will not kill you yet. But I advise you to tread carefully. Otherwise, your demise will be most tragic. The remaining 3 families must have already begun discussing me." Hu Guojun thought to himself that in the holy capital, at the Hu residence. "Father, Yu Izhu has defeated Yu Ec in the clan competition, becoming the current champion among the younger generation of the Yu family. Furthermore, Hu Guojun single-handedly defeated both Yu Ec and Yu Guangbin at the temple fair. This indicates that apart from Yu Guangrong, no one in the Yu family stands a chance against Guojun." Hu Jiutian exclaimed with delight. "Could it be that I have truly misjudged?" Hu Xiaodong stroked his beard, his voice low. "Father, does this not imply that our Hu family has suffered a loss?" Hu Jiutian frowned. "If Hu Guojun has indeed transformed from a waste into a genius, the Yu family will not rejoice. Rather, they will suspect that I intentionally married him into their family to ultimately achieve the goal of overthrowing them." Hu Xiaodong lamented with a wry smile. "That in my view, it would be prudent to seize an opportunity to summon Guojun back to our clan. This would also alleviate the Yu family's concerns." Hu Jiutian suggested that if that were the case, the Yu family would be even less inclined to release him and might even extort me under the pretext of Hu Guojun consuming the Yu family's training resources. Hu Xiaotong furrowed his brow. Indeed, they might entice Hu Guojun to completely submit to the Yu family, thereby strengthening their own power. After all, it was we who initially drove him away. Hu Julin stepped forward from the side and said, "If Hu Guojun is truly a genius, the Yu family would possess 3 remarkably gifted youths, Yu Ec, Yu Guangrong, and Hu Guojun, in addition to the suddenly formidable Yu Izhu. Our Hu family's 3rd generation would be utterly outmatched." Hu Julin shook his head. "You all may leave. I wish to be alone for a while," Hu Xiaodong said in a low voice. That in the holy capital, at the Xing residence, the head of the family, Xing Lai Long, a burly man with a bald head and thick eyebrows clad in a purple scholar's robe, addressed Xing Yuhao. What you say is indeed the truth that I end the Grand Hall, Xing Long questioned. Since Hu Guojun possesses such remarkable martial prowess and is adept in medicine, why would Hu Xiaodong want to marry him into the Yu family? Rubbing his smooth forehead in confusion, he continued. Son, I thought it prudent for Yu Hao to get closer to Hu Guojun, seeking an opportunity to draw him into our Xing family. After all, as a son-in-law, he would likely have little emotional attachment to the Yu family, said a man resembling a bandit, who was none other than Xing Long's eldest son, Xing Xiuchun. Yu Hao, I entrust this matter to you, added another man, who was Xing Long's second son. Xing Xiude. Understood, replied Xing Yu Hao, bowing respectfully that I in the holy capital, at the Cheng residence. A plump elder chuckled. I have heard that Hu Guojun is transformed from a waste into a genius. Perhaps we should cultivate a relationship with him and see if we can persuade him to change his surname. This rotund elder was Cheng Duo, the head of the Cheng family. Cheng Xiaoheng scratched his head, saying, Grandfather, Xiaoheng once offended him. It may be quite difficult. Then let Zhao Ming handle it, proclaimed a robust middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and eagle-like eyes. This man was Cheng Duo's eldest son, Cheng Diyi. Let Zhao Ming take care of it, a slender and graceful beauty with a charming smile said as she approached. She was none other than Cheng Xiaoming, renowned as one of the 4 great beauties of the holy capital. The other 3 were Hu Guoi from the Hu family, Xing Yulu from the Xing family, and Yu Yizhu from the Yu family. Chapter 17. Twin Souls at the Yu residence. Within Yu Yizhu's courtyard, Hu Guojun sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the power of the spirit stones, with the golden crow's sacred pearl radiating brilliant golden light behind him. The energy from the spirit stones, after passing through the golden crow's sacred pearl, experienced a substantial amplification, which facilitated Hu Guojun's rapid cultivation. Simultaneously, the golden crow's sacred pearl could store the energy of the spirit stones for future needs. From initially entering the Yu family without any inner strength, he had progressed to the late stage of the martial condensation realm, soon to enter the essence condensation realm. This astonishing speed was undoubtedly linked to the abundant resources of spirit stones. The Yu family's attitude towards Hu Guojun suddenly shifted, as they began to provide him with spirit stones on a weekly basis. Hu Guojun arranged for Kaiyun to return to the Hu family, delivering the message to Hu Jiutian that he was doing well in the Yu family and that Yu Shurong sent him plenty of spirit stones each week. Before Kaiyun could leave, Hu Jiutian relayed her words verbatim to Hu Xiaodong. Young master, I've completed the tasks you assigned, Kaiyun reported. Excellent, take this, Hu Guojun said, handing her a handful of spirit stones. Thank you, young master, Kaiyun replied, bowing. You may go now. I wish to be alone for a while, Hu Guojun said, closing his eyes slightly. Obediently, Kaiyun departed. Blade chi break. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes wide, thrusting his hands forward as his entire meridian system was instantly unblocked. Pure white essence flowed forth, an eruption of Hu Guojun's own refining energy stimulated by the abundant spirit stones that it seems this boy was merely a late bloomer. He is not a true waste. Hu Guojun mused internally. The heavenly emperor, reborn within Hu Guojun, would naturally cultivate 2 types of refining energy and possess 2 souls. The masters of these energies and souls were Hu Guojun and the heavenly emperor. Respectively, what could this boy's soul be? I shall force it out, Hu Guojun thought. Quickly, he circulated his energy, gathering it in his dantian, while simultaneously absorbing a large amount of the essence of the spirit stones. The sensation was akin to consuming chili dipped in mustard. A tremendous surge of heat flooding into the sea of consciousness within Hu Guojun's mind. He felt as if his head might explode. And blood trickled from his nose due to the overwhelming influx. Boom! A silver-black sword materialized behind Hu Guojun, slender and sharp, not breathtaking, but certainly not a waste of a soul. The sword soul, capable of both offense and defense, was a common yet formidable weapon-type soul. With the Xian Iron Sword soul, Hu Guojun could better conceal the Golden Doll soul until it matured into the Golden Crow War God. Have you awakened your soul, you rascal? Yu Shurong suddenly appeared at the courtyard entrance. What brings the head of the family to seek me? Hu Guojun bowed. Did I wish to inform you of something? Yu Shurong replied with a faint smile. Please go ahead, Hu Guojun urged, that if you become my disciple, I shall grant you the respect befitting a son-in-law of the Yu family, and you need not present yourself as a mere son-in-law. Yu Shurong said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. This old man is quite cunning and can change his demeanor faster than one turns a page, Hu Guojun thought to himself. What do you say? Yu Shirong inquired. Since the head of the family has expressed such sentiments, Guojun wouldn't dare to refuse. Hu Guojun bowed once more. Very well. From this day forth, you are my closed-door disciple. Whatever spirit stones you need, I shall do my utmost to provide, Yu Shirong said, stroking his beard with a smile. Show me your golden refining energy, he added. Damn it, that old fellow must have informed his father about what he saw that day. Hu Guojun cursed internally. Feigning ignorance, Hu Guojun activated his white pure essence and exclaimed, My refining energy is white. Where would golden refining energy come from? Though Yu Shirong was genuinely puzzled, he could not immediately deduce that Hu Guojun possessed twin souls. Nor would he suspect that he could have two types of refining energy. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Yu Huaijun was deceiving him, why Yu Shirong squinted his aged eyes, formulating a plan. Spotted leopard boom! A powerful surge of white refining energy erupted, quickly enveloping Yu Shirong. The early-stage Transcendence Realm strength was nearly divine compared to Hu Guojun's current capabilities that a massive spotted leopard materialized behind Yu Shirong. Its tail swinging like an iron whip, emanating immense soul power. The soul power of a Transcendence Realm expert was not to be underestimated. What is that old ghost planning? Hu Guojun pondered internally. Refining energy shackles. The white refining energy swiftly formed two beams of light that shot toward Hu Guojun, pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. The refining energy shackles could only be activated by a strong individual in the Transcendence Realm, stripping the opponent of their ability to move, leaving them vulnerable. Yet Hu Guojun was secretly delighted. Yu Shirong intended to use this technique to compel Hu Guojun to use his refining energy. However, Hu Guojun understood that while the refining energy shackles were powerful, they were merely a control technique with no actual harm. Pinned against the wall, Hu Guojun feigned a pitiful demeanor and activated his white refining energy, causing it to surge forth. Could it be this boy truly lacks golden refining energy? Yu Shirong thought, his silver brows furrowing in contemplation. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me, Hu Guojun cried, his face a mask of panic. Seeing Hu Guojun's expression, Yu Shirong released the refining energy shackles, saying, Fear not. I merely wish to gauge your inner strength. It seems you have a long way to go. What a farce! Clearly, it is you, old man, who seeks to see my golden refining energy with your 80-year-old intellect. Do you think you can trick me? Live a few thousand years before trying again. Hu Guojun scoffed internally, Yu Shirong turned to leave, having no further reason to linger. Just as he departed, Kaiyan rushed back to inform Hu Guojun that Xing Yuhao wished to see him. So soon, Hu Guojun smiled slightly. Chapter 18. The more, the merrier. What brings young Master Xing to seek me? Hu Guojun inquired, clasping his hands in greeting, that I have prepared a modest feast at the Immortal Crane Pavilion. Would young Master who care to grace us with his presence? Xing Yuhao replied with a courteous smile, that I cannot refuse young Master Xing's invitation. Let us drink until we are inebriated. Hu Guojun beamed. The two arrived at the Immortal Crane Pavilion. They sat down. A waiter brought forth a sumptuous spread of dishes, along with a beautifully crafted white jade wine jug filled with the finest wine. Drunken crane, young Master Xing, you have certainly spared no expense, Hu Guojun remarked as he took a sip of the wine. When treating young Master Hu to a meal, how could I serve anything less than exquisite wine? Xing Yuhao replied with a grin. You are too kind, Hu Guojun said, tearing off a chicken leg. I am not one for excessive chatter, that if you were to join my Xing family, not only would we feast, but you would have access to as many spirit stones as you desire. Xing Yuhao said, lifting his wine cup and speaking in a low voice. With my humble abilities, how could the illustrious Xing family ever consider me? Hu Guojun chuckled. You jest, young Master Hu. Unbeknownst to you, the third generation will determine the future of the four great families, and your influence on their strength would be significant. The Hu and Yu families view you as a waste, whereas my Xing family sees you as a genius. Joining us would be your best option. Xing Yuhao asserted, I feel a bit disloyal to my lady wife. Hu Guojun feigned sorrow that a wise bird chooses its tree, and a good minister selects his lord. Young Master need only bring your esteemed wife along to the Xing family. Xing Yuhao replied with a smile. But what if my wife is unwilling? Hu Guojun inquired. Is it not true that the Yu family initially married Yu Iju to the young master solely for the generous gifts from the Hu family? Surely, the young master is aware of this. Xing Yuhao replied in a somber tone. I am indeed aware of this, Hu Guojun responded. Then our discussion is straightforward. Your esteemed wife must have had her reservations about the Yu family at the beginning. Correct? Rest assured, upon entering the Xing household, you and your spouse shall face no grievances whatsoever. Xing Yuhao assured him, what concrete benefits await me at the Xing residence? I am not interested in vague promises. With a mysterious smile, Hu Guojun replied, there will be an abundance of spirit stones. You may accompany me to collect them. Xing Yuhao jested, no, instead, why not marry Xing Yulu as my concubine? Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. Xing Yuhao nearly choked, sputtering the food from his mouth. What did you just say? He retorted, his usual refined demeanor replaced by anger. Xing Yulu, the first beauty of the Xing family, was Yu Hao's younger sister. Proficient in the arts and possessing a cultivation level of the third layer of the spirit solidification realm. Surely, you have insatiable appetites, Hu Guojun. Yu Hao said, struggling to contain his fury. Indeed, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. With your sister's beauty, what man would not desire her? Hu Guojun laughed that if you wish to take Yulu as a concubine, then we have nothing further to discuss today, Xing Yuhao declared, turning to leave. How can one have too many women when it comes to the daughter of the heavenly emperor? Hu Guojun scoffed. Hu Guojun took the sumptuous feast and fine wine back to share with Yu Iju and Kai Yun. In the sacred capital, at the Xing residence, Xing Yuhao furiously exclaimed, Hu Guojun wants to take Yulu as a concubine. What? Since this rascal is so audacious, the Xing family shall not welcome him. Xing Xiuda's expression darkened. Ultimately, daughters must marry to Hu Guojun is relatively handsome. If she must marry him, then so be it, Xing Xiuqing remarked nonchalantly. That is easy for you to say, as she is not your daughter, Xing Xiuda retorted. Enough of this. Let us ask Yulu her thoughts, Xing Lilong said solemnly. For the sake of the Xing family, Yulu may have to make sacrifices, Yulu murmured, her brows slightly furrowed. Hu Guojun is not worthy of marrying my sister. At the very least, he must defeat me, Xing Yuhao declared. Very well, should Hu Guojun defeat Yuhao, then there will be no one from the third generation of the Xing family who can stand against him. If he wishes to marry Yulu, let him do so, Xing Lilong said with a slight twitch of his eyelid. Chapter 19. Sword Soul versus Snow Sculpture. You wish to take Xing Yulu as a concubine? Yu Iju exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. This is merely a means to earn you more spirit stones, Hu Guojun chuckled. I shan't entertain you further, Yu Iju huffed, turning her back. My apologies, dear lady, Hu Guojun said as he embraced Yu Iju from behind. Pressing her onto the bed, ready to take the next step. Young Master Xing has come to see you, Kai Yin called out. Very well, I shall attend to him momentarily, Hu Guojun replied, pouting. The timing could not be worse. He thought to himself. Upon stepping outside, Hu Guojun saw Xing Yuhao standing there with a rather grim expression. Hu Gongzi, the family head has agreed to marry Yulu to you, but we have a condition, Xing Yuhao stated in a low voice. What is it? Hu Guojun asked, smiling. You must defeat me to marry Yulu. Otherwise, she will never consent to it, Xing Yuhao declared coldly. Very well, where shall we fight? Hu Guojun replied enthusiastically. The arena in the Xing family courtyard. Do you dare? Xing Yuhao sneered. Why should I not? Lead the way. Hu Guojun responded loudly. I in the sacred capital, at the Xing residence. The match began with the butler's command. Xing Yuhao waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of silver chi, causing a silver-feathered snow sculpture to take flight behind him. Its wings spanned an impressive 5 meters, a full meter longer than their last encounter. You may not realize, but I have entered the spirit solidification realm, Xing Yuhao stated coldly. The snow sculpture let out a piercing cry and swooped down from the sky, its formidable spirit power seeming to tear through the fabric of reality. Hu Guojun summoned his Xian Tai sword soul, its energy slicing through the air, heading towards the snow sculpture. The eagle and the sword met in a clash. Boom! The collision of their spirits created a massive shockwave, sending both combatants flying. The dog-beating stick, ice-breaking pear blossom spear. Each summoned their weapons. Xing Yuhao wielded a silver spear, worth 2,000 spirit stones, while Hu Guojun brandished a blackened staff that appeared to be worth no more than 10 copper coins in the eyes of others. Hu Guojun channeled his spirit power, causing the Xian Tai sword soul to swell, transforming into a 10-meter-long giant sword that descended from above towards Xing Yuhao. From a distance, Xing Lialong's expression twitched as he thought, how can this brat at the spirit solidification realm unleash such martial prowess? The power of this strike could easily repel even the peak cultivators of the spirit solidification realm. This was the effect of the Jinwu Sacred Pearl, which infused the stored spirit power into Hu Guojun's spirit in an instant. Xing Yuhao commanded the snow sculpture spirit, merging its wings to shield his head. Boom! With a resounding crash, Xing Yuhao's second-layer spirit shield was shattered by Hu Guojun's blow, forcing him to kneel as the immense force crushed the stone beneath him. The ice-breaking pear blossom spear fell uselessly to the ground, and Xing Yuhao suddenly coughed up blood. Hu Guojun raised his staff, poised to continue his assault. Stop! I will marry you! Xing Yulu cried out, rushing forward in a panic. Forgive me, sister, Xing Yuhao said somberly. Sister, it is all right. Xing Yulu embraced him, wiping the blood from his lips as tears streamed down her cheeks. What a profound sibling bond! Hu Guojun chuckled. Damn it, this brat is truly arrogant. Xing Xiuda fumed, as a massive brown eagle with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters materialized behind him, exuding powerful brown qi. Xing Xiuda was at the 6th layer of the spirit solidification realm. Stop! If you strike, you will violate the rules of this duel. Defeat is defeat. Xing Lialong intervened, blocking Xing Xiuda. Hu Guojun, since you have won. The Xing family shall not go back on our word. I will select an auspicious date to marry Yulu to you, Xing Lialong said, frowning. Then I thank the head of the Xing family. Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. You may leave now, Xing Xiuda said solemnly. Very well, I shall take my leave immediately, Hu Guojun replied with a smile, turning to depart. How could he possess such formidable strength? That strike could not have been produced by someone at the spirit solidification realm. Xing Yuhao gritted his teeth. This Hu Guojun is indeed remarkable. Marrying Yulu may not be a misfortune, Xing Lialong mused. Yulu, rest assured, if Hu Guojun dares to bully you, I will not let him off, even at the cost of my life. Xing Yuhao spat through clenched teeth, coughing up more blood. Today's battle had nearly exhausted the spirit power stored in the Jinwu Sacred Pearl. Hu Guojun would need to replenish it. Without the enhancement of the Jinwu Sacred Pearl, how could Hu Guojun stand against Xing Yuhao? Chapter 20. The wedding what? Hu Guojun has taken Xing Yulu as a concubine. Yu Shirong's face twitched in disbelief. This is absolutely true. The Xing family will be marrying Yulu over in 2 days, Yu Huaijun added, equally astonished. Moreover, Hu Guojun has defeated the talented Xing Yuhao, who has already entered the spirit solidification realm. This youth's future is boundless, Yu Huaidi remarked. Head, I fear that shortly, aside from you, none of us 4 brothers may be his match, Yu Huaiqin said with a bitter smile. Third brother speaks wisely, Yu Huaijuan replied gravely. At 86, I believed I had seen countless people, that I thought the 4 great talents of the sacred capital were unmatched, but this Hu Guojun surpasses them all. Yu Shirong shook his head in disbelief. The 4 great talents of the sacred capital are Hu Guochun of the Hu family, Xing Yuhao of the Xing family, Yu Guangrong of the Yu family, and Cheng Zhaoheng of the Cheng family. After all, Hu Guojun bears the Hu surname. I fear that if this continues, something may go awry in our Yu family. Perhaps we should separate him from us? Yu Huaichen suggested that if we separate him, and he returns to the Hu family, what then? Would that not mean we have sharpened this blade only to return it to them? Let us not forget, Hu Guojun was a complete waste before coming to our Yu family. Yu Huaidi countered. Then let us act while we can. Hu Guojun's strength is still manageable that we 4 brothers should eliminate him, Yu Huaijuan said darkly. That makes sense, Yu Huaiqin agreed. Stop. As for Hu Guojun, I have my own plans. Do not discuss it further. We shall end today's meeting here. Yu Shirong waved his hand, that I end the sacred capital, at Xing Yulu's courtyard. Yulu, it is my fault for being incapable, Xing Yuhao said, his eyes red. Brother, do not blame yourself. Perhaps this is Yulu's fate, she replied, her face pale and voice choked with emotion, that if he dares to bully you, just tell our father. He will surely skin him alive. Xing Xiuda growled. Sister, go with peace of mind. Both our father and I will stand as your support. Xing Yuhao gently ruffled her hair, his expression filled with affection. Though only 2 years apart, Xing Yuhao's care for his sister had always been meticulous. The thought of his sister being taken by Hu Guojun made him so furious that he felt blood rising in his throat. The day of the wedding to Xing Yulu arrived as scheduled. With Hu Guojun donned in auspicious attire, awaiting the bride's arrival, Xing Yulu, in her wedding gown and red veil, arrived at the Yu family accompanied by Xing Xiuda and his S.O.N. As night fell. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the room was dimly lit by flickering red candles. Xing Yulu sat silently by the bedside, awaiting the arrival of Hu Guojun. The door creaked open, and Hu Guojun stealthily entered. Gently closing the door behind him, he slowly lifted Xing Yulu's red veil, revealing a stunning beauty, her fair skin akin to snow, delicate brows slightly furrowed, and bright eyes adorned with pearly teeth. This girl is astonishingly beautiful. Hu Guojun was taken aback, internally pondering this moment. He seemed to have cast aside Yu Izhu to the farthest reaches of his mind. Why the silence? Hu Guojun laughed. There is nothing to say. Xing Yulu replied coldly. I asked my lady, feeling displeased. Hu Guojun smirked. Oh man, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Xing Yulu shot him a disdainful glance. Hu Guojun, being the heavenly emperor, was not a rogue. He would not resort to coercion, even though Xing Yulu was indeed enchanting. Rest well. Hu Guojun, never impose upon others, he said softly with a slight smile. Xing Yulu was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as she slowly lay down on the bed. Shoes still on. Hu Guojun let out a quiet hum, extinguished the red candle, and spent the night on a chair. Meanwhile, Yu Izhu was eavesdropping outside, hoping to catch the sounds of their intimate revelry to provoke Hu Guojun further. However, that night, Hu Guojun's bridal chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. The next morning, Xing Yulu awoke to find herself unharmed. Hu Guojun was peacefully asleep in the chair. She furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating. This man does not seem as despicable as I had imagined. That moment, her attention was drawn to a bowl of steaming longan and lotus seed soup and several pieces of osmanthus cake on the table, her favorite breakfast items. Awake. Time to eat. I've prepared it for you, Hu Guojun said softly, stifling a yawn. He had inquired about Xing Yulu's preferences from Xing Yuhao the previous day and had prepared her favorite foods early that morning. If the heavenly emperor could not win over a mere 29-year-old maiden, then his millennia of existence would have been in vain. Thank you, Xing Yulu replied softly. We are family. No need for thanks. Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly, beginning to tidy up Xing Yulu's room. Let me help, Xing Yulu offered as she approached. I can handle it. You should eat first, Hu Guojun gently insisted. For some reason, a warmth enveloped Xing Yulu's heart. This man seemed to care for her like an older brother. Yulu, may I see your primordial spirit? Hu Guojun inquired. Xing Yulu did not respond verbally. Instead, she stood up, and silvery energy flowed from her like a babbling brook. Manifesting a silver-white creature with a wingspan of merely 1 meter behind her, the My primordial spirit is a peculiar bird. I am uncertain of its exact breed, she murmured. Hu Guojun gazed at the creature, momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise. This so-called peculiar bird was, in fact, a phoenix. Even in the entirety of the spirit realm, phoenix-like primordial spirits were exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a century. Your primordial spirit is not just any peculiar bird, Hu Guojun said with a mysterious smile. What is it? Xing Yulu asked eagerly. Call me husband, and I will tell you, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. Xing Yulu's cheeks flushed as she shyly uttered the word husband. You are rather bashful, Hu Guojun teased. Today, I shall tell you something you must never disclose to anyone, including the Xing family, he said gravely. All right, please tell me, Xing Yulu urged. Your primordial spirit is a 1,000-year snow phoenix. Hu Guojun revealed mysteriously. What, a phoenix? Xing Yulu gasped in astonishment. Not just any phoenix, but a 1,000-year snow phoenix, Hu Guojun clarified softly. When you ascend to the transcendent realm, your snow phoenix will begin to take shape. For now, it remains in its juvenile stage, hence its peculiar appearance, he explained. Thank you for your guidance, husband, Xing Yulu said, bowing slightly. Now you know to call me husband, Hu Guojun smirked. You are insufferable, Xing Yulu retorted, turning away with a huff. Hu Guojun noticed that Xing Yulu had brought many storybooks, all concerning gods and demons. You enjoy reading tales of gods and demons? He asked with a smile. I do, Xing Yulu replied. Then allow me to tell you about it. The divine beings reside in the celestial realm above the 9 heavens, with the Lord of the gods known as the Heavenly Emperor. Beneath the Heavenly Emperor are the 4 great saint kings and 6 divine ministers. These 10 deities assist the Heavenly Emperor in managing the affairs of the divine realm, also overseeing the seasons and the alternation of day and night. The saint kings, being relatives of the Heavenly Emperor, are known as Chongtian, Shua Wushuang, and Puhua. The 6 divine ministers govern the domains of water, fire, earth, wood, thunder, and plague. Hu Guojun spoke at length. Suddenly, he noticed that Xing Yulu had fallen asleep beside him. Alas, this girl, Hu Guojun sighed, shaking his head. Husband, your uncle seeks you, Yu Yizhu called from outside the door. Dumb. I'll be right there, Hu Guojun replied. What business does uncle have? Hu Guojun asked, cupping his hands in greeting. Why did you not inform the family of your marriage to Xing Yulu? Yu Huaijuan asked with a sour expression. I am marrying a concubine with my own money. What business is it of the family? Hu Guojun replied tersely. The money your grandfather gave you must all be surrendered to the family. How can you spend it as you please? Yu Huaijuan retorted angrily that if that is the reason for your visit, then you may leave. I will not part with a single coin, Hu Guojun scoffed. If I give you the money, I will lose my final trump card within the Yu family. There is no way I will part with it. Hu Guojun thought to himself, do you think I am afraid to seize it? Yu Huaijuan gritted his teeth. Why not try? Hu Guojun dismissed him with disdain. Just as Yu Huaijuan was about to advance, Yu Yizhu and Kaiyin stepped in front of Hu Guojun. Xing Yulu, harboring no affection for the Yu family, chose Hu Guojun over Yu Huaijuan. Yu Huaijuan looked at the 3 girls before him and chuckled. What? Are you planning to let the girls stand in front of you? Uncle, you are nearing death. Do you believe it? Hu Guojun's expression darkened suddenly, speaking in a low tone. Yu Huaijuan, usually arrogant, felt no fondness for this uncle, and hearing those words, he remained silent. With you? You think you can kill me? Yu Huaijuan sneered. Hu Guojun suddenly retreated into the room, extracting all the spirit stones from the cloud bracelet, summoning the golden crow's sacred pearl, and absorbing the essence of the spirit stones. Haha, your husband has already frightened them away. What are you still blocking for? Yu Huaijuan laughed heartily. Boom. The door was blasted open by Hu Guojun's golden energy, shattering into fragments. Yu Huaijuan, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Hu Guojun declared furiously. You think you can do that? Yu Huaijuan retorted, though inwardly he felt a twinge of fear. The aura emanating from Hu Guojun before and after entering the room was drastically different. Yu Huaijuan had come not at Yu Shirong's command, but purely out of personal vendetta and desire. If Hu Guojun were to hand over the money, he could flaunt it before Yu Shirong, especially since the old man had been unable to reclaim it himself. The grievances of being humiliated and his child being harmed could easily be settled. Yu Huaijuan summoned the Thunder Mouse primordial spirit and drew the primordial whip. Bracing himself that he dared not underestimate someone as unpredictable as Hu Guojun, Hu Guojun drew the dragon's subduing staff, golden energy swirling around it, transforming the black staff into a golden hue. Now that you have seen it, do not expect to live, Hu Guojun warned. Shura's staff technique, lightning tenfold whip. The 2 weapons clashed, golden and bright yellow energies intertwining violently. The Shintai sword soul was summoned, unleashing sword energy that sent gusts of wind blades toward Yu Huaijuan. The Thunder Mouse released arcs of lightning from its forehead, crackling ominously. As the wind blades collided with the lightning, thick clouds of white smoke erupted. Hu Guojun leaped into the air, employing the shadow step technique, creating 3 phantoms. 4 figures of Hu Guojun descended from above, leaving Yu Huaijuan dazzled as he hastily conjured a shield of energy. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Guojun did not attack from above, but rather appeared like a phantom before Yu Huaijuan, delivering a fierce strike from below. With a horrific scream, it sounded akin to an egg shattering. Yu Huaijuan rolled his eyes back and fell to the ground, the Thunder Mouse spirit instantly dissipating. You 3, retreat, Hu Guojun commanded. The 3, seeing the fierce expression on Hu Guojun's face, said nothing further and hurriedly withdrew into the inner chamber. The golden crow's sacred pearl suddenly entered Yu Huaijuan's body. A flash of golden light passed, and he was transformed into a lifeless husk, his internal power absorbed into the golden crow sacred pearl, nourishing the golden crow warji od. Hu Guojun had merely suffered a slight injury, yet had vanquished Yu Huaijuan. who was at the sixth layer of the condensing Yuan realm, at a pace that exceeded everyone's expectations, especially Xing Yulu, who remained in a daze, pondering. This is no mere human. Such rapid advancement resembles that of a deity. Of course, she could not know that Hu Guojun was not only a deity, but also the heavenly emperor. What? Yu Shirong trembled, speaking in a harsh tone. Grandfather, my father is truly dead. Yu Isi and Yu Guangbin cried on their knees. Hu Guojun has slain my brother. How can he be allowed to live? I shall slay him. In a fit of rage, Yu Huaidi exclaimed, Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? The eldest brother has already been killed by him. Do you truly believe you can return alive? Yu Huaichen gritted his teeth and commanded, Enough of this. You three shall go together and eliminate him for me. Yu Shirong nearly ground his teeth to dust in fury, declaring, I shall obey. The three of them, Yu Huaichen, Yu Huaiqian, and Yu Huaidi, surged forth, brimming with murderous intent, towards Hu Guojun's courtyard. That moment, however, Hu Guojun had taken Yu Izhu outside to instruct her in the art of the shadow step, leaving only Kaiyin behind. Where is Hu Guojun? Yu Huaiqian bellowed. The young master has stepped out. What do you intend to do? Kaiyin, already aware of their intentions, inquired softly. What do you mean by asking? You know full well. Yu Huaichen shouted, Do not waste your breath on her. Yu Huaidi roared, unleashing a burst of white energy as he struck towards Kaiyin with a powerful punch, a golden-spotted butterfly. Kaiyin summoned her spirit, drawing forth the Tusu's sword to parry the blow. Little girl, where has Hu Guojun gone? Speak, and we shall spare your life, Yu Huaiqian said with a smirk. Pa, I would never betray the young master, Kaiyin retorted angrily. Then I shall send you to meet the king of hell. Yu Huaiqian's expression darkened as he summoned the spirit of the jungle leopard. The three brothers invoked their spirits simultaneously, and three formidable leopards appeared behind them, exuding a menacing presence. Black leopards rending strike. Yu Huaidi leapt into the air, delivering a crushing blow. Boom. The tremendous force sent Sayun's frail body flying, causing her to spit blood. The black leopard spirit leapt forth, its razor-sharp claws tearing at Kaiyin. But the golden-spotted butterfly spirit shielded her. Whoosh! The black leopard's spirit effortlessly shredded the butterfly spirit, and a sweeping tail strike slammed against Sayun's chest. She was hurled against the wall, her ribs shattered, piercing her lungs as blood gushed forth, her breath faltering with tears glistening in her eyes. Overestimating oneself, Yu Huaidi remarked coldly to At that moment. Hu Guojun and his companions had just arrived. Kaiyin, Hu Guojun roared. You came? Yu Huaidi smirked sinisterly, murmuring, Do not rush. You shall soon seek her out. Why Yu Huaiqian's voice turned icy. You scoundrels. You will pay for Tsayun's life. Hu Guojun bellowed, his veins bulging as he unleashed a powerful strike with his staff. The three Yu brothers hastily conjured their energy shields to defend themselves, drawing their weapons. Jungle leopard, desert leopard, black leopard. The three leopard spirits appeared before Hu Guojun, bearing their fangs and claws, eager for battle. Summoning the spirit of the Xian iron sword, Hu Guojun infused it with the power of the golden crow sacred pearl, channeling a portion of his spirit stone energy into the sword spirit. The Xian iron sword swelled dramatically, descending from the sky with deadly intent. The Yu Huaichen drew his three-ringed saber, raising it defensively, but was struck down by the sword, kneeling in defeat. How could this brat possess such incredible strength? Yu Huaichen exclaimed in panic. Sandstorm formation. Yu Huaichen leapt onto the back of the desert leopard spirit, summoning a fierce wind that kicked up a storm of yellow sand, obscuring his presence. Trivial skills. Hu Guojun scoffed, unleashing the golden crow, sacred pearl, emitting blinding golden light that shone upon Yu Huaiqian's form, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Shadow step. Hu Guojun transformed into numerous afterimages, appearing in the center of the sandstorm. Delivering a sweeping strike at Yu Huaiqian's essence, the massive golden staff came crashing down, shattering Yu Huaiqian's skull. Yu Huaiqian collapsed, lifeless. That Yu Huaiqian is dead. Yu Huaidi and Yu Huaichen swallowed hard, their hands trembling slightly. The sixth layer of Yu Huaiqian's essence had met such a gruesome fate. How much quicker would the two of them perish? Double leopard rending strike. The jungle leopard and black leopard spirits charged at Hu Guojun, their powerful claws meeting him. But Hu Guojun transformed into an afterimage, darting into the void above. A bolt of sword energy shot down like a meteor, crashing violently. just as Yu Huaidi prepared to defend. He was transformed into a lifeless corpse under the impact that why Yu Huaidi is dead. The inner power of Yu Huaiqian was drawn into the Golden Crow sacred pearl. Hu Guojun approached the now pale Yu Huaiqian, dragging his staff. "The do not kill me, please." Yu Huaiqian pleaded desperately that I spare you because you are Iju's father. Return and inform Yu Shirong that since your family has harbored murderous intent against me, I regret to inform you that he shall be next, Hu Guojun said coldly. Trembling, Yu Huaiqian fled the courtyard in a panic. "Kaiyun, I have avenged you," Hu Guojun gently closed Siyun's still open eyes, whispering. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my father," Yu Iju said, her eyes reddened. "Your father is only you as his daughter, and he is my father-in-law. Naturally, I would not harm him. However, your grandfather has sought my life, and thus he must perish." Hu Guojun stated solemnly to Why Yu Iju gasped, speechless, that Hu Guojun's power had grown formidable enough to overturn the Yu family. Xing Yulu felt a chill run down her spine, cold sweat trickling down her back. Hu Guojun stood before her, effortlessly defeating 3 late-stage essence cultivators, and he was only 20 years old. Chapter 24. Yu Shirong, dead Hu Guojun. I vow not to be human until you are dead. Yu Shirong spat blood, staggering to collapse into a chair, that Why Yu Huaiqian knelt on the ground. Weeping profusely, in just 2 days, 3 of Yu Shirong's 4 sons have perished. Your good days have come to an end. Yu Shirong growled, his veins bulging as the Grandmaster chair splintered under the force of his essence. "Father, please be careful," Yu Huaiqian cried. Ignoring him, Yu Shirong soared into the air that a transcendent realm expert could indeed fly. "Brat, come out and meet your doom," echoed Yu Shirong's voice from above. "That my lord, do you truly have the confidence to defeat my grandfather? He is a transcendent realm expert," Yu Iju whispered, though Yu Shirong was her own grandfather. At this moment, she was more concerned for Hu Guojun's safety that Why Yu Shirong, clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, descended from the sky like a whirlwind. The presence of a transcendent realm expert immediately drew the attention of the other 3 families. It had been 10 years since a transcendent realm expert had recklessly flown in the sacred capital. In an instant, Hu Xiaodong, Xing Lilong, and Cheng Duo all took to the sky, hovering above. "Isn't that your useless grandson?" Cheng Duo asked, his old face twitching. "Indeed," Hu Xiaodong gasped, his voice lowed. Hu Guojun was soaring through the air, supported by the golden essence, locking eyes with the menacing Yu Shirong. Had Hu Guojun already entered the transcendent realm? Certainly not. This was merely the effect of the Golden Crow sacred pearl. Hu Guojun had channeled all the spirit stones from the Yu family's 3 sons into the Golden Crow sacred pearl, utilizing the remaining spirit stone energy within it. The energy enhancement from the Golden Crow sacred pearl granted Hu Guojun a temporary ability to soar through the skies. That do not think that just because you can fly. I fear you. I see that your inner power is merely at the late stage of the essence realm. Yu Shirong sneered. Late stage of the essence realm is sufficient to kill you. Hu Guojun replied coldly, drawing forth the dragon-subduing staff. Spotted Leopard King. A leopard the size of a lion appeared, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Spirit Barrier. A torrent of white energy surged forth, isolating the 2. The Spirit Barrier was a technique employed by transcendent realm experts to control the battlefield, clearly indicating Yu Shirong's concern that Hu Guojun might flee. Demon-slaying evil leopard palm. Yu Shirong unleashed a palm strike, a massive imprint resembling a colossal beast bearing down on Hu Guojun, the robust essence surging forth. As a transcendent realm expert, the force of his palm wind was undeniably formidable. Hu Guojun projected golden essence in 3 directions, forming a triangular essence array, 3-edge array. This array was a defensive formation from the divine race, inherently constructed from divine power. However, lacking divine power, Hu Guojun could only substitute it with essence. The immense palm wind was gradually diminished by the triangular essence shield until it was reduced to the strength of the initial stage of the essence realm, easily blocked by Hu Guojun. "Where on earth did you learn such strange techniques?" Yu Shirong inquired, perplexed. The other 3 family heads were equally bewildered. "You shall not live to find out," Hu Guojun retorted coldly. "Combine!" The triangular essence array surged forward, descending upon Yu Shirong's head. Although the force was not great, it made Yu Shirong quite uncomfortable. Claw attack. A gigantic leopard claw descended from the void with the intent to tear through space. While Yu Shurong's spirit barrier began to constrict inward, the Yu Shurong aimed to crush Hu Guojun. Golden Crow power, sword spirit break. Hu Guojun activated the Golden Crow's sacred pearl, causing the Xian iron sword spirit to expand dramatically as it pierced through the top of the barrier. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the barrier was ruptured, and Hu Guojun emerged, striking downward. The Yu Shurong intercepted the blow with both palms, his white essence surging forth, propelling Hu Guojun away. The might of the transcendent realm was not to be underestimated. Yu Shurong's palm techniques were swift and fierce. Hu Guojun found it difficult to withstand the onslaught and was forced to retreat. Sensing Hu Guojun's backward movement, Yu Shurong pressed forward, but Hu Guojun suddenly utilized the shadow step to slip behind Yu Shurong. The three-edge array materializing before him in an instant, that Yu Shurong struck the three-edge essence array with a palm, only to find Hu Guojun's staff sweeping towards him, forcing him to block it with his hand. His protective essence transformed into an essence fist, sending Hu Guojun sprawling backward. This brat is draining my inner power. Yu Shurong gritted his teeth and said, "You know too late." Hu Guojun swung his staff. The elusive shadow step technique, combined with the Azure staff technique, rendered it nearly impossible for Yu Shurong to withstand. However, Yu Shurong was an expert of the Transcendence realm, and in the short term, Hu Guojun had no chance of victory. The spotted leopard. The spotted leopard's soul trembled, unleashing a powerful force of primordial spirit that shattered Hu Guojun's mysterious iron sword soul. "This is my only move." Hu Guojun gritted his teeth. The golden doll's primordial spirit was reluctantly summoned, and as the spotted leopard and the golden doll locked eyes, unexpectedly, the spotted leopard's primordial spirit appeared dazed, as if its very soul had been drawn away. Under the influence of the golden crow's sacred pearl, the spotted leopard's primordial spirit perhaps caught a glimpse of the golden crow war god's shadow, rendering it momentarily devoid of combat capability. The power of the sacred pearl. The golden crow's sacred pearl soared above Yu Shurong, radiating brilliant golden light. "Over 10,000 spirit stones, enough for you to drink a jug," Hu Guojun shouted sternly. "What is this thing?" Yu Shurong's aged face twitched, panic evident in his voice. The brilliance emanating from the golden crow sacred pearl began to scorch Yu Shurong's skin, the immense heat causing his skin to crack, simultaneously dehydrating his protective energy. The three-edge formation. Once more, Hu Guojun set up the three-edge formation again, pressing down upon Yu Shurong. Under the dual assault, Yu Shurong let out a pained roar. Golden crow soul strike. The golden doll's primordial spirit emitted a furious cry, delivering a punch to Yu Shurong's chest. The golden doll managed to create a large hole in Yu Shurong's chest, blood gushing forth that Hu Guojun swept his staff. And Yu Shurong's head was shattered, a mist of blood filling the air that Yu Shurong is dead. Hu Guojun declared as soon as the words left his mouth. Hu Guojun's legs buckled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had exhausted all his spirit stone energy, leaving him extremely weak. Moreover, without the aid of spirit stones, the golden crow's sacred pearl and the golden doll's primordial spirit could not exert their full power. In this dire moment, Hu Guojun had to put on a performance. Otherwise, the three family heads who were merely spectators would undoubtedly strike, sealing his fate. Chapter 25. The Yu family still stands. The family heads had all witnessed Yu Shurong's attempt to kill me. Hu Guojun, and today I have turned the tables. However, I must inform everyone that although Yu Shurong is dead, the Yu family endures. From now on, the Yu family will be under the authority of my father-in-law. Yu Huaichen. Hu Guojun cast a fierce glance at the three family heads. The three Transcendence Realm family heads, including Hu Xiaodong, remained silent. After all, the scene of Yu Shurong's head being obliterated was indeed quite terrifying. I thought this young man would take the opportunity to seize the Yu family. Xing Lialong remarked. "It seems the four great families will soon become three." Qing Duo added, "Am I now to be of equal standing with my own grandson?" Hu Xiaodong's aged face twitched as he spoke in a low tone. "Old Hu, your grandson probably doesn't even recognize you as his grandfather." Xing Lialong shook his head that I need to handle matters regarding the Yu family. "So I ask everyone to leave," Hu Guojun said coldly. The three family heads glanced at Yu Shurong's headless corpse, swallowed hard, and turned to leave. Hu Guojun stepped into the courtyard, observing the trembling Yu Ec and others before solemnly stating, "I killed them because they harbored murderous intent against me." I, Hu Guojun, will never engage in senseless slaughter. The Yu family remains the Yu family, and the position of family head will be handed over to my father Law. As for all matters, big or small. My father-in-law will decide. I shall not interfere. However, if any of you still wish for my life, then Yu Shiyong and the others shall be your fate. As Hu Guojun's gaze swept across the assembly, none could suppress their trepidation, nearly fleeing. Returning to the courtyard, Hu Guojun spat out another mouthful of blood. Iju, inform your father that without my permission, no one is allowed in our courtyard, Hu Guojun instructed in a low voice. Understood, my husband. Yu Iju nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yu Iju felt a deep conflict within. Despite the Yu family's mistreatment, blood is thicker than water, and with so many of her kin perishing, she could hardly find joy. Aren't you afraid of Yu Guangrong returning? Xing Yilu asked that why Yu Guangrong. How much of a storm could he possibly stir? Hu Guojun queried that he awakened his primordial spirit at 10, left the sacred capital at 15, and now seems to have become a disciple of the demon paths Yin Jun. Xing Yilu replied, her expression grave. The demon paths Yin Jun? Could it be the demon spirit sect? Hu Guojun inquired. Indeed, it is one of the two most powerful sects in the spirit realm. Alongside the demon spirit sect, the it is said that Yin Jun has reached the pseudo-divine realm. His strength is beyond our comprehension. Xing Yilu spoke in hushed tones. Yin Jun is merely the agent of the demon clan in the spirit realm. I wonder if Yin Jun is still the same Guerki, Hu Guojun said with a relaxed demeanor. Before the Celestial Emperor fell, he could easily crush a host of pseudo-divine experts with a single slap. How do you know so much about the demon spirit sect? Xing Yilu asked in astonishment. Because I am a celestial being, Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. You jest, Xing Yilu replied, turning to leave that moment. Yu Iju brought over a roster and handed it to Hu Guojun, furrowing her brow as she spoke. My grandmother passed away 3 years ago. The only remaining children of Yu Huaijuan are Yu Guangrong, Yu Guangbin, and Yu Izai. My father has only me as a child, while Yu Huaiqin has 1 son and 2 daughters, and Yu Huidi has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Excluding my parents, Yu Guangrong, and my 3 aunts, there are still 8 people in the 3rd generation of the Yu family. All right, I understand. From now on, you will lead them in their training to prevent the other 3 families from taking advantage of us. Hu Guojun instructed. Are you also wary of the Hu family? Yu Iju questioned. Haha, the Hu family. From childhood to adulthood, they have always regarded me as a waste, even going so far as to sell me to the Yu family as a son-in-law for a quarter of their fortune. How could I not be wary? Hu Guojun replied with a grim expression that I will inform my father. You need not worry, Yu Iju assured him. Sacred capital, Qing Mansion. That old scoundrel Yu Shiyong is done for. Hu Guojun is no ordinary individual. Qing Duo scratched his head that in that case, we should marry Yu Ming off to him, to ensure the safety of our Qing family. Qing Dai frowned, that if we do that, won't Hu Guojun think we fear him? That won't do. Qing Zhaoheng exclaimed loudly. Zhaoheng makes a valid point. To marry off so soon after Yu Shiyong's death would be too disgraceful. Qing Duo shook his head. Sacred capital, Hu Mansion. The most foolish thing I have done in my life was marrying Guojun into the Yu family. But alas, there is no medicine for regrets. Hu Xiaodong sighed ruefully. Father, don't be so hard on yourself. I never dreamed my son would kill a Transcendence Realm expert at just 20. That's a feat I can boast about for life. Hu Jiutian chuckled, bemused. With Hu Jiutian's status suddenly elevated, he found himself unable to summon his son back to the Hu family. Sacred capital, Xing Mansion. Yulu has likely suffered little hardship following Hu Guojun. After all, he is a 20-year-old who has slain a Transcendence Realm expert. Xing Shioda chuckled wryly, that I truly cannot comprehend how Hu Guojun has grown so powerful. Xing Yuhua's face reflected despair. Chapter 26. The foolish thief bites the hook. Sacred capital. Xing mentioned that I have heard that Hu Guojun possesses a remarkable pearl. Perhaps his formidable strength is attributed to that very pearl. Xing Xiuqin said solemnly that is uncle trying to acquire that pearl. Xing Yuhua asked, puzzled. Even if I wish to, I lack the capability, Xing Xiuqin replied, shaking his head. At present, aside from Xing Lailong, no one dared harbor ulterior motives towards Hu Guojun. I have seen that pearl. Indeed, Hu Guojun relied on it to claim Yu Shiyong's life. Send Yuhua to the Yu family to inquire about the pearl. Let's see if Hu Guojun will divulge anything. Xing Lailong stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, Yuhua, go and have a good chat with him. After all, you are his brother-in-law, Xing Shuda smiled. Xing Lialong's intentions were understood by Xing Yuhua, who promptly set off for the Yu family. Inform Hu Guojun that Xing Yuhua requests an audience. He instructed the Yu family steward and own need for an announcement. Let my brother-in-law in, Hu Guojun called from within. Hearing this, Xing Yuhua entered without hesitation. Brother-in-law has arrived. Have some tea, Hu Guojun said, sitting in the courtyard and pouring a cup of hot tea with a smile. May I ask what cultivation level you have achieved today, dear brother? Xing Yuhua inquired. To be honest, I am only in the late stage of the condensation realm. Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin. Xing Yuhua's face twitched as he shook his head. Surely you jest. Dear brother, not a word of falsehood, Hu Guojun declared solemnly. With condensation realm cultivation, you managed to slay the transcendence realm expert Yu Shiyong. Xing Yuhua laughed incredulously. Combat is not solely reliant on inner strength. One must also use their wits, Hu Guojun said, tapping his head with a smile. Brother, you've come. Xing Yulu, upon seeing Xing Yuhua, approached with a smile on her lips. Taking a seat beside him, Hu Guojun thought to himself, this woman might as well go live with her brother. I have heard that you possess a pearl. Might I have the honor of seeing it? Xing Yuhua asked directly. Hu Guojun immediately felt a headache coming on. In his battle with Yu Shiyong, he had revealed all his trump cards, the golden energy, the golden crow's sacred pearl, and the golden doll's primordial spirit, all witnessed by the three families. That it was only natural for Xing Yuhua to inquire. This is a treasure gifted to me by a friend from the Xianian Gong, Hu Guojun said nonchalantly. Xianian Gong. You have friends there? Xing Yuhua asked in surprise. Xianian Gong is one of the two great sects of the spirit realm. The other is the demon spirit sect. That it is said that once one enters the upper echelons of Xianian Gong, they're already half a step into the divine realm. My friend gifted it to me when I was very young. I later discovered the pearl's capabilities. However, I keep this pearl in my bedroom and do not show it to others. I hope you understand. Hu Guojun had already signaled his intention to bid farewell. Xing Yuhao, not one to be easily deceived, promptly seized an excuse to depart. That it appeared that the Xing family was about to set their sights on my golden crow's sacred pearl. Hu Guojun mused to himself. The reason Hu Guojun informed Xing Yuhao that the pearl was in his bedroom was to entice someone from the Xing family to come and take it, thereby allowing him to extract a substantial sum of spirit stones from them. After all, the power of the spirit stones had been depleted, and Hu Guojun himself was only at the 6th or 7th layer of the condensing yuan realm. Upon returning to the Xing residence, Xing Yuhao relayed this matter to Xing Lialong and others, who were equally incredulous. Only Xing Xiuqing was eager to act, preparing to sneak into the Yu family to steal the pearl and usurp Xing Shuda's position within that family. Tonight, I, Hu Guojun, shall be taking my 2 wives out. I will not be returning, Hu Guojun announced, having specially arranged for a newly appointed steward. That evening, Xing Xiuqing bribed the new steward of the Yu family and stealthily infiltrated their estate. Intent on pilfering the pearl, clad in black, Xing Xiuqing quietly pushed open Hu Guojun's door, only to find a room shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the golden light emanating from the golden crow sacred pearl. Xing Xiuqing's eyes glinted with greed as he hastened towards the pearl. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, igniting the candelabra and flooding the space with light. Yu Huaichan stood outside the door, wielding a large 3-ringed machete, while Yu Yizhu brandished a peach blossom dagger. Eager to engage, Hu Guojun toyed with the dragon-subduing staff in his hand, his expression one of amusement, while Xing Yulu's face darkened. Speak, would you prefer to be beaten to death with this staff, cleaved by a sword, or stabbed with a dagger? Hu Guojun chuckled. That moment, Xing Xiuqing's face turned pale. How could his peak 5th layer condensing yuan realm strength possibly contend with the 3 individuals before him? The weakest among them, Yu Yizhu, had already reached the 3rd layer of the condensing yuan realm, coupled with Yu Huaichan, who was on par with him, and Hu Guojun, who had slain Yu Shirong. This battle was undoubtedly fatal for him. Thud! Xing Xiuqing knelt down, bowing his head. Master Yu, young master Hu, I was wrong. Please spare my life. If you can bash your head until it bleeds, I might consider sparing you. Hu Guojun scoffed. I will, Xing Xiuqing exclaimed, fervently banging his head until blood flowed. That son-in-law, do not let him damage our precious white jade floor, Yu Huaichan said, visibly pained. Since my father-in-law has spoken, cease your actions. Bind him, Hu Guojun commanded. Uncle, how could you stoop to thievery? You have shamed our Xing family, Xing Yulu retorted angrily. Chapter 27. Trading spirit stones for sons in the holy capital at the Xing residence. Unfilial son, useless in success, abundant in failure. Xing Lilong fumed, his aged eyes blurring with rage as he jumped around, cursing vehemently. Father, please calm down. Xing Xiuda, Xing Xiuji, and Xing Xiu desperately attempted to placate him. Lilong palm. With a forceful strike, Xing Lilong unleashed a palm attack that shattered the stone sculptures in the courtyard into powder. After expending this energy, he finally managed to rein in his emotions. The Master, Hu Guojun, has brought your eldest son here on a staff, a steward reported. What? On a staff? Xing Lialong's fury spiked again. Let him in. Xing Xiuda frowned. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Xing family, Hu Guojun nonchalantly entered the courtyard, carrying the bound Xing Xiuqing like a dumpling. Oh, Xing Xiuqing, his mouth stuffed with a green rag, could only emit muffled cries. Speak. How can you secure my son's release? Xing Lilong inquired, his brow furrowed. 10,000 spirit stones. Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow. What? You are far too greedy. Xing Yuhao interjected angrily. 10,000 spirit stones represented nearly half of the Xing family's wealth. With only a little over 23,000 spirit stones in cash, this demand would surely infuriate Xing Lilong. That if you do not comply, I shall publicly execute Xing Xiuqing for theft in the center of the holy capital. Hu Guojun declared loudly. Originally, Xing Xiuda was prepared to abandon his son, but upon hearing Hu Guojun's words, Xing Lilong fell into utter despair. This was a man who could not afford to lose face. Fine, I will give it to you, Xing Lilong replied darkly. When the old master prepares the 10,000 spirit stones, I will return your son to you. Hu Guojun grinned wickedly. That we understand now. You need not speak further. Xing Xiuda snapped, fearing that Hu Guojun's continued taunts might provoke his own father to death. Xing Lialong's face turned a deep shade of purple, trembling as he approached Xing Xiuwu and whispered a few words. Xing Xiuwu then hurried to the Xing family's spirit stone vault. 18 noon. Xing Xiuwu returned, holding a cloud bracelet. This contains 10,000 spirit stones. Release my brother, he said irritably. All right, I will count them, Hu Guojun replied, taking the bracelet and counting for what felt like an eternity. Your son is now in your hands. I take my leave, Hu Guojun said, leisurely departing with the 10,000 spirit stones from the Xing family. As soon as Hu Guojun left, Xing Lilong spat out a mouthful of old blood. Spirit stones. He wept bitterly. Elder brother, do be more cautious, Xing Xiuda chided, casting a disapproving glance at Xing Xiuqing. Hu Guojun returned to the Yu family, where celebrations and revelry ensued. This 5,000 spirit stones are a gift for you, father-in-law. Hu Guojun smiled. Thank you, son-in-law. Yu Huaichan replied with a bow. The remaining 5,000 spirit stones would naturally serve as nourishment for the Golden Crow's sacred pearl. Having dealt with the Xing family, whom shall I target next? Hu Guojun mused with a mischievous smile. Darling, Cheng Xiaoheng invites you to dine at the Cheng family's Chui Xian Tower tomorrow. Yu Yizhu announced as she entered with an invitation that, how eager. Another opportunity to acquire spirit stones. Hu Guojun exclaimed joyfully to in the holy capital, at the Cheng residence. Xing Lilong was so incensed by Hu Guojun that he nearly vomited blood. Father, Cheng Dai said with a smirk that Hu Guojun is truly a wicked genius. Even Xing Lilong cannot contend with him. Cheng Duo shook his head. Tomorrow, let Xiaoheng and Xiaoming host him for a meal, fostering a good relationship and ensuring he does not set his sights on our Cheng family. Cheng Dai instructed. That sounds good. I wish to enjoy my twilight years in peace, Cheng Duo said, patting his ample belly. Leave it to us. Cheng Xiaoheng and Cheng Xiaoming bowed in agreement. Chapter 28. Another feast for the Cheng family in the holy capital, Longxiang Street, Chui Xian Tower. Young master Hu Xiaoheng pays his respects, Cheng Xiaoheng said, rising to clasp his fists. What brings you to invite me for a meal today, young master Cheng? Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. Naturally, it is to seek friendship with the illustrious young master Hu, renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess and wisdom. Cheng Xiaoheng responded with a grin that I recall not long ago. Young master Cheng was with my younger brother, calling me a good-for-nothing. Hu Guojun scoffed. Duh. Well, Cheng Xiaoheng stammered, his face twitching. That was merely my elder brother's lack of insight. He failed to recognize the esteemed young master who, Qing Xiaoming chimed in. Indeed, indeed, Qing Xiaoling nodded vigorously, forcing a smile. Your younger sister is truly a vision of beauty. Hu Guojun remarked that if young master who desires, marrying my sister is certainly an option, Qing Xiaoling said, a wide grin on his face. After all, the man before him was capable of defeating transcendent realm experts. And Qing Xiaoling dared not underestimate him, that no need. I am already devoted to Yizhu and Yulu. I have no desire to take another wife. Hu Guojun shook his head that well, a man should be faithful. Qing Xiaoling replied with a forced smile. However, you young Master Cheng are indeed overdue for marriage. You are not young anymore and have yet to experience romance. Hu Guojun teased with a sly grin. Yes, 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 young master who speaks true. Qing Xiaoling forced a smile, internally cursing Hu Guojun's ancestors that if all else fails, you could settle for my younger sister, Hu Guojun suggested, taking a sip of his drink. Such words from young master who may be unbecoming. Qing Xiaoming retorted coldly, her face flushed with anger. Young master, who attempting to wreak havoc on my Qing family's territory. Qing Xiaoling's eyes glinted with menace as he spoke. Nearby diners suddenly paused their meals, rising to draw their weapons. Young Master Cheng, is this a banquet of ill intent? Hu Guojun scoffed that I had no intention of harming you, yet you overstep. Do you truly believe my Qing family is defenseless? Qing Xiaoling shouted furiously that a bunch of drunken fools. What storm do you think you can stir? Hu Guojun abruptly stood surveying the room, causing many faces to pale. The reputation of having slain Yu Shirong was well known, and no one dared to act recklessly. Your victory over Yu Shirong was due to that precious pearl. It has nothing to do with you. A burly man descended from the second floor, his arms resembling mountains. Master! Qing Xiaoling clasped his fists. This man was Xue Yi, the second strongest of the Qing family and the adopted son of Qing Duo. And who might you be? Hu Guojun asked with a smile. I am Xue Yi, the second strongest of the Qing family and the adopted son of the family head. The giant declared angrily. Very well. Hu Guojun replied with a smirk that in an instant. Hu Guojun executed a shadow step, appearing behind Qing Xiaoling and firmly grasping his neck. The early-stage condensing Yuan realm Qing Xiaoling was unable to react in time and became as captive that Hu Guojun. What are you planning? Xue Yi shouted furiously. This man possesses 9th-layer condensing Yuan realm strength and is half a step from transcending. His monstrous spirit emerged, unleashing deep green energy that if you wish to keep your young master alive, lay down your weapons. Hu Guojun spoke in a low voice, tightening his grip on Qing Xiaoling's arm with increasing force. Put down the knife. Xue Yi said, his brow furrowed. Helplessly, Hu Guojun held on to Qing Xiaoling, slowly retreating. What kind of footwork are you using? How can you be so fast? Qing Xiaoling struggled. That's something you need not concern yourself with. Hu Guojun replied disdainfully. Hu Guojun. Release me at once. A powerful aura suddenly emerged as Qing Duo descended from the sky. Qing Duo, at the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm, manifested his brown royal mastiff spirit, emitting a low, furious growl. Patriarch Cheng, your actions are rather underhanded. Hu Guojun remarked. In what way am I being underhanded? Qing Duo frowned. Your grandson invited me for a meal, yet you have so many subordinates lying in wait nearby. What is the meaning of this? Hu Guojun questioned. That I fear for my grandson's safety. Is that not justified? Qing Duo retorted angrily. Your grandson acted rashly. If he lacks the ability, it is his own folly. Hu Guojun sneered. The words own folly struck Qing Duo's heart hard. This was his most cherished grandson. And yet he was mocked so callously. What will it take for you to release my Xiaoling? Qing Duo demanded furiously. The same price as the Xing family. 10,000 spirit stones, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. You truly have no shame. Xue Yi cursed. With so many of you surrounding me, who is lacking in shame? Hu Guojun scoffed. Fine, I will comply, but you must release my grandson. Qing Duo said solemnly. One hand gives money. The other gives the person, that if you do not pay, do not expect me to release him. Hu Guojun declared loudly. Naturally, Qing Duo wished for Hu Guojun to release Qing Xiaoling and then evade payment. Even if Hu Guojun had killed Yu Shirong, Qing Duo was not particularly afraid of him. Unbeknownst to them, Hu Guojun had already retreated to the entrance of the Yu family estate at this moment. The Hu family, the Xing family, and numerous onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle. That my old face is utterly ruined, Cheng Duo said with a bitter smile. Shui, go back and fetch the money. Quickly, Cheng Duo urged helplessly. Yes, Patriarch. Shui turned and hurried back to the Cheng family. Half an hour later, Shui returned, holding a cloud bracelet filled with 10,000 spirit stones, followed by the grim-faced Cheng Dai and Cheng Dali. Cheng Xiaohing's face had turned a deep purple, and he began to froth at the mouth. Here, release the young master. Shui handed the cloud bracelet to Hu Guojun. Excellent. Hu Guojun accepted the cloud bracelet and pushed Cheng Xiaohing out. Due to the prolonged pressure, Cheng Xiaohing fainted immediately. Cheng Dai hurriedly caught his son, and the Cheng family members cursed as they departed. This money is indeed easy to earn, Hu Guojun said with a wicked smile. We won't be next, will we? Hu Jilin asked with a frown. That I doubt it. Blood is thicker than water. Hu Guochun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 29. Blood is thicker than water in the holy capital. At the Hu residence. Father, we should still try to win Hu Guojun over. The Xing and Cheng families have both been swindled out of 10,000 spirit stones, and I fear this lad may take the initiative, Hu Jilin said, furrowing his brow. Explain to me how you propose to win him over, Hu Xiaodong replied, also frowning. You all have always called Guojun a useless waste. Now that he has risen, you wish to curry favor with him. Surely it is too late for that, Hu Guoyi retorted angrily. Hu Guojun had suffered the scorn of his uncles and cousins since childhood, while Hu Jiutian was rather cowardly. Only Hu Guoyi had treated him decently, always addressing him as elder brother. Indeed, if not, then let the patriarch take action and eliminate Hu Guojun. After some time, it is likely that no one in the holy capital will be able to contain him. Hu Jilin said insidiously. Hu Jilin, are you even human? Zhang Ying exclaimed, her brows furrowing in anger. Lad, how can you utter such words? Hu Jiutian said, shattering his teacup in his hand. Such actions are beyond my capacity. Blood is thicker than water. Jilin, if you speak thus again, do not blame me for being merciless, Hu Xiaodong said solemnly. Yes, Hu Jilin said through gritted teeth as he retreated. Kill me. Then go ahead. Hu Guojun appeared like a specter outside the Hu family hall. Why you? How did you get in here? Hu Jilin exclaimed in shock, panic evident in his voice. How could the guards at the Hu family entrance, who are only at the Martial Foundation and Martial Condensation realms, possibly stop me? Didn't my second uncle want to kill me? Then let him come. Hu Guojun's eyes glinted with coldness and a hint of murderous intent. My second uncle never meant to kill you. Hu Jilin stammered, his face twitching. Xian Tai Sword Soul. As Hu Guojun summoned the Xian Tai Sword Soul, a dense white aura surged forth from his body, while golden energy erupted from his arms. Dual cultivation of Qi. Hu Jilin gasped in astonishment. Su2 Sword Song. The Xian Tai Sword Soul produced multiple colorful phantoms, surrounding Hu Jilin, as sword shadows rapidly interlaced in all directions, above the sky. A golden sword soul manifested. What is this technique? Hu Xiaodong appeared bewildered. Hu Guojun then extracted a divine technique from his mind, preparing to intimidate Hu Jilin. Qi Tong Sword Soul. In a state of panic, Hu Jilin summoned his spirit, with the crimson sword body swelling and darting into the void, red energy surging outward. Even without the power of the Jinwu's sacred pearl, Hu Jilin, at the 6th level of the condensing essence realm, was not particularly weak against Hu Guojun. The Qi Tong sword soul quivered, revealing a layer of fiery light, and crimson flames erupted from the sword body as Hu Jilin sought to break through the encirclement of Hu Guojun's sword energy. Hu Jilin had no idea that the Su2 sword song did not rely on the power of the spirit, but rather drew upon the strength of the Q. Hu Guojun's golden energy held a distinct advantage against the spirit's power. Stop struggling. Combine. Hu Guojun laughed. The interweaving Xian Tai Sword Soul was suddenly propelled by a wave of golden energy, hurtling toward Hu Jilin's true form, directly ignoring his spirit attack. Pfft. Hu Jilin spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing into the hall. Blood is thicker than water. Even my second uncle wishes to kill me, and you dare speak of blood being thicker than water? Hu Guojun bellowed, leaving the Hu family members too intimidated to move. A sword soul hovered above Hu Jilin's heart. Guojun, it was my error to send you to the Yu family. It has nothing to do with your second uncle. Hu Xiaotong yelled as he spoke. A pitch-black and glistening Xian-Tai great sword appeared behind Hu Xiaodong, and gray sword energy traversed throughout the Hu family estate. What? Is grandfather intending to kill his grandson? Hu Guojun scoffed. Speak. What will it take for you to release your second uncle? Hu Xiaodong's face twitched as he withdrew his spirit. The other two families each demanded 10,000. Blood is thicker than water, so I require 8,000 from the Hu family, Hu Guojun said sternly. Give it to him. Jiqian, go fetch the money for your son. Hu Xiaodong commanded loudly. Hu Jiqian hurriedly handed a cloud bracelet filled with spirit stones to Hu Guojun, whispering, Son, I was wrong before. This contains a bit of me and your mother's goodwill. A total of 10,000 spirit stones. Use it well, and do not harbor resentment toward me and your mother. Father, I do not harbor resentment. You are doing well in the Hu family, Hu Guojun replied softly. After receiving the cloud bracelet, Hu Guojun retracted the sword soul, and Hu Julin quickly scurried into the hall. That I take my leave. That Hu Guojun transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the Hu family estate. Damn it, adding the previous 5,000 spirit stones, we've effectively given him 13,000. Hu Julin cursed. Neither the Xing family nor the Cheng family intended to kill Guojun. Yet you as his own second uncle wish to do so. He has been generous to spare your life. What more do you want? Zhang Ying scoffed. Enough, enough. Let it be a case of losing wealth to avoid disaster, and if he could kill that old Yu Shurong. Is it not possible for him to kill me as well? Hu Xiaotong shook his head. Following Hu Guojun's series of maneuvers, the Yu family's wealth, after Yu Shurong's demise, even surpassed that of the other three families. Chapter 30. A reconciliation. Hu Guojun earned a substantial amount of spirit stones from the other three families and placed them in the courtyard that I in the central courtyard of the Yu family. Yu Huaichen sat high in the main hall, with Hu Guojun seated on his left and Yu Yizhu on his right, while the younger members, including Xing Yulu and Yu Yixi, sat below. Today I, Hu Guojun, have come to speak to my esteemed father-in-law and all my brothers and sisters. Hu Guojun rose to address them. The eyes of the onlookers, excluding Hu Guojun's wives, darted nervously, filled with trepidation, while some displayed anger. I know that some of you fear me, and some harbor resentment toward me, because I have slain your fathers and grandfathers. Yet, you should also understand that it was your fathers and grandfathers who sought to eliminate me, fearing my rapid rise would upend your Yu family. Today, I, Hu Guojun, have eliminated all those who wish to kill me, but the Yu family remains, and the patriarch still bears the surname Yu. My actions were a means of self-preservation. Today, I will gift these spirit stones entirely to the Yu family. You may all go to the patriarch to claim your share, train diligently, and revitalize the Yu family. Hu Guojun proclaimed passionately. After all, he had engaged in similar acts within the divine realm. The younger members of the Yu family gazed at the mountain of spirit stones before them, lost in thought that Hu Guojun was indeed ruthless. But were their fathers and grandfathers not ruthless as well? In the spirit world continent, strength is revered, the victors thrive, and the vanquished perish. These truths were well understood by all. Suddenly, Yu Yixi rose and knelt on one knee, declaring from now on, I, Yixi, pledge to obey Brother Jun's commands. Yu Guangbin, Yu Guangping, and other younger members of the Yu family expressed their willingness to follow Hu Guojun's lead to restore the Yu family. At present, the Yu family's treasury held 50,000 spirit stones, far surpassing the other three families, making them the foremost among the four great families of the holy capital. Indeed, the Yu family is now the wealthiest. Yu Huaichen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers, while Xing Yulu muttered, We have 1,000 from our family, right? Attention everyone! I shall represent my father, while my elder cousin Yixi will stand in for my uncle. And my third uncle will be represented by my brother Guangxiao, with my fourth uncle represented by my brother Guangping. The four of us must diligently cultivate our skills and fulfill our responsibilities as the heads of the Yu family, thereby fortifying our family's strength. Yu Yizhu proclaimed loudly that I, in truth, Yu Yixi, Yu Yizhu, Yu Guangbin, and Yu Guangping are currently the four strongest descendants of the Yu family, all having entered the initial stage of the. However, due to Yixi taking Yu Huaijun's position, Yu Guangbin was unable to assume the role of the fourth head. The Yu family has completed its preliminary reconstruction, although its overall strength may not rival that of the other three families. It remains firmly within the ranks of the four great families to father-in-law. Are there any other affluent individuals within the holy capital? Hu Guojun inquired with a narrowed smile. Aside from the four great families, the Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce possesses substantial spiritual stones that I've heard that the chairman, Li Qingyun, boasts of strength around the third layer of the transcendent realm, and his financial resources rival or even surpass those of the four great families. His eldest son, Li Ao, is also charming and extraordinarily gifted, Yu Huaichen reflected. Very well, I shall use Li Ao as a target for jest. Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin to father-in-law. Please find a way to gather information about Li Ao. Hu Guojun whispered. Rest assured, my dear son-in-law, I shall attend to it immediately. Yu Huaichen smiled calmly that I in the holy capital, at the Chuixian Tower. Young Master Li, I shall entrust Zhao Ming to you from now on. Please treat her well, Cheng Dai said with reddened eyes. Uncle, do not worry. My affection for your daughter is sincere, and I would never let her down. Li Ao bowed respectfully. This scene was promptly reported to Hu Guojun by the spies arranged by Yu Huaichen. That evening, Hu Guojun asked his two wives, Yi Zhu, Yu Lu, what impressions do you have of Li Qingyun? I only know that Li Qingyun possesses extraordinary martial skills and is the chairman of the Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Yu Zhu replied that I recall grandfather mentioning that he is a person who values face to the point of suffering for it. I do not know much else. Xing Yu Lu added, shaking her head, I have an idea. Does anyone know Li Ao? Hu Guojun asked that I do. The two replied in unison. What? You both know him. Hu Guojun chuckled wickedly. Well, the children of these prominent families in the holy capital generally know one another. It's just that my husband was somewhat inept as a child and had fewer friends. Yu Zhu pouted. Haha, Xing Yu Lu giggled, covering her face. No need to be so arrogant. Come here, you two, Hu Guojun exclaimed as he pulled the two women towards the chamber. That night was filled with the fragrant embrace of two phoenixes, with the sound of flowing streams accompanying them. Chapter 31. A burdened heart, who among you can summon Li Ao? Hu Guojun said as he donned his clothing, that I'm too tired. I want to go. Let Yu Lu handle it. Yu Zhu replied, still groggy. Very well, I shall go, Xing Yu Lu said, stretching to Yu Lu is truly understanding. Hu Guojun remarked, caressing her lovely face. Xing Yu Lu blushed, dressed, and departed from the Yu residence. After a while, she returned. Husband, Li Ao has asked you to meet him at the Shina Tower tonight, she said while yawning before retreating to her room to sleep. That evening, Hu Guojun arrived as promised, ascending to the second floor, where he spotted a young man clad in black brocade, holding a folding fan, standing by the window with a melancholic expression. Are you young Master Li? Hu Guojun inquired, clasping his fists. Indeed, I am Li Ao, and you are Hu Gongzi? Li Ao returned the gesture. That is correct, and I have prepared some modest wine. Please follow me, Hu Guojun said with a smile. You are too courteous, Hu Gongzi. Li Ao replied with a faint smile as soon as they were seated. Hu Guojun got straight to the point. Young Master Li, are you to marry Miss Zhao Ming? Alas, it's complicated. Li Ao seemed to harbor unspoken troubles. Hu Guojun scrutinized Li Ao closely, and from his experience, spanning thousands of years, he deduced that Li Ao did not genuinely love Cheng Xiaoming. Young Master, it seems you do not favor Miss Zhao Ming, Hu Guojun said with a sly grin. You are correct. The woman I truly love is your sister, Li Ao replied solemnly. Then why do you wish to marry Miss Zhao Ming? Hu Guojun pressed further. It is my father's wish. The Cheng family operates the Grand Chuixian Tower and several restaurants in the holy capital. An alliance with them aligns with the Chamber of Commerce's interests. Li Ao said, finishing his drink with a bitter smile. But isn't your father imposing undue hardship upon you? Hu Guojun frowned. Moreover, my relationship with Qing Zhaoheng is also rather mediocre. Xing Yu Hao, a dashing gentleman from the Xing family. Your younger brother Hu Guochun, though somewhat arrogant, is a well-mannered individual. Qing Zhaoheng is not only unattractive, but also enjoys gossiping about others. Li Ao frowned. I have a plan that will prevent you from marrying her, Hu Guojun said with a mischievous smile. The hotel, Li Ao replied. Intrigued, Hu Guojun leaned into whisper in Li Ao's ear, and Li Ao smiled slightly. Fully understanding, they reached an agreement. A public duel, with the victor entitled to marry Qing Zhaoming, that on the day of the duel, Li Ao would deliberately lose to Hu Guojun. Naturally, should it come to blows. Li Ao would not be Hu Guojun's match. However, Hu Guojun had no intention of marrying Qing Xiaoming. Liao then feigned frustration as he rushed home to inform Li Qingyun of the situation. Li Qingyun was furious, but being a man who valued his reputation above all, he agreed to the duel point 2 days later, in the holy capital, at the headquarters of the Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce. A restless crowd surrounded the arena. Li Qingyun, Chengduo, and Yu Huaichen sat high on the honor platform. Liao, clad in black light armor, leaped onto the stage, dark energy emanating from him, as a glossy black scorpion spirit materialized behind him. Hu Guojun sprang into action, brandishing his dragon-slaying staff, golden energy swirling around him. Although he did not summon his spirit battle. The black scorpion plunged into Li Ao's body, and a long black scorpion tail appeared behind him, coiling around him with a robust aura of black energy. At just 20 years of age, Li Ao had already reached the peak of the third layer of the black scorpion tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning toward Hu Guojun, who quickly leaped and struck down with his staff. Liao conjured a shield of energy to block, but as Hu Guojun noticed Li Ao suddenly retracting his strength, the shield shattered in an instant. Li Ao collapsed onto the ground, eyes closed, frothing at the mouth. Damn it, your act is way too exaggerated. How much do you despise Qing Xiaoming? Hu Guojun silently cursed. What? Li Qingyun's face twisted in anger, resembling someone who had just eaten something unspeakable. Young Master Li, how could you lose so quickly? Chengduo's face paled as he scowled. I have won, yet I shall not marry Qing Xiaoming. Moreover, Li Ao cannot marry her either, Hu Guojun declared loudly. Then why did you challenge my son? Li Qingyun erupted, rising angrily, his dark energy shattering the grand chair behind him. Because I wanted to, Hu Guojun replied with a wicked grin. Chairman Li, please calm down. This fellow has killed Yu Shirong and is no saint. It would not be wise to escalate things in front of so many people, Chengduo urged, grasping Li Qingyun's arm. Father, I am incompetent. I lost. And that is that, Li Ao lamented. Yet seeing Li Ao's expression, it appeared he was merely feigning sorrow. That Li Qingyun was no fool, and deep down, he understood that his son did not love Qing Xiaoming. With a sigh, he said, Father does not blame you. Let us return. Qing family head, my son may be inept, but a gentleman's word is his bond. It seems my Li Ao and Xiaoming are indeed fated to be apart. Li Qingyun clasped his fist. He then helped Li Ao to his feet and walked into the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. Chengduo shot a glare at Hu Guojun before leaving in a huff. Chapter 32. The Qing family is not to be provoked. Hu Guojun's maneuvering had left Qing Xiaoming infuriated, her delicate face flushed and tear-streaked. Having not eaten for 2 days, that Liao may not have feelings for Qing Xiaoming. But she genuinely adored him. In the holy capital, at the headquarters of the Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce. Father, please stop, Liao begged. I told you to behave. I told you to refrain from clever tricks. I will thrash you, Li Qingyun shouted, spanking Liao. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed into the headquarters. Father, is it wrong for my brother not to wish to marry someone he does not love? A tall, beautiful woman in a white gown said. Daughter, what brings you here? Li Qingyun dropped the whip in surprise. That I haven't been home in a while. I just wanted to see you, the woman replied softly. Sister, save me, Li Ao cried out, sprawled on the ground. This woman was Li Qingyun's eldest daughter, Li Chuxing Nan, in the holy capital, at the Qing residence. Miss has not eaten a single grain for 2 days. The butler said, his brow furrowed with concern. Foster father, I shall kill Hu Guojun to avenge the young lady. Shui declared, clasping his fist. No need. I shall personally confront the Yu family for an explanation. The Qing family is not someone Hu Guojun can provoke at will. Chengduo said, his eyes wide with fury. Chengduo, Chengde, Shui, and Qing Xiaoheng approached the Yu family's entrance with grim expressions. Summon Hu Guojun, Chengduo called out. What is the matter that requires the Qing family head to come personally? Yu Huaichen stepped out of the courtyard, accompanied by Yu Ec and others. Where is Hu Guojun? Chengduo inquired, frowning. I am unaware of why the Qing family head seeks him. Yu Huaichen replied. This does not concern you, Chengduo said coldly to the head of the Yu family. How could it not concern me? Yu Huaichen retorted. You, Qing family, have yet to earn the right to act recklessly at the Yu family's doorstep. Yu Ec seethed with anger. The atmosphere was tense as both parties faced off, with dozens of Yu family servants rushing out to encircle the four members of the Chung family. "You overestimate yourselves," Chung Duo scoffed. "Royal Mastiff." Chung Duo summoned his primordial spirit, unleashing a torrent of thick brown qi that surged outward like a raging tide, sending the dozens of servants flying. The might of transcendence should never be underestimated. "If Guojun does not emerge today, none of you shall survive." Chung Duo ground his teeth. "Old fool, behold my blade!" Yu Huaichen leapt into the air, striking down with a single sword blow. The three-ring chopping knife descended from above, but Chung Duo met it with a palm strike that as their weapons clashed, a wave of brown light erupted from Chung Duo's palm, instantly sending Yu Huaichen crashing away. "I have no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent." "Where is Guojun?" Chung Duo intoned solemnly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Huaichen raised his blade, ready to fight again. Qi binding. Chung Duo waved his hand, sending forth two streams of qi that pinned Yu Huaichen against the wall, rendering him immobile. "I have arrived, old fool." Guojun leapt down from the sky. On a distant rooftop, Li Ao grimaced in pain, clutching his backside, with the woman behind him being Li Chushingnan. "Virtuous son-in-law, you have finally returned." Yu Huaichen exclaimed with delight. Guojun extended his hand, sending a golden stream of qi that shattered Chung Duo's bindings. "You have finally come. Now tell me, why do you obstruct my granddaughter's marriage?" Chung Duo demanded angrily. "Because young Master Li does not harbor any affection for your granddaughter. Marrying her is merely the wish of President Li. As a friend, I cannot turn a blind eye to my friend's affairs," Guojun replied with a smile. Chung Duo's expression darkened as he struck out with a palm that a formidable gust of wind surged forth. But Guojun summoned a qi shield to block it. "Husband, we are here to assist you." Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu leapt into the fray, landing behind Guojun. Two streams of qi surged into Guojun's back, causing the qi shield to double in size. Chung Duo drew his hands back, conjuring a brown qi orb before him, which continued to swell with robust energy. "Charge!" Chung Duo thrust forward, and the qi orb hurtled toward them, causing the very air to feel as if it were solidifying. Boom, boom, boom. Guojun staggered violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the two ladies behind him collapsed in agony, without the aid of the Golden Crow's sacred pearl. Guojun was no match for Chung Duo. "Sister, please assist him." Li Ao urged Li Chushingnan with a furrowed brow. "Do not rush. Since he has aided you, I shall naturally repay this favor. However, this is not the right moment." Li Chushingnan whispered. "Phantom steps." Guojun roared, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he summoned his sword spirit, delivering a slicing strike filled with golden qi. Mastiff King's Soundwave. Chung Duo lowered his head, slightly, as the Mastiff Emperor's primordial spirit unleashed a thunderous roar, its form swelling to the size of a bull, and a wave of sound surged forth from its gaping maw. The deafening howl compelled everyone to cover their ears. Guojun positioned the sword spirit before him and, in a swift motion, executed a phantom step that as the soundwave shattered his sword spirit. Guojun swung a staff toward Chung Duo. Unprepared for Guojun's self-sacrifice to attack, Chung Duo was struck on the crown of his head. His protective qi shattered, yet he managed to save his life. That a large bump formed on Chung Duo's forehead, his vision blurred, and Shui quickly supported him, that if not for his insufficient cultivation, that blow would have claimed Chung Duo's life. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Li Chushingdan's eyes. Guojun's primordial spirit shattered, and he suffered a severe backlash, spitting out blood and kneeling on one knee. "You brat, you cannot provoke the Chung family." Chung Duo bellowed, clutching his head, his eyes bloodshot as he struck out again. Chapter 33. Luya sect. As Chung Duo's palm descended, the explosive qi surged forth, the force of his third-layer transcendence capable of claiming Guojun's life. Li Chushingnan streaked through the air like a meteor, her long sword trembling in her grasp as she swung it. The sword's energy erupted, a flash of azure light morphing into a pale purple sword arc that cleaved through Chung Duo's palm wind. A blue scorpion primordial spirit materialized, its stinger descending sharply, breaking through Chung Duo's qi shield as azure light cascaded like falling swans. "Who are you?" Chung Duo inquired, astonished. "Liuya sect, Li Chushingnan," a cold voice echoed from above. "Liuya sect?" Chung Duo's face twitched in shock that Li Chushington landed before Hu Guojun, her sword unleashing a formidable sword energy that enveloped the two. This person, I will protect, Li Chushington stated coldly. Retreat, Chung Duo murmured. What? The other three inquired in confusion. Hurry. This person possesses strength surpassing the third layer of transcendence. If we do not flee, we shall all perish, Chung Duo exclaimed in panic that I in the realm of transcendence. The disparity in power between layers was immense. Defeating a third-layer cultivator as a fourth layer was akin to taking candy from a child. Chu Guojun, await your reckoning. Chung Xiaoheng spat before turning to flee. Li Ao also descended from the rooftop, chuckling. Li Gongzi, this is my sister, the master of Liu's sect in the holy capital. I am honored to meet Master Li and grateful for your life-saving grace. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in respect. That strike you delivered earlier left a profound impression on me. Indeed, one who can slay you Shurong is extraordinary, Li Chushington remarked, a trace of a smile flickering in her icy gaze. I appreciate Master Li's recognition. Hu Guojun bowed with a smile that MY's sister is a peak fourth-layer transcendence expert. That old wretch Chung Duo is no match for her. Li Ao laughed. Within the holy capital, there are no experts above the third layer of transcendence. Master Li is the foremost expert here, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. This holy capital is dreadfully lacking. A fourth-layer expert is considered the strongest. Hu Guojun mused inwardly. The Liu sect, one of the four great sects of the Central Plains, alongside Xintian sect and Demon Spirit sect, the strongest sects were Liu sect, Zhuke sect, Angxi Si, and Wanghun Cave, two of which represented the path of divinity, and two the path of demons. Liu sect coming to the holy capital. Hu Guojun inquired curiously. Indeed, I have been sent by sect leader Lu Sanjian to serve as the branch master in the holy capital. Li Chushington confirmed. Although the holy capital was esteemed, high-level martial skills and weapons were scarce, particularly with no one from the four great sects having ventured there prior to Liu sect's arrival. The primary reason lay in the gradual decline of the Sangyan dynasty, the old emperor Wang Hongxin having been gravely ill for years, leading the royal family to consider relocating to Tianqing, causing the holy capital to become increasingly neglected, with experts unwilling to visit. The branch has yet to commence construction, and funds are insufficient. I must gather resources and take my leave, Li Chushington stated. Clasping her fists, Master Li, please wait. May I inquire how much you currently lack? Hu Guojun asked. 5,000 spirit stones and 20,000 copper coins. Li Chushington replied with a frown that as for why Li Chushington did not seek assistance from Li Qingyun. It stemmed from her childhood experiences of being discriminated against for being female, leading to a strained father-daughter relationship. Eventually, she left the Seven Stars Merchants at the age of 16 and serendipitously came under Lu Sanjian's tutelage, which improved their relationship. Liao sympathized with his sister. Despite their average father-daughter bond, their sibling relationship was quite harmonious. Master Li need not worry. I, Hu Guojun, shall cover this amount for you, Hu Guojun declared with a smile as he produced a cloud bracelet. What? You would be willing to part with such a sum for my sister? Li Ao exclaimed in astonishment that a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Master Li saved my life. How could I not alleviate her urgent needs? Hu Guojun stated earnestly. Then I express my gratitude to young master, who, Li Chushington replied with a clasped fist. Since the Yu family funded the construction of Liu sect's branch, Li Chushington ultimately chose a location directly opposite the Xina building on Crane God Street. Just across from the Yu family, while allying with Liu sect, they could deter the Chung family from making further advances, that I must intensify my cultivation. Only then can I dominate the four great families. Hu Guojun resolved inwardly. Chapter 34. Half-step transcendence in the holy capital. At the Chung residence, today, I could have slain him were it not for that damned Liu sect. Chung Duo lamented, applying eyes to the large bump on his head. Father, are you aware that Liu sect is constructing a branch opposite the Xina building? Chung Day inquired. Not only am I aware, but I also know that the Yu family is providing support for Liu sect's establishment. The master of this branch is the very woman who saved Hu Guojun yesterday. Chung Duo gritted his teeth in frustration. Does this mean the Yu family has forged ties with Liu sect? Shui remarked. You two summon Dali and Daki back. I shall convene a family meeting, Chung Duo instructed with a furrowed brow. Understood, Shui replied, bowing that in the holy capital, at the Yu residence, Hu Guojun sat cross-legged, surrounding himself with spirit stones to form an ascension array. The spirit stones interconnected to form a star, radiating beams of strong light, as if celestial swans were descending. Ascend. The brilliance emitted by the numerous spirit stones converged into a golden beam, shooting toward the heavens. As Hu Guojun's immense energy gathered and his dantian erupted, clearing all his meridians, his brown eyes glimmered with two golden lights, while his Xian iron sword spirit expanded significantly. Damn it, the peak of the 9th layer of congealed origin. Hu Guojun cursed. What a stroke of bad luck. I'm merely a half-step away from transcending. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hu Guojun rose, shaking his head. The transition from congealed origin to transcendence marks the first major hurdle in the cultivation of qi techniques. Yet the leap from transcendence to pseudo-divinity is a chasm many cannot bridge in their lifetime. The gap between the first and third layers of transcendence is immense. The heads of the four families have aged from 50 to over 80. And it is likely they will never have the opportunity to advance to the fourth layer of transcendence. Just this little bit. I wonder how many spirit stones I will need to make up for it. Hu Guojun sighed and shook his head. The worthy son-in-law, Li Ao, has come to seek you. To Yu Huaichen entered the room and spoke that I asked the one bringing gifts here already. Hu Guojun chuckled to himself. Let him in, he responded. Young Master Hu, I have a matter to discuss, Li Ao exclaimed, waving his folding fan as he hurried over. Please speak, young Master Li, Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Have you just ascended? Li Ao remarked, observing the scattered fragments of spirit stones in the courtyard. Alas, do not mention it. I am merely a hair's breadth away from transcending. Hu Guojun gestured with his hand for emphasis. To slay a transcendence realm expert from the condensed element realm, not to mention in the holy capital, there hasn't been another in the entire Songyan dynasty. Li Ao laughed. If you were to enter the transcendence realm, would you then not be able to slay false deities? What jest is this, young Master Li? There are no false deities in the central domain. Where would you have me go to slay one? Hu Guojun grinned wickedly. I am not jesting. I wish to marry your esteemed sister. I wonder if young master, who could assist me with this? Li Ao said with a sly smile, speaking softly. Hu Guojun stood before Li Ao, placing a hand on his shoulder, and replied with a grin, I can indeed assist you with this, but it will have to wait until the Hu family competition in 7 days. Li Ao immediately expressed that as long as Hu Guojun was willing to help, time was of no concern. Does we have any feelings for you? I cannot force her into something against her will. Guo Yi is my clan sister, Hu Guojun realized belatedly. Yi was angry at me previously for wanting to marry Qing Xiaoming. I believe she still loves me. Li Ao frowned. You need not worry, young Master Li. Once the matter is settled, simply bring spirit stones to thank me, Hu Guojun said with a mischievous smile. This man truly has a thick skin. He mentions money even before the task is done. Li Ao thought to himself. Next ascension, I will be relying on the 7 Stars Trading Company for this spirit stone. Hu Guojun mused inwardly. Chapter 35. The Hu family competition 7 days later. In the courtyard of the Hu residence, Hu Xiaodong sat high in the center of the courtyard, with Hu Jiutian, Hu Jilin, Hu Jioji, and Hu Jiuling standing side by side. The younger generation of the Hu family, led by Hu Guochun, lined up on either side, with colorful banners fluttering and drums resounding. Cheng Zhaoheng of the Cheng family and Xing Yuhao of the Xing family arrived as promised, but the Yu family sent Hu Guojun in their stead. In a bid to curry favor with the newly arrived Lu Yi sect, the Hu family even invited Li Chushingnan, that I hereby announce. The family competition begins, Hu Xiaodong proclaimed as he rose that Hu Guochun rushed onto the stage. His Xian Tai sword soul already summoned, sword energy swirling around him, exuding an imposing presence that a burly youth leapt onto the stage. This was Hu Guoxing, the eldest son of Hu Juji. That Hu Guoxing swung his fists. His wooden knife spirit summoned behind him, the blade wide and sharp, emitting beams of chilling light. That a knife-type spirit is a variant of a sword-type spirit. Its attacks far more fierce. I wager Hu Guochun will win. Xing Yuhao laughed. I too bet on Hu Guochun, Hu Guojun said with a calm smile. Cheng Zhaoling shot Hu Guojun a glance, remaining silent. Hu family sword technique. Hu Guochun's eyes slightly closed. The Xian Tai sword soul transformed into several soul swords, whistling towards the opponent. Great blade slash. The wooden knife spirit trembled. The blade expanded, and a ferocious knife light struck down. Point two soul swords intercepted the wooden knife spirit, while the remaining soul swords charged directly at Hu Guoxing. As the soul sword that blocked the wooden knife shattered, the other soul swords had already struck the main spirit of the wooden knife, causing Hu Guoxing to crash to the ground. The wooden knife spirit, despite its might, dissipating into nothingness, Hu Guochun fights quite intelligently. Hu Guojun remarked with a faint smile that if he weren't intelligent, how could he be the Hu family's number one genius? No, the true number one genius of the Hu family should be you, my brother-in-law, Xing Yuhao replied with a narrowed smile. Guochun has emerged victorious. Hu Xiaodong announced the results of the match. Hu Jiuling's eldest son, Hu Guorue, summoned his Xian Tai sword soul and leapt onto the stage, only to be defeated within 5 exchanges. Is there anyone else? Hu Guochun surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance. Here I am, Hu Guojun said with a slight smile as he rose. Hu Guochun's face twitched as he took a step back. What? Am I not considered a member of the Hu family? Hu Guojun inquired, turning to Hu Xiaodong. Yes, Hu Xiaodong replied awkwardly with a low voice. I wonder if, should I defeat Guochun, grandfather would agree to one request of mine. Rest assured, I have no designs on your retirement funds. Hu Guojun said with a laugh. Hu Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, thinking, if it were not for spirit stones, other matters could be agreed upon, for apart from money, the Hu family has nothing particularly important. Very well, grandfather agrees, Hu Xiaodong said with a forced smile. At this moment, Hu Jiuling's face had turned ashen, inwardly cursing. Damn it, if I am no match for him, how could spring be any better? Hu Guojun leapt onto the stage, summoning his Xian Tai sword soul, golden energy swirling around it, the sword's body expanding. Pure white elemental energy surged from his body, rapidly darting around the stage. Peak of the 9th layer of the condensed element realm. Hu Xiaodong gasped, eyes slightly closed. Hu Guochun was already sweating profusely. How could someone in the early stage of the condensed element realm contend with a peak stage opponent? Sword soul, attack, Hu Guojun bellowed. And the sword soul shot towards Hu Guochun like a streak of light. Hu Guochun summoned his Xian Tai sword soul to block, but in just one exchange, Hu Guochun's soul shattered, and he was flung off the stage. Guochun has already lost. Do not act rashly. Hu Xiaodong rose and shouted, Grandfather, do not worry. How could I possibly harm Brother Chun? Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Hu Guochun lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of any contempt for Hu Guojun, replaced instead by overwhelming fear. Speak, what do you wish for? Hu Xiaodong frowned. Let we marry Liao, Hu Guojun declared loudly. What? Hu Xiaodong's face twitched in shock. You beat Hu Guochun just to have Liao marry Guo. The Hu family members exchanged glances, synchronously looking towards Li Chuxing. Chuxington's face flushed red, awkwardly saying, this matter has nothing to do with me. However, Guo Yi's face turned bright red as she shot a glance at Hu Guojun, her eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment and gratitude, for without Hu Guojun's meddling, her chances with Liao would have been slim to none. Then in 3 days, let Yi be sent to the 7 Stars Trading Company. I shall personally go to bless young Master Li as well, Hu Guojun said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. The Hu family members were left in disarray, and Hu Guoyi's father, Hu Juji, wore a helpless expression. Although Liao's family background was quite respectable, this marriage was rather abrupt. Chapter 36. This is the true rich second-generation Liao found Hu Guojun and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him fervently, exclaiming, if it weren't for you this time, I would never have married Guo in my lifetime. I truly cannot thank you enough, young master who no, I should say brother who, seeing Liao in such a flustered state. Hu Guojun gently pushed him away and replied, there is no need for such excitement. Young Master Li, we are all friends and ought to help one another. Follow me. Liao pulled Hu Guojun along. The two exited the holy capital, arriving at the nearby Xingxian mountain, where strange rocks jutted out, ancient trees towered, mist shrouded the area, and birds flitted about, a winding stone path leading to the summit. This mountain is truly a paradise on earth. Hu Guojun marveled that I did not bring brother Hu here merely to enjoy the scenery. I wish to show you my token of gratitude, Liao said with a mysterious smile. Speaking softly, the two walked along the stone path into the mountain, and after a while, they arrived before an ancient yet elegant structure. Brother Hu, this is my home, Liao grinned. This building, with its greenery and antique charm, must have cost quite a fortune, Hu Guojun nodded. You flatter me, brother Hu, Li Ao replied with cupped fist. Liao led Hu Guojun to a room, forcefully unlocking the door, revealing 4 sturdy wooden doors. He pushed open one of them, and a blinding light burst forth, causing both to quickly shield their eyes. The spirit stones in this room all belong to you, young Master Hu, Li Ao said with a raised eyebrow. Smiling, Hu Guojun swallowed hard, gazing at the mountain of spirit stones before him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All of these are for me. Indeed, Li Ao nodded. Hu Guojun stepped into the room, not even managing to fit all the spirit stones into his cloud bracelet, stuffing his pockets with quite a few, totaling 23,746 pieces. Young Master Li, is the Seven Stars Trading Company really that wealthy? Hu Guojun asked in astonishment. Generally speaking, my father, Li Qingyun, operates the Seven Stars Trading Company, one of the 2 largest trading companies in the central domain. My sister, Li Chuxingnan, is one of the 6 experts of Luyi sect and is now the branch leader in the Holy Capital. After my mother left my father, she established the Yulian Trading Company, which is another major trading company in the central domain, Li Ao explained, scratching his head. Your mother, is she Chu Lianqing? Hu Guojun asked in surprise. Yes, my mother and father were not on good terms and divorced 4 years ago. Afterward, my mother established the Yulian Trading Company to rival the Seven Stars Trading Company. However, she regularly provides me with spirit stones for my cultivation. Li Ao said, frowning. Chu Lianqing is a renowned leader of the Yulian Trading Company, possessing strength in the 3rd layer of the Transcendence realm. Now, this is the true rich 2nd generation, Hu Guojun thought to himself. Originally, Hu Guojun intended to take this opportunity to exploit Li Ao, but he had not expected Li Ao's background to be so formidable. In fact, I have an older brother named Li Cha. Li Ao scratched his head. Let us talk about your brother. At this moment, Hu Guojun became intrigued that my brother, Li Cha, was the foremost genius of the Li family at that time. However, he was rather rebellious from a young age, frequently clashing with our father. Later, while accompanying my father to Tiancheng for supplies, he encountered an old man in a black robe who recognized his extraordinary talent and sought to take him as a disciple. Initially, my father refused, but my brother secretly sought out the old man and subsequently vanished for many years. Last year, during the new year, my brother sent back a letter, revealing that he had become the leader of the Wraith Caves branch in Julong City. Li Ao remarked, Your family truly is remarkable. Hu Guojun expressed his astonishment. With 5 members, 4 of whom have transcended realms, their influence reaches 2 major trading guilds and 2 powerful sects across the entire Holy Capital and even the central domain. Such familial circumstances are indeed rare. In truth, despite my current affluent lifestyle, I find no joy in it, Li Ao said somberly. Pray share your thoughts, Hu Guojun urged as he took a seat beside Li Ao. My family has been utterly fractured. My parents are divorced. Though my father loves me, he is obstinate and meddles in my personal affairs. He is well aware of my affection for me, yet insists I marry Qing Xiaoming. My mother, having been at odds with my father, has not seen me for many years. She periodically sends someone to deliver some spiritual stones and wealth, and occasionally writes me letters. Liao lowered his head and responded. The poor have their sorrows, and the rich bear their grievances. How many truly happy souls exist in this world? Hu Guojun, moved by the sentiment, murmured, The reason my sister came to the Holy Capital was that she felt I was lonely and wished to accompany me. Thus, she insisted on becoming the branch leader here. In truth, the Willow Leaf sect did not intend to establish a branch in the Holy Capital, but they could not dissuade my sister. Lu Sanjian did not provide her with sufficient funds. Yet unexpectedly, Brother Hu, you generously came to her aid in her time of need. Liao chuckled bitterly. Had I known that Li Gongzi had amassed such wealth, I would not have sought to show off. Looking at the mountain of spiritual stones behind him, Hu Guojun smiled wryly. Now that my sister has arrived, my brother is nowhere to be found. Alas, Liao sighed deeply. The Wraith Cave and the Willow Leaf sect are archenemies. Your brother will naturally not return. Hu Guojun patted Liao's shoulder and declared, If I marry Gui, I shall retreat into seclusion within the sacred Xian mountain and strive to reach the transcendent realm. Liao replied with determination, Given your parents' and siblings' talents, it will not be difficult for you to attain the transcendent realm. Hu Guojun smiled. I must return to my residence to attend to some family matters and cannot linger. I hope you will forgive me, Li Gongzi. He clasped his fists respectfully. Then we shall meet at the wedding. Li Ao responded. Mirroring the gesture, Hu Guojun then turned and departed with a significant amount of spiritual stones. On his way back to the residence, Hu Guojun pondered, this is what it means to be a true second-generation rich. Chapter 37. The initial signs of crisis in the spirit realm, within the main hall of the demon spirit sect. Multiple corpses were pierced by iron chains, crimson blood slowly trickling down the chain's length, a massive gray-black wolf pelt draped over a throne made of bovine bones, behind which hung a deep indigo ghostly banner. In the center of the hall, faint flames flickered, the dim light failing to suppress the chilling malevolence that permeated the atmosphere. Several men clad in black light armor, wearing ghostly masks, were wielding knives against a towering, bare-chested man with brown skin, sparks flying as the blades met flesh, indicating this man had reached an extraordinary level of martial prowess. Suddenly, the towering man held his breath and exhaled forcefully, his eyes slightly closed. A surge of black energy erupting and sending the surrounding black-clad men flying. Disciples paid their respects to Lord Yin. A man in a black robe knelt outside the hall, speaking in a deep voice. What is it? The towering man extended his arm, the black dragon tattoo on his bicep, sending chills down spines. That why father and grandfather have both been murdered. I seek revenge at home. The black-robed man gritted his teeth. Stand up, the towering man commanded. He approached the throne, donned a black robe, and sat down to, there's someone in the holy capital capable of killing transcendent realm experts. He inquired that I received a letter from a childhood friend, who not only killed my grandfather and father, but also my two uncles, that I will feast upon his flesh and wear his skin. The black-robed man seethed. Guangrong, our sect is in need of manpower. You need not go in person, that I shall notify the Dark Evil Division in the Central Domain, and the Wraith Cave will assist you in eliminating this individual. The towering man replied solemnly. Thank you, Lord Yin. The black-robed man bowed respectfully. This black-robed man was Yu Guangrong, the foremost genius of the Yu family, while the towering man was Guerki, the lord of the demon spirit sect. However, the true identity of the sect leader remained a mystery. Even to the followers of the demon spirit sect themselves. In the Central Domain, Jilong City, at the Wraith Cave branch, a disciple knelt and reported, Branch leader, the demon spirit sect has issued a command for us to go to the holy capital and eliminate a man named Hu Guojun. Oh, what kind of person could possibly alarm the demon spirit sect in the holy capital? A handsome man with flowing black hair and clad in a black ghostly robe frowned. Branch leader. We dare not neglect the orders of the demon spirit sect. Otherwise, the cave master will hold us accountable. A man with a goatee bowed. Very well, you shall set off immediately to go and slay him. And bring back his head. The handsome man commanded fiercely. Understood. The goateed man clasped his fists and, transforming into a shadow, sped towards the holy capital. This goateed man was Li Huan, the deputy leader of the Wraith Cave's Julong City branch. Though he appeared somewhat aged, he was only 24 years old and possessed peak transcendent realm cultivation. Transcendent realm experts could fly, and within less than an hour, Li Huan arrived at the holy capital. Walking through the streets, Li Huan seized a passerby and asked, Do you know a man named Hu Guojun in the city? Ah, young master Hu, of course I know him. He is the one who killed the transcendent realm master of the Yu family. Yu Shirong. And he is the most formidable young man in our city. The person exclaimed animatedly. Do you know where he resides? Li Huan inquired solemnly. Yes, just go straight ahead until you see an inn called the Shina Tower. Then turn west. The person gestured towards the west. All right, thank you, Li Huan replied, handing the person a handful of coins to Hu Guojun. Your head shall be mine, he thought, wrapping his cloak tighter as he headed towards the Yu residence. Chapter 38. Defeating the strong with the weak in the holy capital. At the Cheng residence, Cheng Zhaoheng laughed heartily. Grandfather, I have written to Yu Guangrong, informing him of the Yu family's situation. Hu Guojun can now brace himself for the vengeful wrath of the demon spirit sect. This time, even if Hu Guojun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he shall not escape alive. Cheng Duo stroked his beard and chuckled. The members of the Cheng family all wore expressions of malicious glee. Li Huan arrived at the entrance of the Yu residence, addressing the doorman. Call Hu Guojun out. I have matters to discuss with him. Who are you? A nameless brat. Young master who is not seeing anyone. The doorman, seeing Li Huan clad in black and resembling a beggar, prepared to dismiss him. I shall say this once more. Summon Hu Guojun. Li Huan's voice turned icy. You dare to shout? How arrogant. The doorman brandished a broom, attempting to chase him away. Li Huan swiftly grasped the doorman's forehead, and as wisps of white smoke began to emanate from it, the doorman disintegrated into ashes. A watchman should never be so arrogant, Li Huan remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the remnants of the doorman. May I ask who you are? Hearing the doorman scream, Hu Guojun emerged with Yu Yizhu. From the Wraith Cave, Li Huan, here to claim your life. Li Huan stated coldly. The Wraith Cave? I have not offended them. Why seek to kill me? Hu Guojun questioned, perplexed. The Wraith Cave requires no reason to kill. Li Huan growled menacingly. Wow, how bold of you. I like that. Hu Guojun replied with a wicked grin. You remain arrogant even at death's door. After saying this, Li Huan unleashed a surge of black energy. He soared into the air, and a nine-eyed wolf spider materialized behind him. Poisonous spirit manifestation. Let's see how I roast you. Hu Guojun smiled slightly and drew his dragon subduing staff. Husband, be cautious. This individual exudes a powerful aura, surely a transcendent realm expert. Yu Yizhu frowned. Yizhu, you should step back. This person can already fly, indicating he is a transcendent realm expert. That I end the heat of battle. I cannot protect you. Hu Guojun softly reassured her that a fierce glint flashed in Hu Guojun's eyes as golden energy surged forth. Come at me. Li Huan commanded. I am in the condensation realm. I cannot fly. Hu Guojun retorted with a smirk. What? This kid has truly killed transcendent realm experts. Li Huan's eyelids twitched, thinking to himself. Heavenly poison net. The wolf spider's spirit quivered, unleashing a large net from its mouth. A pungent odor wafting through the AI. It seems I must once again rely on the power of the golden crow, sacred pearl. But how to lure him in? Hu Guojun mused that he summoned his Xian iron sword soul and infused it with energy, sending it towards the spider web, only to be rebuffed that Li Huan smirked coldly and declared. Close! The massive spider web suddenly constricted, enveloping Hu Guojun and the Xian iron sword soul entirely. Hu Guojun activated his protective energy to fend off the poisonous assault, feigning defeat as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Hu Guojun fall, Li Huan descended from the air, laughing. That was easy. Li Huan drew a dagger, poised to sever Hu Guojun's head. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes wide, unleashing a burst of golden and white energy simultaneously. The immense shockwave, though insufficient to injure Li Huan, startled him nonetheless. The golden crow, sacred pearl, had appeared. Hu Guojun unleashed the three-edged Qi refinement array, ensnaring Li Huan. Li Huan prepared to summon the power of his primordial spirit. The golden crow's sacred pearl emitted a searing beam of golden light. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Use everything, Hu Guojun bellowed. The golden crow's sacred pearl released all the spiritual energy it had stored, and Li Huan's eyes were seared blind by the intense heat. Hu Guojun summoned the sword soul, which cleaved through the void, striking Li Huan in half with a single blow, as blood splattered. The soul-calling flagpole of Li Huan from the Nine-Dragon City branch of the soul-locking cavern suddenly shattered. What? The branch master, Li Cha, turned pale, rising to his feet, his face ashen. The breakage of the soul-calling flagpole indicated that the relevant personnel had perished. A fierce glint flickered in Li Cha's eyes as his teacup shattered in his grip, and he slowly exited the branch. Chapter 39. I heard you're half a step to transcendence. In the holy capital, at the Yu residence de son-in-law, you have killed people from the soul-locking cavern. We are in grave danger, Yu Huaichen said with a troubled expression. What? Can the soul-locking cavern stir up much trouble? Hu Guojun retorted disdainfully to Hu Guojun's memory. Fragments of information regarding the soul-locking cavern were scarce. To the Heavenly Emperor, the demon spirit sect was but a mere insect, and the soul-locking cavern even less significant. It is said that the master of the soul-locking cavern, Ho Qianqi, has already reached the late stage of transcendence and is about to enter the realm of the pseudo-god in his presence. We are but trifles, Yu Huaichen shook his head. How much stronger can a peak transcendence be compared to me at the peak of the Qi condensation realm? Hu Guojun grinned mischievously to son-in-law. Do not jest. We cannot afford to provoke even a branch master of the soul-locking cavern. Do not entertain thoughts of challenging the master, Yu Huaichen said, somewhat agitated. Rest assured, even if Ho Chinchi were to arrive, I could pluck a few hairs from his head, Hu Guojun stated, taking a sip of tea. Husband, it is said that the Chung family wrote to Yu Guangrong. Yu Yizhu entered, adding, this letter cannot have been written by Hu Guochan, nor by Xing Yuhao. It must be from Chung Zhaoang. Since he wishes to see me dead, I shall ensure his demise first, Hu Guojun declared fiercely. What? You intend to target the Chung family? Yu Huaichen exclaimed in astonishment. This is a matter for you to worry about no more, Hu Guojun replied as he rose to leave the Chuixian Tower. Hu Guojun entered the establishment, and a waiter hurried to serve him. Summon the person in charge, Hu Guojun commanded coldly. The waiter hesitated, unwilling to provoke Hu Guojun, and promptly fetched the manager. The manager was none other than Shui Yi, Qing Zhaoying's mentor. What brings you here? Young master Hu, Shui Yi inquired, frowning. Your disciple has committed an error. What do you propose we do? Hu Guojun replied in a low voice. Shui Yi paused, quickly comprehending Hu Guojun's intent, and then sneered, young master who should prepare for the aftermath. Those targeted by the demon spirit sect do not live long. The demon spirit sect sent individuals from the soul-locking cavern to kill me. What a pity, Hu Guojun shook his head. What a pity for what? Shui Yi asked. That a pity that I cleaved him in two, leaving not even a whole corpse, Hu Guojun replied, clicking his tongue. Shui was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Can you guess why I have come to the Chuixian Tower? Hu Guojun asked coldly, as the Xiantai sword's soul manifested. Shui realized that Hu Guojun's purpose was to kill him as a warning to the Chung family. Trembling, he retrieved a pair of ancient bronze hammers from his cloud bracelet. Behind him, the giant crocodile's primordial spirit emerged, its body covered in dark green scales, impervious as a fortress, its massive jaws gaping, revealing barbed teeth and a foul stench. How foul! Your primordial spirit's breath is truly repugnant. Hu Guojun held his nose that not be reckless. Shui roared, soaring into the air. The hammer struck like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. Mere inches from Hu Guojun's head that Hu Guojun swung his staff. Sliding backward while leaping into the air, wielding the dragon-subduing staff, accompanied by golden chi. The staff's wind descended like a falling swan, and Shui Yi raised his hammers to block, with a resounding clang of metal colliding. Shui was forced back several steps. Where did you find such strength? Shui gasped in disbelief. That I may not possess such strength, but I can draw upon the power of chi refinement. Hu Guojun chuckled. Drawing upon chi refinement. Shui gasped, taking a sharp breath that infused the power of chi refinement into a weapon. There are two possibilities. The first is a breakthrough in inner power cultivation to the transcendence realm. The second is that the weapon must be of at least low-grade celestial quality. Shui looked at the black staff in Hu Guojun's hand, which seemed far from a refined item. Merely solid. Could it be that Hu Guojun had already entered the transcendence realm? Shui had no time to ponder further, as Hu Guojun's Xiantai sword soul surged forward in the form of illusory shadows. In an instant, every piece of furniture behind Shui shattered, an immeasurable loss, while the onlookers remained unscathed. Shui, unable to feel his losses, activated the power of his primordial spirit as the giant crocodile lunged, intending to swallow Hu Guojun whole. Ah, I thought you were formidable. Shui laughed heartily. Inside the giant crocodile's primordial spirit, Hu Guojun found himself, as Shui began to digest his physical form, the gastric acid flowing. Chi refinement bomb, Hu Guojun shouted. Though this technique was actually the renowned skill of the fire god, the heavenly fire meteor, with Hu Guojun merely substituting divine power with chi refinement, essentially mimicking its form. Due to his low cultivation level, Hu Guojun had to simplify the casting process. Streams of chi burst forth, which he gathered into a sphere. The gastric acid and the chi sphere erupted, the immense force propelling Hu Guojun out of the giant crocodile's body. Hu Guojun escaped the crocodile's jaws, tumbling to the ground, but his injuries were not severe. The giant crocodile's primordial spirit, however, was not so fortunate. It was obliterated. The backlash from the shattering of his primordial spirit caused Shui to spew blood. Collapsing to one knee, clutching his chest, seizing the opportunity, Hu Guojun struck with his staff and Shui, unable to evade, was sent flying, his ribs fractured. How could your offensive rhythm be so fluid? Shui exclaimed in astonishment. In a battle where strengths were equal or the weaker prevailed, the pace of the offense must be swift. Hesitance grants the opponent an opening, does it not? Hu Guojun replied in a low tone, planting his foot firmly on Xue Yi's chest. Under the pressure, another spurt of blood erupted from Xue Yi's throat. Did I hear you are already half a step to transcendence? Hu Guojun's gaze hardened with malice. One should know better than to ask. Xue closed his eyes. Xue feared not death, but he did not wish to die in utter humiliation. The heavenly emperor, who defeated the demon tribe and intimidated the 4 great sacred kings and the 6 divine beings, surely did not rely solely on righteousness. Hu Guojun drew a dagger, a flash of white light slicing through the air, severing Xue Yi's Achilles tendon, blood gushing forth. Xue Yi writhed in agony, pleading, "Kill me." Hu Guojun ignored him, striking twice more, severing his hand tendons, blood splattering. Inform Cheng Duo to come collect the corpse. Hu Guojun instructed the waiter in a low voice. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. The choice between compliance and defiance is yours to make. Hu Guojun cast down these words as he departed the Chuexian Tower. The onlookers were left in a state of dread, cold sweat beading on their brows. Chapter 40. The center of attention in the holy capital, at the Cheng residence. What? Xue was killed by Hu Guojun. Cheng Duo rose in alarm, his voice raised. Father, I just visited Chuexian Tower. By the time I arrived, Xue Yi's tendons had all been severed, and he had bled out. Cheng Dai shook his head. Could it be that Zhao Hing's letter to Yu Guangrong has been exposed? Cheng Dali frowned. Master. It is said that the assassins dispatched by the soul-locking cavern were cleaved in 2 by Hu Guojun. A panicked servant rushed in to report. Heavens, what manner of demon is this Hu Guojun? Cheng Duo's face turned pale as he sank heavily into his armchair. Zhaoheng, do not venture outside for the time being. Cheng Dai warned, his tone grave. The entire Cheng family was engulfed in anxiety. In the spirit realm, at the main hall of the Vermilion Bird sect, that a striking young woman knelt before a grand phoenix bed, separated by red gauze. Speak. What has transpired? A sultry voice emanated from within the gauze. Report to the sect master. The maidservant has heard that a deputy master from the soul-locking cavern was dispatched to the holy capital to assassinate a man named Hu Guojun, but he was killed in turn. The young woman reported respectfully to, I have heard that recently the Willow Leaf sect has also entered the holy capital. I wonder if this is related to the actions of the soul-locking cavern? The enchanting voice continued. This maidservant does not know. The young woman replied contritely. Hong Yang, you shall venture to the holy capital and investigate this matter thoroughly for me. The red silk parted, revealing a breathtaking beauty clad in a scarlet gown. Her eyes shimmering with allure, her brows delicate as willow tips. This maidservant obeys. The young woman clasped her fists in respect. With that, she swiftly rose, vanishing like a pink streak of light that in the spirit realm. At the headquarters of the Dark Evil Division, that a somber blue structure nestled beneath a high mountain, perpetually shrouded in darkness, that in the damp, dim environment, centipedes scurried through the withered branches and fallen leaves. A tall man dressed in a blue brocade robe, adorned with tiger-pattern light armor and a treasured sword at his waist, entered the blue building. Greetings, evil king. The man knelt on one knee at a silver-haired man clad in a black robe. His gaze, sharp and fierce, was polishing a silver long sword. A corpse lay on the ground, still emanating residual warmth. What is it? The silver-haired man inquired coldly. The deputy master of the soul-locking cavern's 9 Dragon City branch has been slain in the holy capital. The tall man replied in a hushed tone that, oh, how intriguing that I have heard whispers of this. You should visit the holy capital and investigate what exactly transpired there, the silver-haired man commanded. The silver-haired man sheathed his long blade with a sinister smile. Yunfu, receive your orders, boomed the tall man. With that, he rose, and behind him materialized a black-purple bat spirit, its wings spanning several meters and its fangs glistening with blood, that he leapt into the air, landing upon the bat's back, and vanished into the horizon. Outside the holy capital, Li Cha, clad in black, rode a magnificent white steed into the city, taking residence in the Shina Tower. Standing before the window, he gazed at the still under-construction Luya Gate branch and murmured, Sister, it has been a long time. The guest room door swung open, and Li Ao appeared. Brother, he said that it has indeed been a while, Li Cha replied, a hint of warmth flickering in his icy gaze. Li Ao gently closed the door and smiled. Brother, has it been a few years? Li Cha nodded slightly, loosening his long black cloak from his shoulders. The two brothers stood at the window, their gazes locking. Silence enveloping them. "That I heard that Hu Guojun is your friend?" Li Cha inquired. "Yes, it was thanks to him that I could marry Gui Yi," Li Ao affirmed with a nod. "Is it the Hu Gui Yi from the Hu family?" Li Cha placed a hand on Li Ao's shoulder. "Yes," Li Ao grinned. "Find a moment for me to meet my sister-in-law." Li Cha revealed a rare smile. "Certainly," Li Ao readily agreed. "However, I must kill Hu Guojun." The smile vanished from Li Cha's face as he spoke coldly. "Why?" Li Ao questioned in astonishment. "Because he killed my deputy and has offended someone he will never be able to confront in his lifetime." Li Cha furrowed his brow. "Who?" Li Ao asked. "The demon spirit sect." Li Cha replied solemnly. Li Ao's mouth fell agape in shock, leaving him speechless for a while. Chapter 41. Surrounded by powerhouses, brother, you truly intend to kill him? Li Ao asked, his brow furrowed. "That if I do not kill him, do you think he will live?" Li Cha replied darkly. "Is there someone else who wishes to kill him?" Li Ao inquired, puzzled that in the entire spirit realm, the demon spirit sect commands the respect of even the most powerful forces, such as the Soul Abyss and the Dark Evil Division, let alone the smaller sects, Li Cha said with a bitter smile. Seeing that Li Cha's resolve was firm, Li Ao chose not to speak further. After the two brothers shared drinks and reminisced, night fell, enveloping everything in silence. That Ao excused himself and hurriedly made his way to the U residence, knocking on the door with urgency, pushing past the obstructing steward as he entered. "Young Master Yu, what brings you here?" Xing Yulu stepped out from the courtyard. "Miss Yulu, where is your husband?" "I have urgent news to share," Li Ao said anxiously. "I will fetch him immediately. Please wait a moment," Xing Yulu replied before turning to leave. Before long, a flustered Hu Guojun, dressed only in his upper garments and covered in sweat, rushed towards Li Ao. "Young Master Hu, what were you doing?" Li Ao frowned. "That's none of your concern. What brings you here?" Hu Guojun replied awkwardly. "Young Master Hu, my brother has been ordered by the Soul Abyss to kill you," Li Ao said urgently. "What, do you expect me to show mercy to your brother?" Hu Guojun laughed. Liao, upon hearing this, covered his forehead with his hand, exclaiming, "You are certainly no match for my brother." "Young Master Hu, do not jest." "Oh, is your brother that formidable?" Hu Guojun asked with a raised eyebrow. "More than just formidable. It is likely that no one in the entire holy capital can rival him." Li Ao gestured emphatically. "Ditto. Is he truly that powerful?" Hu Guojun inquired, intrigued. "Is there any doubt?" Li Ao began to feel anxious. Unbeknownst to them, atop the U residence, a woman in red was observing their every move. Concealed within the room opposite, a man lurked, watching the U estate with keen interest. At this moment, atop the Shina Tower, Li Chushingnan, with a sword hanging at her waist, was also keeping a watchful eye on the U residence. In a guest room of the Shina Tower, a pair of icy eyes gazed out at the U estate. "Brother, you remain as loyal as ever." These four individuals were masters from the four great powers: Zhuke Gate, Dark Evil Division, Liuye Gate, and Soul Abyss. Just as Li Ao departed, two shadows darted towards him from the rooftop. Li Chushingnan leapt gracefully, resembling a fleeting shadow, and appeared before a woman who was about to intercept Li Ao. "Halt!" Li Chushingnan spoke solemnly. "Is that you, Li Chushingnan of Liuye Gate?" The woman inquired. "Indeed it is." "May I ask for your name?" Li Chushingnan replied coldly. "Zhuke Gate, Hanyang," the woman said, cupping her fist in salute. "That I have long admired your reputation." Li Chushingnan returned the gesture. "That he is my brother. I hope you do not harbor any ill intentions towards him." Li Chushingnan assessed the woman before her. As they spoke, a ghostly figure was already pursuing Li Ao. Just as the pursuer was about to close in on Li Ao, another shadow caught their attention. "Halt!" Li Cha's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke. "Who are you?" The man halted. Li Cha, the lord of the Julong City branch of the Soul Abyss. Li Cha declared darkly, "That I am Zhang Yunfu of the Dark Evil Division." The man returned the salute. "That is my brother. I kindly ask you to cease your pursuit," Li Cha said in a low voice. Both Zhuke Gate and Liuye Gate were divine sects with a relatively harmonious relationship, and after Li Chushingnan's persuasion, Hanyang decided not to pursue Li Ao any further. Likewise, the Dark Evil Division and Soul Abyss were both formidable demonic sects with a mutual alliance. So Zhang Yunfu naturally would not disregard Li Cha's request. The city of the holy capital had not witnessed the simultaneous appearance of the four great sects for a long time, all due to the upheaval caused by Hu Guojun. Zhu Yulu, we are being watched. From today onward, no one in the Yu residence is to venture outside. Hu Guojun surveyed the rooftops and spoke gravely. Li Ao had just reached the foot of the Shengxian mountain when he was intercepted by Li Chushingnan. Brother, what were you seeking out Hu Guojun for? Li Chushingnan inquired, placing a hand on Li Ao's shoulder. Li Ao had a mix of love and fear for his sister and could only recount everything that had transpired. Chapter 42, Narrow Escape at Shengxian Mountain. Li Ao's residence that Li Cha intends to kill him. Li Chushingnan asked. Absolutely. Li Ao nodded that I will report this to the sect master. Since the Soul Abyss is taking action, Liuya Gate cannot remain idle, Li Chushingnan declared, drawing her sword and soaring into the air. By noon the following day, Li Chushingnan returned to Li Ao's residence, urging him to accompany her into the city. What purpose does this serve? Li Ao asked. You will stay at the Yu residence. This way, Li Cha will have some reservations, Li Chushingnan explained before leaping away. Disappearing without a trace, that Li Ao scratched his head, resigned to head to the Yu residence at that moment. Hu Guojun was meditating in the courtyard. And everything in the Yu residence remained as usual, save for the tightly locked doors. Brother Hu, open the door. It's Li Ao. He knocked. Let him in, Hu Guojun commanded. Li Ao entered, grabbing a cup of tea from the stone table and scalding himself in the process. Young master, why do you appear so disheveled? Hu Guojun frowned. My brother seeks to kill you, and my sister sent me to protect you. Li Ao gasped for breath. Within the Shina Tower, Li Cha's frost-like eyes had not left the Yu residence for a moment. Dark energy swirling rapidly within him. The eyes of Zhuke Gate and Dark Evil Division were also watching the Yu estate from a distance as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, casting rays of orange-yellow light. A sense of impending doom seemed to envelop the entire Yu residence, causing everyone within to be on edge. At midnight, the Yu residence fell silent, with 4 orange-yellow lanterns casting a warm glow. A powerful aura gradually permeated the estate, the massive shadow of a scorpion obscuring the lantern's light. Li Cha appeared like a specter in the courtyard of the Yu residence, a cold gleam radiating from his long blade under the moonlight. Have you come? Hu Guojun emerged from the darkness, his voice low. I am Li Cha of the Soul Abyss, here to claim a life. Li Cha replied coldly that a palpable hostility surged forth that I in the shadows. Li Ao anxiously watched the standoff between the two, and with a flick of his wrist, Li Cha unleashed a powerful blade aura, and beneath the moonlight, it seemed as if a shooting star had fallen. Hu Guojun drew his staff with a sudden burst, the staff and blade clashing with a muffled thud, causing Hu Guojun's palms to bleed. A torrent of dark energy surged forth, enveloping Li Cha's long blade. Within 3 moves, I shall take your head, Li Cha declared coldly. With a deft twist of his blade, a dark red wind blade surged through the air, the force strong enough to shatter the tiles atop the Yu residence. The aura of a 4th-level transcendence was far superior to that of others, such as Yu Shurong, at the 3rd level. As a strong demonic sect, the Soul Abyss excelled in martial prowess, often maintaining an advantage over equally ranked opponents. How much more so against someone at the pinnacle of the condensing element realm? Hu Guojun executed the shadow step, evading the deadly wind blade and appearing behind Li Cha, ready to strike with his staff. Black Gold Scorpion. Li Cha roared, summoning a massive black gold scorpion, its lethal tail sweeping towards Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun raised his staff to block, but was sent flying by the sweep, and in an instant, Li Cha had vanished in a thin air. Soul-reaping slash. Li Cha's blade flickered, and a colossal white blade shadow descended with a howl. Did I it over? Hu Guojun uttered in despair. Just then, a purple sword beam descended with a thunderous roar, intercepting Li Cha's lethal strike mid-air. This person, Liuya Gate has protected. Li Chushingnan appeared in the sky. Enemies of the magic spirit sect, such as the Liuya Gate, were indeed allies to the divine sections. Your say holds no weight. Richard spoke in a low tone. Behind him, the colossal scorpion brandished its black and gold pincers, charging forward with the might to rend the very fabric of space. A cerulean scorpion, its body elongated, swung its dual pincers to directly block the powerful strike of the black-gold giant scorpion. Boom! The immense force of the primordial spirit collided, shattering all the windows of the manor. "Xingnan, I have no intention of harming you. Do not make things difficult for me," Richard exclaimed with fury. "Elder brother, do not blame Xingnan for her ruthlessness," Li Chuxingnan replied as she drew her treasured sword. Her voice somber. "Sister, elder brother, please do not fight," Li Ao interjected, rushing from the side. "Scram. When adults are battling, what concern is it of a child?" They both shouted in unison. Liao pouted in grievance, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 43. Chaos and Battle. Li Chuxingnan's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished into the void. With a flick of her azure sword, a multitude of energy swords materialized in midair, descending like flying swans, illuminating the entire manor as brightly as day. That a dark red blade of light, several dozen meters long, whistled towards them, creating ripples of energy wherever it passed. Primordial spirit battle form. Both combatants merged with their primordial spirits, two elongated scorpion tails extending from their backs, curving like scimitars and quivering ominously in the wind, glinting with a chilling radiance. Their blades clashed, tails intertwining, as immense primordial power coursed through the manor. The battle of the transcendent realm had transcended the ground itself. "Hu Guojun, prepare to meet your doom." A furious roar echoed that a shadow appeared before Hu Guojun, delivering a swift strike that Hu Guojun, startled, fell backward, while Xing Yulu and Yu Izhu drew their weapons. Ready to retaliate, that a wave of dark malevolence surged forth, ensnaring the two women's bodies. "What?" they exclaimed in shock. Amidst the swirling black mist, a man emerged. "Zhang Yunfu of the Dark Evil Division, that I have heard of you." "Young Master Hu, what do you intend to do?" Hu Guojun inquired. "By the order of the Demon Spirit Sect, I am here to eliminate you," Zhang Yunfu replied with a sinister smile. Zhang Yunfu's expression darkened as his blade was drawn, a flash of white light illuminating the air. The blade aimed directly at Hu Guojun's throat. Hu Guojun hastily dodged, drawing his dragon-slaying staff to AT. That moment, a crimson light shot into the sky, and an enchanting woman appeared before everyone. "The Dark Evil Division is killing. Should you not consult me, the Zhuke sect, first?" the captivating woman remarked with a smile. Zhang Yunfu snorted coldly, shaking his blade, a blinding white light erupting from its sheath, accompanied by a surge of gray-blue energy that rushed forward. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow and leaped into the air, drawing a slender red sword as crimson energy erupted forth, dozens of fiery energy swords appearing behind her, the red flame slicing through the air with a searing heat. "Leave!" the enchanting woman commanded in a low voice. The fiery energy swords descended, and a massive bat unfurled its wings, appearing before Zhang Yunfu and absorbing all the energy swords. "Who dares to intrude?" Zhang Yunfu bellowed in anger. "Zhuke sect, Red Yang," the woman replied coldly. Yu Huaichen observed the four engaged in their fierce battle, murmuring, "I never expected to witness the chaos between the Zhuke sect, Luyi sect, Soul Cave, and Dark Evil Division in my lifetime." It turned out that Luyi sect had already issued orders to protect Hu Guojun, by the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Zhuke sect had also been tasked to safeguard Hu Guojun, while the Dark Evil Division naturally aimed to assist the Soul Cave in eliminating him. In the spirit realm, atop the Wanjian Mountain, the Xiantian sect stood. Wanjian Mountain, with its towering peaks, concealed the sky and sun, shrouded in mist that resembled the garments of a celestial maiden, ethereal and light. Ancient trees, centuries old, persevered through the crevices of the rocks, and white cranes flitted through the valleys. Atop the mountain, a divine and ethereal structure stood, inscribed with the three grand characters Xiantian sect, the holy capital already so lively. An elder with an air of celestial grace inquired softly. "It is said that this individual, with only the cultivation of the condensing Yuan realm, has slain two transcendent realm powerhouses, and is also a dual-born energy cultivator. There are rumors that he possesses a golden orb capable of taking lives." A beautifully clad woman in green remarked, "I am quite curious about this person." The elder nodded. "This person has angered the demon spirit sect. Should we act recklessly?" The woman frowned. "This matter cannot be handled directly by the Xiantian sect. Let Luyi sect and the Zhuke sect's leaders investigate in the holy capital to avoid any missteps," the elder stated. "Should this be entrusted to Lu Sanjian or Yun Qingyi?" the woman inquired softly. Lu Sanjian is currently in seclusion. You must immediately send a soul message to notify Yun Qingyi that this person must remain alive, the elder commanded. Understood. The woman replied with a BOW'd at the Zhuke sect's headquarters. The Xintian sect has ordered our Zhuke sect to do our utmost to protect the Hu family's youth in the holy capital. There must be no mistakes, a woman knelt and reported. The Xintian sect has even sent me personally. Who is this Hu family youth, truly? A woman in red mused, her finely arched brows furrowing slightly. That I do not know, the messenger replied, lowering her head. The woman in red stepped gracefully towards the door and, unbeknownst to her, vanished without a trace. Chapter 44. The leader of Zhuke sect, the four, had battled through the night, while Hu Guojun and the others had observed all night long. That aren't they tired? Yu Huaichen pondered. Why not ask them? Hu Guojun shrugged. Forget it. I still wish to live a few more years. Yu Huaichen waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, all four had blood at the corners of their mouths. Unable to determine a victor in such a short time due to their closely matched strengths. Those who do not wish to die, leave quickly. A voice suddenly resonated from the sky, a sound seemingly capable of piercing through the void. This soul sound's penetrating power suggests that the newcomer may not come with good intentions, Zhang Yunfu noted. Retreat swiftly, Richard frowned. With that, Richard and Zhang Yunfu transformed into black mist and departed rapidly. Li Ao sat on the ground, utterly exhausted, and grumbled, Young master Hu, you should thank the one above. Suddenly, Hong Yang knelt on one knee, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the sect master. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. The leader of the Zhuke sect, one of the four great sects of the central region, had actually come to the holy capital. The sky was painted a crimson hue as a red cloud descended. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze that a celestial-like woman approached gracefully, her steps light. The Li Chushingnan of Luyi sect pays respects to sect master Yun. She bowed to no need for formalities. Yun Qingyi replied softly. Who is Hu Guojun? Yun Qingyi scanned the crowd. That I am. Hu Guojun swallowed hard, his heart racing at the sight of the beautiful woman before him. She is truly stunning. I wish to marry her, he thought to himself. Yun Qingyi cast a glance at Hu Guojun, but did not speak. That I have guaranteed his safety. What should we do next? The Xintian sect has not provided any further instructions. Yun Qingyi mused inwardly. Hong Yang, Li Gu, you may leave first. I need to discuss something with young master Hu, Yun Qingyi said coldly. The two did not dare disobey, and quickly exited. Hu Guojun led Yun Qingyi into the inner courtyard, pulling over a grand chair for her to sit, but the overwhelming aura emanating from her made it difficult for him to breathe. This sensation was akin to that of a mortal standing before a deity. Yun Qingyi's water-like gaze was icy, causing Hu Guojun to feel a sense of unease. Young master Hu, tell me how you offended the demon spirit sect. Yun Qingyi inquired coldly. That I killed the head of the Yu family. Yu Shurong, his grandson, Yu Guangrong, seeks revenge against me, and the demon spirit sect has instigated the soul cave to take action against me. Hu Guojun explained. That why Yu Guangrong? No wonder. Yun Qingyi nodded thoughtfully. What? Who is this Yu Guangrong? Hu Guojun asked. He practices energy cultivation, utilizing a smoke-like black energy that is most suitable for cultivating the demonic path. That he was discovered by the demon spirit sect's undercover agents in his youth, and ultimately became a disciple of the King of Hell. He has now become the left protector of the demon spirit sect. Yun Qingyi elucidated that Hu Guojun activated his energy, golden energy surging forth. Faced with a powerhouse of Yun Qingyi's caliber, he felt no need to hold back. What? Golden energy? Yun Qingyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sect Master Qingyi is amused. Hu Guojun smiled gently. Young master who certainly possesses remarkable qualities. It is no wonder the Xintian sect has ordered me to protect you. A hint of a smile graced Yun Qingyi's lips. That I also sense that you are likely unwell, Hu Guojun said with a mysterious smile. Yun Qingyi's brow furrowed sharply as she looked at Hu Guojun. Could he possibly see through me? She thought anxiously. You have been at the 9th level of the transcendent realm for quite some time now. Haven to you, Hu Guojun whispered in her ear. What does this young man intend to do? Yun Qingyi pondered inwardly. That if you trust me, Sect Master Qingyi, we may speak privately, Hu Guojun suggested softly. Chapter 45. Seeking support. Very well. Yun Qingyi nodded slightly. She rose and walked towards the inner chamber, with Hu Guojun closely following. As they entered the room, a wall of red energy surged upward, isolating them from the outside world. How did you know I was unwell? Yun Qingyi furrowed her brow. Remove your lip balm. I shall take a look, Hu Guojun replied playfully. Yun Qingyi's delicate brows knitted tightly as she whispered, What do you intend to do? What does this young man have in mind? She thought that Hu Guojun produced a handkerchief, stating softly, It's clean. Please wipe off your lip balm for me to see. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Qingyi accepted the handkerchief and wiped away the lip balm. Her beautiful lips turning pale instantly. The pain of backlash feels like 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart. You have endured quite a lot over the years. Haven to you, Hu Guojun said mysteriously. What? How did you know I suffer from heart-wrenching pain? Yun Qingyi exclaimed in astonishment. You are at most 28 or 29 years old, yet you have already reached the late stage of the transcendent realm. This is not merely due to your own power. Hu Guojun raised his voice sharply, stating, I am already 32 years old. Yun Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Hu Guojun, exclaiming, it is simply that the Lord of Qingyi seems far too youthful. Hu Guojun scratched his head and replied, However, your assertion that I have relied on external forces to enhance my cultivation is indeed not unfounded. Yun Qingyi spoke softly, though your lips are pale. It is not due to the encroachment of coldness. You have cultivated with an object rich in powerful elemental forces, Hu Guojun declared loudly. Yun Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, pondering, This person is truly extraordinary. After careful consideration, Yun Qingyi produced a necklace adorned with a red fire phoenix, radiating a crimson holy light that Hu Guojun's eyes brightened. Isn't this the Xiangtian fire phoenix? Yun Qingyi, taken aback, frowned and remarked, Xiangtian fire phoenix? It was an ornament carried by the great deity of the fire department, lost to the mortal realm during the war of gods and demons, and it has found its way into her possession. This object is not of the mundane world, that Hu Guojun said mysteriously. Please continue. Yun Qingyi, now intrigued, listened attentively. This object is an artifact of the fire department deity, that by utilizing it for cultivation, you can rapidly enhance your inner strength. And moreover, you are inherently gifted, which would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Hu Guojun smiled. How amusing. Yun Qingyi chuckled, covering her face to Hu Guojun retrieved a spirit stone from Yun Zhua, infusing it with golden qi. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes metal, he explained. The 5 elements. Yun Qingyi frowned, thinking, this fellow must be a grand deceiver. Behold, Hu Guojun said, as the spirit stone in his hand emitted a blue glow. From now on, drawing upon the power of the water spirit stone will not result in backlash, he said with a mysterious smile. Water spirit stone? Yun Qingyi inquired, By infusing your qi into the spirit stone. It may emit 5 different lights, Hu Guojun clarified. Many individuals in the spirit realm draw from spirit stones, but very few infuse them with qi. Here, give it a try, Hu Guojun urged, handing the blue glowing stone to Yun Qingyi. Hesitantly, she absorbed the spirit stone, her expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. For so many years, this is the first time I have not endured the searing pain of the flames, Yun Qingyi remarked. Rising, she addressed Hu Guojun. You are indeed a prodigy. Hu Guojun replied with a grin. Thank you for your appreciation, Lord of Qingyi. I advise you to refrain from using that necklace in the future. Hu Guojun's tone suddenly turned somber. Why? Yun Qingyi asked. Otherwise, you will perish, he stated gravely. What? Yun Qingyi furrowed her brow. Although this object accelerates the cultivation of your inner strength, it also scorches your body, Hu Guojun whispered. Is that truly the case? Yun Qingyi questioned. Have you not been aware of your physical condition all these years? Hu Guojun frowned. Did I ask there any way to reverse this? Yun Qingyi inquired. That I will inform you later. But you must agree to one condition, Hu Guojun said, waving a finger. Chapter 46. Enlightenment. Hu Guojun picked up an apple from the table, slicing it in half, revealing a star-shaped core. Yun Qingyi raised an eyebrow, softly asking, What do you mean, young Master Hu? The reason why most beings lead mundane lives is that many people adhere strictly to the rules, while countless individuals draw upon the power of spirit stones. Few give back to them. Spirit stones are gifts from the Creator. A one-sided demand without reciprocation is a significant reason many fall victim to backlash and ultimately perish, just as many overlook the star within the apple. Hu Guojun explained quietly. Yunqing gazed incredulously at the young man before her, softly stating, "So, enhancing inner strength through external forces, while seemingly efficient, actually contravenes the natural development of things and consumes my lifespan?" Hu Guojun nodded slightly, remaining silent. "That I asked there's still a chance for reversal in my current condition?" Yunqing pressed. "Yes, from now on, do not use that necklace. You have already been severely eroded by intense fire energy. And you require ample spirit stones rich in water elemental power for nourishment. That I have already demonstrated how to find water spirit stones, that AS for medicinal treatments. They will no longer be effective for someone of your cultivation level," Hu Guojun explained. "However, that method is ultimately too slow," Yunqing lamented. "Whether in the surging blue sea, the babbling streams of the mountains, or near the hidden springs underground, water spirit stones can be found. This requires you to search for them yourself," Hu Guojun said, turning away. "Such a search for spirit stones will consume vast amounts of manpower and resources, which is detrimental to the development of my Zhuke sect." Yunqing frowned out. "Of course, you need not pursue this route. The simplest method is to eliminate your inner demons," Hu Guojun stated somberly. The term inner demon struck Yunqing like a hammer to the chest. Her relentless pursuit of absolute power had rendered her irrational, transforming her into her current state. Beneath her striking exterior lay a shell of anguish. The pain of backlash felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart. Searing flames burning within. The pursuit of power had led many adept practitioners astray from ancient times to the present, and eventually, she too would become one of them. That Hu Guojun's words enlightened Yunqing. She shuddered, tears streaming down her face. For over a decade, she had suffered the gnawing pain of her heart while pursuing absolute power. And as her inner strength surged, her lifespan dwindled. The moment she broke through to the pseudo-divine realm might be the moment of her demise. Hu Guojun had saved her life. "Thank you, young Master Hu, for your guidance." Yunqing bowed deeply. "From now on, you shall be a distinguished guest of my Zhuke sect." She expressed her gratitude. "That I only require your assistance in one matter." Hu Guojun replied with a slight smile. "Please, speak freely." Yunqing urged. "That I need you to help me eliminate someone," Hu Guojun whispered. "Who?" Yunqing inquired. "Cheng Duo." Hu Guojun's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. "Why?" Yunqing asked. Puzzled. "The Cheng family has sent a letter to the demon spirit sect, instructing you Guangrong to kill me. Does Cheng Yingong not deserve to die?" Hu Guojun spoke in a grave tone. Yunqing regarded Hu Guojun, realizing that he possessed an aura beyond that of a mere 20-year-old, making even her, a ninth-layer expert, feel apprehensive. "That I will assist with this task." Yunqing nodded. Since the Cheng family had colluded with the demon spirit sect, she had ample justification to act, for the sacred sect should not commit indiscriminate slaughter. "By noon tomorrow, I wish to see Cheng Duo's head roll," Hu Guojun said with a wicked smile. "Very well." Yunqing nodded solemnly. Chapter 47. Catastrophe for the Cheng family. Hu Xing's allegiance the following day at noon. Yunqing, clad in a snow-white brocade robe, followed closely behind Hu Guojun. Within the Cheng residence, the family members were reveling in merriment. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and Hu Guojun strode into the Cheng residence. "What do you want?" Cheng Duo barked, his expression darkening. "What do I want?" "I come to kill you," Hu Guojun replied ominously. Cheng Duo rose, twisting his corpulent body, brown chi surging fiercely. "You?" Cheng Duo sneered. "Did I have a friend who can take your life as easily as reaching into a pocket?" Hu Guojun replied with a calm smile. "Ha ha ha, arrogant. In the entire holy capital, not a single person has appeared who can kill me with such ease." Cheng Duo laughed. "Today, she shall make her appearance," Hu Guojun said coldly. Cheng Duo scrutinized Hu Guojun, failing to perceive any so-called friend. The brown royal mastiff's primordial spirit materialized, a foul odor permeating the air. Cheng Duo drew a long knife from his yun bracelet, and with a flick, a white wind blade shot forth. Hu Guojun stood motionless, smiling. "Where is the Lord of Qingyi?" A red flying phoenix descended from the void, instantly dissipating the white wind blade. "What?" Cheng Duo exclaimed in shock. That AS red chi swirled around her. Yunqing slowly emerged, enveloping the entire Cheng residence in a shroud of crimson energy, as if severing ties with the world. That a fire phoenix with nearly 8-meter wings, surrounded by raging flames, appeared, and with a single cry, the royal mastiff's primordial spirit retreated in haste. Cheng Duo, head of the Cheng family, has colluded with the demon spirit sect and shall face execution today. Yun Qingyi declared solemnly that as the fire phoenix spread its wings. Feather-like fire arrows emerged from behind, the blinding flames forcing Cheng Duo's chi back into his body. Leave, Yun Qingyi commanded in a low voice. The rain of fire arrows descended, scorching the air dry. The overwhelming barrage of arrows reduced not only Cheng Duo but also Cheng Dai and Cheng Dali to ashes in an instant. Cheng Duo had no opportunity to inquire who had slain him before he turned to black ash. However, by unfortunate coincidence, Cheng Xiaoheng and Cheng Xiaoming were not home. Yun Qingyi's strike left the Cheng family with nearly no survivors. That Hu Guojun surveyed the scene of black ashes, leaving behind a note that read, "Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. The Cheng family scoundrels have brought this upon themselves." Yun Qingyi gazed at the devastation, sighed, and turned to leave. "Young master Hu, this is a sole token I carry with me. In times of need, you may summon me with it," she said, presenting the token. "Thank you, Lord of Qingyi, for lending me your strength. We shall part ways here, and I hope to see you again," Hu Guojun said. Clasping his fists, "Farewell," Yun Qingyi replied, also clasping her fists. Just as Yun Qingyi departed, the Cheng siblings returned home. Upon entering the abode, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the halls. That very night, the Cheng siblings donned black garments and hastily departed from the holy capital. The devastation of the Cheng family spread like wildfire throughout the city, sending the Xing and Hu families into a state of trepidation. Within the confines of the Xing residence in the holy capital, Xing Lai Long sat in a grand chair, his countenance ashen, while the other descendants of the Xing family remained silent. "Perhaps we should submit to Hu Guojun," Xing Xiao suggested quietly. "With Yu Shirong dead and Cheng Duo gone, Hu Xiaotong is his grandfather. Will I be the next victim?" Sighed Xing Lai Long. "Submission is paramount, father. Survival is what matters," lamented Xing Xiao Chen. "The fates of Yu Shirong and his 3 sons, as well as the Cheng family, are all stark reminders of our peril," remarked Xing Xiao Wu. "Very well. Inform Yu Huaichen that the Xing family is willing to submit," Xing Lai Long stated somberly. At the same time, a letter from Hu Xiaodong was dispatched to the Yu family. Within 2 days, Hu Guojun successfully ascended to the helm of the 4 prominent families. Chapter 48. The Dark Evil Society establishes itself in the holy capital in the spirit realm, at the Hidden Wolf Mountain. The headquarters of the Dark Evil Society, a short-haired woman proclaimed, "Father, Zhang Yunfu has returned." "Let him in," the silver-haired man responded in a low tone. This silver-haired individual was none other than the evil king of the Dark Evil Society, Dugu Liang. Upon entering, Zhang Yunfu knelt on one knee and declared, "Your subordinate is incompetent. May the evil king forgive me." Dugu Liang glanced at Zhang Yunfu and coldly remarked, "This matter is not your fault. That troublesome woman, Yun Qingyi, took it upon herself, leaving you with no choice. The inefficacy of the Wailing Abyss has granted the opportunity to eliminate Hu Guojun to our Dark Evil Society, a splendid chance to curry favor with the Demon Spirit sect. What should our next course of action be, Evil King?" Zhang Yunfu inquired. "Hu Guojun is not an easy target. We must strike decisively, or we will face endless repercussions," Dugu Liang replied, shaking his head. "Father, let me go," the short-haired woman urged, grasping Dugu Liang's shoulder. "But I cannot bear to send you away," Dugu Liang said, affectionately ruffling her hair. This short-haired woman was Dugu Liang's beloved daughter, Dugu Tianyue. Dugu Liang's expression turned serious as he addressed Zhang Yunfu. "Convey to the leaders of each branch to gather at the headquarters within 2 days." "Understood," Zhang Yunfu replied, bowing his head. The following day, shadows darted towards the headquarters of the Dark Evil Society, where Dugu Liang sat in a position of authority. "That we pay our respects to the Evil King." The assembly knelt on one knee in unison, and no need for formalities. Dugu Liang nodded. "That in the darkness lies the name of the demon clan. The wicked disciples resist the will, and the Sima sighs in preparation." Dugu Liang sighed and recited, "Evil King," one individual questioned. "The Dark Evil Society, under the guise of a powerful demonic sect, is merely a pawn of the Demon Spirit sect. To kill Hu Guojun is the intention of the Demon Spirit sect, yet we and the Wailing Abyss are being used as their tools," Dugu Liang clarified. "What does father mean?" Dugu Tianyue asked. "Do not hastily follow the orders of the Demon Spirit sect to eliminate Hu Guojun," Instead, we shall first establish ourselves in the holy capital. Who among you is willing to go? Dugu Liang surveyed the crowd, his tone grave. The Willow Leaf sect has a branch in the holy capital, with Li Chushingnan as the leader, Zhang Yunfu reported. Since you are so well informed, you shall take on the role of leader there. Dugu Liang commanded. Your subordinate obeys. Zhang Yunfu stepped forward to accept the dark evil order, speaking solemnly. Father, I too wish to gain experience. Dugu chimed in cheerfully. Dugu Liang, unable to refuse his pouting daughter, responded gently, very well. You may accompany him. Dugu beamed with joy, tugging at Zhang Yunfu's sleeve as they prepared to depart. Yunfu, you must ensure my daughter's safety. Should any issues arise, report to the headquarters immediately. Dugu Liang instructed. Rest assured, evil king. I vow to protect the young mistress with my life. Zhang Yunfu bowed deeply. Soon after, dozens of henchmen from the Dark Evil Society accompanied the two as they made their way to the holy capital. Dugu Liang believed that Zhang Yunfu, being at the fourth level of the Transcendence realm, would be capable of safeguarding his daughter's safety. Dugu Tianyue, now 18, had not ventured far from her father and was due for some experience. Along the journey, Zhang Yunfu remarked, Young mistress, once we arrive in the holy capital, you must behave and not wander off. Brother Yunfu, do not worry. I won't stray, Dugu Tianyue assured him with a smile. Zhang Yunfu secretly thought, should you stray, it would be my head on the line, that if there is anything the young mistress desires, simply instruct the servants. There is no need for you to handle it personally. Zhang Yunfu advised that I have come to the holy capital for experience. How could I impose on others for everything? Dugu Tianyue frowned. Well, you should gauge your own limits. If something goes awry, I may not survive to tell the tale. Zhang Yunfu awkwardly responded. Are you concerned about that? Fear not. I will not endanger your life. Dugu Tianyue laughed. That I in the holy capital, within the Yu residence, Hu Guojun exclaimed, Young master who in the future, should you require assistance from our Xing family, simply seek me directly. Xing Lai Long grinned. Grandson, there is no need for formality. I am here to help. Hu Xiaodong said, beaming with delight. Grandfather, Hu Guojun raised his wine cup. There is no need for politeness. I toast to both of you. Chapter 49. The Four Saints' exorcism array with the passing of Wang Hongxin. Wang Yukong ascended to the throne and moved the capital to Tianqing, the holy capital. Having served as the centennial capital of the Sangyan dynasty, lost its last semblance of dignity. The old emperor has passed, and the new king has relocated to Tianqing. The holy capital has no future left. Yu Yizhu remarked, frowning. The future of the holy capital is not our concern. Hu Guojun languidly lounged in a grand chair, basking in the sun. Brother Hu, the Dark Evil Society has arrived. Yu Guangbin and others entered. What? The Dark Evil Society, Hu Guojun exclaimed, stepping outside. Over there, Yu Guangbin pointed into the distance, where a building that once housed a courier service now bore the insignia of the Dark Evil Society. The Dark Evil Society is clearly here to take my life. Hu Guojun furrowed his brow. The establishment of the Dark Evil Society in the holy capital poses a formidable challenge to the Willow Leaf sect. It seems the tides may be shifting once again, Yu Yizhu remarked. Aside from the Yu family, the Hu family, the Xing family, and the Willow Leaf sect, the Dark Evil Society, along with Li Qingyun's Seven Stars Chamber of Commerce. The holy capital is indeed becoming increasingly lively, Hu Guojun observed, gazing at the distant branch of the Dark Evil Society, the branch of the Dark Evil Society in the holy capital. Zhang Yunfu, clad in black, stood atop the building, gazing intently at the Yu residence, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. Master, we are nearly ready, one of the Dark Evil Society's henchmen reported. Zhang Yunfu nodded slightly. Remaining silent, the Willow Leaf sect's branch in the holy capital, a disciple reported, Master, the Dark Evil Society has arrived. The Wailing Abyss has not come, yet the Dark Evil Society has sent some personnel to monitor their movements. Li Chushingnan said, her brows slightly furrowed. Summon Xing Yuhao, Hu Guojun instructed. Understood. Xing Yulu nodded slightly and set off for the Xing residence. Shortly thereafter, Xing Yuhao arrived. Hu Guojun gathered Yu Yizhu, Xing Yuhao, and Xing Yulu in the courtyard, where a layer of white energy enveloped the area, isolating their voices. That I have called you here because the Dark Evil Society intends to target us, regardless of who the leader of their branch is. We will not be a match for them. We need to practice a combat formation to achieve victory against the odds, Hu Guojun said, his expression grave. Should I fall, your sister will also be in peril. Hu Guojun gently patted Xing Yuhao's shoulder. Did I understand this? You summon me here because you trust me, and I will assist with all my strength. Xing Yuhao affirmed that Hu Guojun spread out a sheet of rice paper, drew a brush from his sleeve, and deftly sketched intricate patterns upon the paper. What is this strange design? The three of them exclaimed in unison. The Four Saints Exorcism Array, Hu Guojun replied solemnly. The Four Saints Exorcism Array is a combat formation devised by the four great saints of the Divine Clan, combining offense and defense. Come closer. This arrowhead represents you, and this one represents you, Hu Guojun explained. After approximately 2 hours, the three began to grasp Hu Guojun's intentions. What kind of combat technique is this? It possesses both formidable offense and nearly flawless defense, Xing Yuhao remarked earnestly. Indeed, you are impressive, my husband. You know everything, Yu Yizhu grinned. Let us demonstrate and test its effectiveness, Hu Guojun suggested. The four of them shouted in unison. Summoning their primordial spirits, in an instant, snow sculptures spread their wings. Hares raced forward, snow phoenixes cried out in the cold, and sword souls revealed their sanctity. Guojun's staff extended like a dragon's claw. Yulu's sword resembled a phoenix weaving through flowers. Yuhao's spear shot forth like a dragon, and Yizhu's dagger slashed invisibly. 4 colored energies intertwined in all directions, rising and swirling as the powers of the primordial spirits and energy merged, their sound booming like thunder, forming an offensive might that could only be wielded by those at the Transcendence realm. Remarkable, the three of them exclaimed in a Hu Guojun, brimming with confidence, laughed. I also know of a 6-person combat formation that is quite formidable. Though we lack sufficient numbers, that would be EC. Guangbin could join as well. Yu Yizhu suggested that a combat formation requires the participants to be of one mind and heart, if any harbor ill will. The formation will collapse on its own, that I do not trust EC and the others, so I will not divulge this matter to them, Hu Guojun replied solemnly. The 6-person combat formation Hu Guojun referred to was, in fact, the 9 Heavens Exorcism Array of the 6 great deities. This array, when attacking, resembled a sharp spear capable of piercing through thousands of troops. When defending, it served as an impenetrable shield, solid as a fortress. The higher the cultivation of those within the array, the more effective it would be. The four of us need to practice more than 3 times daily from today onward to withstand the assaults of the dark evil sect, Hu Guojun said in a somber tone. Agreed, the three replied in unison. Within Hu Guojun's mind, a new idea began to take shape. After dealing with the dark evil sect, it would be unwise to linger in the holy capital, as we must venture to more powerful realms, lest we find ourselves unable to return to the divine domain for a lifetime. The city of 10,000 immortals beneath the Xintian sect. The city of demon worship near the demon spirit cult, or the newly established Tian city of the Songyan dynasty are all commendable choices. Chapter 50. Traders of the Xing family within the holy capital. The last batch of imperial guards has withdrawn, marking the official completion of the relocation. Inside the Yu residence, the practice of the Four Saints demon-slaying formation has never ceased. Outside the Yu residence, the Dark Evil sect and the spies of the Willow Leaf sect have engaged in a tense standoff in the holy capital. The branch of the Dark Evil sect has not seen its leader, Hu Guojun, step outside for several days, and the same applies to the entire Yu residence. The spies of the Dark Evil sect reported. What are they eating and drinking? Zhang Yunfu furrowed his brow. The Yu residence occupies a vast area, and there are deep wells within, so the water supply issue can be resolved. Every 2 days, Chuixian Tower delivers a shipment of food to the Yu residence. The spy continued to sow. The Yu residence has effectively turned into an ironclad fortress, with no ingress or egress. Donggu Tianwei rose to inquire. You speak truly, young master, the spy replied with a grin. Perhaps I should go and take a look? Donggu Tianwei turned to Zhang Yunfu. Zhang Yunfu's eyelids twitched violently, and he said softly, For your safety, it would be best if you refrain from such actions. Donggu Tianwei pouted and sat back down. Leader, should we not simply seize the Yu residence? After all, the Imperial Guards have evacuated the holy capital, and any commotion we cause would not alarm the Songyan dynasty, the spy suggested. The Xing and Hu families have already sworn allegiance to Hu Guojun. and both family heads possess strength at the third tier of the Transcendence realm. Coupled with the enigmatic Hu Guojun, we cannot be certain of victory. Zhang Yunfu said gravely that you believe the Xing and Hu families would offend the dark evil sect for Hu Guojun. The spy asked with a sinister grin. Very well. I shall compose 2 letters to gauge the sentiments of the Hu and Xing families, Zhang Yunfu declared as he rose to fetch paper and ink. That afternoon, Hu Xiaodong and Xing Lilong each received letters from the dark evil sect that in the Hu residence. Head of the family, what should we do? Hu Jiulin inquired. Hu Guojun is my grandson. I owe him a debt of gratitude. We cannot betray him out of fear of offending the dark evil sect. Hu Xiaotong shook his head. But what if the dark evil sect strikes against us? Hu Jiulin pressed anxiously. Guojun will save us. Hu Jiutian proclaimed loudly. Relying on him? Hu Jiulin scoffed, betraying him. Have you forgotten how Qing Duo met his end? Hu Jiujin shot a glare at Hu Jiulin, speaking somberly. Hu Xiaodong pondered for a moment before tearing the letter from the dark evil sect in half. In the Xing residence. The dark evil sect's intention is to prevent us from intervening in their efforts to eliminate Hu Guojun, Xing Lilong said, his expression grave that if that is the case, then we shall not interfere. Xing Xiuqing remarked that my son and daughter are still in the Yu residence. If the dark evil sect insists on moving against them, I shall go to the Yu residence and fight them to the bitter end. Xing Xiuda declared angrily that we have all seen the fate of the Chung family. It is best not to side with the dark evil sect while residing in the holy capital alongside Hu Guojun. Xing Xiu interjected, if Hu Guojun dares to kill Li Huan of the Soul Abyss, would he not dare to slay the minions of the dark evil sect? Should I choose the wrong side? I would have a chance to meet with Yu Shirong and those 2 old fools, Chung Duo, Xing Lilong said with a bitter smile. After much contemplation, Xing Lilong ultimately discarded the letter from the dark evil sect. The following day, within the branch of the dark evil sect in the holy capital, Zhang Yunfu furrowed his brows as he sharpened a steel blade capable of slicing through iron, aside from the sound of the blade being honed. The room was enveloped in silence. Leader, neither the Xing family nor the Hu family have responded. The spy's voice shattered the stillness that I understand. Zhang Yunfu halted his actions and spoke gravely. Suddenly, a lackey of the dark evil sect rushed in and knelt, saying, Leader, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Let him in. Zhang Yunfu sheathed his knife and gestured that a tall man entered, bowing deeply. Xing Xiuqing, at your service, Leader Zhang. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Brother Xing, Zhang Yunfu rose to ask, I have long been at odds with the Guojun. Should you wish to eliminate him, I can lend a hand, Xing Xiuqing smiled, since you are willing to assist. The dark evil sect would be most appreciative. Zhang Yunfu replied with a grin that, to my knowledge, Hu Guojun has not yet entered the Transcendence realm. His strength derives from a pearl that can absorb the power of spirit stones. Xing Xiuqing explained that a pearl. Zhang Yunfu frowned. Indeed, a pearl. Li Huan of the Soul Abyss likely perished beneath its influence. Xing Xiuqing elaborated. What do you suggest we do? Zhang Yunfu inquired that we must kill him swiftly. Hu Guojun's inner strength increases at an astonishing rate. Before he joined the Yu family, he was but a waste who could not even practice foundational techniques. Xing Xiuqing said solemnly that I have heard whispers of this. Zhang Yunfu nodded slightly. Zhang Yunfu drew Xing Xiuqing close and whispered, Tomorrow, you shall go to the Yu residence that if a Guojun allows you entry, open the gates at night and let us in. Though the gates of the Yu residence would pose no obstacle to a master like Zhang Yunfu, stealthily infiltrating the residence to eliminate Hu Guojun without a fight would be advantageous. I am willing to go, Xing Xiuqing bowed. Chapter 51. The offering of the Four Saints formation after leaving the headquarters of the dark evil sect, Xing Xiuqing hurried towards the Yu residence. Knocking on the door, the steward inquired, What brings you here? My nephew Xing Yuhao is inside. I seek him for a matter of importance. Xing Xiuqing replied with a smile that I shall inform him. Please wait a moment. The steward turned to depart. Upon hearing the announcement, Hu Guojun addressed Xing Yuhao. Why does Xing Xiuqing seek you? We seldom communicate while at the Xing residence. What could he want from me? Xing Yuhao questioned, puzzled that if that is your thought, then it is certain he has been sent by the dark evil sect. Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. This? Xing Yuhao's expression shifted uneasily. Let him in. Hu Guojun commanded the steward. Xing Xiuqing entered with a broad smile, greeting Hu Guojun with cupped fists. I have the honor of meeting young Master Hu. What brings Uncle Xing here today? Hu Guojun inquired. The head of the family is concerned that Yu Hao has not returned home in several days. He sent me to your esteemed residence to ascertain the situation. Xing Xiuqing scratched his head. Hu Guojun paused, realizing. Indeed, Xing Yu Hao has not returned for several days, and I did not inform the Xing family. Upon further reflection, Hu Guojun mused. If the purpose is to discover why Xing Yu Hao has not returned, then it would be his father, Xing Xiuda, who should have come, not Xing Xiuqing Dada. We have matters to discuss, and once we finish, we shall allow brother Yu Hao to return. Hu Guojun smiled. What matters might those be? Xing Xiuqing asked with a grin. This does not concern you, Hu Guojun replied, his voice low and drawn out. Xing Xiuqing's expression twitched as memories of Hu Guojun previously assaulting him resurfaced, causing him to gasp in fear and remain silent. Since you are here, you may as well stay for dinner before departing, Hu Guojun said nonchalantly. Very well. I shall graciously accept your invitation. Xing Xiuqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke softly. Hu Guojun then sought out Yu Huaichen, and that evening, the Yu family prepared a feast to entertain Xing Xiuqing. Xing Xiuqing was secretly delighted. I was worried about how to stay, but unexpectedly, Hu Guojun has invited me to remain. Your end is nigh. That night, after dinner, the members of the Yu family returned to their chambers to rest, and soon, Xing Xiuqing began to hear the sounds of snoring. Stealthily, Xing Xiuqing approached the gates of the Yu residence, where Zhang Yunfu and others from the dark evil sect were already waiting outside. Xing Xiuqing opened the gates, and Zhang Yunfu led dozens of lackeys in an orderly fashion. Zhang Yunfu leaped into the courtyard of the Yu residence. Suddenly, a sword's whistle pierced the air, illuminating the entire Yu residence. Zhang Yunfu was taken aback. Just as he prepared to react, dozens of qi swords came slicing through the air. With a cold snort, Zhang Yunfu summoned his spirit, drawing his treasured blade from its sheath. The wings of his spirit unfurled, shielding Zhang Yunfu beneath them. The Four Saints demon-slaying formation. Everyone, take your positions, Hu Guojun bellowed. Appearing atop the roof, with the cry of an eagle, the snow sculpture's spirit leaped into the air, its formidable claws reaching for Zhang Yunfu's head. A chilling wind swept through, as a shadow of a hare darted by. The glint of a dagger piercing the night that a magnificent white bird soared high, and under the moonlight, white feathered arrows rained down like a storm. That moment, surprise filled Zhang Yunfu's eyes. Having evaded the fierce onslaught, he let out a low growl that I have fallen into a trap. Zhang Yunfu glared angrily at the crowd that as Xing Xiuqing prepared to flee. Just as he stepped beyond the courtyard, a powerful jungle leopard pounced upon him, catching him completely off guard. Xing Xiuqing was poised to summon his primordial spirit when a massive three-ringed cleaver descended upon him like the weight of Mount Tai. The fierce blade radiating an overwhelming aura of refined energy that swiftly pressed down upon him. Crack! With a sharp sound, Xing Xiuqing was bisected at the waist, flesh and blood flying in all directions. Yu Huaichen wiped the blood from his blade and bellowed, "Attack!" Yu Yixi, Yu Guangbin, Yu Guangping, Yu Guangchao, and others summoned their primordial spirits, charging towards the remaining minions of the dark evil division. The house servants of the Yu family drew their swords and followed closely behind. The battle in the courtyard raged on. Zhang Yunfei roared, unleashing a surge of gray-blue refined energy. With a flick of his blade, a snow-white wind blade howled forth, generating a powerful gust. Change formation. The four swiftly adjusted their positions. Behind Hu Guojun, his sword's spirit trembled, releasing dazzling silver rays as a colossal sword spirit whirled forward with a furious roar. The sword spirit clashed with the wind blade, the latter tearing through it, sending forth streams of silver refined energy. Ultimately, the wind blade was neutralized by the refined energy, and at that moment, Yu Yizhu had appeared behind Zhang Yunfei, attacking head-on with a strike. Zhang Yunfei pivoted, narrowly evading the dagger that grazed his face, then executed a flying kick that sent Yu Yizhu sprawling. She let out a muffled groan, spewing a mouthful of vital blood. Hu Guojun swung a staff from midair, coming straight at him. Zhang Yunfei parried with his blade, but from the side came a long spear, accompanied by a piercing eagle in a graceful turn. Zhang Yunfei's blade traced a perfect arc in the air, blocking the initial wave of assaults. A wound had already appeared on Zhang Yunfei's face, crimson blood flowing forth. further igniting his killer instincts. His eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembling slightly, as his cloud-bat primordial spirit transformed into a shade of deep red. With a furious roar, he unleashed a formidable wave of primordial energy, sending forth rings of red light. The ground of the Yu estate trembled violently, producing a deafening sound. Quickly, release refined energy to isolate the sound, Hu Guojun shouted. The four summoned their energy shields, merging them into one to block the sound waves. Point 4 Sacred Formation, reposition. Hu Guojun issued his command once more. Xing Yulu and Xing Yuhao leapt into the air, each sprouting a pair of enormous wings that a golden sword spirit materialized, hurtling towards Zhang Yunfei's chest. With a flick of his spear, Xing Yuhao sent forth a silver flash, akin to a white rainbow descending from the sky. Xing Yulu let out a delicate roar, her refined energy erupting as silver energy intertwined with moonlight, enveloping the area in a frosty mist. Within the mist, a pair of crimson eyes materialized, a glint of cold light flashing. Zhang Yunfei felt a sharp tug on his left arm, blood seeping out. The frigid mist intensified the pain of his wounds. With a guttural howl, Zhang Yunfei's cloud-bat spirit surged, gray-blue energy surging forth, unleashing a terrifying force that repelled the four attackers simultaneously. Zhang Yunfei exhaled heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Don't be hasty, there's still a third round, Hu Guojun chuckled. What kind of formation is this? Allowing attacks from multiple angles, making it difficult for me to counter? Zhang Yunfei growled lowly. Before you perish, I shall enlighten you, Hu Guojun replied coldly. Third round, commence. Hu Guojun abruptly drew his dragon-subduing staff, seething with fury. He swung the staff, and Zhang Yunfei leapt, his steel blade slicing downwards. However, a spear attacked from behind, forcing Zhang Yunfei to twist midair, countering with another slash to deflect the spear. Before he could regain his footing, a pair of sharp talons swooped down from above, severing a lock of Zhang Yunfei's hair. Damn it! Zhang Yunfei cursed. Just as he finished cursing, another wave of frosty mist surged forth at a staff, a spear, and a sword descended from above. Zhang Yunfei hurriedly raised his blade to defend, gray-blue energy erupting from his torso, sending the three assailants flying. Haha, before absolute power, you all shall perish, Zhang Yunfei shouted furiously. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a blossoming red flower erupted from his chest. Zhang Yunfei's body shuddered, and he looked down to find a dagger had pierced through his torso. Did you forget? We have four, Yu Yizhu said coldly, and no sooner had she spoken than she lunged at Zhang Yunfei's throat with another strike. With a muffled thud, the cloud-bat's spirit shattered, gray-blue energy receding as Zhang Yunfei let out a dying roar, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 52, Daughter of the Evil King. The corpse of Zhang Yunfei, along with over a dozen of his minions, was delivered by Hu Guojun to the entrance of the Dark Evil Division's branch, while Xing Xiuqin's body was sent back to the Xing family. What a calamity! What a calamity! Xing Lilong howled to the heavens. Xing Xiuqin is determined to ruin my Xing family, Xing Xiudo exclaimed, pounding his thigh in frustration. What is Elder Xing regretting? Hu Guojun had already appeared before the members of the Xing family. Young master you've arrived, Xing Lilong responded awkwardly. Grandfather, you need not worry. Young master who has already stated that the matter concerning Xing Xiuqin has nothing to do with our Xing family. Xing Yuhao stepped forward to assure him. Upon hearing this, Xing Lilong raised an eyebrow and clasped his hands, saying, since young master who no longer pursues the matter, this old man is willing to assist you wholeheartedly. Never to betray Hu Guojun nodded slightly and smiled. Elder Xing need not feel anxious. Your son's actions do not represent the entire Xing family. The Xing family remains my good friend, and you are still my esteemed elder. Hearing this, Xing Lilong felt a surge of joy. Although he himself was a master at the third level of the Transcendence Realm, Hu Guojun, at the age of 20, was already on the verge of entering the Transcendence Realm, and would undoubtedly surpass him in the near future. Maintaining a good relationship with Hu Guojun would be entirely beneficial for the Xing family, in the holy capital, at the branch of the Dark Evil Division. Dugu Niwei gazed at the numerous corpses strewn about, her body trembling slightly. All disciples above the martial condensation realm had perished, leaving only 8 or 9 miscellaneous servants. The Dark Evil Division had virtually ceased to exist in the holy capital. Dugu Tianhua stood before the branch's entrance, clenching her delicate fists as dark red energy surged forth. With a roar, a red beam shot towards the division's plaque, shattering it to pieces. "Follow me back." Dugu Tianhua commanded the remaining few servants in a low voice. The Dark Evil Division had established itself in the holy capital for less than 3 days before becoming a mere shadow of its former self. "You wish to leave?" A cold voice rang out. Dugu Tianhua turned to see Li Chushingnan, clad in green, with a sword at her waist, her frosty demeanor radiating a palpable killing intent. "Young mistress, you go first." "We will hold them off," one of the leading servants of the Dark Evil Division whispered. Dugu Tianhua glanced at the group, gritted her teeth, and transformed into a fleeting shadow, preparing to escape that a flash of green light darted past. And as a greenish-blue longsword flicked, dozens of green soul swords howled forth, instantly killing several servants. Dugu Tianhua leapt into the air, turning to throw 4 dark red throwing knives, resembling 4 crimson shadows. Swift and fierce, but Li Chushingnan deflected them with her sword. Seizing the opportunity, Dugu Tianhua made her escape, with Li Chushingnan in hot pursuit, that on the rooftops of the holy capital, a green shadow and a red shadow swiftly darted and leapt, the sound of metal clashing echoing from time to time. Just as Dugu Tianhua's sword passed the immortal crane tower, a streak of green light descended, striking her back directly, shattering her light armor and causing her to spit out a mouthful of vital blood. She plummeted like a kite with its string cut into the courtyard of the Yu family across the way. Da Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu were busy cleaning up the bloodstains left from the previous day's battle. With a thud, Dugu Tianhua crashed down, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood and closing her eyes. "What is this?" Yu Yizhu paused her work and inquired. "She is gravely injured. We must save her first," the kind-hearted Xing Yulu said with a frown. The 2 women carried Dugu Tianhua into the house, retrieved a soul-stabilizing pill from the cloud bracelet, fed it to her, and removed her outer garments. Covering her with a blanket, Hu Guojun returned from the Xing residence, holding 2 roasted ducks, and cheerfully entered the courtyard, calling out, "Zhu, Lulu, time for some meat." Yu Yizhu emerged from the room, frowning. "Husband, come here for a moment." Chapter 53. The Demon Path. Hu Guojun followed Yu Yizhu into the room, where he saw Dugu Tianhua unconscious. "Where did this person come from?" Hu Guojun asked. "She fell from the sky." Yu Yizhu pouted. Hu Guojun's expression darkened. "Can people really fall from the sky?" "Husband, Li Chushingnan has arrived," Xing Yulu said. "She must be here for this person," Hu Guojun replied, pausing before continuing. His tone somber. Hu Guojun stepped out of the courtyard with Xing Yulu and encountered Li Chushingnan. She nodded slightly. "I greet young Master Hu. What brings the leader of the Li family to my humble abode?" Hu Guojun clasped his hands in greeting. "That I wonder if a certain lady has intruded upon your residence?" Li Chushingnan inquired, glancing towards the back courtyard of the Yu family. "That no, there isn't." Hu Guojun scratched his head, perplexed at no. Li Chushingnan pressed. "Could there possibly be a lady delivered into my hands?" Hu Guojun grinned cheekily. Seeing Hu Guojun's demeanor, Li Chushingnan refrained from pressing further. After exchanging pleasantries, she turned to leave, and no sooner had Li Chushingnan departed than Hu Guojun and the others returned indoors. Dugu Tianhua had slightly opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. "That you're awake." Xing Yulu spoke softly. "Who are you?" Dugu Tianhua murmured. "You fell from the sky and landed in my home." Xing Yulu pointed to the ceiling. "Thank you for saving me." Dugu Tianhua managed a faint smile. After saying this, she reached for her clothes by the bedside, only to drop a silver tiger talisman onto the floor. The talisman bore an obscure inscription that shimmered with silver light. Xing Yulu was taken aback and picked up the talisman. "Are you awake? Please dress properly, so I can come in." Hu Guojun shouted from outside the door. "That I'm ready." "You may enter," Xing Yulu replied. Hu Guojun pushed the door open, and upon seeing the enchanting Dugu Tianhua, mused inwardly, "Not bad. She is indeed a beauty. I am Hu Guojun." "May I ask who this young lady is?" Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. "Hu Guojun?" Dugu Tianhua was taken aback, exclaiming, "That what's the matter?" "Do you know me?" Hu Guojun asked, bewildered. "Did you kill Zhang Yinfu?" Dugu Tianhua questioned. "Are you from the Dark Evil Division?" Hu Guojun's expression darkened as he replied solemnly. Xing Yulu handed Hu Guojun a tiger talisman, whispering, "This fell from her." Hu Guojun took the talisman, examined it, and stated, "It seems you truly are from the dark evil division. And so what?" Dugu Tianyue retorted coldly. "Since you are from the dark evil division, you cannot leave," Hu Guojun said with a grim expression. "That Hu Guojun, you killed Zhang Yunfu. The dark evil division will not spare you." Dugu Tianyue gritted her teeth. "You should be more concerned about your own safety, young lady," Hu Guojun smirked. "With 10 times your courage, you wouldn't dare lay a finger on me." Dugu Tianyue laughed. "Who are you?" Hu Guojun inquired curiously. "My father is the formidable evil king Dugu Liang," Dugu Tianyue declared proudly. "Who is Dugu Liang?" Hu Guojun and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Dugu Tianyue's expression soured. She clenched her fist and turned away. Seeing her demeanor, Hu Guojun chuckled. "We truly do not know each other. Would you care to introduce yourself?" "I do not wish to converse with you," Dugu Tianyue replied tersely. "That why you Iju," exclaimed in anger. "We saved your life, and this is the attitude you give us. Just moments ago, the Luyi sect came to demand you, and it was my husband who protected you." "The Luyi sect came?" Dugu Tianyue turned to face them. "They just left," Yu Iju replied irritably. "That is your father highly regarded in the dark evil division?" Xing Yulu asked softly. "The dark evil division is, after all, my father's domain," Dugu Tianyue said with pride. Upon hearing this, Hu Guojun laughed heartily. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have let you go. Now that you have, you can forget about leaving." Dugu Tianyue stepped back. Cursing, "What do you intend to do? What are you afraid of? Do you think I covet your rather unimpressive figure?" Hu Guojun scoffed. You scoundrel." Dugu Tianyue pointed a finger at Hu Guojun, her cheeks flushing as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Hu Guojun produced a calming pill from his cloud bracelet and offered it to Dugu Tianyue, saying with a grin, "Take this. Don't let yourself get too upset." Dugu Tianyue, not one to refuse, snatched it and popped it into her mouth. "Come here. Let us have a proper discussion," Hu Guojun suddenly said with a serious tone. Dugu Tianyue huffed lightly and followed Hu Guojun out of the room. The two sat in the courtyard, where a servant promptly presented a pot of fragrant green tea, pouring it for them both. "Why does the dark evil division heed the commands of the demon spirit sect?" "I, Hu Guojun, have always kept my distance from the dark evil division. It is the demon spirit sect I have offended, yet it is the dark evil division and the soul abyss that come to kill me," Hu Guojun mused, playing with the teacup meaningfully. "If the dark evil division operates this way, what distinguishes the Zhuke sect and Luyi sect? They simply follow the demon spirit sect as the rightful demonic path," Dugu Tianyue replied coldly. "The rightful demonic path. Do you understand the demonic path?" Hu Guojun looked at Dugu Tianyue. "That I do not comprehend it." "Do you?" Dugu Tianyue scoffed. "The divine path seeks transcendence from the cycle of reincarnation, while the demonic path seeks freedom to act as one wishes to attain true mastery. Diligence must come first, wisdom as the foundation, and perseverance as the core. This is the essence of becoming divine or saintly. To enter the demonic path, one must refine essence and blood, transcending the cycle, indulging in the heavens and earth. This is the demonic path. The divine and demonic paths, though different, ultimately converge," Hu Guojun stated solemnly. "You still study the divine and demonic paths?" Dugu Tianyue asked. Puzzled, Hu Guojun smiled faintly, secretly thinking, "Having fought the demon clan for thousands of years, how could I not comprehend the so-called demonic path? The technique of blood refinement and essence absorption is solely mastered by the demon spirit sect. Neither the dark evil division nor the soul abyss can cultivate such methods. Thus we can only serve the demon spirit sect." Dugu Tianyue frowned. "The magic that the demon spirit sect practices is not true demonic path. If the technique of essence absorption and blood refinement surpasses morality and takes lives, it is an insult to the demonic path," Hu Guojun said loudly. "The demon spirit sect is the rightful demonic path. How dare you insult it?" Dugu Tianyue rose in anger. "Distinguishing good from evil, regulating yin and yang, governing the shadowy underworld, judging the deeds of humanity. This is the true essence of the demon god. Those murderous beasts from the demon spirit sect dare to claim to be the rightful demonic path. This is truly an insult to the demon clan," Hu Guojun scoffed. "Though the demon clan is the enemy of the divine clan, the two clans love and kill each other, cherishing mutual respect. The demon spirit sect's distortion of the demonic path is something even the celestial emperor cannot tolerate," Dugu Tianyue retorted sharply. "With your deep understanding of the demonic path, Why does the demon spirit sect still seek to kill you? Duga Tianhua asked, my understanding of the demonic path is merely superficial. My true allegiance lies with the divine path, Hu Guojun declared, pointing to the heavens, each word resonating with conviction. Chapter 54. The evil king arrives. Duga Tianhua was imprisoned in Yu's residence by Hu Guojun, who treated her with lavish meals daily. Hu Guojun approached Duga Tianhua, stating, write a letter to your father, asking him to come for you. Why do you not let me go? Duga Tianhua inquired. You are the daughter of the evil king. How can your mind be so dull? Hu Guojun shook his head. Duga Tianhua pointed at Hu Guojun, her cheeks slightly flushed, that if I let you out and you managed to survive until you reached the dark evil division, it would count as my loss. Hu Guojun scoffed. Duga Tianhua tossed her head back and huffed. The moment you step out of this residence, the spies from the Lu Yi sect will be on your tail. If Li Chushingnan comes to kill you, even the mightiest of beings would be powerless. Hu Guojun grinned wickedly. Just consider yourself lucky to have escaped the holy capital. If the Zhuge sect gets wind of you, your fate may be even worse. Hu Guojun added, glancing at Duga Tianhua. Duga Tianhua was momentarily stunned. She was uncertain why Hu Guojun was protecting her, that if he truly released her, it was highly likely she would not survive the journey back. Duga Tianhua took out paper and pen, wrote a few elegant lines, folded it, and handed it to Hu Guojun, who then instructed a servant to deliver it to the dark evil division. The couriers in the holy capital mostly possessed divine steeds, ensuring delivery to the dark evil division within 2 days. With the evil king's prowess, he could reach the holy capital in no more than an hour, the headquarters of the dark evil division. Evil king, your letter, reported a minion of the dark evil division that a glimmer of light suddenly sparked in the bloodshot eyes of Dugu Liang, who laughed maniacally. My daughter is alive. She is alive. At the moment Zhang Yunfu's soul flag broke. Dugu Liang was in the soul abyss discussing matters concerning the demon spirit sect with Ho Qianqian and was unaware of the situation. Upon returning to the headquarters of the dark evil division, Dugu Liang had just received the news of his daughter's supposed misfortune, causing him to faint. He had only just regained consciousness before receiving the letter that I must make a trip to the holy capital. Dugu Liang declared as he stood up, and no sooner had he spoken than a shadow sped toward the holy capital. In less than an hour, Dugu Liang had entered the airspace of the holy capital. After landing, he seized a passerby and asked, where is Hu Guojun's residence? The passerby was momentarily stunned but pointed him in the right direction. Dugu Liang produced a gold bar from his pocket and tossed it to the passerby. The passerby, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, thank you, sir. Dugu Liang dashed through the streets and alleys like a black rainbow, arriving at the entrance of Yu's residence. With a powerful gesture, he swung the gate wide open. Dark energy pouring forth. Dugu Liang, with his cold, dark brown eyes, slowly walked into Yu's residence. I am Hu Guojun, eagerly awaiting your arrival, Hu Guojun proclaimed, cupping his fists in greeting. Where is my daughter? Dugu Liang inquired in a low voice. Father! Tianhua rushed out from the courtyard, her eyes brimming with tears. Tianhua, have you suffered any hardships here? Dugu Liang embraced his daughter tightly. That I was pursued by the Lu Yi sect and fell into Yu's residence, where they rescued me. They were also concerned about me being harmed by the Lu Yi sect and Zhuge sect on the way, so they sent someone to inform you, Duga Tianhua explained sweetly. Dugu Liang was taken aback, saying, oh, is that so? Duga Tianhua nodded, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Dugu Liang approached Hu Guojun, speaking somberly, on a public note, you and I are enemies. You have offended the demon spirit sect, and I must kill you. On a personal note, you saved my daughter, so I shall spare your life this time. It seems you truly are someone who distinguishes between public and private matters. Hu Guojun said mockingly. Dugu Liang noticed Hu Guojun's disdain and raised an eyebrow, saying, your words imply something more. Why is the dark evil division so willing to act as the pawns of the demon spirit sect? Hu Guojun crossed his arms defiantly. The demon spirit sect is the legitimate demonic path, protected by the demon gods. How dare my dark evil division defy them? Are not the Zhuge sect and Lu Yi sect also pawns of the Xintian sect? Dugu Liang gritted his teeth. Entering the sea of despair, tears fill my collar. The demon king's wheel of fate shatters itself. Hu Guojun shook his head. Entering the demonic realm, Dugu Liang's voice deepened. The demon spirit sect equates the demonic path with slaughter. How can they claim to be the legitimate demonic path? The demonic path is a spiritual realm of transcending the cycle of reincarnation and embracing freedom, yet it has been distorted into mere carnage by the demon spirit sect. Ultimately, you will not achieve true enlightenment, Hu Guojun remarked meaningfully. Duga Liang was momentarily taken aback, gently pulling Duga Tianyue closer, saying his farewells before vanishing like a black streak of light into the horizon. My husband, why do I feel that you possess considerable knowledge of the demonic path? Yu Izhu inquired. The demon clan regards power, swiftness, voodoo, and sorcery as the foundation of their existence. According to legend, beneath the demon emperor's command lie 4 great leaders, each representing one of the 4 most esteemed powers of the demon race. The path of demons is also the pinnacle that countless demon practitioners aspire to reach, yet those who succeed are few and far between. And the same can be said for the divine path that Hu Guojun spoke with deep meaning. The demon emperor and the 4 leaders are not mere legends. They are Hu Guojun's old adversaries. Now, the demon emperor has fallen, while the 4 leaders remain alive, still wielding the highest authority over the demon clan. Throughout the journey, Duga Liang and his daughter pondered Hu Guojun's insights on the demon path. Although they did not entirely agree with his views, their attitude toward the demon spirit sect had shifted. Release all those we have captured, Duga Liang stated upon reaching the dark evil division. What? Release them? The crowd looked perplexed. From this day forth, the dark evil division shall not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Only those who deserve death shall be executed, Dugu Liang declared solemnly, for an organization of demon assassins that would rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. Such a monumental change was unprecedented. Your Majesty, shall we continue with the assassination mission against Hu Guojun? Inquired a man in a black robe, bowing at no need for that. Let Ho Chien-Kue handle the task of currying favor with the demon spirit sect. I wish to delve deeply into matters concerning the demon path. Dugu Liang replied with a faint smile. Recently, the demon king has become rather peculiar, exhibiting an unexpected gentleness. The gentle demon king appears even more handsome. The members of the dark evil division began to murmur among themselves that I in the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the soul abyss. The dark evil division suffered a significant defeat in the holy capital. Zhang Yunfu was killed, and Dugu Liang did not initiate further action. That old sly fox, Dugu Liang, usually so arrogant, now seems utterly incompetent. What kind of so-called #1 assassin organization in the central domain is this? Unable to subdue even a 20-year-old child. Li Cha scoffed. If it weren't for Yinqingi last time, I would have already killed Hu Guojun. Li Cha gritted his teeth. Since the demon spirit sect has entrusted this task to us, and the dark evil division cannot handle it, we of the soul abyss must succeed. Ho Chien-Kue grinned wickedly. Li Cha, Du Feng, and Jiuquan, Hong Tian. Which of you 4 is willing to go? Ho Chien-Kue scanned the 4 before him with a sinister smile. I, Jiuquan, am willing to go, a tall man, whose arms resembled mountains, bound in iron chains, with a long beard, clasped his fists and declared, You shall immediately head to the holy capital and bring back Hu Guojun's head. Ho Chien-Kue commanded. Understood, and Jiuquan bowed. With that, and Jiuquan let out a furious shout, and a massive earth-bear spirit emerged behind him. He mounted the spirit and raced toward the holy capital. Chapter 55. Entering Transcendence, Hu Guojun sat cross-legged, arranging a spirit stone formation, each stone connecting to form a 5-pointed star to go. Hu Guojun commanded. Sharply 0.5 golden beams of light shot up into the sky, forming a 5-pointed star made of golden essence above the heavens. As the golden light flashed, Hu Guojun felt a surge of power within his dantian, his entire meridians awakening simultaneously. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes, his brown irises radiating a white light, as the spirit of his black iron sword appeared, its blades swelling, releasing waves of sword energy. Hu Guojun leaped up, the swirling essence propelling him into the air. And he rejoiced. Transcendence, here I come, Hu Guojun exclaimed with a smile. Congratulations, my husband, on entering Transcendence. Yu Izhu smiled. Today I enter Transcendence, and from now on, I shall be able to slay experts of the pseudo-divine realm. Hu Guojun said proudly. Boast as you will. Don't let the wind carry away your tongue. Yu Izhu retorted with a smirk. That we'll see. Hu Guojun chuckled, crossing his arms. Hu Guojun retrieved a jug of wine from his room, laughed heartily, and poured the fine liquor into his mouth. Having lingered at the peak of the condensation realm for so long, today he could finally enter transcendence. A truly exhilarating occasion. Hu Guojun had been reluctant to expend the abundant spirit power stored within the Golden Crow sacred pearl, as he intended to use it for the awakening of Xing Yulu and Xue Feng in the future, that if the phoenix could awaken, Xing Yulu's potential would likely rival that of Yun Qingyi, making her a significant ally on his path to returning to the divine realm. Although Yu Yizhu had made considerable progress in the early stages of the condensation realm, her potential would only reach the level of Yu Shiro. Placing her outside of Guojun's future plans, Hu Guojun summoned his sword spirit, soaring through the skies, overlooking the entire holy capital. For a moment, he felt as if he were once again the celestial emperor surveying the world. Entering transcendence merely indicated that Hu Guojun possessed the theoretical possibility of returning to the divine realm. The path of rebirth still lay ahead, fraught with challenges. Above the heavens, Hu Guojun listened to the howling winds around him, his heart brimming with yearning for the divine realm. "What are they doing in my absence?" Hu Guojun murmured. "Yulu, do you think your husband is somewhat mysterious?" Yu Yizhu asked. "At first, I thought he was just a frivolous young lord. But later I realized he possesses a demeanor that seems beyond his years." Xing Yulu pondered. "No more guessing. Regardless of the kind of person he is, he loves us. Does he not?" Yu Yizhu smiled as she leaned against Xing Yulu's shoulder, her face radiant with happiness. At this moment, Hu Guojun remained in the air, gazing down at the holy capital, relishing the joy of ruling over all. Jiuquan had also arrived in the holy capital. At this time, Xing Xiuda was purchasing roasted ducks at the city gate. The vendor inadvertently remarked, "Shall I get a few for your son-in-law as well?" "Young lady," Xing Xiuda laughed, "Hu Guojun treats my daughter well. There's no need for me, as her father, to worry." The mention of Hu Guojun's name instantly captured Jiuquan's attention, and he fixed his gaze on Xing Xiuda, the chains on his body clinking softly as he stealthily followed him at a distance. Xing Xiuda, carrying 2 roasted ducks, moved to the roadside, untied the reins, and mounted his horse. Heading toward the Xing residence, Jiuquan let out a cold laugh, summoned his earth-bear spirit, and darted toward Xing Xiuda's direction. Upon arriving at the Xing residence, Xing Xiuda secured his horse and entered with the roasted ducks, but a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Jiuquan appeared on a tree branch across from the Xing residence, his seemingly clumsy form moving with the agility of a monkey. With a cold glint in his eyes, Jiuquan surveyed the serene Xing residence, smoke rising from its chimneys. To find what one seeks effortlessly is indeed a rare fortune. Jiuquan smirked wickedly. Chapter 56. The calamity of the Xing family. Jiuquan leaped into the air above the courtyard of the Xing residence, a fierce wind swirling around him. Dark winds surged, dust clouding the sky, and the roof tiles were ripped from their positions, crashing to the ground. Xing Long, with his white beard flying in the wind, unleashed a yellow aura, and a gray eagle with a wingspan of over 7 meters materialized. Its silver body thickly feathered, its claws as sharp as blades, poised to take flight. "Who dares to invade my Xing family?" Xing Long roared. "Soul Abyss and Jiuquan. Where is Hu Guojun?" And Jiuquan's voice emerged from the wind, low and menacing. "Hu Guojun, what business do you have with him in my Xing residence?" Xing Long frowned. "That if you do not hand over Hu Guojun, you shall all perish." And Jiuquan's voice resonated ominously. "Then let us see." Xing Long growled. "Eagle, take flight." With a thunderous cry, the eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful gust that snapped 4 thick poplar trees in the courtyard in half, amidst the raging wind. A white rainbow flashed, and Xing Long swung his sword. Jiuquan chuckled coldly, the chains on his body unfurling as he produced a massive meteor hammer from his cloud bracelet. The hammer spun rapidly, its whirling wind sounding like thunder. Summoning his earth-bear spirit, swirling sands appeared around him. The two transformed into silver and yellow beams of light, soaring into the sky, colliding like 2 meteors, igniting a shower of sparks. "Yu Hang, hurry to the Hu residence and call for Hu Guojun, quickly," Xing Xiuda bellowed. Xing Yu Hang hurriedly left the Xing residence, racing toward the Yu residence. Xing Xiuda, Xing Xiuji, and Xing Xiu summoned their spirit forms, manifesting 2 mountain eagles and a vulture. The 3 shouted fiercely, releasing their spirit bodies. Soaring into the AI, Jiuquan wielded the meteor hammer, the enormous weight spinning through the air, striking the three sons of the Xing family, who were at the sixth level of the condensation realm, sending them flying back several meters, blood spewing from their mouths. Withdraw. This man's strength must be above the third level of transcendence. Xing Lai Long snarled, his grip on the steel blade trembling from exertion. Crushing bone hammer wind. And Jiuquan roared, the meteor hammer swirling rapidly, conjuring a whirlwind that howled like thunder. Xing Lai Long found himself engulfed in the whirlwind, hastily summoning a protective shield of essence to guard against Jiuquan's assault. Just as the moment seemed fleeting, a gray shadow flashed by, the massive meteor hammer appearing behind Xing Lai Long like a specter. With a muffled crash, it shattered his protective essence, sending him plummeting from the sky. The 82-year-old Xing Lai Long coughed up a mouthful of old blood, kneeling on one knee, racked with pain. Jiuquan approached, dragging the meteor hammer closer to Xing Lai Long, wiping the blood from his lips. Xing Lai Long struggled to raise his steel blade. A piercing eagle cry resonated through the air as a light blue spear beam shot down from the void. And Jiuquan hastily retreated, the spear beam exploding before him, creating a large crater. "Oh!" And Jiuquan shouted in fury. "Xing family, Xing Yuhang," came the low reply. "Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread. Hell has no door, yet you dare to trespass. Die!" And Jiuquan roared. The Earth-Bear's spirit manifested, surrounded by a formidable force of earth elements. Its massive mouth, opening wide as a brown light circle, surged forth. Mighty Bear Wave. Xing Yuhao wielded the ice-breaking pear blossom spear, its shaft enveloped in a silvery aura of energy, generating immense power. At this moment, Xing Yuhao had already reached the late stage of the condensation realm, showcasing commendable strength. However, it was evident that in comparison to Jiuquan, who was at the fourth tier of the transcendence realm, Xing Yuhao's prowess was still lacking. As he received the charge of the ferocious bear wave, his arms were already overwhelmed with fatigue. Jiuquan transformed into a fleeting shadow, tumbling through the air in a dazzling display. And amidst the whirlwind, a fierce punch struck directly at Xing Yuhao's chest. Caught off guard, Xing Yuhao was sent hurtling backward, the tremendous impact causing him to crash through a wall. "Brother Yuhao, do not panic. Hu Guojun is here." A voice resonated from above. It turned out that upon arriving at the Yu residence, Xing Yuhao discovered Hu Guojun was not present and had to turn back. Just as Hu Guojun returned home, he learned from the Yu family that Xing Yuhao had come looking for him, prompting him to hastily return to the Xing family. "Hu Guojun, your end is nigh." And Jiuquan bellowed, directing his gaze towards the sky. "This day next year shall be your Memorial Day," Hu Guojun retorted angrily. Behind Hu Guojun, the Xiantai sword soul was already summoned, beams of golden light shooting forth from the sword, casting golden sword rays that refracted down from the void. "That you've already reached the transcendence realm?" And Jiuquan inquired. "This is of no concern to you. What you must know is that you are destined to die," Hu Guojun replied sternly. With that, golden energy, swords descended from the sky, yet Jiuquan waved his hands, raising a brown energy wall that absorbed the energy, swords entirely. "Adjusting the insects, are we?" And Jiuquan chuckled, but he hurled a meteor hammer into the sky, and as the hammer's fierce wind surged, Hu Guojun was directly obliterated by it, transforming into a cloud of white smoke. "Look at that staff." Hu Guojun had already materialized behind Jiuquan. A single sweeping strike collided with Jiuquan's sturdy arm, producing a dull thud and pushing Jiuquan back several meters. "Quite resilient you are," Hu Guojun laughed. If it were Li Cha from the Soul Tomb, Hu Guojun would indeed feel some trepidation, but he was pleasantly surprised to find a towering giant standing before him, perfectly aligned with his intentions. In his previous life, the Celestial Emperor favored battling against formidable demon foes, allowing him to exploit his speed advantage to shatter his adversaries. "Can you truly surpass the 4 demon commanders?" Hu Guojun mused with a slight smile. "Young Master Hu, I come to assist you." Xing Jilong was about to lend his aid. "Senior Xing, there is no need to intervene. Allow me to deal with him," Hu Guojun declared as he drew the dragon-subduing staff. Jiuquan snorted coldly, his massive form quaking as thick iron chains coiled towards Hu Guojun. A dark iron chain surged forth like a serpent, winding towards him. Hu Guojun harnessed his energy, and with a flick of the sword soul behind him, A colossal golden sword descended, severing the iron chain effortlessly, though Hu Guojun had just entered the Transcendence realm. The inherent advantage of golden energy allowed him to contend with Jiuquan. Employing the shadow step technique, he transformed into multiple phantoms, darting past Jiuquan without launching an attack. That as Jiuquan grew, increasingly agitated under Hu Guojun's provocations. His techniques became more erratic. The one who loses their composure first will be the one to falter. Hu Guojun murmured. He continued to evade Jiuquan's relentless onslaught, leaping and dodging with agility. Gradually, Jiuquan regained his composure, realizing that despite his superior cultivation, Hu Guojun's speed surpassed his own, placing him at a disadvantage within the rhythm of battle orchestrated by Hu Guojun. Jiuquan hurled the meteor hammer into the air. And above, a dark meteor hammer plummeted like a shooting star to everyone's astonishment. Hu Guojun surged directly towards Jiuquan, catching him off guard. He never anticipated that Hu Guojun would charge at him head-on. As the meteor hammer descended, clearly enchanted to target him, Jiuquan felt a wave of despair wash over him, entangled with his adversary. This move is one that cannot be retracted. He frantically swung his fists, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy, while Hu Guojun conjured a trident energy formation, temporarily restraining Jiuquan's movements. That a tremendous explosion erupted, sending both combatants flying, with Hu Guojun observing Jiuquan lying on the ground, spitting out dust. "Damn it, are you out of your mind?" Jiuquan seethed. "What? You may be larger than me, but you must surely feel the impact more acutely. Wouldn't you agree?" Hu Guojun replied with a mischievous grin. "Damn it." Jiuquan realized he had fallen for Hu Guojun's trick and gritted his teeth. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, Jiuquan lunged at Hu Guojun, with the Earth Bear's spirit behind him striking down with tremendous force. Capable of shattering Hu Guojun's crown with a single blow, Hu Guojun twisted his body, leveraging his substantial core strength to fold in mid-air, swinging his staff towards the head of the Earth Bear spirit. The spirit was struck, causing it to tremble and emit a furious roar. Thunderous growls resonated as the Earth Bear's spirit bared its sharp fangs and charged at Hu Guojun. Utilizing the shadow step technique, Hu Guojun slid beneath the Earth Bear's legs, swiftly turning to deliver another strike. The blow landed on the Earth Bear's spirit, causing pain to reverberate through Jiuquan, who let out a pained cry and glared angrily at Hu Guojun. Furious, Jiuquan roared, charging toward Hu Guojun. Standing his ground, Hu Guojun fixed his gaze on the approaching Jiuquan. Just as Jiuquan closed in, the trident formation manifested, and Jiuquan was jolted violently by the trident formation, becoming disoriented, and Hu Guojun summoned the Golden Crow's sacred pearl, unleashing a quarter of its spirit stone power, enveloping Jiuquan in a golden radiance. "It is over," Xing Yuhao chuckled. The quarter spirit stone power would not be sufficient to slay Jiuquan. Yet it dazzled his vision. Hu Guojun materialized above, descending like a streak of golden lightning. With a thunderous crash, the sound of bones fracturing echoed that a spray of crimson blood arched through the air. Tracing a vivid scarlet line, Jiuquan fell to the ground, his body stiffening in disbelief before succumbing to death. Hu Guojun summoned the Golden Crow's sacred pearl, which hovered above Jiuquan's corpse, absorbing a wisp of vital energy. "Senior Xing, are you unscathed?" Hu Guojun inquired with concern. "Young master Hu, you worry unnecessarily." "I am quite well," Xing Jilong replied, clasping his fists. "Had it not been for your timely arrival today, we would have surely perished at his hands. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Modesty is unnecessary. This individual seemed to be targeting me, but inadvertently entered your residence. That I hope Senior Xing can forgive this misapprehension." Hu Guojun expressed sincerely. Xing Jilong's perception of Hu Guojun had shifted. Rather than pursuing the matter concerning Xing Xiuqing, Hu Guojun had come to their aid. That if the Soul Tomb had sought to eliminate the Xing family, it would have greatly benefited their own power. Yet Hu Guojun risked his life to assist them, moving Xing Jilong deeply. "Your strength and talent truly impress me, young master. My Xing family shall stand united with you to confront formidable foes," Xing Jilong declared with a smile. "Your sentiments are appreciated, Senior Xing," Hu Guojun replied with a grin. "That I have matters to attend to and cannot linger." "I hope Senior Xing understands," Hu Guojun continued. "Safe travels." "Young master," Xing Jilong replied, clasping his fists. Upon returning home, Hu Guojun summoned Xing Yulu. Yulu, what is your current cultivation level? Hu Guojun inquired. Approximately at the 8th or 9th level of the condensation realm, Xing Yulu responded. Sit there while I set up a spirit stone formation to aid you, Hu Guojun said mysteriously. Skeptical yet compliant, Xing Yulu seated herself cross-legged, channeling her energy to consolidate within her Danting. Hu Guojun arranged the spirit stone formation. Beams of light shooting skyward, refracting from the void to create a colossal energy field. He cast the golden crow, sacred pearl, into the air, which spun rapidly above Xing Yulu, emitting a golden beam directed at her. With a soft moan, Xing Yulu expelled a mouthful of vital blood, while a silver aura of energy surged from her like crashing waves that a silver avian creature screeched mournfully as frost-laden air enveloped the heavens. Its glassy phoenix eyes exuding an aura befitting the king of birds. Phoenix rebirth, not through death, but soaring through the heavens. Birds began to materialize above the Yu residence, circling gracefully and emitting melodious calls. Dozens of birds descended before Xing Yulu, spreading their wings, their heads bowing in reverence as if paying homage to the avian monarch. Behind Xing Yulu, a magnificent snow phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters and shrouded in frost took form. The snow phoenix soars through the sky, 100 birds bowing to the phoenix. Hu Guojun exclaimed, Madam, your innate talent is truly remarkable. You have leapt directly from the 9th level of the condensation realm into the transcendence realm. Hu Guojun, possessing only average aptitude, could never be transformed into a prodigy, even by the celestial emperor's hand. Yet, Xing Yulu's potential was unparalleled, likely unmatched across the central domain. Are you saying that I have now reached the transcendence realm? Xing Yulu asked in astonishment. Indeed, Hu Guojun replied with a gentle smile and a nod. He produced paper and pen from his cloud bracelet, spreading the paper flat and swiftly inscribing a series of characters. After half a tea's time, Hu Guojun handed the paper to Xing Yulu. This is a gift from your husband to celebrate your ascension into the transcendence realm. You must diligently practice it, and you shall undoubtedly become one of the most formidable women in the central domain, Hu Guojun declared with a smile. Universal celestial phenomena, guided by the sword, vanquishing deities and slaying demons, Xing Yulu murmured solemnly. This is my most prized treasure, the heavenly slaying sword technique. She revealed that Hu Guojun chuckled. It appears to be quite profound. Xing Yulu frowned in response that is there any formidable technique that is not deep? Hu Guojun grinned mischievously. Then I thank you, my husband. Xing Yulu replied with a faint smile. How do you intend to repay me? Hu Guojun swiftly wrapped his arm around Xing Yulu's slender waist, laughingly retorting, You are insufferable. Her fair cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. Hu Guojun then lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the room. As the door closed behind them, a barrier of qi rising from the ground to thoroughly muffle any sound. Delicate caresses amidst the boundless waters, the rosy bed and crimson candles illuminating the spring night. That it was not until the following morning that the two emerged from the room, looking somewhat disheveled. Chapter 59. A new beginning. Xing Yulu had already entered the transcendence realm, while Hu Guojun began to entertain thoughts of departing the holy capital. However, an unresolved concern lingered. After Hu Guojun's departure, who would manage the Yu family? If Yu Yizhu were to remain, Yu Guangrong might return and could very well take her life. Entrusting the Yu household to Yu Huaichen might allow for leniency from Yu Guangrong upon his return. Although Yu Yizhu's later strength might not aid Hu Guojun significantly, she was still his first wife, and he could not abandon her. Hu Guojun summoned both ladies and shared his desire to pursue the path of the divine and leave the holy capital. My husband is not one to willingly spend his remaining days in this city. How could we hinder him? Yu Yizhu said softly that if you leave the holy capital, I shall follow you alongside Sister Yizhu. Xing Yulu declared. Very well, I express my gratitude to both of you, Hu Guojun replied. The journey to pursue the divine path will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. I hope we can unite our efforts to overcome all obstacles. You have your own world, your own ideals. We will follow you. Yu Yizhu nestled against Hu Guojun, pursuing the divine path. Count me in. Xing Yuhua emerged from the courtyard. Brother Yuhua, since you are willing to join, I shall warmly welcome you. Hu Guojun rose with a smile that I will entrust all affairs of the Yu residence to my esteemed father-in-law, We shall set forth the day after tomorrow. 2 days later. Xing Yuhua donned a gray light garment, carrying a broken ice pear blossom spear, standing before the Yu residence, leading a snow-white steed from the western regions. Let us embark. Hu Guojun waved his hand with a grin. Dressed in white brocade, with the dragon-suppressing staff slung over his shoulder and a brown steed beneath him, he looked gallant. Xing Yulu wore an ethereal white attire, cinched with a bat-patterned belt, with the ice-edged sword on her back. Yu Yizhu donned a pale purple brocade, adorned with a peach blossom pin. The two ladies mounted their white steeds, following closely behind Hu Guojun. The four of them rode forth, galloping towards the gates of the holy capital. No sooner had they departed than Xing Yuhua turned and asked, "Where are we headed?" "In the direction of Julong City. First we shall stop at Qingfeng Town to rest," Hu Guojun replied with a gentle smile. "To reach Qingfeng Town, we must traverse Qingfeng Mountain, which is said to harbor many bandits. Perhaps we should take a detour," Xing Yuhua suggested. "What is the matter? Are you afraid, brother Yuhua?" Hu Guojun teased that I am not afraid. "But if we can avoid combat, why not?" Xing Yuhua chuckled. "Tio, bide our time and conserve our strength," Xing Yulu added with a smile. "You two siblings truly think alike." Hu Guojun laughed as they conversed. They unwittingly entered Qingfeng Mountain. That it was spring, and the peach blossoms on the mountain bloomed in abundance, enchanting and beautiful. The lush trees and crystal-clear streams rendered the scenery breathtaking. How could such a picturesque mountain harbor bandits? Yu Yizhu furrowed her brow. "Perhaps even bandits appreciate beauty," Hu Guojun remarked, casting a glance at the splendid Qingfeng Mountain. "The horses cannot enter here," Yu Yizhu lamented. With a smile, Hu Guojun produced 4 azure bags from his cloud bracelet, saying, "I had anticipated this, the beast-controlling bags." Yu Yizhu's eyes brightened. Hu Guojun tossed the 4 bags, and in a flash of white light, the 4 steeds were drawn into the bags. The 4 entered the notorious lair of bandits. Qingfeng Mountain, chatting and laughing. The winding mountain path proved treacherous, and by noon, they were drenched in sweat. An elderly woman with graying hair and a kind face sat at a tea stall. "Young gentlemen and ladies, would you care for a bowl of cold tea?" The old woman smiled. Hu Guojun glanced at her gentle demeanor and replied, "Very well. For bowls, please." The old woman skillfully ladled out 4 bowls of cold tea from her barrel and placed them on a small wooden table, saying, "The tea is ready. Enjoy." Chapter 60. The bandit lair. The 4 drank the cold tea, and before long, they felt dizzy and collapsed onto the ground, Hu Guojun even sporting a faint smile as he fell. As soon as they were down, the kindly old woman vanished without a trace, her expression turning fierce as she glared at the 4 to come out. "Take them away." From behind the tea stall came rustling sounds as several dark-skinned, scarred men emerged, hoisting the 4 and carrying them deeper into Qingfeng Mountain. Time passed unmeasured until the 4 found themselves tied up and thrown onto the ground. That a bucket of cold water was splashed over them, jolting them awake. "Who am I? Where am I?" Hu Guojun shouted. "That I in a bandit's lair. Where else?" Xing Yuhua despaired. Hey, stop your chatter." A bandit chief, his skin a sickly yellow and a scar running across his face, shouted. "Empty out the contents of your cloud bracelet." One bandit ordered. "Those 2 women, leave them to me as my wives." The bandit chief leered. "That I in your dreams?" Xing Yuhua retorted, facing death. "You still dare to be defiant." The bandit chief swung his hand, but Xing Yuhua rolled away, unleashing a silver chi that snapped his ropes. Simultaneously, Yu Yizhu, Xing Yulu, and Hu Guojun broke free of their bindings, glaring fiercely at the bandit chief. "Chi practitioners! They are chi practitioners!" The bandits exclaimed in panic. "Do not panic. I will handle them," the bandit chief yelled. With a low growl, he unleashed gray chi, summoning a brightly polished broadsword to strike at Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun's protective chi surged forth, forming a golden shield that collided with the bandit chief, sending him flying and knocking out 2 of his front teeth. That the second layer of the condensation realm. "You dare to call yourself the leader?" Hu Guojun sneered. "Transcendence. Transcendence." The bandit chief quivered in fear. "How did you deduce that this band of bandits is of low caliber?" Yu Yizhu laughed. "With such intelligence, it would be surprising if their cultivation was high." Hu Guojun chuckled. "Qingfeng Mountain is a notorious bandit stronghold. How could there be an old woman selling cold tea halfway up the mountain? Had I not opposed it earlier, I would have dispatched them all immediately." Xing Yuhua kicked a bandit aside, proclaiming loudly. "Well, we've also been drenched," Yu Yizhu complained. You all do not understand. I have questions to ask them. Hu Guojun said, raising a finger and shaking it. What questions? The three asked in unison. Come here, Hu Guojun pointed at the bandit chief. Trembling in fear, the bandit chief crawled over, stammering, Great sir, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare my life. Do not panic. Are there other bandits in this mountain? Hu Guojun inquired. Yes, the bandits in the rear mountain are powerful. We cannot contend with them, that we only rob some outsiders halfway up the mountain. We never anticipated encountering such esteemed guests like yourselves. The bandit chief begged, bowing deeply. What level of cultivation do they possess? Hu Guojun pressed seriously. This lowly one truly does not know. With our meager strength, we only dare to bully outsiders who cannot fight back. We never dare to engage with a stronger group in the back, the bandit chief lamented. What is the name of that powerful group? Xing Yuhua leaned in to ask. Qingfeng Gang, the bandit chief replied. Qingfeng Gang, understood, Hu Guojun said coldly. What is their highest level of cultivation? Xing Yuhua asked, at least the 8th layer of the condensation realm. And there may also be experts in the transcendence realm, the bandit chief answered. Then we shall rid the world of this menace and eradicate the Qingfeng Gang. Hu Guojun's eyes glimmered with a fierce intent. The bandit chief looked utterly bewildered, not daring to utter a word. Bring forth the finest food and drink. Let us feast, Hu Guojun said, curling his lip. The bandit chief hastily complied, fearing for his life, and hurried to present the best provisions from the lair. That night, Hu Guojun gathered the three together, saying, Rest assured, the Qingfeng Gang will undoubtedly come for our lives at midnight. Why is that? Xing Yuhua furrowed his brow. Do you think that bandit chief truly knows nothing of the Qingfeng Gang's inner workings? While the strength of the bandits here may vary, they must have connections amongst themselves. It is impossible for him to have described it so vaguely. Hu Guojun asserted confidently. How shall we respond? Xing Yuhua asked. You go to that room. I will remain here with Yulu and Iju. Hu Guojun instructed to be why myself. Xing Yuhua was taken aback. What is it? Do you wish to be with my 2 wives? Hu Guojun smirked. Xing Yuhua's face flushed as he turned to leave. Hu Guojun chuckled and followed him, whispering into his ear that a smile slowly crept onto Xing Yuhua's lips as he joyfully departed for another room. At midnight, Hu Guojun lay in bed, snoring loudly, while Yu Iju and Xing Yulu struggled to suppress their laughter. Xing Yuhao has also cast aside the burdens of his elegant demeanor, pinching his nose as he snores vigorously. The resounding echoes of his snores reverberate, and from the distant thicket, shadowy figures begin to emerge, glinting steel blades reflecting the moonlight ominously that a group of ruffians snores thunderously, resembling the roar of a tempest. The bandit leader's voice cuts through the air, commanding, You all, surround them, but remain silent. Brother, the people from Qingfeng Jai have already arrived, a minion whispers, slinking over. Excellent, this seals their fate, the bandit leader replies, drawing forth a long knife with a grim resolve. Chapter 61. The annihilation of Qingfeng Jai. The bandits encircle the 2 sleeping quarters, hurling torches into the rooms that in an instant, flames soar towards the heavens, heat waves rolling forth, casting a crimson glow upon the pitch-black night. The bandit leader glares at the inferno before him, chuckling, Once the fire is extinguished, we shall collect their corpses at this moment. Hu Guojun and his companions have vacated the sleeping quarters, sprinting deeper into Qingfeng Mountain. I suspected they would strike while we slumbered. The fire, they said, is so immense it will take considerable time to quench. We should make a beeline for the heart of Qingfeng Jai. Hu Guojun exclaims with a grin. They could never anticipate this move. Xing Yuhao chuckles in agreement. But how shall we locate Qingfeng Jai? Yu Iju inquires. The bandit leader mentioned that Qingfeng Jai lies deep within Qingfeng Mountain. If we search deeper into the mountain, we are sure to uncover something, Hu Guojun responds. The 4 of them activate their qi cultivation techniques, darting through the forest like streaks of light. After a brief moment, a colossal stronghold comes into view, with the characters Qingfeng Jai prominently displayed above the entrance. The 4 summon their spiritual energy, entering Qingfeng Jai with a fierce determination. Xing Yuhao smiles slightly, his body quaking, and a pair of silver eagle wings manifest behind him. Silver energy surges forth, creating rippling waves of power. You have secretly entered the transcendence realm. Hu Guojun laughs. Xing Yuhao's advancement to transcendence, while surprising, is not entirely unfathomable. that is the foremost genius of the Xing family. Though his spiritual essence may be slightly inferior to Xing Yulu, his innate talent is certainly commendable, only lacking guidance from a master. After following Hu Guojun and practicing the Four Saints exorcism formation, Xing Yuhao's cultivation must have progressed by leaps and bounds that a piercing eagle cry shatters the silence. A silver streak of light hurtles forward, crashing through the gates of Qing Fengzhai. Now this is exhilarating. Hu Guojun shakes his head with a smile. Behind Hu Guojun, the Xiantai sword spirit is summoned, its blade enveloped in golden energy. Soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace. What trick is my husband playing now? Yu Yizhu chuckles that Hu Guojun points skyward with a slight smile. Streams of golden energy, swords descend like torrential rain, causing continuous explosions within Qing Fengzhai, igniting golden soul flames. The golden tongues of fire flicker and sway, nearly scorching the very air, as the scent of death permeates the entirety of Qing Fengzhai. Xing Yulu gazes at the inferno engulfing Qing Fengzhai, a look of regret crossing her face. How many lives will be lost? Qing Fengzhai has undoubtedly taken the lives of countless innocent passers-by over the years. These individuals truly deserve their fate and warrant no lament, Yu Yizhu replies. Under the relentless barrage of golden energy swords, Qing Fengzhai is rendered to ruins. The four venture into the charred remains of Qing Fengzhai, where the ground is strewn with the burnt corpses of bandits, some of whom, with higher cultivation, lie moaning in agony. Speak, where is your leader? Hu Guojun demands, grasping an injured bandit from the ground. The leader took half the men down the mountain last night. The specifics are beyond my knowledge. The bandit pleads for mercy. Hu Guojun opts not to press further against the already wounded bandit, choosing instead to await the return of the Qing Fengzhai leader and his men. After approximately 2 hours, the leader of Qing Fengzhai returns with dozens of bandits. Upon seeing their stronghold reduced to a wasteland, the leader's vision darkens, nearly causing him to faint. Scoundrels, show yourselves, the leader of Qing Fengzhai bellows. You've returned. Hu Guojun steps out from within the ruins with a playful grin that I demand your lives. The leader roars, unleashing a surge of white energy that a gleaming black giant sword materializes. Gray sword light slicing through the air, directing a lethal beam of energy toward Hu Guojun. With a disdainful snort, Hu Guojun's Xiantai sword is enveloped in golden energy, unleashing a golden sword light that clashes with the leader's assault. Xing Yuhao draws forth the ice-breaking pear blossom spear, ascending into the air as a pale blue spear light descends like a shooting star. Xing Yulu summons the snow phoenix spiritual essence, unleashing a tempest of frost as icy spikes hurtle through the air. Boom! The leader of Qing Fengzhai is obliterated under their combined onslaught, reduced to mere ashes that it seems we have forgotten to ask his name. Hu Guojun chuckles. That is of no consequence. Xing Yuhao replies, sharing a knowing smile. The remaining bandits tremble in fear, scattering in chaos. The bandit issue in Qingfeng Mountain does not appear as rampant as rumored. Could it not be resolved by dispatching a few Transcendence Realm experts from the Sangyan dynasty? Yu Yizhu furrows her brow. Your word suggests something amiss. Hu Guojun muses, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Chapter 62. A shocking discovery. The four disperse the remaining bandits, entering the inner sanctum of Qing Fengzhai, where a potent aroma of alcohol assaults their senses. Rows of wine barrels stand in neat alignment, while a roasted wild boar, fragrant and succulent, sits uneaten upon the central table. That as Hu Guojun walks across the wooden floor, he suddenly hears a crackling sound beneath his feet. Leaning down, he gently taps the floor. A sharp sound resounds, causing Hu Guojun to pause, before he strikes the ground with a fist, shattering it to reveal a large hole that he peers into the abyss of darkness below. Look, there is a cellar, Hu Guojun exclaims. The other three rush over to investigate, leaning down to peer into the inky depths. Let us descend and take a look, Hu Guojun proposes. Xing Yuhao retrieves a torch, descending into the breach, followed closely by Hu Guojun and the others. The flickering light illuminates the dark cellar as they tread upon the dust-laden underground passage, intermittently hearing the scurrying of mice. What is that? Xing Yuhao points toward clusters of moldy wooden crates in the distance. The four gather around, discovering that the crates bear the official seal of the Sangyan dynasty. Hu Guojun opens one of the boxes, revealing neatly stacked official silver bearing the Songyan dynasty insignia. How could a bandit hideout possess such an abundance of official silver? Xing Yuhao wonders aloud. Though the boxes have decayed, the orderly arrangement of the silver suggests they have remained untouched for quite some time. Not like spoils of their plunder, Hu Guojun remarks, furrowing his brow. It is said that Qingfeng Town has repeatedly dispatched troops to encircle the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain. Thus, the treasury provided to Qingfeng Town must have been considerable. Xing Yuhao muses thoughtfully. This truly raises suspicions. How could bandits amass such a fortune in official silver? Hu Guojun exclaims, bewildered. Let us first visit Qingfeng Town. This matter does not require our involvement. Yu Yizhu interjects, steering the conversation. The four emerge from the cellar and head towards Qingfeng Town. Along the way, Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao were solemn expressions, their minds consumed with thoughts of the official silver they discovered in the cellar. While Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu revel in the scenery along the roadside, the joys and sorrows of men and women are often worlds apart. After their arduous journey along the rugged mountain paths, the four arrive in Qingfeng Town, the largest town under the jurisdiction of Jilong City. Qingfeng Town serves as a crucial trade hub in the central region that a vast array of goods flows into Qingfeng Town, necessitating passage through the territory affected by Qingfeng Zhai, leading the court to issue multiple decrees for its eradication. And so, many years passed. The old Emperor Wang Hongxin has passed away, yet the bandit problem in Qingfeng Mountain remains unresolved. Had it not been for Hu Guojun and his companions' effortless annihilation of the bandits at Qingfeng Zhai, no one would have realized that this band of ruffians was not nearly as formidable as the rumors suggested. The four settle into an inn, and Hu Guojun calls for a waiter, inquiring, has Qingfeng Town ever dispatched troops to besiege the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain? Almost every year, troops are sent, yet each time it is fruitless. It is said that the military funding provided to us in Qingfeng Town is even greater than that of Jilong City. Yet it is unclear what the garrison is doing, the waiter sighs. I see, Hu Guojun nods slightly, his expression growing serious, that I suspect that the administrative officials of Qingfeng Town have colluded with the bandits of Qingfeng Zhai, establishing a long-term balance of power, allowing them to continually siphon military funding from the court. Hu Guojun posits, his brow furrowing. That makes sense. The Songyan dynasty boasts a plethora of experts in the transcendence realm, and even has saints of the pseudo-divine realm providing protection. How could they allow this band of thieves to wreak havoc for so many years? Xing Yuhao agrees, nodding. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the county office of Qingfeng Town, Hu Guojun suggests, glancing at Xing Yuhao. That I share that intention. Xing Yuhao readily concurs. Let us not concern ourselves with court matters. Yu Yizhu tugs at Hu Guojun's sleeve. This investigation will be undertaken by myself and Brother Yuhao. You and Yulu should rest here. Hu Guojun smiles. Very well. Yu Yizhu concedes reluctantly to Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao rise and depart, making their way towards the Qingfeng Town county office. What shall we do now? Xing Yuhao inquires. Follow my lead. Hu Guojun smiled mysteriously. The two of them leap from the back of the county office and gracefully enter the premises. Stealthily slipping into the backyard, they found two guards dozing off, their bodies leaning against their fire and water rods. They exchanged knowing glances, and one of them swiftly dashed forward, knocking the guards unconscious. They stripped them of their belongings, gagged them, and discarded them in the stable, covering them with hay. The two then transformed their appearance and swaggered around to the front of the office, standing imposing at the entrance with their fire and water rods. Chapter 63. The truth revealed. The two spent an entire day mingling within the county office of Qingfeng Town, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the magistrate clad in blue robes. The magistrate disembarked from his carriage. His face was ashen, and he stormed into the residence, grumbling, "Summon Zhang Lingbang to me at once." The magistrate commanded. Yes, a guard replied, bowing respectfully to Hu Guojun signaled to Xing Yuhao, indicating that the opportunity had arrived. They followed closely behind the guards, escorting the magistrate into the backyard. Upon reaching the inner chambers, the magistrate gestured for everyone to halt, and Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao obediently paused as well. After about half an hour, a tall general clad in armor entered the residence. "This must be Zhang Lingbang," Hu Guojun whispered to Xing Yuhao. "Did I believe so?" Xing Yuhao nodded in agreement. "What are you two whispering about?" One of the guards questioned Hu Guojun. "That I don't recall seeing you two before. Another guard furrowed his brow. "That we are new arrivals." Hu Guojun replied with a smile. "That I in an instant." A flash of white light surged, causing both guards to tremble and collapse lifelessly to the ground. Xing Yuhao retracted the silver energy from his body, frowning as he remarked, "These two really do talk too much. Dispose of the bodies." Hu Guojun said, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Xing Yuhao summoned his snow sculpture spirit, which opened its beak and unleashed a beam of white light, absorbing the guards' corpses entirely. The spirit of carnivorous beasts could draw strength from human flesh. While it could not enhance their cultivation, it nourished the essence of their spirit. That night, Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao crept into the official residence, crouching beneath the windows. "The bandits of Qingfeng Zhai have perished." A voice echoed, "Weren't you instructed to take it easy?" Another voice replied, "It seems the county official is quarreling with Zhang Lingbang." Hu Guojun murmured. Xing Yuhao nodded, leaning in closer to listen. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" the county official inquired. "The leader of the Qingfeng Zhai bandits is at least at the early stage of transcending. How could they be easily exterminated?" Zhang Lingbang expressed his confusion. "This is the central domain. Aren't there plenty of transcendent beings? It's merely our released information that frightened them." "Surely, you don't believe that group of bandits is formidable?" the county official urged anxiously. "After performing for so many years, I've almost forgotten." Zhang Lingbang chuckled. "That I want to know who those exterminators are." The county official's tone turned grave. "Then let us issue a notice, summoning them to the county office to claim their rewards. That way, we will know." Zhang Lingbang suggested. "That I am concerned about the silver we left in Qingfeng Zhai," the county official said, his voice low. "That I had forgotten about that, but since they managed to eliminate the Qingfeng Zhai bandits, those individuals cannot be weak. What if we are not their match?" Zhang Lingbang's expression darkened. "That is precisely what troubles me," the county official confessed, anxious that if they are at the early stage of transcending, that would be fine, but if they are at the mid to late stage, I would not stand a chance either. Zhang Lingbang sighed. "That we still profit 7-3, the county official chuckled. "Damn it. These dogs of officials." Xing Yuhao clenched his fists, trembling with rage, as so many lives have been lost on Qingfeng Mountain over the years. The government has consistently claimed to be exterminating bandits, yet they have been engaged in such dealings. Xing Yuhao continued to not rush. "Let us listen further," Hu Guojun suggested, appearing more composed. "Then let us prepare the notice and see who truly eradicated the bandit threat in Qingfeng Mountain," the magistrate declared. "I will get it ready," Zhang Lingbang replied. The two heard the sound of Zhang Lingbang rising and hurriedly concealed themselves in the shadows. As Zhang Lingbang exited, they stealthily entered the magistrate's room. The official paced anxiously within, and suddenly, a dagger was pressed against his neck. "Make a sound, and you shall meet your end," Hu Guojun growled. Xing Yuhao had already shut the door, fixating on the trembling magistrate. "We heard everything you just said," Hu Guojun stated coldly. The magistrate's face turned pale, yet he dared not utter a word. "You treacherous official, colluding with bandits." Xing Yuhao struck him across the face, causing half of his visage to swell like a small mountain. Blood streaming from his nose, yet his mouth was gagged, preventing any sound from escaping. Hu Guojun waved his hand, golden energy swirling forth, enveloping the room and muffling any noise. "You may speak now," Hu Guojun said in a low tone. "Two brave gentlemen, spare my life," the magistrate pleaded, weeping. "Tell us how you conspired with the bandits," Hu Guojun commanded, sitting at the table, twirling his dragon-subduing rod in his hands. Upon seeing the rod, the magistrate's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, crying, "This is not solely my doing. You officials excel at shirking responsibility." Xing Yuhao glared, reproaching him. "No, I swear, brave sirs," the magistrate begged. "Speak clearly about the ins and outs of this affair, and I might consider sparing your life," Hu Guojun said, pressing the rod against the magistrate's back, slowly gliding it across, that a warm stream flowed from the magistrate, and both men instinctively covered their noses. Chapter 64. The filthy deal, you spineless wretch. Have you actually urinated yourself? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in anger. "Did I swear? Spare me, brave sirs." The magistrate whimpered, collapsed on the ground. "Speak," Hu Guojun demanded. 5 years ago, I was dispatched to Qingfeng Town by the court. Upon discovering the rampant banditry, I realized there was no profit to be had, and so I devised a plan to pilfer from the court's bandit suppression funds, the magistrate recounted. But why did you choose to collaborate with the bandits? Xing Yuhao pressed that if we merely accepted the suppression funds without taking action, the court would grow suspicious. Hence, I conspired with Zhang Lingbang to collaborate with the bandits, feigning intense conflicts during each suppression operation. Splitting the court's silver 70-30, the magistrate explained. How could you do this to the people of Qingfeng-Zhai? Hu Guojun frowned. My family is impoverished. A spark of greed ignited within me. But this idea wasn't solely mine. Zhang Lingbang, as the court's supervising general, is equally culpable. The magistrate begged, bowing low. You officials possess no merit for the Zhangyan dynasty, yet are masters of corruption and malfeasance. Xing Yuhao spat in fury. Brave sirs, I am but a minor county magistrate. Ever since the old emperor fell ill, the entire court has fallen into such disarray, the magistrate implored, banging his head against the ground. You corrupt officials oppress the common people. Colluding with bandits, truly you deserve to be exterminated. Xing Yuhao shouted, his eyes wide with rage. Brave sirs, do not be so agitated. If Zhang Lingbang returns, you will not fare any better, the magistrate suddenly said, his tone grave. Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow and slapped the magistrate again, causing the other side of his face to swell grotesquely. The magistrate collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. When will Zhang Lingbang arrive? Hu Guojun demanded. Tomorrow morning, the magistrate cried out that we shall await his arrival. Hu Guojun replied indifferently. The following morning, Zhang Lingbang, donned in resplendent red attire and armor, with a sword at his waist, strode confidently into the courtyard. The magistrate was bound like a dumpling and placed on a square table, awaiting Zhang Lingbang's arrival. As Zhang Lingbang pushed open the ajar door, he was taken aback by the magistrate's disheveled state. Immediately, he rested his hand on the sword at his waist and bellowed, "Who dares?" Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and a golden energy barrier shot up from the ground. "Come out!" Zhang Lingbang unsheathed his sword, shouting, "You treacherous official, prepare to meet your end." Xing Yuhao emerged, his voice low and menacing. With that, Xing Yuhao unleashed a sweeping strike, and a powerful surge of energy sent the magistrate flying from the table. Crashing onto the floor, Zhang Lingbang met the attack with his sword, and a clash of metal echoed through the room as energy surged in every direction. Xing Yuhao's spear moved like a dragon, and his snow sculpture spirit emerged behind him, intensifying his assault. Zhang Lingbang let out a furious roar, summoning his dark green spirit, which manifested as a massive turtle covered in moss behind him. "You wretched turtle," Xing Yuhao taunted. Spirit battle form. Zhang Lingbang's body became encased in thick dark green armor, his legs growing immensely sturdy. Xing Yuhao thrust a spear into Zhang Lingbang's chest, producing a sharp clang as it was deflected away. "You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant." Zhang Lingbang shouted. That he swung his sword, causing a silver-white blade of light to flash and a gust of wind to follow. Xing Yuhao raised his spear to shield himself, but the force sent him crashing backward. As Zhang Lingbang swung his sword down, Hu Guojun suddenly appeared, delivering a blow to Zhang Lingbang's back, shattering his turtle shell and catching him off guard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In ambush, Zhang Lingbang exclaimed, his eyes widening. Xing Yuhao's snow sculpture spirit descended from above, fiercely clawing at Zhang Lingbang's back, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. "Damn it, an ambush again." Zhang Lingbang groaned. "What's wrong? Is ambushing not allowed?" Hu Guojun stepped on Zhang Lingbang's chest, laughing. "You corrupt officials, brimming with malice. Come, let us seek an explanation from the Lord of Julong City. Even if you go to Julong City, it will be of no use." Zhang Lingbang shouted. In response, Xing Yuhao delivered a punch to Zhang Lingbang's face, sternly declaring, "I'll teach you a lesson." The two, bound and bruised, left the county office through the back courtyard, and along the way, many townsfolk, witnessing their capture, wore expressions of delight. "It seems you two have committed numerous misdeeds in Qingfeng town," Hu Guojun remarked grimly. Upon arriving at the inn, they summoned Yu Yizhu and her companion. "Let us proceed to Julong City," Hu Guojun called out. Chapter 65. A nest of corruption at a donkey meat restaurant. Hu Guojun exchanged 5 spirit stones for a donkey, securing the county official and Zhang Lingbang on its back. The 4 rode horses, leading the donkey leisurely out of the town. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a large contingent of Qingfeng town's guards appeared. The leader of the guard shouted, "Bold thieves, how dare you bind an official of the court? If you make a move, their heads will surely roll." Xing Yuhao threatened, pressing his weapon against the neck of the county official. "Stand down." Zhang Lingbang pleaded helplessly. "Retreat, retreat." The county official echoed. Seeing that the commander had issued orders, the crowd parted ways, allowing the four to exit Qingfeng Town and head towards Julong City. Inside the military camp of Qingfeng Town, a cavalry soldier rode swiftly towards Julong City. Due to the donkey's slow pace, the journey of the four was somewhat delayed. Inside Julong City's prefecture, the prefect frowned. "What? Lu County Magistrate and General Zhang have been captured." The cavalry soldier knelt and reported, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. They should be halfway by now. What shall we do?" The prefect asked someone beside him. The individual was none other than Li Cha, the leader of the Julong City branch of the Soul Abyss. "That if it were just a minor thief, I would assist the prefect in resolving this." Li Cha chuckled that if you can help this official resolve the matter, "I will certainly reward you handsomely," the prefect replied, bowing. "Rest assured, I will rescue the two gentlemen," Li Cha said, raising an eyebrow and sipping his tea. Outside Julong City, Hu Guojun and the others had just arrived. They entered the city, found an inn, and enjoyed a hearty meal. "You two wait here. We will go report to the prefect." Hu Guojun instructed Hu Guojun, and Xing Yuhao dragged Zhang Lingbang and the county official towards the prefect's office. Upon arrival, they shouted, "We wish to lodge a complaint." A haughty doorman emerged and inquired, "A complaint?" "We accuse Lu Zhong, the county magistrate of Qingfeng Town, and General Zhang Lingbang of collusion with bandits and embezzlement of military funds," Xing Yuhao stated solemnly. The doorman, upon seeing the two bound men on the donkey, was momentarily taken aback before rushing inside to report that "My lord, two men at the door claim to report on County Magistrate Lu and General Zhang's collusion with bandits, and they have bound the two gentlemen on a donkey." Prefect Dong Long stroked his beard and replied gravely, "Let them in." The two entered the prefect's office, unceremoniously tossing their captives onto the hall floor. "My lord, these two are guilty of colluding with the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain and embezzling state military funds. What do you suggest we do?" Hu Guojun clasped his hands respectfully. "Please sit, brave gentlemen. This office will conduct a thorough investigation. Once confirmed, they will be severely punished," Dong Long proclaimed. "There is no need for an investigation. Simply send people to Qingfeng Mountain to retrieve the silver from the cellar. Moreover, be sure to send a substantial number of men, for there is a great deal of silver," Hu Guojun retorted disdainfully. "Lu Zhong, Zhang Lingbang, is what the warrior says true?" Dong Long pointedly asked that "My lord, we had no idea." Both men protested in unison. "Shameless scoundrels." Xing Yuhao berated. Hu Guojun smiled slightly, producing a piece of official silver and tossing it to the ground. "Dong Darren, is this the official silver of the Saiyan dynasty?" Dong Long leaned forward to pick up a piece of the silver, squinting at it for a moment before stating, "Indeed, it is our dynasty's official silver." Dong Long commanded, "Bring these two men into custody and throw them in the dungeon." Several soldiers entered and dragged the two away. Dong Long smiled, saying, "Brave gentlemen, this office will investigate meticulously and ensure the two are punished." "Your kindness is appreciated, Dong Darren," Hu Guojun replied with a bow. "Please rest for now. I will attend to this matter." Dong Long stated as he stood, "That we take our leave," Hu Guojun and his companion said. Just as Hu Guojun left, a soldier slipped inside and whispered, "My lord, they have departed. Bring those two foolish pigs back. But be careful not to let them notice." Dong Long instructed darkly that a few soldiers soon returned with the dirty-faced duo. Upon seeing Dong Long, the two quickly knelt and said, "My lord, incompetent fools, utterly useless." Dong Long fumed that we never anticipated these two would appear out of nowhere. Lu Zhong lamented, his face glum. "This office will send men to retrieve the silver to avoid leaving evidence, and as for those two, I will entrust the Soul Abyss to deal with them," Dong Long declared, his eyes narrowing. "Your wisdom is commendable." The two men quickly flattered. Dong Long's expression darkened as he scolded, "Because of you two fools, I cannot skim some profits from the military funds. Please spare us, my lord," they begged, bowing LOW to Hu Guojun, and Xing Yuhao walked along the road. Hu Guojun suddenly remarked to Xing Yuhao, "Brother Yuhao, trust me, this Dong Long is no good. The Sangyan dynasty is rotten to its core. What makes you say that? Xing Yuhao inquired that as we exited the prefect's office. A figure slipped back inside. Hu Guojun said meaningfully, his tone somber that a nest of corruption. Xing Yuhao sighed deeply. Chapter 66. A counterstrike. The two arrived at the inn and regrouped with Yu Yizhu and the others. Has everything been taken care of? Yu Yizhu asked. That I never imagined the bureaucratic system of the Songyan dynasty to be so corrupt. It's truly a challenge, Hu Guojun replied, shaking his head. Dictatorial, autocratic, corrupt, such as the bureaucratic landscape of the Songyan dynasty. A veritable hell of chaos and darkness. Xing Yuhao declared solemnly that I would argue it is worse than hell itself. Hu Guojun added with a bitter smile that we have handed them over. Let the rest of the matter be. If the bureaucratic system is so rotten, our reports are of no consequence, Hu Guojun stated grimly. The four packed their belongings and prepared to depart. You wish to leave? A cold voice echoed. Who? Hu Guojun responded quietly. Li Cha of the Soul Abyss. Li Cha emerged from the side, his dark golden scorpion spirit manifesting behind him. Are you here to kill me? Hu Guojun asked ominously that on the surface, I am commissioned by Jiulong Prefect Dong Long to eliminate you. But in truth, I seek to avenge in Jiuquan. Li Cha replied coldly. It seems Dong Long is also implicated in that batch of official silver, Hu Guojun observed. Official silver? Li Cha raised an eyebrow. Inquiring further, Hu Guojun recounted the entire incident to Li Cha, whose expression darkened as he replied, These corrupt officials spare no effort in exploiting the people. What? Aren't you here to kill me? Hu Guojun chuckled. Of course, I intend to kill you, but Dong Long informed me that you have captured the county magistrate of Qingfeng Town and the general, threatening the Jiulong City prefect, as the Soul Abyss assists in protecting Jiulong City. We must put an end to such behavior. Li Cha explained that if that is the case, can you let us go? Hu Guojun asked that if you did not kill in Jiuquan, I would release you, but these matters are separate. Li Cha stated gravely. Then let us fight. Who fears you? Xing Yuhao declared fiercely, summoning his snow-carving spirit. 4 Saints exorcising demons formation. The four unleashed their spirits, launching a fierce assault on Li Cha. Except for Yu Yizhu, who was at the 6th level of the condensation realm. The others had entered the 1st level of the transcendence realm, making their attack more formidable than during the confrontation within Jiuquan. Moreover, Xing Yulu had awakened her snow phoenix spirit, elevating her strength to a new level. Li Cha summoned his spirit body, his massive scorpion tail sweeping across as black energy swirled and gathered, absorbing the first wave of their assault. Yet he began to show signs of fatigue. What in the world is this damned battle formation? Li Cha growled, his eyes bloodshot to Li Cha. I was friends with Li Ao and had no intention of killing you. Do not be obstinate. An Jiuquan's death was his own doing. If we could kill him, do you think we cannot kill you? Hu Guojun said solemnly. Though enveloped in black malevolence, a hint of worry flickered in Li Cha's eyes. Having already killed in Jiuquan, could he truly escape unscathed? Any one of the four would be a match for him. Yet taking on all four with his 4th level of transcendence was proving challenging, especially with their remarkable battle formation, which maximized their combat effectiveness. Very well, out of respect for my brother, I will spare your life, Li Cha said gravely. Hu Guojun smiled slightly and asked, in that case, could we address the issue of the collusion between officials and bandits? After a moment of contemplation, Li Cha replied, all right, since Dong Long has instructed me to kill you, it indicates he is indeed problematic. I can assist you this once, not on behalf of the Soul Abyss, but as an individual. Then I thank you, Brother Li, Hu Guojun said gratefully. Hu Guojun chuckled that Li Cha returned to the government office in Jiulong City, kicking the door open with a force that sent the doorman scurrying in fright. Several guards attempted to intervene, but were swiftly enveloped by a wave of dark energy, their forms reduced to ash. With a cold glint in his eyes, Li Cha strode into Dong Long's residence, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Dong Darren, step forward, Li Cha intoned ominously. Dong Long, clad in a crimson official robe, rushed out from the courtyard. Smiling, Master Li, have the tasks been completed? Li Cha remained silent, and a massive scorpion tail emerged from behind him, lifting Dong Long off the ground by his collar. Dong Long's complexion turned pale as he stammered. Master Li, what are you doing? Colluding with the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain, spreading false information, embezzling military funds from the court. Was this not your doing? Li Cha's voice was low and menacing. Preposterous, utter nonsense, Dong Long exclaimed in panic. Where are Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang? Li Cha pressed. They have been kidnapped by those men, Dong Long replied. The scorpion tail pressed against his throat, and the looming specter of death rendered Dong Long ashen. Confess to me. Is this true? Otherwise, I shall let you experience the sting of the scorpion's venom. Li Cha warned darkly. Hu Guojun and the others entered, prompting Dong Long to gasp. You're still alive? Of course we're alive. Why would you wish for our demise? Hu Guojun laughed. From this perspective, it seems Dong Darren truly wanted me to silence you, Li Cha sneered. Please, allow me to explain, Dong Long pleaded. Go explain to those who perished on Qingfeng Mountain over the years. Li Cha retorted coldly to Li Cha. What pretense of virtue do you put on? How many lives have your so-called Wangwen cave taken? What righteousness are you preaching here? Dong Long barked that Li Cha's expression darkened, and he replied gravely, while many have perished at Wanghun Cave, we have only targeted rival sects such as Liuming and Zhuke men, or those with enmity against us. When have we ever harmed the innocent? Do you know how many die on Qingfeng Mountain each year? Exaggerating the bandit strength has caused the two major merchant guilds of the central region to divert their trade routes. How many outsiders from the north, south, east, and the wild lands have perished on Qingfeng Mountain? The entire economic development of the central region has been thwarted by you corrupt officials. Dong Long turned pale. Rendered speechless that a flicker of murderous intent crossed Li Cha's gaze as the scorpion tail pierced Dong Long's throat, blood splattering forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open. Chapter 67. The Yulian Merchant Association. Li Cha tossed Dong Long's corpse aside and spoke solemnly. I have killed the man. The court will pursue this matter, but Wanghun Cave shall bear no responsibility. You would do well to leave quickly. Thank you for the warning, Brother Li. Hu Guojun chuckled. Wanghun Cave will not let you off for Jiuquan's death. After I am done with you, 2 more will come to seek your life. You should prepare for the worst, Li Cha said darkly. With that, Li Cha vanished like a wisp of smoke. What shall we do now? Xing Yuhao inquired that we're going to Jilong City, that it would be a waste not to visit the Yulian Merchant Association. Hu Guojun replied with a faint smile. The Yulian Merchant Association, another major merchant guild in the central region, rivaled the Qixing Merchant Association in strength, now that the Songyan dynasty has fully relocated its capital. The future of the holy capital appears bleak. In the near future, the Qixing Merchant Association may choose to abandon the holy capital. What do you intend to do there? Yu Yizhu asked. Take a look at the map. Hu Guojun replied with a mysterious smile. Mount Wanshou. Yu Yizhu's brows furrowed slightly as she whispered. How about capturing a monster? Hu Guojun said with a sly grin. Are you going to procure beast traps? Xing Yuhao asked. Hu Guojun nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Beast traps must cost quite a bit, right? Xing Yulu frowned. Watch how I can get them for you without spending a dime. Hu Guojun laughed. The 4 arrived at the main headquarters of the Yulian Merchant Association, where 2 doormen blocked their path. Who goes there? One doorman asked coldly. That we wish to see President Xu. Hu Guojun stated that, do you think the president is someone you can just see at will? The doorman replied disdainfully. Inform President Xu that we are friends of Li Ao. Hu Guojun chuckled. Upon hearing Li Ao's name, the doorman's demeanor changed instantly, and he smiled. Please wait a moment, I shall report this right away. How lowly they are. Yu Yizhu muttered under her breath, displeased. Isn't that the nature of those who guard the door? Hu Guojun laughed. Before long, a woman of nearly 50, yet still possessing grace, emerged, revealing herself as Chu Lianqing. The president of the Yulian Merchant Association. We greet President Chu. The 4 bowed respectfully. Hello, come in and have a seat, Chu Lianqing said gently. The 4 followed her into the headquarters of the Yulian Merchant Association. Inside the grand hall, exquisite stone carvings and vases adorned the space, and the scent of musk permeated the air. Rows of beautifully crafted mahogany armchairs were neatly arranged. After the 4 sat down, several maidservants brought forth high-quality green tea, the fragrance of tea mingling with musk, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. You are friends of Li Ao? Chu Lianqing smiled. Not just friends. I am also his brother-in-law, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. You are Guiyi's elder brother? Chu Lianqing inquired with a smile. Indeed, that is I, Hu Guojun said, rising to clasp his fists in greeting. Then it seems we are indeed relatives. Chu Lianqing laughed, covering her face. President Chu, we have come today with a request, Hu Guojun said, scratching his head, that if there are any difficulties, feel free to speak. Chu Lianqing smiled, that we were originally heading to Mount Wanshou, but someone stole our cloud bracelet. Having traveled from the holy capital, we do not wish to return. We came specifically to ask if you could sell us some beast traps at a more affordable price, Hu Guojun said pitifully. Xing Yuhao nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this, suppressing laughter as he thought, isn't this just shamelessly begging? Xing Yulu stifled a giggle, thinking, with you saying that, how could they possibly ask you for money again? Chu Lianqing raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Inner, bring forth 8 beast traps from the wild lands. Yes, one of the maidservants responded, bowing. Before long, the maidservant returned with a cloud bracelet in hand. Whispering, Madam, the beast traps have been brought. Chu Lianqing took the cloud bracelet and stood, smiling, consider this a gift to my in-laws. How can we accept this? Hu Guojun protested, but in the struggle, he slipped the cloud bracelet into his pocket. Xing Yuhao was utterly impressed by Hu Guojun's audacity, barely containing his laughter. Guojun thanks President Chu. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in gratitude, that it is already noon. Please stay for a meal, Chu Lianqing said with a smile. Then it would be rude not to accept, Hu Guojun replied cheerfully. Chu Lianqing chuckled, stepping out of the hall to instruct, have the kitchen prepare several exquisite dishes and fetch 2 jars of fine wine from Wuxin Tower. Follow me, Chu Lianqing said with a gentle smile. The 4 followed her to the dining hall of the Yulian Merchant Association, that in the center of the hall stood a massive blue lotus carved from spirit stone, flanked by 2 glass peonies for decoration. The exquisite rattan tables and chairs were spotless, and in the center of the dining table, an incense burner emitted a fragrant musk aroma that a roasted suckling pig was presented, followed by 5 bowls of bird's nest soup, a platter of braised beef, and a serving of braised base. Husband, your face is quite thick to take from others and eat their food. Yu Yizhu covered her face, exclaiming, thick skin won't fill the stomach, but eating is what matters, Hu Guojun replied with a grin. After a satisfying meal, Hu Guojun stood and said, President Chu, your generosity is commendable. I am truly grateful, and I promise to repay your kindness in the future. Young master who is too polite. Until we meet again, Chu Lianqing smiled. As Hu Guojun departed, a maidservant huffed, Madam, this fellow is truly shameless. He eats our food and takes our things. Thick skin can conquer the world. Chu Lianqing replied with a slight smile, shaking her head. Chapter 68. Entering Mount Wanshou, Hu Guojun retrieved a beast trap from the cloud bracelet. Laughing, this beast trap is of excellent quality. Your skin is indeed thick. Xing Yuhao chuckled, destination. Mount Wanshou, haha. Hu Guojun declared, releasing horses from the beast-controlling bag and mounting one with a grin. The 4 galloped forward, racing toward Mount Wanshou. Towering ancient trees loomed above, and the scent of wild beasts filled the air. The claim that beasts roamed Mount Wanshou was no exaggeration. Hu Guojun smiled faintly, saying, We've entered Mount Wanshou, where the roars of wild beasts echo around us. Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu, appearing anxious, huddled behind Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao. There are many beasts in Mount Wanshou. We must be cautious, Hu Guojun advised solemnly. The deeper we go, the more perilous it becomes. Xing Yuhao added gravely, before their words faded. Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu had already activated their energy and drawn their weapons. There's no need to be so tense, Hu Guojun laughed at Hu Guojun, and Xing Yuhao led the way, with Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu following behind. Sister Yizhu, could there be monsters? Xing Yulu asked, her face reflecting concern. Who knows? Yu Yizhu wiped her cold sweat and shook her head that a tiger's roar suddenly echoed through the air. Ah! Yu Yizhu and Xing Yulu screamed in shock. Hu Guojun swiftly drew his dragon-subduing staff, while Xing Yuhao brandished his ice-breaking pear flower spear, readying themselves for battle. That a large, deep brown cat appeared, crouched low and growling. Why does this cat roar like a tiger? Xing Yuhao frowned. This appears to be a lynx, came the reply to Hu Guojun spoke in a low voice. The lynx let out a furious roar, raising its blade-like claws and leaping into the air, its formidable beastly power reverberating outward. Xing Yuhao executed a sliding maneuver, positioning his spear vertically to deflect the lynx's assault. Xian Tai Sword Soul. Hu Guojun summoned the Sword Soul, and a massive golden sword materialized. The golden sword soul trembled, splitting into 8 golden energy, swords that go. Hu Guojun shouted, and the 8 energy swords whistled towards their target. The lynx soared into the air, twisting its body to glide past the 8 energy swords, evading Hu Guojun's fierce strike. "Well, I'll be," Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment. Snow Eagle soars. A colossal snow eagle descended from the sky, its sharp talons gripping the lynx's neck and hurling it upward. Xing Yuhao delivered a powerful kick from midair, causing the lynx to scream as it crashed heavily to the ground. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xing Yuhao landed gracefully, chuckling that Hu Guojun raised his club, ready to strike, but Yu Izhu grabbed his arm, saying, "Don't hit it. It no longer has the strength to fight back." The lynx lay weakly on the ground, emitting low growls, its claws now limp and unable to retaliate. "But what's wrong? Do you like it?" Hu Guojun asked with a smile. "That I think it looks so pitiful." Yu Izhu pouted, gazing at the fallen lynx. "Then why not go talk to it?" Hu Guojun teased at why Yu Izhu, suppressing her fear, cautiously approached the lynx. As she neared, the lynx suddenly bared its fangs and growled, struggling to rise. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you," Yu Izhu said, her voice trembling. The lynx scrutinized Yu Izhu, still filled with hostility. Kneeling down, Yu Izhu retrieved a pouch from her cloud bracelet, taking out some herbs to apply to the lynx's wounds. The lynx's yellow-brown eyes widened in curiosity at the green herbs in Yu Izhu's hand. That why Yu Izhu edged closer, and although the lynx still showed its fangs, its reaction was less intense this time. "Don't be scared, kitty. I'm here to help with your wounds," Yu Izhu spoke softly. The lynx regarded her, gradually closing its mouth but maintaining a wary gaze on the herbs. Carefully, Yu Izhu applied the herbs to the lynx's neck, a soothing chill entering the wound and alleviating the pain. The lynx emitted a gentle roar, revealing a deeper wound on its neck, and Yu Izhu diligently treated it. "Would you like to come with me? I want to put a beast collar on you," she said, stroking the lynx's head. The lynx looked at Yu Izhu, nudging its head slightly against her knee and licking her hand. A stream of yellow soul power emerged, and the lynx struggled to rise, forming a diamond-shaped beast soul token, indicating its desire to undergo a bonding ritual with Yu Izhu for a transfer of power. A pink aura flowed from Yu Izhu's fingertips, intertwining with the yellow beastly energy, both flowing into their respective bodies. "That is this how one acknowledges a master?" Hu Guojun asked with a grin. "This is a male beast," Xing Yuhao remarked with a smirk. That Hu Guojun also chuckled, while Xing Yulu pinched Xing Yuhao's ear, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" The lynx followed closely behind Yu Izhu, who smiled and said, "From now on, I shall call you Xiaohua." The lynx stuck out its tongue, managing a pitiful fake smile, likely thinking, "How can a proud male lynx bear such a feminine name?" This lynx appeared to be not yet fully mature, having already attained high-tier 3rd rank strength. Upon full maturity, it could reach mid-tier or high-tier 4th rank. That Hu Guojun observed. Beasts are categorized into 9 ranks, with the strongest beasts in the spirit realm only reaching the 7th rank. 8th and 9th rank beasts can only be found in the divine realm and demonic realm. The power of beasts cannot be entirely measured against human cultivation. 4th rank beasts possess the capability to slay transcendent realm experts. Yet a refined Qi master at the condensation realm could also potentially kill a 4th rank beast if approached correctly. Currently, the power of beasts cannot be fully equated to that of humans. In battles, the outcomes are unpredictable, but higher-tier beasts utterly dominate those of lower tiers. Chapter 69. The Boy in the Mountains. The 4 individuals and 1 beast continued their journey deeper into the myriad beast mountain, encountering a variety of beasts along the way. However, Xing Yuhao remained expressionless, showing no concern for the beasts surrounding them. "What is wrong? You don't seem very happy," Hu Guojun remarked. "That it's nothing. I just don't particularly like beasts." Xing Yuhao replied gloomily. "At this moment, the lynx, following Yu Izhu, shot a fierce glare at Xing Yuhao. "Don't be sad. I love beasts." Yu Izhu affectionately patted the lynx's large head. The lynx happily licked Yu Izhu's palm, casting another glare at Xing Yuhao. Suddenly, Hu Guojun noticed a boy of about 15 or 16 hanging beneath a large tree. "He looks so pitiful," Xing Yulu frowned. "Look," Yu Izhu exclaimed as 2 gray wolves, drooling, approached the boy menacingly. The boy could only shake his body desperately, emitting cries which were futile against the hungry wolves. "Quick, we must save him," Xing Yulu urged. "Wait, something's off," Hu Guojun frowned. The gray wolves leaped forward, and an arrow whistled through the air, piercing one wolf's skull, killing it instantly. Just as swiftly, another arrow shot through, taking down the second wolf. That a group of burly men emerged, grinning as they extracted the beast's essence and skinned them. The gruesome scene making Xing Yulu feel nauseous. The lynx behind Yu Izhu growled ominously, seeming ready to tear the men apart. Using a human as bait, how cunning, Hu Guojun remarked darkly. Xing Yuhao drew his ice pear blossom spear. Whispering, "Let us take them out and rescue that boy." "Yes," Yu Izhu agreed. "Hold on. Let us observe a bit longer," Hu Guojun cautioned. After the men finished with the wolves, they roughly pulled the boy down from the tree and shoved him aside. Proceeding to feast on the meat, the boy swallowed hard, sitting sorrowfully to the side, silent. Judging by their demeanor, these men seemed like brutish thugs with low cultivation, yet their weapons were quite capable of inflicting significant damage to beasts. Hu Guojun pondered, while Yu Izhu transformed into a blur, darting toward the men. That a shadow flashed by, and one man felt a chill in his chest, looking down to find a sharp dagger had pierced through him. An agonizing pain following. One man shouted in alarm. Another shadow swept past, and a man's throat was slashed open, blood gushing forth. Hoo. The last man swung his wolf-toothed club wildly. That a pink aura surged, knocking the club from his hands, and a blade sliced through the air before him, blood splattering as the man collapsed, lifeless. The boy recoiled in fear, and the murderous intent in Yu Izhu's gaze vanished instantly as she crouched down. Extending her hand to him, "Don't be afraid. You're safe now." The boy stared anxiously at Yu Izhu, whose face was still smeared with blood. Remaining silent, Hu Guojun and the others stepped out from the bushes, surrounding the boy. "Your shadow step is getting better and better," Hu Guojun chuckled. "These three have low cultivation but decent equipment. They might be beast hunters from the Myriad Beast Mountain," Yu Izhu remarked solemnly. "Little brother, why were you used as bait?" Hu Guojun asked. The boy wiped the blood from his face and spoke softly. "I'm an orphan, sold by my adoptive father to this group. They always use me as bait to hunt beasts. This equipment was all procured from the Behemoth Pavilion. An orphan," Hu Guojun asked quietly. "My parents died when I was young, and I don't know how. Initially, I was taken in by a hunter in the Myriad Beast Mountain. But when I was 7, he sold me to these thugs," the boy replied sorrowfully. "Little brother, what is your name?" Hu Guojun inquired. "My name is Huayu, a name given to me by my adoptive father." The boy answered, his voice low. Chapter 70. Blood Slave, can you cultivate chi techniques? Hu Guojun asked. "I know a little." Huayu nodded. "What level are you at?" Hu Guojun pressed. "I'm at the 5th layer of the Martial Foundation realm." Huayu furrowed his brow. "You should stick with us. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the Myriad Beast Mountain," Hu Guojun advised, shaking his head. "All right, thank you." Huayu nodded. Hu Guojun took out a clean set of clothes from his cloud bracelet and said, "Put these on. Your current attire is far too shabby." Huayu accepted the clothes and removed his tattered top, revealing a dark, scarred body caked with dirt. "Little brother, you should go wash up first," Xing Yuhao suggested, pinching his nose. Huayu nodded sheepishly and turned toward a nearby river. "This young man does indeed have quite a strong odor," Hu Guojun chuckled. Huayu jumped into the clear river, washing away the grime, and Hu Guojun applied some herbs to his wounds. Suddenly, Hu Guojun noticed a blood-red stone hanging around Huayu's neck with flowing veins of blood visible within it. "Did I ask that a bloodstone from the demon domain?" Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow, frowning. "What is a bloodstone from the demon domain?" Xing Yuhao asked, puzzled. "This item is not of the spirit realm," Hu Guojun replied with a serious expression. "What?" Xing Yuhao wore a puzzled expression. "This bloodstone must originate from the demon realm. This lad is no ordinary individual," Hu Guojun remarked gravely. Huayu cleaned himself up, tended to his wounds, and donned fresh garments. He searched the several burly men and retrieved a few crossbow bolts. Slinging an iron crossbow over his shoulder and securing a short knife at his waist, his movements fluid and efficient. "This young man appears quite adept," Yu Izhu commented with a smile. "What exactly is a bloodstone?" Xing Yuhao inquired, pulling Hu Guojun closer. "To cultivate the demonic path. One absorbs refined blood essence, transcending the cycle of reincarnation and reveling in the cosmos. This is the so-called demonic doctrine. The method of absorbing refined blood is foundational to demonic cultivation. Most of the demon race, from top to bottom, Practice the Blood Refinement Manual, which can condense various types of blood into bloodstones, thereby enhancing one's ability to refine blood. Humans possessing rare blood can be cultivated as blood slaves by certain practitioners of demonic arts. And some blood slaves may carry bloodstones. Bloodstones are artifacts of the demon realm and exceedingly rare in the spirit realm. Hu Guojun explained that so. Does this mean Huayu is a blood slave? Xing Yuhao asked. Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded. Could he be a blood slave of the demon spirit sect? Xing Yuhao frowned that if one can master the method of absorbing refined blood, it is highly likely they are a formidable expert from the demon spirit sect. Or perhaps they are not even human. Hu Guojun's expression darkened. Not human? Who else could it be? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in shock. Humans who possess blood slaves may indeed be experts from the demon spirit sect. Though it is also possible that the blood master is of the demon race, Hu Guojun acknowledged that demons come to the spirit realm. Xing Yuhao inquired. They do. The celestial race does as well. In the spirit realm, they can come and go as they please, Hu Guojun replied solemnly. How do you know all this? Xing Yuhao asked, astonished as he looked at Hu Guojun. Hu Guojun smiled, patting Xing Yuhao on the shoulder, and whispered, some things you wouldn't believe even if I told you, so perhaps it's best left unsaid. Xing Yuhao remained perplexed and chose not to press further if you truly are a blood slave. Then who is your blood master? Hu Guojun murmured. Following Hu Guojun, Huayu and the others continued deeper into the 10,000 Beast Mountain. The low growls of demonic beasts never ceased around them. Perhaps due to the formidable energy exuded by the group, lower-tier beasts dared not approach, allowing them to evade any disturbances. Chapter 71. The Mark of the Demon Clan as the group ventured deeper into the forest. The ancient trees of 10,000 Beast Mountain towered overhead, with decayed branches and leaves carpeting the ground, a foul stench permeating the air. Suddenly, a vibrant tiger silhouette emerged from the thicket that Hu Guojun gasped, alertly scanning the surroundings while the fur of the lynx-like beast bristled, indicating it sensed other ferocious beasts nearby. Huayu knocked a crossbow bolt and shot it into the underbrush that a chilling tiger roar erupted. And a magnificent striped tiger lunged forth from the foliage, its massive paw descending from above. The creature's mountain-like body bore down upon them as Huayu drew his short knife, raising it above his head and rolling forward. A tearing sound echoed as Huayu managed to slice a deep gash into the tiger's abdomen. Blood seeping out, to the astonishment of the group, a crossbow bolt was found embedded in the tiger's body. Blood gushing forth, the lynx-like beast seized the opportunity, clamping onto the striped tiger's neck, rolling on the ground and tearing away a piece of its hide. With a pained roar, the striped tiger swung its tail like a club and fled into the depths of the forest. Huayu drew another crossbow bolt, drew back the bowstring, and with a twang, a silver streak shot through the trees, striking the left side of the tiger's face, a spray of red blood erupting as the colossal creature collapsed. Remarkable, Hu Guojun exclaimed. This lad possesses extraordinary skill. Xing Yuhao chuckled. After years in the 10,000 Beast Mountain, though he has endured much suffering, his skills have indeed sharpened. Hu Guojun nodded with a smile. Huayu spoke with gravity. This striped tiger is of low rank. We are quite fortunate. You can discern the rank of demonic beasts at a glance? Hu Guojun asked, astonished. Different ranks of demonic beasts exude distinct auras, which can be perceived. Huayu explained that an aura. Apart from the foul stench, what other aura could these beasts possess? Hu Guojun mused. An aura. Is it possible to sense it? Xing Yuhao asked. Typically, one can discern a demonic beast's rank during the soul exchange upon bonding, or by gauging its displayed strength during combat. Professional beast tamers can also identify a beast's rank, though the aura identification method is not commonly known. Huayu closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, inhaled deeply, and gravely stated, if we proceed further, we will enter the territory of fifth-tier demonic beasts. I suggest we take a detour. You can sense the presence of demonic beasts? Hu Guojun asked, astonished. Indeed, Huayu replied. How do you sense it? Hu Guojun inquired. I can feel the auras of the wild beasts around us. Huayu looked at Hu Guojun and stated solemnly. May I ask where your necklace comes from? Hu Guojun queried. This is the only thing my parents left for me, Huayu revealed, producing the necklace as he spoke. Do you recognize what this is? Hu Guojun pointed at the necklace in Huayu's hand, his tone serious. Just an ordinary necklace, I suppose. Huayu replied, bewildered. This is an artifact of the demon clan. Hu Guojun spoke solemnly. An artifact of the demon clan. Hua Yu exclaimed in surprise. How much do you know about your parents? Hu Guojun pressed that I only remember that when I was young, my father often drew blood with a knife. When I asked him why, he never told me that I have never seen my mother, and my memories of my father are scarce. I only recall that one day, our home was destroyed and my father was killed, leaving me as the sole survivor. Hua Yu recounted, anguish etched on his face that Hu Guojun pulled Hua Yu closer, drawing a dagger from his waist, and solemnly stated, I will take a drop of your blood. Hua Yu was taken aback, remaining silent, as Hu Guojun placed the dagger in his hand and made a gentle cut, a trickle of dark crimson blood flowing out. Hu Guojun dipped a fingertip in the blood, inhaled deeply, and touched it to his tongue. Such a familiar taste. Memories flooded back to Hu Guojun's mind. The taste of this blood was reminiscent of something he knew well. His memories transported him to the blood-soaked battlefield of gods and demons, where the color and taste of this blood bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the demon race. Hu Guojun formed a bold hypothesis. Hua Yu must possess the bloodline of the demon race. If Hua Yu's father was human, then who was his mother? Chapter 72. Conversations by the campfire as night fell. Dusk enveloped the land. Birds returned to their nests, and a radiant moon gradually ascended to the heavens. The pitch-black sky was adorned with countless stars, twinkling intermittently, some scattered far and wide, while others clustered together or aligned in a line. Occasionally, distant wolf howls pierced the stillness, echoing through the void. Hu Guojun kindled a campfire. The orange-yellow flames flickering brightly against the dark night, dispelling the chill of the mountains. Hua Yu Iju and Xing Yilu stood side by the fire, the light casting beautiful silhouettes of the two. Hua Yu lay on the ground, gazing up at the star-speckled sky, seemingly lost in thought. Hua Yu, have you never met your mother? Hu Guojun's question shattered the night's tranquility. Hua Yu paused, shaking his head. Observing Hua Yu's evasive eyes, Hu Guojun sensed he was concealing something. Did I ask your necklace a gift from your father? Hu Guojun asked softly as he sat beside Hua Yu. Yes, Hua Yu nodded. Your father. Does he often draw blood? Hu Guojun inquired. Yes. Hua Yu's voice was barely audible, as if ensnared in painful memories. That if you have any burdens, feel free to share. Perhaps I can help. Hu Guojun gently placed his hand on Hua Yu's shoulder. I never imagined my husband could be so tender, Xing Yilu remarked with a smile. Both gentle and strong. That is indeed our husband. Yu Iju laughed, covering her face. That my father did indeed draw blood frequently. But I do not understand why he did so, Hua Yu said with a bittersweet smile. Have you ever seen your mother? Hu Guojun asked softly. Yes, Hua Yu nodded painfully. That my mother is a very mysterious person. She seldom returns home, and my father rarely mentioned her. Hua Yu looked down. Your mother may have acted for your own good. Hu Guojun replied solemnly. That a bold hypothesis formed in Hu Guojun's mind. Hua Yu's father was likely a blood slave to Hua Yu's mother. This would explain why Hua Yu observed his father drawing blood frequently, and shed light on the origins of Hua Yu's bloodstone necklace. Given that Hua Yu's mother was a practitioner of the blood refinement manual, she could either be a high-ranking member of the demon spirit sect or a demon from the demon realm. The taste of Hua Yu's blood stirred familiar memories within Hu Guojun, continually awakening recollections of his past life. Hua Yu, perhaps you truly are a descendant of both the demon and human races. The demon race would never permit intermarriage between their kind and humans, which likely accounts for the demise of Hua Yu's parents. That, of course, all of this remains mere speculation on Hu Guojun's part. There seems to be a power within you that is unlike that of ordinary individuals, Hu Guojun said with a smile, patting Hua Yu's shoulder. To me? Hua Yu turned to Hu Guojun, offering a wry smile. Your reflexes and perception of demonic beasts clearly set you apart from the average person. Though your cultivation may be modest, you possess the extraordinary ability to single-handedly slay a magnificent tiger, a feat beyond the capacity of a mere chi refinement practitioner, Hu Guojun stated solemnly. Are you implying that I possess an extraordinary talent? Hua Yu inquired in astonishment. Indeed, Hu Guojun replied with a smile. Among the myriad beings, individuals with your kind of aptitude are exceedingly rare. He continued, shaking his head. What use is exceptional talent when I remain but an insignificant insect in this vast world? My parents have departed from me. I have no brothers, and certainly no home. Hua Yu lamented that we are your brothers now. From this day forth, You shall walk alongside us, Hu Guojun declared with a grin. Indeed, who says you are without brothers? We are your brothers, Xing Yu Hao chimed in, bending down to pat Hua Yu on the shoulder with a smile. Little brother, we shall be one family from now on, Yu Yizhu added cheerfully. Hua Yu's eyes glistened with tears, and he nodded deeply. Chapter 73. Departure from the Beast Mountain. The Beast Mountain, with its towering peaks and obscured skies, presented a treacherous path. The rugged trails were fraught with lurking beasts, and the group continually fended off various attacks from these creatures as they navigated through the dense forest. Upon reaching the entrance of a cave, they were greeted by the resonant roars of tigers. Though it sounded more akin to a large cat's-eye, Hu Guojun stepped into the cave and discovered a young, famished striped tiger beast. Lying weakly within, gasping for breath, Yu Yizhu produced some jerky from her cloud bracelet and offered it to the striped tiger. Its parents are likely deceased and will not return. Hua Yu gently placed his hand on the young tiger's head. His eyes half closed. Can you perceive the thoughts of beasts? Hu Guojun inquired. Yes, Hua Yu replied somberly. Since your parents will not return, then come with me. Hu Guojun extended his hand, golden chi flowing forth. The young tiger glanced at Hu Guojun, and a beast soul token formed from golden spiritual energy appeared, effortlessly establishing its bond with him. Nothing is more useful than a few pieces of jerky when one is starving and freezing. Hu Guojun chuckled. The young tiger, being quite weak, was then stored in the beast-taming pouch by Hu Guojun, that we have lingered in the Beast Mountain for a considerable time. It is time for us to depart. Hu Guojun remarked, glancing at the map. Indeed, I have never been fond of beasts, Xing Yu Hao replied with a laugh. Roar. Xiaohua let out a low growl, casting an annoyed glance at Xing Yu Hao. Yu Yizhu gently patted Xiaohua's head, smiling, don't be angry. Let's not stoop to his level. Yu Yizhu divided her jerky in half and offered it to Xiaohua, who not only recovered but also gained some weight. After 2 days of arduous travel, the group finally circumnavigated the Beast Mountain and exited the territory controlled by Jiulong City. Ahead lay Tianjin City, the birthplace of the Sword Path in the Central Domain, and the headquarters of the Liuman Xing Yu Hao pointed forward. The Sword Path is indeed impressive, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. Lucin Jian's ascending sword technique is renowned throughout the Central Domain. Xing Yu Hao mused. Then let us proceed directly to Tianjin City, Hu Guojun urged, mounting his steed. The four galloped towards Tianjin City, the Central Domain, Jiulong City. How did Donglong die? A youth, resembling a jade crown and clad in a blue Songlong robe, spoke in a low voice. Reporting to the Wei King, it is said that Donglong was killed by several righteous men due to his collusion with the county magistrate Lu Zhong of Qingfeng Town and the military supervisor Zhang Lingbang in embezzling military funds and conspiring with bandits. An elder statesman responded, government officials who violate the law must be dealt with by the court. How can one simply kill at will? The youth exclaimed. The elder, feeling powerless, replied, I shall investigate this matter immediately. In the Central Domain at the Tianjin City Prefectural Office. Report. A constable burst into the office in a flurry. The prefect, Li Zhenhai, furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating gravely, this matter is indeed troublesome. Outside Tianjin City, numerous heavy sword soldiers gathered, commencing a strict inspection of those entering the city. As Hu Guojun and his companions arrived at the gates of Tianjin City, they found a multitude of soldiers present, leaving them perplexed. What is happening here? Hu Guojun frowned. I have no idea, Xing Yu Hao replied, equally bewildered. Never mind, let us enter the city, Hu Guojun urged. Upon reaching the entrance, a soldier approached, stating, dismount and submit to inspection. Is there a beast within? The soldier pointed at Hu Guojun's beast-taming pouch. Yes, a small tiger, Hu Guojun replied. Opening the pouch, a tiger's roar emanating from within. Where do you hail from? The soldier inquired. From the holy capital, Hu Guojun answered. Have you been to Qingfeng Town or Jiulong City? The soldier pressed that we have, Hu Guojun replied with a puzzled expression. You must register over there, the soldier directed, pointing to a distant wooden table. The group approached the table, where an elderly constable unfurled a scroll, instructing Hu Guojun and the others to register. It took an extensive period for them to successfully enter Tianjin City. Chapter 74. The inspection upon entering Tianjin City. They were greeted by a colossal sword forged from rock, symbolizing the martial spirit of the city. while on either side of the road, rows of robust crabapple trees bloomed with delicate pink flowers. As they ventured further, they encountered brothels and adorned pavilions, with intricately carved carriages lining the streets, and magnificent steeds racing along the royal path, golden finery gleaming in the sunlight, fragrant silks wafting through the air. Tianjin City truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost city in the northern central domain, Hu Guojun exclaimed. Could this be related to the affairs of Jiulong City? Xing Yuhao suddenly speculated. Jiulong City, Hu Guojun responded, realizing the implications. Could it be that the court seeks to eliminate us? Xing Yulu interjected, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Why would they wish to eradicate us? Yu Yizhu exclaimed in anger. Never trust the court, Xing Yuhao remarked solemnly. The group arrived at an inn, securing 2 rooms, one for Hu Guojun and the 2 ladies, and the other for Xing Yuhao and Huayu. Suddenly, a large contingent of heavy-sword soldiers and cavalry appeared within the city, creating an atmosphere akin to impending war. The heavy-sword soldier entered the inn, inquiring of the innkeeper if the individuals listed on the scroll were present as guests. The innkeeper glanced at the scroll, awkwardly replied, My lord, this private inn does not maintain a register as per the law. Only official inns keep records of guest information. The heavy-sword soldier snorted dismissively, pushing aside the innkeeper and bellowing, Then we shall search each room. Several soldiers surged into the inn, roughly driving out the patrons. Among you, who has been to Qingfeng Town and Jiulong City? The heavy-sword soldier demanded. We have, Hu Guojun replied. You all, come with me. The heavy-sword soldier ordered, If we must go, then let us go. There is no need to shout. Yu Yizhu frowned. Ignoring her, the heavy-sword soldier led the group away. And they followed the soldiers until they were brought outside the Tianjin City prefectural office. At that moment, they were met with the most unwelcome sight. Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang were still alive. Lu Zhong recognized Hu Guojun and his companions amidst the crowd, grabbing a nearby soldier and shouting, That's them! Quick Xing Yuhao, with a furrowed brow, lamented, I feel that this official is unlike those corrupt ones. Hu Guojun replied. Why so? Xing Yuhao inquired. Have you ever seen a family that detained someone in prison without first removing their cloud bracelet? Hu Guojun remarked mischievously. Taken aback, Xing Yuhao glanced at his own cloud bracelet and shared a knowing smile. Chapter 75. The Struggle for Power, Please. You may leave, Li Jinhai stated in a somber tone. The soldiers in the dungeon promptly exited, and Li Jinhai entered the dimly lit chamber, carrying a lantern. What brings you here? Hu Guojun asked. Let us converse inside. Li Jinhai whispered that he opened the cell door and led everyone deeper into the dungeon. Please, have a seat. Li Jinhai gestured to the straw on the floor and sat down himself. Hu Guojun and the others followed suit, as Li Jinhai pondered for a moment and sighed. I recognize that you are valiant defenders of justice, yet the current situation is as it stands. And what is the current situation? Hu Guojun pressed. The late emperor has passed, and a new king must ascend. However, now we face the chaos of the 3 kings with treacherous ministers in power, leading to turmoil in the court. Loyalty and treachery are indistinguishable, and the grand chime has been discarded, replaced by the noise of broken vessels. Li Jinhai lamented. Why is that? Hu Guojun queried. The former emperor died, naming his eldest son, Wang Yukong, as crown prince, while his second son, Wang Yuji, became the king of Yin. His third son, Wang Yulin, the king of Wei, and his fourth son, Wang Yuquan, the king of Shang. Upon assuming power, Wang Yukong found the 3 kings to be outwardly obedient, but inwardly harboring malice, all coveting the throne, which ultimately ignited the conflict among the 3 kings. Li Jinhai explained gravely. Are you suggesting that the emperor of the Songyan dynasty is unable to consolidate power? Xing Yuhao inquired in astonishment. In name, the highest governing body has achieved a significant concentration of power. The kings of Yin, Wei, and Shang all submit to His Majesty's leadership. Yet behind the scenes, they are fiercely competing for their spheres of influence. Jiulong City and Tianjin City are the domains of the king of Wei, and those officials are his confidants. Even I am left feeling both angry and voiceless. Li Jinhai shook his head. Are you implying that the military funds are related to the king of Wei? Hu Guojun asked. Indeed, it is so. Not only I, but even if His Majesty were to investigate, Lu Zhong and his ilk might face no repercussions. Li Jinhai replied helplessly. Then how will you handle us, Lord Li? Hu Guojun inquired. In 2 days at noon, I will select a few death row inmates to be executed in your stead. In the future, I shall release you, as I too must account to those above, Li Jinhai lamented. But that means Lu Zhong and the others will escape any punishment. Yu Yizhu exclaimed. The Tsangyan dynasty has descended into such chaos that we can only concede for now. We must express our gratitude to Lord Li for sparing our lives. Hu Guojun bowed. Li Jinhai rose and clasped his hands together, saying, Brave warriors, I am powerless to uphold righteousness in this world. Once you leave Tianjin City, I hope you will not forget your original intentions, supporting the collapsing edifice and preserving the path of justice. Rest assured, Lord Li. The group stood and replied in unison. Days later, several death row inmates were taken away for execution, and Hu Guojun and the others were secretly released. Zhang Lingbang and Lu Zhong must die. Xing Yulu gritted his teeth. Zhang Lingbang still possesses some martial prowess. Rain Hao and I will go after him. As for Lu Zhong, a mere civil official, Yizhu and Huayu will handle him. After the task is complete, we shall regroup at the Xuanrui post house, Hu Guojun declared solemnly. Lu Zhong exited the Tianjin city government office and headed straight for a brothel. Yu Yizhu and Huayu closely followed, trailing him to the establishment's entrance. Should we not enter? Yu Yizhu frowned. Perhaps it is better to wait for him to come out. Huayu suggested that if we wait for him to emerge, it may take until tomorrow. Yu Yizhu retorted that I have a plan. Come closer. Huayu beckoned Yu Yizhu. Whispers exchanged. Yu Yizhu nodded with a smile and vanished into the darkness. Huayu straightened his attire and sauntered into the brothel. As he entered, several alluring women approached him, wrapping their arms around his. Esteemed sir, which one catches your fancy? The madam inquired with a smile. Which one does Lord Lu favor? Huayu replied with utmost seriousness. This one, the madam said, pulling a particularly enchanting woman forward. Then she shall do. Huayu grinned, producing some copper coins to pay the madam. He led the captivating woman upstairs, inquiring, Which room does Lord Lu occupy? The one at the far east. It is spacious and well soundproofed. Lord Lu enjoys his time there, the courtesan replied coyly. Then we shall go to that room. Huayu announced loudly. Unfortunately, Lord Lu just went inside. The courtesan laughed. Very well. Let us choose another room. Huayu feigned displeasure, responding somberly. This room will suffice. I assure you I will attend to you splendidly, the courtesan purred, leaning against Huayu's shoulder and teasing his clothing with her fingers. Feeling flushed, Huayu mustered his courage and stepped into the room. The moment the door closed, the woman pounced on him like a predator, attempting to pin him to the bed. Huayu raised his right fist and swiftly knocked her unconscious. Placing her gently on the bed, he opened the window and waved below, where a shadow darted past, and Yu Yizhu leapt onto the windowsill. Sister Yizhu, Lu Zhong is in the farthest east room. Huayu informed her. Good, I will send Xiaohua in. After that, we must retreat swiftly. Yu Yizhu whispered. Indeed. Huayu nodded. Yu Yizhu activated her shadow step, darting like a black phantom toward the eastern room, leaping swiftly along the windowsills until she reached her destination. Just as Yu Yizhu arrived outside Lu Zhong's window, she heard the sounds of passion from within, her face flushed with embarrassment, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She unfastened her beast-taming pouch. Whispering, Xiaohua, eliminate the man but spare the woman. With that, she forcefully flung the pouch. A flash of yellow light surged into the room. Inside, a scream pierced the air, followed by a beastly roar, then the sound of splintering wood. Lu Zhong, exposed and bloodied, collapsed by the window, a chunk of flesh torn from his neck, blood gushing forth. Xiaohua let out a low growl before retreating into the pouch. Huayu and Yu Yizhu quickly leaped down from the brothel, disappearing into the night. The madam entered the room only to find an unconscious courtesan and the lifeless Lu Zhong. Meanwhile, in another room, Hu Guojun burst in on Zhang Lingbang, who was removing his armor and ordering a maid to wash his feet. Hu Guojun charged, striking Zhang Lingbang with his staff, but Zhang Lingbang rolled away, summoning the spirit of his green-haired turtle. Zhang Lingbang swung his sword at Hu Guojun, who parried with his staff, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Behind Hu Guojun, a sword spirit flickered, launching a golden energy blade toward Zhang Lingbang. He narrowly dodged and, upon landing, was met with a thrust from a long spear. leaving him horrified as he could not evade in time, resulting in a fatal wound to his chest. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Hu Guojun chuckled. Damn it, a sneak attack. Zhang Lingbang growled, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xing Yulu, hidden in the shadows, murmured, I barely had the chance to act, and it's already over. Let's leave, Hu Guojun urged. The three swiftly departed, heading for the Xuanrui post house. Chapter 76. The Sword Festival. Did you kill anyone? Hu Guojun asked. Indeed, it was easily accomplished, Yu Yizhu replied. What shall we do next? Xing Yuhao inquired. Since Li Jinhai does not wish to execute us, do you think he will order a city-wide manhunt? Hu Guojun chuckled that if the prefect of Tianjin City refrains from initiating a city-wide search, we might linger in the city for a while. Hu Guojun suggested. The one who killed Lu Zhong was the Link Xiaohua, so our suspicion should be minimal. Huayu whispered to the Tianjin City government office. An officer reported, Lord Prefect, County Magistrate Lu Zhong and General Zhang Lingbang have been murdered. Oh, who could be responsible? Can we ascertain the details? Li Jinhai furrowed his brow. Lu Zhong was found in the Yuanyang building, completely unclothed, with what appears to be a fatal injury inflicted by a beast. The officer reported. And General Zhang? Li Jinhai inquired. General Zhang was killed in his home, showing clear signs of a struggle, with a lethal wound to his chest. The officer replied solemnly. Understood. This office will commence an investigation immediately, Li Jinhai declared loudly. Tianjin City subsequently launched an investigation into the murders. Yet the progress was slow and ineffectual. On the streets of Tianjin City, a multitude of sword vendors flooded in, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the town. What is happening? There are so many sword sellers, Yu Yizhu remarked. Tianjin City venerates the sword. Every year, the Sword Festival is held, attracting swordsmen and weapon merchants from all over the country, Xing Yuhao explained. Then let us join in the festivities, Xing Yulu laughed. The group made their way to the Sword Square, where a colossal sword stood proudly in the center, a massive bronze statue behind it drawing even more attention. The golden-armored war god, Hu Guojun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Numerous swordsmen knelt before the statue in reverence, placing spiritual stones on the offering table before it. This statue looks so familiar, Hu Guojun mused as he approached. The spirit of the Shura Saint King? He gasped, but this golden-armored warrior doesn't quite resemble him. He muttered, Move along. If you do not wish to pay homage, kindly step aside. A swordsman pushed Hu Guojun aside impatiently. Excuse me, good sir, whose statue is this? Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. You don't know? This is the statue of the sword god. The swordsman replied disdainfully. Sword god? It clearly resembles a spirit, Hu Guojun retorted. In a state of utter confusion, Hu Guojun remarked, there has never been such a so-called sword god in the heavens across several lifetimes, that he mused silently to himself, that my dear husband, you are blocking the way. Yu Yizhu gently tugged at Hu Guojun's sleeve and whispered. Upon turning around, Hu Guojun noticed 5 or 6 swordsmen glaring intently at him. My apologies, esteemed guests. Hu Guojun offered an awkward smile and clasped his fists in greeting. I hear there will be a swordsmanship demonstration shortly, said Xing Yulu, approaching while savoring a candied hawthorn. That a swordsmanship demonstration. How intriguing, Xing Yuhai chimed in. Then let us wait here for a while to witness the performance. Yu Yizhu suggested with a smile. Sitting on the ground, Hu Guojun gazed at the sculpture before him and muttered, the golden-armored war god, could it possibly be the primordial spirit of the Shura Holy King? Suddenly, Hu Guojun sprang to his feet and pulled a civilian from Tian Sword City aside, inquiring, Brother, has the sword god ever manifested? The civilian, lost in pleasant memories, smiled faintly as he replied, the last time the sword god manifested. I was but a child, Hu Guojun pondered. If this so-called sword god truly does manifest, can I tell him I am the heavenly emperor and ask him to take me back to the divine realm? He murmured to himself, Am I a fool? Such words may very well lead to my demise. With a resigned chuckle, Hu Guojun reflected an elderly man, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in appearance, appeared beneath the giant sword in the plaza and proclaimed loudly, The ceremony begins. Everyone, please be silent. The once boisterous square fell into an immediate hush, as 8 elegantly attired women in white approached, carrying jade plates filled with offerings. A masked man in white raised a torch high, performing an odd dance with peculiar steps that moment. The sounds of drums and horns resonated around the square. The man reached the giant sword sculpture, knelt on one knee, and ignited the fire pit beneath the sculpture, flames flickering and rapidly expanding. The 8 women simultaneously knelt, gracefully advancing to place the offerings before the fire pit, bowing in reverence. The elder retrieved several spiritual talismans from his robe, casting them into the flames, and drew a brown sword, reciting incantations while pointing the sword toward the heavens that a beam of brown light ascends to the sky. "The sword God manifests," the elder proclaimed. Thunder rumbled from above as the brown beam surged upward, seemingly piercing through the void. Almost in unison, the crowd knelt in worship, with Hu Guojun and his companions frozen in place. Bewildered, the entire square, save for the 5 of them and the sword-wielding elder, was prostrated in homage. Hu Guojun whispered, "Kneel, kneel, or we might face dire consequences." The 5 hastily knelt, with Xing Yulu still clutching her candied hawthorn. "This is merely adhering to local customs," Xing Yuhai remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 77. The swordsmanship demonstration. The crowd remained kneeling for what felt like an eternity, utterly perplexed. These people truly know how to bow. Hua Yu complained. Dressed in attire from the Beast Mountain, Hua Yu's knees, uncovered, were nearly bruised from the unforgiving stone ground. "Rise," the elder commanded. The crowd lifted their heads and stood. "Finally, it's over," Yu Izhu sighed in relief. "I've never knelt like this in my life," Xing Yuhai shook his head. "Damn it, I haven't knelt in thousands of years," Hu Guojun muttered under his breath. "Indeed, as the heavenly emperor, it is others who kneel to him. There is no reason for him to kneel to anyone else. Now, please enjoy the swordsmanship performance brought to us by the esteemed masters of the Willow Leaf sect," the elder announced with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than beams of light in blue, red, green, and yellow cascaded from the sky. 2 men and 2 women materialized in mid-air. "Li Chushingnan," Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment, with a flourish. Li Chushingnan's azure sword emitted numerous streaks of blue light, tracing elegant arcs through the air, while she danced gracefully, leaving behind sparkling green footprints with each leap. "Wow, so beautiful," Yu Izhu gasped in awe. A powerful gust swept through, and a red streak of light spiraled forward, revealing a woman in red. She brandished a crimson long sword, and with a flick, a burst of flame shot toward the sky. Simultaneously, her sword ascended, and moments later, dozens of fiery swords emerged around it, blazing toward the ground and exploding just before impact, painting the azure sky a fiery red. Wow, so impressive," Xing Yulu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Another gust of wind swept in, and a man in white appeared amidst it. He wielded a flawless white divine sword that transformed into a radiant white comet as it soared. The white-clad man danced with his sword, white sword energy crisscrossing around him, a blinding sword light piercing forth to reveal a shadow of the Taiji Bagua. The shadow expanded dramatically, and suddenly, a white beam erupted from its center, sending forth dozens of white comets that gently descended from the sky. "Bravo!" The square erupted in cheers that a thunderous roar echoed from above as a heavy black sword plummeted, and a burly man appeared, accompanied by a spectral saber-toothed tiger that let out a deafening roar. "The performance concludes here," the elder chuckled. The square erupted in jubilance. The 4 stepped from the light and sheathed their swords, clasping their fists together in gratitude. "The Willow Leaf sect thanks you all." "Willow Leaf sect, Willow Leaf sect," cheers resounded from the audience. "The masters of the Willow Leaf sect are indeed numerous," Hu Guojun remarked. "In the central domain, even a few masters are lacking. How can they possibly stand firm?" Xing Yuhai commented. "Where is Lu Sanjian?" Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. "That we do not know," Xing Yuhai shook his head. "I only recognize Li Chushingnan." "Who are the others?" Hu Guojun asked. Xing Yuhai pulled aside an ecstatic audience member, asking, "Might I inquire, good sir, the names of those 3? The woman in red is Su Fanyan, the man in white is Huangfu Jianhua, and the burly man is Chen Huangbeixian." "How do you not know this?" The audience member replied, puzzled. "To be honest, we are outsiders, here specifically for the swordsmanship demonstration." Xing Yuhai chuckled, in no wonder. The audience member responded that a crane's call echoed through the air as a magnificent snow-white crane, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, descended. Upon it sat an elderly man with silver hair. exuding an ethereal aura, carrying a white long sword and enveloped in a mist of white energy, that a powerful presence emanated from him as he approached on the crane. That crane is a rare fifth-grade beast. This man must be Lu Sanjian, Hu Guojun declared. The aura of such a strong presence is truly suffocating. Xing Yuhai replied solemnly that I hear Lu Sanjian is half a step to becoming a pseudo-deity, his strength surpassing that of Yun Qingyi. Xing Yuhai continued. Yun Qingyi's prowess is partly due to the Fire Phoenix primordial spirit and the soaring Fire Phoenix, Lu Sanjian, through diligent training over many years, naturally surpasses Yun Qingyi, Hu Guojun explained. Cultivators rely on consistency. Shortcuts will not suffice, Xing Yuhai asserted. Taking shortcuts can easily lead one down the path of the demonic, Xing Yulu added. The demonic path cannot be comprehended merely through shortcuts. Hu Guojun smiled lightly. What you all speak of is so profound. I can hardly comprehend. While you scratched his head in confusion, laughter erupted among the group, their faces covered in mirth. Chapter 78. The Swordsmanship Patriarch, let us converse with Lu Sanjian, Hu Guojun suggested with a grin. What? Xing Yuhai exclaimed in surprise. What could you possibly have to discuss with him? Yu Yizhu frowned. Who is Lu Sanjian? Why, you asked, utterly bewildered, clearly on a different wavelength from the others. Senior Lu Sanjian, may I have a moment of your time? Hu Guojun stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. Who are you? Lu Sanjian inquired, his silver brows furrowing slightly. The sect master, Li Chushingnan quietly interjected. After whispering into Lu Sanjian's ear for a moment, he smiled slightly and replied, Very well, I shall converse with you. Standing in the Sword God Square, Lu Sanjian drew his celestial sword, causing a white comet to soar into the sky. With the sword pointing heavenward, the sword god manifests. Lu Sanjian intoned softly that a radiant glow refracted from the sky, casting a golden halo over the giant sword sculpture as Lu Sanjian ascended, gracefully leaping through the air. With each leap, a silver footprint appeared beneath him, and as he flicked his celestial sword, a sharp sword energy cascaded from the void. With a resounding boom, the giant sword sculpture and the golden armored warrior statue simultaneously unleashed golden beams of light. The sword god has manifested. The crowd in the square began to stir, with many individuals kneeling and bowing in reverence. Hu Guojun offered a faint smile, remaining silent. After the conclusion of the Immortal Sword Festival, Lu Sanjian ascended on his crane, while Li Chushingnan and the others soared into the sky, propelled by their chi as they flew on their swords. Xing Yuhao summoned his snow-carved primordial spirit, rising into the air, while Hu Guojun unleashed his mysterious iron sword spirit, taking to the skies on his blade. With the snow phoenix spirit summoned, Xing Yulu also ascended. Poor Yu Yizhu, still at the, was unable to fly, and while he was even less capable, Hu Guojun picked up Yu Yizhu and placed her atop the mysterious iron sword spirit, the two of them flying hand in hand. While Hua Yu was hoisted into the air by Xing Yuhao, his expression grim, the group playfully made their way to the Liuya sect's main hall. The Liuya sect, nestled within a verdant mountain, boasted a breathtaking landscape, adorned with ancient gnarled trees. They traversed a winding path leading up the mountain, and at its summit, an ancient sect came into view. Liuya sect, Hu Guojun murmured. Please, esteemed guest at Li Chushingnan emerged from within the sect. Extending his hand, Old man Lu Sanjian, at your service. Young master Hu. Lu Sanjian said with a squint and a smile. Junior Hu Guojun pays his respects to Senior Lu Sanjian. Hu Guojun replied with a bow. Xing Yuhao and the others were then ushered into a side chamber of the Liuya sect. I have heard that you are friends with Yun Qingyi. Lu Sanjian inquired softly, from Lu Sanjian's tone. Hu Guojun could discern a lack of belief that the icy cold Yun Qingyi would befriend someone of his cultivation level. Indeed, I am acquainted with the sect Master Qingyi. However, it has been quite a while since we last met in the holy capital. Hu Guojun responded with a smile. That's so. Young master who has not only repeatedly thwarted the Soul Abyss and the Dark Evil Division, but is also a distinguished guest of the Zhuke sect. Lu Sanjian chuckled, taking a sip from his teacup. What, does Senior Lu doubt it? Hu Guojun replied solemnly. Forgive this old man for being blind. Young master Hu, you must have only recently entered the Transcendence realm. Correct? Lu Sanjian's lips curled slightly as he spoke with a faint smile. Child, associating with Yun Qingyi could cost you your head if the Zhuke sect found out. Lu Sanjian chuckled lightly that I believe my relationship with Sect Master Qingyi is quite good. If I were at her place today, I doubt she would make things difficult for me, Hu Guojun retorted coldly. This old man had no intention of causing you trouble, Lu Sanjian replied, that I in truth. Had it not been for Li Chuxian mentioning that Hu Guojun, with his cultivation, had slain the likes of Yu Shirong, Li Huan, Zhang Yunfu, and In Jiuqiwen, experts of the Transcendence realm, he would not have had the opportunity to meet Hu Guojun at all. Moreover, with the Liuya sect recently establishing itself in the holy capital and Hu Guojun being at the forefront of the four great families, Lu Sanjian had to give him some face. Though he did not genuinely regard him as a formidable figure, he is lovely as spring plum blossoms in the snow, with a spirit as graceful as autumn orchids kissed by frost, cheeks aglow, reflecting the rosy hues of the clear pond, eyes sparkling like the moonlight casting upon the cold river. Lu Sanjian remarked with a smile. What do you mean by that? Hu Guojun asked. Did not young master who claimed to be friends with Yun Qingyi? Surely, all who have bowed beneath her crimson skirt are aware of that, Lu Sanjian said, a hint of mockery in his expression that I dare say Lu Sect Master harbors some interest in Sect Master Yun himself. To assume that I wish to curry favor with her, Hu Guojun replied, his tone grave. Even if I hold some admiration for Yun Qingyi, I would never claim to be your friend, Lu Sanjian retorted, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Damn it, you old codger. Even if you admire her, she certainly would not reciprocate, Hu Guojun thought bitterly. How petty, he mused inwardly. While it may be true that Hu Guojun's claim of friendship with Yun Qingyi, as a newly ascended Transcendence Realm cultivator, was indeed questionable, it was evident that Lu Sanjian was merely here to mock him, and Hu Guojun's temperament would not allow such affronts to go unchallenged. Hu Guojun believed Lu Sanjian was simply envious that he retrieved a soul plate from his cloud bracelet, infusing it with qi, and a red beam of light suddenly shot into the void that I in the spirit realm. At the Zhuke sect's main hall, Yun Qingyi reclined on a phoenix-headed bed, stroking a small cat in her arms, when a surge of soul consciousness unexpectedly appeared in her soul sea. Liuya sect's main hall. Could it be that Lu Sanjian intends to make things difficult for him? Yun Qingyi furrowed her delicate brows, transforming into a red streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 79. A Moment of Triumph, Young Master Hu. Shengnan has informed me of your remarkable talents, which set you apart from the ordinary. You have repeatedly triumphed against stronger opponents, a fact I wholeheartedly believe. However, should you claim to be a distinguished guest of the Zhuke sect, I find myself somewhat unconvinced, Lu Sanjian commented, stroking his beard with a squint and a smile. Why the skepticism? Hu Guojun inquired, slightly frowning. Since its establishment, the Zhuke sect has held itself in high regard. A mere youth in the early Transcendence realm could hardly capture the attention of someone like Yun Qingyi, Lu Sanjian remarked. Yet I have indeed garnered her attention, Hu Guojun replied, raising an eyebrow with a subtle smile. Then allow this old man to ask, what gives you the right to catch her eye? Lu Sanjian pressed. Simply put, I am Hu Guojun, Hu Guojun stated, slowly placing his teacup down, revealing an expression that belied his years. Oh, I admire young master Hu's confidence, Lu Sanjian replied with a faint smile. Sect Master, Yun Qingyi has arrived, Huangfu Jianhua announced softly as he entered. Yun Qingyi, what brings her here? Lu Sanjian asked, momentarily taken aback as he rose slowly. This disciple is unaware, Huangfu Jianhua replied. Please let her in, Lu Sanjian instructed quietly. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Yun Qingyi gracefully stepped in, clasping her hands in salute. Qingyi pays her respects to Sect Master Lu. This old man pays his respects to Sect Master Yun. Lu Sanjian returned the gesture. What brings Sect Master Yun to my humble abode? Lu Sanjian inquired, squinting with a smile that I have a friend who seems to have encountered some trouble in your esteemed sect. Yun Qingyi stated, Friend? Which friend? Lu Sanjian asked, momentarily startled. Sect Master Qingyi, long time no see, Hu Guojun said, stepping out of the room with a smile. Young Master Hu, you are well, Yun Qingyi replied with a smile. Do you two know each other? Lu Sanjian asked out of course, Yun Qingyi affirmed. Lu Sect Master seems to think I am attempting to curry favor with the Zhuke sect and has taken the opportunity to mock me. Hu Guojun remarked, shaking his head. Haha, it appears Lu Sect Master may have underestimated you, Yun Qingyi said, covering her face as she laughed. Could it be that you two are indeed friends? Lu Sanjian asked in disbelief. Rather than friends, it would be more accurate to say that young master who is my mentor. Yun Qingyi replied with a smile. It seems that sect master Qingyi's complexion has improved significantly since we last met. Hu Guojun observed. Thanks to your kindness, Yun Qingyi smiled. That is merely the result of your own mindset shifting. It has nothing to do with me, Hu Guojun chuckled. Lu Sanjian stood by, feeling increasingly dejected as he watched the two exchange pleasantries. Thinking to himself, have I truly shot myself in the foot here? Is sect master Qingyi still feeling unwell? Hu Guojun asked with a smile. Since our last encounter in the holy capital, I have refrained from using that necklace for cultivation and have instead focused on harmonizing the abundant fire elements within my body. Although my cultivation has not made significant progress, my physical condition has improved noticeably. Yun Qingyi explained that if your health has stabilized, you may resume normal cultivation, but it is advisable to refrain from relying on external forces. Hu Guojun advised seriously. Yun Qingyi nodded slightly. Lu Sanjian stood nearby, his face growing increasingly long, cursing inwardly. Am I invisible to you too? Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about Senior Lu? Hu Guojun chuckled. Please continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. Lu Sanjian forced a smile. That will not do. We shall all converse together, Hu Guojun replied mischievously. Yun Qingyi found herself unable to contain her laughter at Hu Guojun's playful words, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Lu Sanjian's face turned a deep shade of red. A mix of embarrassment and frustration that I am at a loss for what to discuss, Lu Sanjian said gloomily. Let us analyze the relationships among the four great sects of the central region. Hu Guojun suggested it. Oh. Lu Sanjian raised an eyebrow, frowning slightly. Please take a seat. Hu Guojun gestured for the two to sit. The Liuye sect, the progenitor of swordsmanship in the central region, commands respect with its legendary swords. Truly impressive, Hu Guojun remarked. Indeed, young master who speaks the truth, Lu Sanjian replied with a faint smile, stroking his beard. The Zhuke sect, where women stand shoulder to shoulder with men, proudly representing the central region, is truly a paragon of contemporary valor, Hu Guojun continued. Yun Qingyi smiled slightly, but remained silent. To attain true methods, one must prioritize diligence, foundation in wisdom, and persistence. Such is the essence of pursuing the divine path, Hu Guojun stated. The Xintian sect, steeped in mystery, gazes down upon the spirit realm, claiming to uphold the true path of divinity. Yet how many have truly achieved divinity within the Xintian sect? Hu Guojun posed. Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi paused, deep in thought. Is it possible that the Xintian sect's reputation exceeds its actual strength? Hu Guojun smiled slightly. The foremost sect of the divine path. Young master who must tread carefully with such assertions. Lu Sanjian warned solemnly. Sect Master Qingyi is young and accomplished, and the Zhuke sect is relatively new. Let us not dwell on that. Senior Lu, you are past the age of unrestrained freedom, and the Liuye sect's history is not significantly shorter than that of the Xintian sect. Is it? Hu Guojun chuckled that if we consider the time since the initial establishment of the Tianjin sect, the Liuye sect's history is indeed less than a decade behind the Xintian sect. Lu Sanjian replied solemnly. The Tianjin sect? Hu Guojun inquired. Upon recently mastering my divine skills, the first sect I established was the Tianjin sect. However, I later deemed that name too grand and subsequently renamed it the Liuye sect. Lu Sanjian explained. Lu Sanjian spoke of the swordsmanship. This is precisely why Lu Yimin cannot be considered the representatives of the divine path, while the Xintian sect undoubtedly is, Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. Lu Sanjian's aged face twitched, and he fell silent. One should not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. The Xintian sect prides itself on being the orthodox of the divine path. Yet it preserves its own strength, allowing Lu Yimin and Zhuke men to exhaust the power of the demon spirit sect, while it secretly develops that in the end, your strength will only grow larger, leaving you without the means to contest the title of the foremost sect of the divine path held by the Xintian sect, Hu Guojun stated solemnly as he lifted his teacup. However, our current strength pales in comparison to that of the Xintian sect, and we cannot disregard their orders. Yun Qingyi furrowed her brow and replied, Ha! Hu Guojun chuckled lightly, tilting his teacup slowly, allowing the tea to flow forth. Your relationship with the Xintian sect is akin to that of the teacup and the tea within it. On the surface, you may seem to rely on them. However, if they were to lose you, what would they be without the claim of being the strongest sect of the divine path? Hu Guojun continued with a grin. Indeed, without us, what significance would their title as the foremost sect of the divine path hold? Yun Qingyi exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Such words hold merit. Lu Sanjian nodded in agreement. There is no true orthodoxy in the divine path. It all hinges on mutual support among peers. That Hu Guojun shook his head. Alas, it seems I have truly become muddled in my old age. Lu Sanjian scratched his head. That of course, the Soul Cave and the Dark Evil Division are not faring much better. They too have been deceived by the demon spirit sect's claim of being the strongest, thereby losing their room for progression, Hu Guojun remarked. Your words have enlightened me, young master, Yun Qingyi said, cupping her hands in gratitude. Please, no need for such formality. I have merely spoken my mind. Hu Guojun returned the gesture respectfully. Quite right, indeed, that I too feel enlightened. Lu Sanjian affirmed. Do you know just how powerful the Xintian sect truly is? Hu Guojun inquired with a smile. Well, the two exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. You remain blissfully ignorant of the Xintian sect's true capabilities. Yet you willingly serve as their subordinates. Hu Guojun laughed. Though he had long sought to maintain a firm grip on power in the divine realm, the war between gods and demons revealed to him that a highly centralized authority is a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon both enemy and self. The dynamics of the martial world in the spirit realm would also influence the balance of power between the divine and demonic races. That a single dominating force is far less advantageous than a flourishing array of factions that can disrupt the equilibrium of power on both sides. While Hu Guojun's thoughts were evidently not conducive to the Xintian sect, continued hold over the title of the strongest sect in the divine path. The shift from one dominant force to a tripartite division would evidently benefit the overall strength of the divine path sections. Should the restraints imposed by the Xintian sect on Zhuge Min and Lu Yi Min be shattered, the divine path's power in the spirit realm would gradually surpass that of the demon path. Disrupting the balance of power between gods and demons in the spirit realm is a crucial step for Hu Guojun's return to the divine race. The path back to the divine realm is undoubtedly arduous and time-consuming. And upon his return, Hu Guojun requires a favorable situation in the spirit realm. This step is of paramount importance. Are you suggesting that we free ourselves from the Xintian sect's control? Lu Sanjian asked. I suspect the Xintian sect must indeed impose restrictions on the number of disciples you can recruit, Hu Guojun said with a smile. Indeed, the two nodded in agreement. Why concern yourselves with that? Recruit disciples as you see fit. Establish branches where necessary, that if you do not heed the Xintian sect's orders, what can they do to you? Hu Guojun declared with nonchalance. But the Xintian sect is powerful. This is common knowledge, Lu Sanjian frowned. The Xintian sect, in its self-proclaimed status as the representative of the divine path, will not resort to any heavy-handed tactics against you. They are too proud to engage in infighting. Hu Guojun countered, shaking his head, that we all aspire to pursue the divine path. Yet we have gradually become the lackeys of the Xintian sect. This is indeed a betrayal of our initial intentions. Yun Qingyi sighed. With both form and spirit refined, aligned with the true path, the sword and its wielder united, aiming directly at the heavens. Our Lu Yi Min must not become the pawns of others. We should seek the true orthodoxy of the divine path, to become immortals and saints, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, Lu Sanjian stated solemnly. Your guidance has illuminated my mind, but I have been muddled for many years. Lu Yi Min cannot stand against the Xintian sect. Would reckless independent development not invite retribution? Lu Sanjian furrowed his brow. That I share this concern, Yun Qingyi said, her delicate brows knitted tightly, dividing the divine path. Resisting the Xintian sect, Hu Guojun poured another cup of tea, speaking leisurely. Are you suggesting that Lu Yi Min and Zhuge Min unite to form a counterbalance against the Xintian sect? Lu Sanjian inquired. Senior Lu, you are truly a master of the sword. Your understanding is sharp. Hu Guojun chuckled. As you two seek cooperation and mutual development, the Xintian sect will find it impossible to dismantle you one by one. Leaving them powerless, Hu Guojun added with a smile, that I shall remain silent regarding the prior relationship between Lu Yi Min and Zhuge Min. He continued with a knowing grin. The two exchanged awkward smiles but remained silent. Once the divine path is divided, within 5 years, The likes of the Soul Cave and the Dark Evil Division will be no match for Lu Yi Min and Zhu Ke Min. The power of the divine path will surpass that of the demon path, allowing you to stand level with the Xintian sect. Would that not be a threefold benefit? Hu Guojun laughed. Excellent. Excellent. Lu Sanjian rose, laughing heartily. Every conversation with young master who brings me immense satisfaction. Who would have thought you are but 20 years of age? I call it youthful achievement. Hu Guojun chuckled, that I in my view. You possess the demeanor of a ruler. Yun Qingyi remarked that Hu Guojun felt a swell of joy within, silently acknowledging her keen insight. Thank you for your recognition. Master Qingyi, he expressed with a respectful gesture, no need for such humility. I am fortunate to have met a talented young man like you. Young master Hu. Yun Qingyi said graciously to Hu Guojun understood that should he lose his value to these powerful figures, their respect would vanish accordingly. Whether in the divine realm or the spirit realm, the essence remains rooted in self-interest. This applies to gods, demons, and mortals alike that I in the spirit realm, at the headquarters of the Soul Cave. Useless fools, utterly useless. Ho Qinchi shouted in anger. Please calm your anger, cave master. Li Chan knelt on one knee, lowering his head that Tio Luzi Li Huan was already shocking enough, and now in Jiuquan is dead as well. Yet Hu Guojun remains alive and well. You truly are a group of geniuses. Ho Qinchi roared. Cave master, allow me to slay him. A short old man knelt down, that I too wish to accompany Hong Tian. Li Cha exclaimed loudly. Enough, enough. Since the Dark Evil Division's Zhang Yunfu has also perished at Hu Guojun's hands, let the demon spirit sect find their own way to deal with this troublesome brat. Ho Qinchi shook his head. Indeed, why do we assist the demon spirit sect day after day? Hong Tian furrowed his brow. Let it be so. We in the Soul Cave shall no longer involve ourselves. The demon spirit sect can do as they please. Ho Qinchi declared sternly. Unbeknownst to Hu Guojun, his actions of slaying gods and demons have begun to alter the dynamics of the demon path in the spirit realm. In the headquarters of the Dark Evil Division, a man in a black robe entered the headquarters. Cupping his hands in salute, I am a messenger from the demon spirit sect, here to see the evil king. Be at ease. What is the matter? Dugu Liang inquired. May I ask if the evil king has dealt with Hu Guojun yet? The messenger asked, Hu Guojun. No, I have only lost a beloved subordinate, Dugu Liang replied curtly. If Hu Guojun yet lives, why do you not send more men? The messenger pressed. The Dark Evil Division has its own matters to attend to. We are temporarily unable to spare personnel, Dugu Liang said in a low tone. Evil King, the Lord of the Underworld has begun to grow anxious. The messenger stated gravely that if the Lord of the Underworld is anxious, then let the demon spirit sect send their experts to deal with him. Do you not lack skilled hands? Dugu Liang frowned. Are you not going to give the Lord of the Underworld his due respect? The messenger questioned. Dugu Liang's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, replying, Zhang Yunfu has served me for 6 years. Just like that, he is gone. How could I not show respect to you of the underworld? Who is Zhang Yunfu? We know not, but we are aware that Hu Guojun still lives. The messenger said, his face turning ashen. Dugu Liang rose. A surge of black energy erupted, ensnaring the messenger's neck and lifting him into the the black mist swirled. A massive black demonic wolf materialized behind Dugu Liang, opening its enormous jaws and devouring the messenger, leaving only a bloody mess. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Dugu Liang growled. You wretched cur, he muttered through clenched teeth. Venom dripping from his words that I in the spirit realm, at the headquarters of Lu Yi Min. Master Qingyi, on behalf of Lu Yi Min, I express our willingness to unite with your esteemed sect to jointly seek the true orthodoxy of the divine path, assisting each other and collaborating wholeheartedly. Lu Sanjian proclaimed, cupping his hands that I, too, wish to join forces with Senior Lu to pursue the true orthodoxy of the divine path. Yun Qingyi echoed, returning the gesture. Young Master Hu. We shall part ways here, but I look forward to our next meeting. Yun Qingyi said, cupping her hands in farewell. Until we meet again, Hu Guojun replied, reciprocating the gesture. Yun Qingyi turned and transformed into a red silhouette, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 81. A new journey begins after achieving his objectives. Hu Guojun bid farewell to Lu Sanjian, and once more, they set forth on a new journey. Young Master Hu walked slowly. Lu Sanjian said with a beaming smile. As Hu Guojun disappeared from Lu Sanjian's sight, the latter nodded slightly, remarking, "This person is unfathomable. One must not regard him as a mere wanderer of the martial world." "Master, Shinan has long said that this person is far from ordinary," I Chushington murmured. "Today's encounter has truly opened my eyes." Lu Sanjian chuckled and shook his head. "Where shall we head next?" Xing Yuhao inquired. "The map," Hu Guojun extended his hand. Xing Yuhao handed the map to Hu Guojun, who unfurled it and scrutinized it intently. "If we head north, we shall enter the northern frontier. If we venture east, we will reach the eastern lands and pass through Tiancheng," Hu Guojun contemplated. The plan to alter the dynamics of the spirit realm's martial world has been tentatively set in motion. Thus, the royal family stance of the Songyan dynasty towards the divine and demonic factions is of paramount importance. Does the new king of the Songyan dynasty support the path of the divine or the demonic? Hu Guojun asked. "I am not certain either." Xing Yuhao scratched his head. "Let us set off for Tiancheng," Hu Guojun urged as he mounted his steed. "Indeed," the others echoed in unison. In the spirit realm, at the Tianjin city government office, Li Jinhai and his companions knelt before the desk, while Wei Wang Yuren donned his water dragon robe and auspicious garments. Seated in the high seat. "Why has the case of Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang not yet been resolved?" Wang Yuren inquired sternly. "The old minister has exhausted all efforts, yet the perpetrator is exceedingly cunning." "I truly cannot find any leads," Li Jinhai replied, shaking his head. "Such a display of tireless diligence." Wang Yuren scoffed coldly. "The old minister speaks nothing but the truth," Li Jinhai retorted. "Come forth," Wang Yuren commanded. From behind the screen emerged an individual, kneeling on one knee. "Lord Li instructed me to merely put on a show. There is no need to capture the murderer." You, why do you betray me?" Li Jinhai exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. "Lord Li, the wise Wang is deserving. We wish to support him as emperor," the individual replied. Bowing deeply, Li Jinhai rose, trembling, and pointed to the heavens, exclaiming, "As subjects, loyalty is our foundation. Your Majesty was appointed by the late emperor. How could you wish to serve a traitor?" Li Jinhai, "The heavens are distant from the emperor. This Tianjin city is my domain, and Wang Yukong cannot protect you." Wang Yuren uttered darkly. "You conspire with local officials to expand your power and covet the throne. As a prince, rather than assisting your elder brother, you seek power for yourself. How shameful!" Li Jinhai retorted angrily. "Ha! What qualifications does Wang Yukong possess to be emperor? I have guarded the northern frontier for over 6 years. The Bai Rong and other tribes dare not cross the Great Wall. Why is it not I who is emperor?" Wang Yuren's expression turned fierce as he gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty is the late emperor's chosen crown prince. As for why you are not the emperor, it signifies your lack of virtue." Li Jinhai countered sharply. Wang Yuren rose, drawing his treasured sword, and a blue shadow flashed before Li Jinhai. With a flash of white light, Li Jinhai fell to the ground, and Wang Yuren wiped the blood from his blade, stating solemnly, "Eradicate the 9 clans of Li Jinhai, as a warning to others." "Yes." The crowd bowed in compliance. "That I care not who the murderer is. I demand to see the living and the dead," Wang Yuren declared furiously. Hu Guojun and the others galloped along the road to Tiancheng. "I am so hungry and tired. Let us take a break," Yu Yizhu suggested. "Indeed, a rest would be welcome," Xing Yulu frowned. "My backside is sore. Let us pause for a moment," Hua Yu added weakly. "Very well, ahead lies Bianzhou City. We shall rest there." Hu Guojun raised his whip, pointing forward at the Bianzhou City government office. An edict from the Wei Wang commanded a thorough investigation of all individuals entering and exiting the city, to apprehend the murderer of Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang. The messenger bowed respectfully. "Inform the Wei Wang that Bianzhou City will immediately implement strict control over the flow of people and fully cooperate with the Wei Wang in solving this case." Governor Zhu Xian of Bianzhou declared that a large contingent of soldiers appeared at the entrance of Bianzhou City, beginning to enforce strict population control. As Hu Guojun and his companions arrived at the gates of Bianzhou City, they were met with a throng of soldiers stationed at the entrance. "Why does this resemble the situation at Tianjin City?" Xing Yuhao remarked. "Perhaps the matters concerning Lu Zhong and Zhang Lingbang have been exposed." Hu Guojun mused darkly. "Lord Lu perished at the hands of a beast. We must be vigilant in inspecting the beast-taming bags of all individuals." Anyone with carnivorous beasts must be detained, the commander of Bianzhou City ordered. Why do they search everything? They even rummage through the belongings in the cloud bracelet. What audacity! Yu Yizhu exclaimed angrily. Look, that soldier is taking the opportunity to grope that girl. Xing Yilu clenched her fists in indignation. This method of inspection suggests the matter is quite serious. Hu Guojun frowned. They are searching for beast-taming bags. Xing Yuhao cried out. They are after us, Hu Guojun stated. The 5 of them sat in the forest outside Bianzhou City, their expressions gloomy and helpless. Even if I must sleep in the woods, I cannot abandon Xiaohua, Yu Yizhu declared loudly. Alas, with such stringent searches, we cannot recklessly enter the city. Hu Guojun replied that aren't they tired? It's already the hour of the pig, and the city gates are still brightly lit. Why you scratched his head, that we shall make do for one night. Xing Yuhao said, taking out a blanket from his cloud bracelet to prepare for sleep. Suddenly, 2 women in black robes riding white horses appeared on the road, and one of them looked strangely familiar. Hey, do you see that woman? Haven't we met before? Hu Guojun asked. That I asked that. Donggu Tingyue, Yu Yizhu exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the 2 women halted in their tracks and turned their heads towards the sound. Who is calling me? One of the women murmured that it is indeed her. Xing Yilu confirmed that let's take a chance. Hu Guojun called out. Miss Tianyue, it has been a while. Hu Guojun smiled. One of the women reined in her horse. Looking in the direction of the voice, Hu Guojun stepped out from the thicket, grinning, and said, I saw you from afar. It has truly been a long time. Donggu Tianyue was taken aback and softly replied, I have met young master who before did my lady. Who is this? A black-robed woman behind Donggu Tianyue inquired. That it's nothing. I know him. Donggu Tianyue waved her hand dismissively. Da Yu Yizhu and the others also stepped forward to greet Donggu Tianyue. Why haven't you entered the city at such a late hour? Donggu Tianyue asked. Puzzled, Hu Guojun forced a smile and pointed at the soldiers at the gate. Donggu Tianyue chuckled and said, Young master, who have you offended this time? Well, it's a long story. Hu Guojun scratched his head. After chatting for a while, Donggu Tianyue frowned and remarked, These corrupt officials truly deserve their fate. I can help you enter the city, though we would be most grateful, Miss Tianyue. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in thanks. Regardless of past grievances, you saved my life that day. I must repay you, Donggu Tianyue said softly. Chapter 82. The Perilous City. My lady, we have no enmity with the court. There is no need to provoke any discord over these few officials. The black-robed woman stated, Sister Bailing, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Had it not been for them, I would have perished at the hands of the Liuya sect. Although Brother Yunfei is no longer here, these 2 matters cannot be conflated, Donggu Tianyue replied solemnly. You know that Yunfei was killed by Hu Guojun, and eliminating him through the court's hand would align with our intentions. The black-robed woman asserted. Brother Yunfei was tasked by the king to assassinate Hu Guojun, but met an untimely end. I was injured by Li Chushingnan and fell, only to be rescued by Hu Guojun's wives. Considering this, Hu Guojun saved me without holding a grudge. I must repay this kindness, Donggu Tianyue stated resolutely. Indeed, my lady, the black-robed woman bowed her head. Can Miss Tianyue assist us in entering Bianzhou City? Hu Guojun asked. I will do my utmost. However, why are you so insistent on entering Bianzhou City? Donggu Tianyue queried. To reach Tiancheng, taking a detour is impractical. We must pass through Bianzhou, Hu Guojun replied. Donggu Tianyue nodded slightly. Donggu Tianyue initially wanted to ask Hu Guojun why he was heading to Tiancheng, but thought better of it. After all, they were not friends, and asking too many questions would be futile. Donggu Tianyue called over the black-robed woman and said, This is Bailing, one of the 4 great experts of the Dark Evil Division. Greetings, Miss Bai. Hu Guojun clasped his hands in respect. Dark Evil Division. Bai Ling has met young master Hu. Bai Ling returned the gesture. Let us proceed into the city, Donggu Tianyue said gravely. Donggu Tianyue and Bai Ling walked side by side in front, while Hu Guojun and the others followed behind. Dismount and submit to inspection. A soldier stepped forward. Donggu Tianyue produced a gray-blue soul token from her waist and presented it to the soldier, saying, Still searching. The soldier stared at the token, momentarily taken aback, and then said solemnly, During special times, even the Dark Evil Division must be inspected. Dismount. Think carefully about how to address me. Donggu Tianyue warned in a low voice that a higher-ranking officer appeared behind the soldier. Smiling, please do not be angry. During special times, we ask for your cooperation. Proceed with the search. Donggu Tianyue handed over her cloud bracelet to the soldier. The soldier gave a cursory glance at the contents of the cloud bracelet and waved his hand, saying, "You may go." Donggu Tianyue turned back to signal the others, saying, "Come along." The group promptly followed Donggu Tianyue into Bianzhou City. "Miss Tianyue, your assistance in entering Bianzhou City is greatly appreciated." Hu Guojun clasped his fists in gratitude. "It is no trouble. I am merely repaying the life-saving grace shown to me by young Master Hu that day. We are now even," Donggu Tianyue replied. "Then we shall part ways here." Hu Guojun clasped his fists again. "Indeed, we shall part ways here." Donggu Tianyue clasped her fists and spoke. After Hu Guojun parted ways with Donggu Tianyue, the five prepared to seek lodging at an inn. The situation within the city is dire. "Perhaps we should venture out under the cover of night," Xing Yuhao suggested. "Entering the city is challenging, but exiting is even more formidable. When we entered, Donggu Tianyue assisted us. Now we have no such aid," Hu Guojun remarked. "Then why not have her lead us out? Why you propose that do you truly believe we are friends? She owes me a favor, which has already been repaid. Seeking her help again could spell disaster," Hu Guojun stated. "Let us find an end to rest. We have all ridden hard today and are weary," Yu Yizhu suggested. Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded slightly. Sister Bai Ling, the young gentleman behind Hu Guojun, is rather handsome. Donggu Tianyue chuckled, though. "Has the young master taken a liking to him?" Bai Ling laughed. "Not at all. I merely glanced at him a couple of times. Ha!" Donggu Tianyue covered her face with a smile. "That gentleman possesses an extraordinary demeanor." Indeed, Hu Guojun has several capable companions, Bai Ling observed. The half-clad youth resembles a man from the mountains. One wonders how Hu Guojun managed to gather such a team. Donggu Tianyue commented. "Young master, do you still wish to eliminate him?" Bai Ling inquired. "Since my father no longer harbors intentions to harm Hu Guojun, why would I entertain such thoughts?" Donggu Tianyue replied that Hu Guojun shared some insights with me the other day. "And upon reflection, they do hold merit," she added. "What did he say?" Bai Ling asked. "He spoke of matters concerning the demonic path." Donggu Tianyue responded, "At the office of the governor of Bianzhou," Zhu Xian queried. "Is there anything unusual tonight?" "We have rigorously scrutinized all individuals entering the city, except," the military governor of Bianzhou replied. "Except for what?" Zhu Xian frowned. "Except for a group from the Dark Evil Division. We did not conduct a thorough investigation," the gate guard stated. "What? How many from the Dark Evil Division?" Zhu Xian's expression darkened. "Approximately 7 or 8. The guard recalled 7 or 8. "Who gave you the audacity to let in 7 or 8 individuals?" Zhu Xian bellowed. The guard knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I deserve death 1,000 times over. Fool! Imbecile! Given the temper of King Wei, if anything goes awry, we shall all meet our doom." Zhu Xian raged. "What did they roughly look like? Do you have any recollections?" Zhu Xian asked. "I only remember that several of them were women, and a few were men," the guard stammered. "What difference does that make? You fool! How did you become a general?" Zhu Xian erupted, kicking over the table before him. "Useless! Useless! How could you have attained the rank of general?" Zhu Xian's face turned crimson with fury to brother-in-law. "Calm down," the guard whispered, clutching Zhu Xian's pant leg. "Get lost. I told you not to call me brother-in-law within the governor's office." Zhu Xian kicked the guard away. "You must immediately notify General Sun, ordering the city's garrison to search for the Dark Evil Division at all costs and bring them to the governor's office for interrogation. Furthermore, effective immediately, no one is permitted to leave the city. Bianzhou is open for entry, but not for exit." Zhu Xian commanded angrily. "Yes, brother-in-law," the guard replied softly. "Get lost." Zhu Xian dismissed the guard with disdain, while the other officials struggled to suppress their laughter. A large contingent of soldiers surged out of the governor's office, commencing a city-wide search. Donggu Tianyue and her companion were merely passing through Bianzhou en route to the northern frontier, only to find themselves trapped within the city. "Young master, it seems these soldiers are coming for us. We should not have aided Hu Guojun." Bai Ling frowned, "that we have already assisted him. What is there to regret?" Donggu Tianyue replied, just as she finished speaking. Several soldiers burst through the door, followed closely by the gate guard. "Miss, please come with us," the guard said somberly. "Why?" Donggu Tianyue asked. "The governor has issued an order." I am merely following orders. Please do not hold it against me. The guard clasped his fist that I can simply hand over the Yun bracelet to you, Duga Tianhua declared, producing the bracelet and offering it to the guard. The soldiers searched the Yun bracelet, but found nothing amiss. Neither of them possessed a beast-controlling pouch. What about those individuals? The guard inquired. That I do not know. We parted ways after entering the city, Duga Tianhua replied. What? Then you must accompany us, the guard said sternly. Several soldiers closed in, menacingly, that if you do not wish to visit the governor's office, you may serve me for a night instead, the guard whispered in Duga Tianhua's ear. Shameless. Duga Tianhua fumed that a surge of dark red energy erupted. Lifting the guard into the air, Duga Tianhua drew a dagger from her bosom and, with a swift motion, severed his head. She has slain the general. Seize her, the soldiers shouted. Bai Ling lifted her black cloak, unleashing a torrent of white energy, sending the front line of soldiers sprawling. Young master, flee. I will hold them off, Bai Ling urged. Sister Bai Ling, let us escape together. Duga Tianhua grasped her dagger tightly. The two transformed into twin streaks of fierce shadows. Diving into the throng of soldiers, and chaos ensued, with blades flashing and blood spraying. Chapter 83. The Uprising in Bianzhou. Remarkable. The soldiers exclaimed in panic, scattering in all directions. The sound of horns echoed within Bianzhou, as a multitude of cavalry surged into the city, while infantry swiftly sealed the gates that a light cavalry unit raced towards the Wei royal palace. Bai Ling and Duga Tianhua burst from the Dark Evil Division's Bianzhou branch. Discovering that the branch leader had already perished, within Bianzhou, the strength of the Dark Evil Division was negligible and could be disregarded. Young master, cavalry is approaching. You should retreat on horseback while I hold them off, Bai Ling shouted. We shall leave together, Duga Tianhua responded solemnly. As they spoke, the cavalry had already encircled them. Bai Ling unsheathed a pair of curved blades from her Yun bracelet, leaping into the air and gliding past. Her speed was so swift that the soldiers could not react in time. In a flash, 4 or 5 cavalrymen fell. Amidst the swirling white energy, a black cat appeared, its azure eyes shining brightly in the night sky. Bai Ling summoned her spirit and began to engage the soldiers fiercely. That a pure white wolf emerged, its howl sending chills down spines. Tianhua too summoned her spirit. The two spirits simultaneously emitted a low roar, charging into the ranks of soldiers, causing carnage and devastation. Retreat, a soldier captain commanded. The infantry and cavalry quickly fell back, while a large number of archers advanced. Hu Guojun and the others had already noticed the commotion within the city and began to devise a plan. Duga Tianhua is likely in peril. Should we rescue her or not? Xing Yuhao pondered that we must rescue her, without a doubt, Hu Guojun replied gravely. Then shall we head directly to the Bianzhou Dark Evil Division branch? Xing Yuhao suggested that no, Hu Guojun countered. Then what? Xing Yuhao asked. That we strike straight at the Bianzhou governor's office, Hu Guojun declared, smashing the table before him in half with a single strike. Excellent, the others chorused. The 5 swiftly departed the inn, galloping towards the Bianzhou governor's office to confront the chaos. Inside the office, Zhu Xian was reading, awaiting the return of the culprit. With the governor's office now within reach, Hu Guojun took the lead, sweeping aside the guards outside and storming into the office. The Bianzhou garrison was nearly emptied, leaving the governor's office dangerously unguarded, and Zhu Xian paled at the sounds of battle outside. Someone! Zhu Xian shouted. A bloodied soldier burst in, exclaiming, My lord, flee! The brothers cannot hold them off any longer. Hu Guojun summoned his sword spirit, and dozens of golden energy swords whistled through the air, tearing a breach in the office's weak defenses. Hua Yu raised a crossbow, shooting with deadly accuracy, while Yu Izhu charged into the fray, striking lethal blows. Xing Yuhao and Xing Yilu launched their aerial assault, with the snow sculpture and snow phoenix soaring side by side. Where have all those soldiers gone? Zhu Xian demanded. My lord, most of the guards have gone to apprehend those from the Dark Evil Division. We have no idea where these intruders came from. The guard replied, shaking his head. Good day, Governor, Hu Guojun said as he pushed open the door with a grin. How did you get in here? Zhu Xian gasped. That I knew Governor would not welcome me. Yet here I am, Hu Guojun chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, a dagger pressed against Zhu Xian's throat as Yu Izhu appeared behind him. Though her cultivation was modest, Yu Izhu always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. Let us speak calmly, Zhu Xian murmured. Withdraw the troops pursuing the dark evil division, Hu Guojun commanded sternly. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Zhu Xian trembled. Take him to the streets, Hu Guojun ordered. That Yu Yizhu held the dagger to Zhu Xian's neck, escorting him outside the governor's office. Withdraw the troops pursuing the dark evil division, quickly, Zhu Xian urged. Yes, my lord, the soldier replied solemnly. Get lost. Zhu Xian dismissed the guard with a look of disdain. Du Tingyue and Bai Ling had reached a desperate point. Surrounded by a mountain of soldiers' corpses, the governor has issued an order. Retreat immediately, a messenger shouted. Though the soldiers were reluctant, they began to withdraw. Bai Ling, having reached the pinnacle of the fourth layer of transcendence with light injuries, while Du Tianyue, having only recently entered transcendence, was severely injured. An arrow had pierced her left arm, causing it to bleed profusely. Xing Yuhao stepped forward, asking, Are you both all right? I am fine, but the young master seems to be gravely hurt. Bai Ling furrowed her brow. Xing Yuhao stepped forward, grasping Du Tianyue's arm, and whispered, Do not be anxious. I shall attend to you. Du Tianyue was taken aback but nodded gently. Xing Yuhao urged her to sit down. Retrieving a strip of gauze from his cloud bracelet, and pulled out the arrow, blood gushing forth. Du Tianyue shivered slightly from the pain, and Xing Yuhao soothingly said, Do not fear. Once I treat it, the pain will subside. Du Tianyue managed to utter a faint thank you before losing consciousness. Xing Yuhao applied herbs to the wound, wrapping it in gauze, utilizing his spiritual power to lower the temperature of the injury and alleviate the pain. You must leave at once, Hu Guojun urged Bai Ling. I am grateful. Young Master Hu, Bai Ling replied, clasping her fist, and no need for thanks. Just go, Hu Guojun insisted. When will you release me? Zhu Xian lamented, his face a mask of despair. We are not safe. Do not even think of escaping. Yu Yizhu warned. That a distant sound of galloping hooves echoed as a general rode swiftly towards them. Zhu Xian, you must not release a court-designated criminal for your own safety. Lan Ji, you speak without understanding. The knife is not at your throat. Zhu Xian retorted angrily. I would never allow them to place a knife at my neck. Lan Ji scoffed. Lan Ji was the fiercest general under the Wei King. Reinforcements from the Wei King have arrived. Surrender at once. Lan Ji commanded. That I end your dreams. Xing Yuhao shouted in fury. That he brandished his ice-breaking pear blossom spear and descended from the air, while Lan Ji unsheathed her treasured blade, slashing it through the air, unleashing a blue wind blade that sent Xing Yuhao flying. Such formidable strength! Xing Yuhao exclaimed, and oh wonder this individual is so confident. Hu Guojun murmured darkly. Reinforcements from the Wei King are imminent. We must find a way to escape, Hu Guojun said. I shall find a way to contact the evil king, Bai Ling declared. How will you contact the dark evil division? Hu Guojun asked. Through the manipulation of spiritual energy, Bai Ling replied solemnly. With a low growl, Bai Ling unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, sending a brilliant white beam soaring into the heavens. The white light spiraled rapidly in the air, forming the character for dark, sending a signal. Lan Ji scoffed. I fear nothing that approaches, she declared coldly. Dismounting, Lan Ji retrieved a silver-white halberd from her cloud bracelet, exuding an imposing aura. That a gray-blue shark materialized, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. A sinister aura enveloping the area. What an overwhelming presence. Xing Yulu retreated. That a ripple of water-like light surged forth, accompanied by a beam of blue light, rushing towards the group. That Hu Guojun and the others summoned their spiritual shields, concentrating their energies into one, resulting in a tremendous clash as several were sent reeling from Lan Ji's powerful strike. Chapter 84. The Might of the Evil King, What Ferocity? Hu Guojun remarked gravely. This individual's power surpasses even that of Richard and his ilk. Perhaps this is the most formidable enemy we have encountered thus far, Xing Yuhao asserted. Let us first activate the Four Saints' demon-banishing array to hold them off. Reinforcements from the Dark Evil Division may arrive shortly, Hu Guojun suggested. I in the spirit realm. At the headquarters of the Dark Evil Division, a subordinate reported, Evil King, it appears that there are those seeking aid from the direction of Bianzhou. Bianzhou? But does the Bianzhou branch not lack our primary members? Du Gu Liao inquired. Bai Ling and the young master may pass through Bianzhou on their way to the northern frontier, a skilled member of the Dark Evil Division noted. Indeed, Du Gu Liao exclaimed in surprise. No, I must personally go to Bianzhou, he declared, Rising with determination, Hu Guojun and the others activated the Four Saints Demon Banishing Array, launching a fierce assault against Lan Ji. Unlike Richard and Injiuquan, Lan Ji remained composed, a mere trick of insect manipulation. She derided. "Take this," Bai Ling roared. Soaring into the air, a massive white, spiritual hand materialized, descending from the heavens with tremendous force, stirring a powerful wind. Lan Ji clenched her fists and charged at the giant hand. With a thunderous roar, the white hand was dispersed, and Lan Ji advanced towards Bai Ling. The halberd sliced through the air, unleashing a blue wind blade that howled towards Bai Ling. She summoned her spiritual shield to defend herself, but was still forced to spit out blood from the impact. Transcendent level 6, Bai Ling wiped the blood from her lips, struggling to speak. Transcendent level 6. Xing Yuhao's face fell in despair. "How can we contend against such power?" Xing Yilu questioned. "General Lan, please save me." Zhu Xian implored that if you utter another word, I shall kill you. Yu Yizhu snapped. Zhu Xian gulped and fell silent. "You overestimate yourselves. I advise you to surrender at once, or you shall only suffer more," Lan Ji warned darkly. "Dream on," Xing Yuhao retorted. "Shark strike." The blue shark spirit quivered and lunged at the group. Hu Guojun summoned his Xian iron sword spirit, channeling spiritual energy, with his sword spirit swelling behind him, descending from the void to strike. The blue shark's spiritual form suffered no tangible damage, continuing its relentless assault. The blue shark's spirit opened its massive jaws, unleashing a shockwave of blue water ripples that caused the ground to crack slightly. The group was unable to withstand the force and was sent reeling backward. "Capture them," Lan Ji commanded coldly. "Do you believe I would hesitate to kill him?" Yu Yizhu fumed. "Go ahead. Do you think I fear your threats?" Lan Ji sneered. "But General Lan, I am an official of the court. You cannot let me die." Zhu Xian struggled. "Since you have fallen into enemy hands, you should sacrifice yourself for the court." Lan Ji replied. "What?" Zhu Xian exclaimed, his face twisted in despair. It seemed that rescue was no longer possible. The court soldiers surrounded the group, and Hu Guojun, gravely injured, could not continue to fight. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed through the sky. "The evil king." Bai Ling laughed. Dugu Liao appeared abruptly in the air. "Release them," he commanded solemnly. "Not a chance," Lan Ji replied defiantly. "Then do not blame me for being ungracious." Dugu Liao warned that a barrier of black spiritual energy manifested, and from within a swirling mass of dark energy emerged a colossal demonic wolf. A howl resonated, sending forth a tremendous wave of sound energy. Lan Ji swung her halberd, unleashing a wind blade in response. The two engaged in a test of strength. The Dugu Liao growled, "Spirit battle form." The black demonic wolf surged into Dugu Liao's body, causing him to grow larger, his fingers transforming into clawed paws. 9 blood-red skeletons appeared behind him, while black spiritual energy spread across the ground, forming a barrier attack. Only those at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm could execute such a barrier attack. Lan Ji found herself within Dugu Liao's barrier as the blood-red skeletons advanced menacingly. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped her, plunging her into a dark world belonging to the evil king. "You are an official of the court. If you release them, I shall spare your life." Dugu Liao offered gravely, "That I in your dreams." Lan Ji shot back furiously. "Then do not blame me for showing no mercy," Dugu Liao warned. The blood-red skeletons charged at Lan Ji, who summoned her spiritual shield to block them. After a colossal explosion, 9 more blood-red skeletons appeared. Amidst the swirling black smoke, a pair of red eyes emerged, and a short dagger appeared before Lan Ji. She swung her halberd to deflect it. But the dagger's strikes were swift and ferocious. Lan Ji found herself at a disadvantage in the oppressive black space, unable to wield her spiritual powers effectively. "How formidable!" Lan Ji murmured. "That I offer you one last chance. Otherwise, you will be left with nothing but a corpse," Dugu Liao threatened. Lan Ji tightened her grip on the halberd. Remaining silent, the Dugu Liao let out a cold scoff, and the 9 blood-red skeletons merged into a colossal skeleton. From the hollow eyes of the skeleton, 2 beams of red light shot forth, rendering Lan Ji utterly immobile. The soul's intimidation was the absolute power of a peak transcendent realm expert. Lan Ji now understood that she had no chance of victory. The 4 great sects of the central region were forces even the court dared not provoke. Did I in the distance? The sound of ceremonial bells rang out as Wang Yulin arrived, prompting the soldiers to kneel in respect. "Evil king, stand down." Wang Yulin shouted that Du Gu Liao dispelled the barrier, releasing Lan Ji, and clasped his fists, saying, "Wei Wang, may you be well. Evil king, the court and your noble sect have never interfered with one another. Why must you press so hard?" Wang Yulin questioned. "Since you are aware, why did you harm my daughter?" Du Gu Liao retorted. "Your daughter aided a court-designated criminal in escaping. That is how we inadvertently harmed her." Wang Yulin explained. "Very well. You may take your daughter away," Wang Yulin said. "Father, they saved me. Please take them with us," Du Gu Liao pleaded weakly. Du Gu Liao hesitated. "If it were not for them, I would have perished. Can you bear to hand them over?" Du Gu Tianyue's eyes glistened with tears that Du Gu Liao paused, contemplating, and finally declared, "Release them all." "Evil king, these individuals are court-designated criminals. They cannot be handed over to you." Wang Yulin insisted. "The matter is settled. The court's reputation will be honored, but they saved my daughter's life, and I must repay this debt," Du Gu Liao replied solemnly. "Then I shall not grant you this courtesy." Wang Yulin said firmly, "Seize them." Wang Yulin commanded. Waving his hand, as several soldiers advanced, Du Gu Liao growled, "Try to move and see what happens." That a surge of black spiritual energy erupted, and a tremendous force radiated from Du Gu Liao's body. The soldiers, overwhelmed by the sheer power, retreated in fear, too intimidated to act. Transcendent level 9. This is the essence of audacity. Daichu Guojun chuckled. "Ah, truly handsome." Xing Yuhao shook his head and replied, "In the Lingja continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. Before absolute strength, even the emperor's face can be disregarded, let alone that of a mere prince. Although Prince Wang Yulin excels in martial arts, he is but at the 3rd level of the transcendence realm, unable to contend with Bai Ling, let alone Du Gu Liang." Chapter 85. Entering the imperial city thanks to the evil king for his assistance, Hu Guojun clasped his fists in gratitude. "You need not thank me. If thanks are to be given, let them be directed towards my daughter," Du Gu Liang murmured. "Miss Tianyue truly lives up to being the daughter of the evil king, clear in her grievances and favors. Though she is a woman, she possesses the demeanor of a noble. She is indeed a remarkable heroine," Hu Guojun remarked with a smile. "Young Master Hu, your willingness to put aside past grievances to save me is something I am endlessly grateful for." Du Gu Tianyue responded that I, Hu Guojun, do not wish to be enemies with the dark evil division. I also implore the evil king not to be swayed by the machinations of the demon spirit sect, which seeks to use others as tools for murder, Hu Guojun stated. "The demon spirit sect has repeatedly urged me to continue targeting you, but I have firmly refused. Henceforth, you will tread your own path while I tread mine. The dark evil division shall no longer trouble you," Du Gu Liang assured. "This young master, I must express my gratitude to you." Du Gu Tianyue smiled at Xing Yuhao. "The young lady helped us enter the city yet sustained injuries as a result. I feel deeply ashamed," Xing Yuhao said, cupping his hands. "Until we meet again," Du Gu Tianyue smiled brightly. "Until we meet again," Xing Yuhao replied with a smile, "that on this matter, I shall handle it for you, so you should leave promptly." Du Gu Liang said quietly, "That I express my thanks to the evil king." Hu Guojun clasped his fists once more. Having said that, Hu Guojun and the others turned to leave, swiftly escaping Bianzhou City. Wang Yukong, Lan Ji, and the others gnashed their teeth in frustration. Yet, constrained by Du Gu Liang's formidable power, they dared not speak, merely watching as the group departed. "Bring Zhu Xian out and behead him," Wang Yulin bellowed. Zhu Xian had just freed himself from Yi Zhu's control and was still in a daze when his head was severed. As Hu Guojun's party departed Bianzhou, they entered the main road, quickly making their way towards Tiancheng. "That we are about to enter the imperial capital. How thrilling," Yi Zhu remarked. "What is there to be anxious about in the imperial city?" Hu Guojun laughed. "To be honest, it is my first visit to Tiancheng as well," Xing Yuhao admitted. "Then let us together behold the splendor of the new capital of the Songyan dynasty," Hu Guojun smiled. After a day's journey, they finally arrived outside the city gates of Tiancheng. The broad and straight imperial road, flanked by towering and magnificent city walls, greeted their eyes. Outside the city gate, 2 enormous golden lion statues stood majestically. glittering with golden light under the sun's rays, that a row of armored soldiers in golden armor was conducting routine checks on those entering the city. To Hu Guojun and the others dismounted and began the inspection. After passing through, the five entered the city smoothly. Golden nails adorned the jade doors. Colorful phoenixes dance at the vermilion gates. Luxurious mansions of wealthy households were abundant, while elegantly dressed noblewomen strolled gracefully through the bustling marketplace. "What a lively scene!" Iju exclaimed. "Alas, it seems the holy capital truly pales in comparison." Xing Yuhao sighed. While you gazed longingly at a roast duck shop, saliva flowing like a river, his eyes fixated on the crispy, fragrant roast duck in the fireplace. "How greedy you are!" Xing Yulu chuckled, covering her face. "Treasure Pavilion!" Iju exclaimed in surprise. "Treasure Pavilion!" Xing Yulu laughed. The two, filled with excitement, dashed towards the Treasure Pavilion, leaving Xing Yuhao awkwardly chuckling as he followed behind. The Treasure Pavilion, a large commercial chain in the Lingjie realm, had departed from the holy capital after its decline. It was truly a paradise for women. Gorgeous garments, exquisite jewelry, captivating musk, adorable little pets. Everything one could desire was available. Hu Guojun mused. It seems that whether they are women or goddesses, they all delight in visiting such places. That he sighed and followed along. Inside the Treasure Pavilion, the dazzling array of goods left him momentarily dazed. Hu Guojun, feeling overwhelmed, found a seat to rest. That Iju and Xing Yulu began trying on clothes in the apparel section, while Xing Yuhao and Huayu headed to the food court within the pavilion. Indulging in a feast, Hu Guojun appeared to have been forgotten by the world, leaning back in his chair and dozing off. After spending the day in the Treasure Pavilion, Hu Guojun had napped the entire time. Iju and Xing Yulu had nearly filled their cloud bracelets, while Xing Yuhao and Huayu had indulged to the point of gluttony, all wearing satisfied expressions. Tiancheng, with its thriving economy, had no curfew at night. Colorful lights lined the streets, casting a dazzling glow upon the thoroughfares, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Luxurious carriages sped along the Grand Road, wafting the fragrance of musk through the air. "Tiancheng is simply marvelous." "Whoa!" Iju exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "Look at your pitiful demeanor," Hu Guojun scoffed. Another wave of delectable aromas wafted through the air, directly assaulting the nostrils of the group. Following the enticing scent, they spotted a massive red sign emblazoned with the words "Auspicious Street." "Wow, a street dedicated to gourmet food." Iju pointed ahead, excitement bubbling. Overdone on either side of the street, a variety of delectable snacks were lined up, one after another. Soup dumplings, sweet rice cakes, roasted suckling pigs. Having gone a day without sustenance, Hu Guojun could no longer restrain himself. With a sudden burst of energy, he dashed into a roasted meat shop and gulped as he arrived at the counter. "Boss, roast a suckling pig for me," Hu Guojun said eagerly. The owner smiled and nodded, expertly extracting a small plump pig from a cage, proceeding to slaughter, bleed, and roast it. Before long, a beautifully roasted suckling pig, its skin a vibrant red and the meat tender and rich, emerged from the flames. Hu Guojun produced a handful of coins and handed them to the owner, receiving the roasted pig, the white steam rising and swirling in the wind. "How fragrant!" Hu Guojun marveled. "I shall demonstrate how to devour a pig in 3 bites." He joked. Hu Guojun took a hearty bite of the crispy skin of the roasted pig, the heat causing tears to spring to his eyes. Yet he continued to eat, sniffling as he devoured in no time. Only a few bones remained of the once whole pig. Xing Yuhao laughed. "Indeed, it is 3 bites for a whole pig." Having eaten and played enough, it was time to attend to serious matters, Hu Guojun stated. "What serious matters?" Xing Yuhao inquired. "That we shall enter the imperial palace," Hu Guojun replied with a calm smile. "What?" Xing Yuhao and the others exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, we shall enter the imperial city," Hu Guojun said with a mysterious smile, wiping his mouth and turning away from the food street. "Tonight, we shall find an inn to stay the night. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the imperial palace," Hu Guojun said cheerfully. The group exchanged glances, speechless, and settled into an inn. However, Hu Guojun did not enter the inn. Instead, he ventured alone to the palace gates. Outside the Tsangyan Imperial City, a recruitment notice was posted on the bulletin board. As expected, Hu Guojun smirked slightly. The notice read, "With the new king newly established and the realm in need of restoration, we seek righteous individuals to preserve our dynasty for eternity." How delicately put. Hu Guojun smiled mysteriously. He squeezed through the crowd gathered around the notice, boldly tearing it down amidst their astonished gazes, and strode away confidently. Upon returning to the inn with the recruitment notice, Hu Guojun grinned. Everyone, prepare to meet the emperor tomorrow. What? Xing Yuhao was left bewildered, his expression one of shock. Meet the emperor. Hua Yu echoed, equally astonished. What have you done? Yi Zhu and Xing Yulu exclaimed in alarm. You will find out tomorrow. For now, let us sleep. Hu Guojun waved his hand nonchalantly, grinning. Chapter 86. Successfully becoming an official shopkeeper, someone has torn down the recruitment notice. Call all the patrons to come out. A sharp voice commanded. Yes, yes, the owner complied politely. Everyone, come out, come out. The owner rang a gong. Hu Guojun stepped out of his room with a smile, declaring loudly, I am the one who tore down the imperial notice. An elderly eunuch clad in a red brocade robe approached, saying, Hero, please follow me to the palace, and my companions must accompany me. I require their assistance. Hu Guojun gestured towards Xing Yuhao and the others. The old eunuch hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. Turning slowly to lead the way outside, as they exited the inn, they were greeted by several exquisite carriages. Please, this way, the eunuch gestured. The group climbed into the carriages, which sped towards the imperial city. Upon entering the imperial city, the eunuch signaled for them to disembark and proceed along the central avenue to meet the emperor. The Zhongyan imperial city featured towering ancient trees, lush canopies, red walls, and yellow tiles, radiating a golden splendor. Glazed pillars stood tall, while sculptures of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, intricately carved from spirit stones, guarded the entrance to the grand hall. Please, this way, the eunuch indicated. Alas, soon I shall have to bow my head again, Hu Guojun thought to himself. There is nothing more loathsome to the heavenly emperor than the act of kneeling and bowing. As they walked along the imperial road covered in red carpet, the others, aside from Hu Guojun, were palpably tense. Crossing the white jade threshold, they entered the Zhongyan treasure hall, where upon the golden lacquered dragon throne sat a regal figure surveying the world. The palace was alive with the sounds of bells and musical instruments, the melodies resonating in the air. Incense burned upon the altar, enveloping the space in swirling smoke. 4 armored warriors, swords in hand, stood resolutely behind the emperor, while civil and military officials dressed in red and blue robes formed orderly ranks below the throne. The 5 advanced along the path of sandalwood towards the center of the grand hall. Commoner Hu Guojun pays his respects to your majesty. Hu Guojun knelt in homage. Xing Yuhao and the others promptly followed suit and bowed. Rise, the emperor commanded in a booming voice. Thank you, your majesty. As the crowd spoke in unison, it was declared that the emperor was none other than the legitimate son of the late king, Wang Yukong. Since you have revealed the imperial edict, esteemed minister, you must possess extraordinary talents capable of governing the realm. I perceive you are merely in your 20s, a promising young talent indeed. The emperor remarked with a gentle smile that I am grateful for your majesty's recognition. Hu Guojun replied, bowing deeply. Follow me, the emperor commanded as he rose. Yes, Hu Guojun responded, bending in deference. Dismiss the court, the emperor gestured. The officials below knelt and chanted, Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long, long live the emperor! Once inside the inner hall, the emperor motioned for Hu Guojun to take a seat. Can you guess the purpose of my posting this edict to recruit talents? The emperor inquired with a smile. Wang Yukong's true intention was to assess Hu Guojun's capabilities. Your Majesty, I believe you seek an individual to quell the turmoil instigated by the 3 kings and to reinforce central authority. Hu Guojun replied with a grin. Indeed, that is my intention, the emperor concurred. Your Majesty, I believe the 3 kings of Wei, Yin, and Shang are each consolidating their power, secretly expanding their strengths, Hu Guojun stated. How could I be unaware of what you have mentioned? The emperor replied. Then let me speak of matters that you may not be privy to, Hu Guojun continued solemnly. Proceed, the emperor urged. The military funds allocated for the eradication of bandits in Qingfeng Town have been embezzled. From the king of Wei to the magistrate of Qingfeng Town and the military supervisors, all have been siphoning off the court's military budget, and they have even engaged in collusion with the bandits. Hu Guojun reported. What? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, forgive my candor, but among the officials in court, many have already conspired with the 3 kings. Hu Guojun elaborated, I am aware of this, but I am troubled by the lack of sound strategies. If I act rashly to diminish their fiefs, it may ignite further conflict, the emperor confessed, furrowing his brow. The fiefs must be diminished. We must act decisively, Hu Guojun proclaimed. However, we should first target the kings of Shang and Yin, rather than Wei, he suggested with a smile. Oh? The emperor inquired, puzzled that if we were to recklessly diminish the fiefs of all three kings, it could indeed provoke a backlash. Therefore, by reducing the powers of the Yin and Shang kings while expanding Wei's territory eastward, the Yin and Shang kings would begin to harbor suspicions towards Wei, thereby disrupting their clandestine alliance, Hu Guojun explained. Once distrust arises among the three kings, it will significantly weaken their collective power, allowing us to strike them down one by one. Hu Guojun continued, that a brilliant strategy. I had not considered such a method of gradual dismantling, being instead preoccupied with the notion of whether to diminish their fiefs. In this way, I can gradually dismantle the internal alliance of the three kings, the emperor acknowledged with a slight nod. But why do you insist on having me win over the king of Wei? The emperor queried. Your Majesty, I have had some dealings with the king of Wei. Although I am not familiar with the two princes of Yin and Shang, I believe that the king of Wei possesses the greatest martial prowess among the three. Hu Guojun answered. You are quite astute. The king of Wei has been well trained in archery and horsemanship since childhood, excelling in martial arts that he has also studied the art of qi cultivation and has the formidable Lan Ji as a general. During the previous emperor's reign, he defended the northern borders with nearly no defeats, the emperor elaborated. Thus, this is why we should retain the king of Wei while diminishing the powers of the Yin and Shang kings. The king of Wei, revered for his martial strength, will lead the other two princes to believe that your Majesty intends to use his might to eliminate them, thereby completely dismantling their alliance. Hu Guojun concluded. You speak wisely. I shall act according to your counsel, the emperor responded with a smile. Thank you for your Majesty's favor, Hu Guojun replied, rising to bow. Once this matter is accomplished, I shall promote you in rank and title. The emperor promised with a grin. Your Majesty, I seek not rank or title, but rather the gift of some spirit stones, Hu Guojun humbly requested. Spirit stones? That is certainly no issue, the emperor assured with a smile. I take my leave, your Majesty, Hu Guojun said, bowing deeply. The emperor nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, proclaimed the edict. Hu Guojun is appointed Minister of Internal Affairs, to serve by my side, the emperor commanded. This servant accepts the decree, and eunuch replied, kneeling as he entered as Hu Guojun and the others were settled in a courtyard. A eunuch rushed over. The imperial decree has arrived, came the sharp voice. The assembly quickly knelt, and the eunuch strode forward to begin reading the edict, that be why the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Hu Guojun is appointed Minister of Internal Affairs, to serve at your Majesty's side. Thus decreed. This servant accepts the decree and expresses gratitude, Hu Guojun stated. Upon receiving the decree, he rose with a wry smile, saying, the people in this palace truly have it tough, kneeling day in and day out. If that is the case, then don't kneel, Yu Yizhu jested. Well then, I prefer not to die here, Hu Guojun laughed. Congratulations, you have become a court official, Xing Yuhao remarked. This meaningless title, I have no intention of holding on to it after the task is complete. I am here to earn spirit stones for you all, Hu Guojun replied with a sly smile. Earn spirit stones? The assembly looked puzzled. Indeed, Hu Guojun affirmed with a nod. The following day, Emperor Wang Yukong convened a military meeting and requested Hu Guojun's attendance. Esteemed ministers, with the three kings claiming their territories and defying imperial authority, I intend to reduce their fiefs. What are your thoughts? Wang Yukong proposed. Your Majesty, the old minister believes the three kings are arrogant and defiant, contemptuous of the rightful order, and according to the law, they must be punished. Your Majesty, I believe the three kings have entrenched themselves in the northern borders, the western regions, and the eastern territories, making it perilous to rashly reduce their fiefs. Another minister warned, Your Majesty, I have served you loyally. The three kings are disloyal and unjust, disregarding law and etiquette. Diminishing their fiefs is imperative. Another minister insisted, Your Majesty, the specifics of the three kings remain unclear. It is wise to investigate first before proceeding with any reduction of fiefs. Another advised, urging caution. Very well, Then I ask you all to outline how I should proceed, Wang Yukong interjected. The ministers exchanged glances. Speechless. Discussing strategy on paper is easy, but if I move to reduce their fiefs without concrete measures from you, what should I do? Wang Yukong pressed. Your Majesty, I possess a skill, Hu Guojun interjected from the back. Speak, Wang Yukong urged. Hu Guojun approached the map and said, Please observe, the King of Wei is situated near Tianjin City, centrally located. The King of Yin occupies the eastern lands, adjacent to Julong Island, while the King of Shang resides in the southern domain. Near Zunmo City, within the sphere of influence of the demon spirit sect, that a hasty reduction of fiefs would likely lead to disastrous outcomes. Indeed, Wang Yukong nodded. Our forces could bypass the King of Wei, deploying a contingent of elite troops to swiftly advance south of the Great Wall, while another elite force advances southward along the central axis to constrain the Yin and Shang kings. Hu Guojun proposed. But what of the King of Wei? A minister inquired with confusion. Your Majesty should decree that the cities of Bianzhou and Qingzhou be formally bestowed upon the King of Wei. Hu Guojun suggested with a smile. That would be unwise. Qingzhou is a mere stone's throw from Tianjin City. Should the King of Wei raise his troops, the capital would be in danger. Another minister exclaimed in alarm. Allocating the heartland to the King of Wei would arouse suspicion in the kings of Yin and Shang. Moreover, the King of Wei would perceive our actions as an invitation to enter a trap, thereby hesitating to act rashly. This would allow for a pincer movement against the kings of Yin and Shang, achieving two objectives with a single stroke, Hu Guojun elucidated. Excellent. Such strategic acumen at such a young age earns my utmost admiration. Wang Yukong praised with a smile. Proclaimed the edict. Hu Guojun is appointed as the Deputy General of the Ministry of War to assist General Lu Guoban in the campaign against the fiefs. Wang Yukong declared. This servant accepts the decree and expresses gratitude, Hu Guojun replied, kneeling on one knee. You all must prepare swiftly. Wang Yukong instructed the ministers that we obey the edict. The ministers replied, bowing deeply that Hu Guojun received armor from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Preparing to accompany the army in the campaign against the fiefs that you're off to war. We shall accompany you. Xing Yuhao declared that I will speak with the emperor. Hu Guojun responded that he made his way to the palace, seeking an audience with Wang Yukong. Your Majesty, Hu Guojun seeks an audience, a eunuch announced. Let him in, Wang Yukong replied. Yes, the eunuch bowed before announcing, Hu Guojun is granted an audience. As Hu Guojun entered the grand hall, he prepared to be OW to no need for formalities. State your business, Wang Yukong smiled. Your Majesty, I have a request, Hu Guojun said, bowing. Please speak. Wang Yukong encouraged that I hope that my friends might join me in this campaign against the fiefs. Hu Guojun expressed. That is agreeable. I believe your friends will not be mere idle spectators. Wang Yukong replied with a nod that I am grateful for your Majesty's trust. Hu Guojun bowed again. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Go prepare, Wang Yukong smiled. Yes, your Majesty, Hu Guojun affirmed. Hu Guojun went to the Ministry of War and collected several sets of armor, distributing them to Xing Yuhao and the others. Now we are the royal army of the Songyan dynasty. He declared with a grin, "Oh, I do not wish to be part of any royal army. I merely wish to live a quiet life." Why you frowned? But being a high official allows one to enjoy fine delicacies. Hu Guojun laughed. Then let us be high officials. Why you chuckled that we depart tomorrow? Everyone should rest well, Hu Guojun instructed. Understood, the others replied. General Lu Guoban, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden dragon sword, stood upon the command platform. Below, banners fluttered and war horses neighed. Soldiers, the King of Yin, Wang Yuji, and the King of Shang, Wang Yuquan, have each claimed their territories, undermining the foundations of our dynasty and diminishing your Majesty's dragon might. By the decree of your Majesty, we shall mobilize the royal army to eradicate these treacherous fiefs and secure the legacy of our Songyan dynasty for generations to come, Lu Guoban proclaimed. Raising his sword, eradicate the treacherous fiefs, eradicate the treacherous fiefs. The soldiers below roared like a tidal wave. March forth, with a single command from Lu Guoban, the vast army beneath began their advance towards the target. General Hu, you shall lead half of the troops southwards through the central domain, while I shall command the other half to launch a surprise attack from the southern side of the Great Wall. Lu Guoban declared, "I am to lead half the troops." General Hu Guojun inquired in astonishment. "This is the emperor's will. It is for you to comply." General Hu, Lu Guoban replied with a smile. "Then I shall express my gratitude to His Majesty for entrusting me with such an important responsibility." General Hu Guojun said with a grin. Having received the imperial token, he led 50,000 elite soldiers on their long march. The 50,000 iron cavalry thundered across the expansive plains of the central domain. A stampede of hooves that sounded like rolling thunder, their banners fluttering, obscuring the sky. Simultaneously, a decree arrived at the Wei King's residence to be by the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims. In recognition of the Wei King's valor in repelling the Bai Rome, I grant him the title of Lord of Qingzhou, along with a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and 90,000 spirit stones. Thus it is decreed. The eunuch announced that "My brother, please accept the decree with gratitude." The Wei King knelt and replied. Just as the eunuch departed, Wei Wang Yulin, taken aback, murmured, "Am I dreaming? Qingzhou is the gateway to the heavenly city." "Indeed," Lan Ji chimed in with a smile, "that I understand your sentiments. But since His Majesty has bestowed Qingzhou upon us, we must not act rashly. Command the troops stationed in Bianzhou to split in half and occupy Qingzhou, observing the changes." Wang Yulin spoke solemnly. "As you command." Lan Ji bowed. "I in the spirit realm. At the Shangwang mansion, Your Highness, Your Highness." A panicked general clad in armor rushed into the Shangwang residence, exclaiming, "Lin Mo, what troubles you?" Shangwang Wang Yuquan furrowed his brow. The general lifted his head, his face ashen, eyes like silver flowers, with red hair and sharp teeth, resembling a demon from the mortal realm. "Your Highness, scouts ahead report a large contingent of court troops advancing towards Zunmo City." Lin Mo bowed. "What?" Wang Youquan's face twitched in shock. "Could it be that His Majesty intends to move against us?" Lin Mo murmured that "It is possible. Inform the garrison at Zunmo City to prepare for battle. You must quickly head to the military camp and ready ourselves to resist the royal forces." Wang Yuquan rose. "This humble general shall obey." Lin Mo bowed. Lin Mo turned to leave. Wang Yuquan caught him by the arm, saying, "You must contact the Yin and Wei princes and inquire about the situation on their ENDAS you command." Lin Mo replied, "That I shall personally head to the military camp." Wang Yuquan declared, donning his armor. Chapter 88. Beneath Xilan Mountain, Lin Mo is shot in the spirit realm. At the Yanwang Mansion, "Your Highness, the Wei King has recently received an imperial decree, and His Majesty has granted him Qingzhou as his fief." A man in white whispered into Wang Yuji's ear. "Qingzhou?" Wang Yuji replied with a puzzled expression. Slowly rising, he spread out a map, locating Qingzhou and pondering deeply. "Lin, I hope you do not disappoint your elder brother." "Your Highness, does this mean the Wei King has betrayed us?" the man in white asked, uncertain. "We shall wait and see," Wang Yuji replied, his eyes cold as he scanned the map, troubled. "Your Highness, scouts report that Lu Guoban's forces are advancing along the Great Wall towards the Yin Wang Mansion," a soldier reported. Wang Yuji scoffed, suddenly drawing his sword and cleaving a wooden table in half. "Well done, Lin, splendid work." Wang Yuji snarled that I in the spirit realm, within the Zunmo City military camp, Wang Yuquan, clad in armor, sat in the center of the camp, his expression grave. Lin Mo entered with a dark expression, striding to Wang Youquan's side, whispering something. Wang Yuquan kicked over a low table before him, shouting, "Well done, my dear third brother. You have indeed caught me off guard. At this point, there is no need for hesitation. We shall confront the enemy head-on. We will repel the royal forces and ascend to the heavenly city as emperors." Wang Yuquan roared. "This humble general shall obey." Lin Mo replied solemnly, "I in the spirit realm, at the Wei King's residence. What a predicament this places me in." Wang Yulin, "There is no way forward, nor retreat," Wang Yulin lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. "Your Highness, if we rashly attack the heavenly city, we may find ourselves besieged within the imperial palace. Conversely, if we merely observe, the other two princes may think we have betrayed them." Lan Ji expressed anxiously, "It is indeed a dilemma. Brother, you are ruthless." Wang Yulin shook his head. "What then shall we do?" Lan Ji inquired. We wait. Wang Yulin replied solemnly that Hu Guojun had already reached the Jinma Pass, just a stone's throw from Zunmo City, that he ordered the troops to halt their advance and set up camp. "Why have we stopped?" Xing Yuhao inquired. Wait, just wait a little longer, Hu Guojun chuckled. Yulu, fetch me paper and pen. Draft a letter as I dictate, Hu Guojun called to Xing Yulu. After a brief interval, a letter from Hu Guojun was dispatched to Zunmo City. Your Highness, a letter from the court. Lin Mo entered, presenting the letter to Wang Yuquan. Wang Yuquan unfolded the letter, and after reading a few lines, tore it to shreds, cursing, "Scoundrel! Curse be this! Your Highness, what troubles you?" Lin Mo asked, astonished. The letter praises the Wei king excessively, urging me to emulate him, abandon the struggle for power, and pledge loyalty to his majesty. And no wonder my brother granted Qingzhou to him. Even a dog would be tossed a few scraps for such loyalty. Wang Yuquan seethed. Could it be a scheme to sow discord? Lin Mo questioned. Got a scheme? Qingzhou, I have verified through multiple channels. It is now certain that the Wei King's forces have occupied Qingzhou, Wang Yuquan replied. Frowning. Lin Mo, you must lead the troops to Jima Pass immediately. I intend to confront the royal forces head-on. Wang Yuquan commanded angrily. This humble general shall obey. Lin Mo bowed, within the Yin Wang mansion. Well, who would have thought the issues would arise from Lin? Wang Yuji paced within the residence, sighing heavily. Your Highness, what shall we do? The man in white asked Li Qi, swiftly withdraw the troops from Jilong Xian Island to Bitao City. We have no retreat left, so we shall fight to the death. Wang Yuji declared. This humble general shall obey. Li Qi bowed. The war for the reduction of feudal powers was on the brink of eruption. Outside Jima Pass, clad in gray-blue armor and wielding a massive axe, Lin Mo rode a magnificent steed with an imposing presence that it is said this man possesses the strength of 10,000 men. He can only be outsmarted, not overpowered, Hu Guojun remarked grimly. That I shall meet him, Xing Yuhao declared. Raising his ice-breaking pear-blossom spear, he clamped his legs, and his white steed neighed as it charged towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, galloping to meet him. Yes, the massive axe swung down. Xing Yuhao parried with his spear, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Though the axe was heavy, it danced in Lin Mo's hands with a grace akin to a phoenix in flight. The axe's might was overwhelming, leaving Xing Yuhao's arms numb and unable to withstand it. Hu Guojun drew his dragon-subduing staff. Galloping out to take over the fight against Lin Mo, they clashed fiercely. But after 20 exchanges, Hu Guojun was forced to retreat. Lin Mo did not pursue, laughing, with such meager skill, you dare to be the commander. The court truly has no capable generals. Hu Guojun took no offense, fleeing directly into the formation. The next day, the scenario repeated. Lin Mo easily repulsed Hu Guojun and Xing Yuhao once more. Lin Mo will likely launch a night raid tonight. Prepare well and ensure he does not escape. Hu Guojun instructed. This humble general shall obey. The assembled officers bowed. Lin Mo remained undefeated for 2 days, believing Hu Guojun and the others to be mere incompetent fools that he then led his troops to mount a night assault on Hu Guojun's camp. At midnight, Lin Mo's forces crashed into Hu Guojun's camp, only to find it deserted, causing him to exclaim in shock, Not good, it's a trap, retreat. Before he could finish, Hu Guojun's troops surged from all directions, arrows raining down like a deluge. Lin Mo wielded his massive axe to block the arrows, cleaving through several court soldiers and carving a bloody path. Xing Yuhao and Hu Guojun charged from the sides, combining their efforts to engage Lin Mo, retreating as they fought. With a furious roar, Lin Mo swung down his axe, leaving Xing Yuhao's hands trembling from the impact. Such strength! Xing Yuhao gasped. Lin Mo, unwilling to linger, turned his horse and broke through the encirclement. Brothers, follow me this way. Lin Mo bellowed, swinging his axe and leading the remnants of his forces out. General, ahead lies Xilan Mountain, with sheer cliffs on both sides. I believe there will be ambushes here, Lin Mo's deputy warned. Coward, come chase me. While you appeared before Lin Mo with a furious roar, Lin Mo spurred his horse to pursue, and Hua Yu dashed into the main road of Xilan Mountain. He has entered Xilan Mountain. How could ambushers kill their own? Charge forward. Lin Mo commanded. At the summit of Xilan Mountain, my husband, will Hua Yu be all right? Yu Yizhu expressed her concern. Fear not, I would never gamble with the lives of my brothers. Hu Guojun assured her. Yes, Lin Mo's army followed Hua Yu into the mountain paths. Hua Yu suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Lin Mo wondered aloud. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed as boulders and arrows rained down from the cliffs. Lin Mo, along with more than a dozen subordinates, was struck down at the foot of Xylan Mountain. Lin Mo, pierced by 37 arrows, cursed in rage, dying with his eyes wide open. Hua Yu, like a specter, emerged from the crevice beneath a massive rock, grinning at Lin Mo's lifeless body. I've spent over a decade in this mountain. Did you think you could play with me? Chapter 89. Crushing and sweeping away, Your Highness. General Lin Mo has fallen victim to the enemy's cunning at Xylan Mountain. That a messenger spoke in a low tone. What? Wang Yu's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "It is indeed true. The corpse of General Lin Mo has already been delivered by the enemy commander." The messenger continued, "Order the frontline troops to retreat at full speed and to fortify Zunmo City." Wang Yu, in utter despair, replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The messenger bowed deeply to end the Battle of Xylan Mountain. The main force of the Merchant King has been annihilated. After Lin Mo's demise, there is no one among the Merchant King's subordinates who can match Hu Guojun and the others. This Lin Mo was at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm. "No wonder I could barely last 20 exchanges against him," Xing Yuhao said, still shaken. "Fortunately, this is a large-scale battle. If it were a one-on-one fight, we would surely have lost our lives," Hu Guojun added. "Report to the general. The enemy has retreated into Zunmo City." A soldier rushed in to report. "Command the troops to encircle without attacking, trapping the enemy within Zunmo City," Hu Guojun ordered. "Yes," the soldier replied, bowing. "Spread the news that the Merchant King's foremost warrior, Lin Mo, has been slain, and our royal forces will sweep away the rebel factions with the might of a tempest." "Restoring the majesty of the court," Hu Guojun added. "Understood," the soldier affirmed. "That I never expected you to understand large-scale warfare." Xing Yuhao chuckled. "There is much I am capable of," Hu Guojun replied with a smile. "Truly, my husband is omnipotent," Yu Yizhu exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. "Stop, stop, stop. No need to show off," Xing Yuhao interjected, waving a hand to halt the two to in the spirit realm at the Yin King's residence. "Your Highness, Lu Guoban has launched multiple attacks, and our army has suffered severe losses. Moreover, I have heard that the Merchant King's main force has been wiped out, and Lin Mo is dead," Li Qi reported solemnly. "Damn it, where is the Wei King?" Wang Yuji inquired. "The Wei King is safe and has already taken control of Qingzhou," Li Qi sighed. "Damn it," Wang Yuji cursed. "Your Highness, General Lu Guoban's elite troops have circumnavigated Julong Island and are launching a surprise attack on our rear." A messenger rushed in to announce that Li Qi, "You lead the troops to fend off this enemy elite unit." "I will go defend the city," Wang Yuji bellowed. "This subordinate obeys," Li Qi bowed to the spirit realm. "At the Wei King's residence, Your Highness, the Merchant King and the Yin King are in dire straits. We are positioned centrally. Should we provide support?" Longji asked that my elder brother has expanded my fief. "If I raise an army now, it would seem somewhat unjustified," Wang Yulin replied, his brow furrowed. "Neither aiding nor abstaining puts this king in a dilemma." Wang Yulin sighed. "What if I lead an army into Tiancheng, threatening His Majesty to retreat?" Longji suggested that my elder brother's capabilities are formidable, likely surpassing yours. Furthermore, the Imperial Guards of Tiancheng are no ordinary foes. If you launch a surprise attack on Tiancheng, we would have no way to retreat." Wang Yulin said grimly. "Your Highness speaks wisely. I have been reckless," Longji acknowledged, bowing. "Alas, that imperial edict from before was indeed lofty," Wang Yulin said with a bitter smile. Outside Zunmo City, in the spirit realm, Hu Guojun had encircled the Merchant King's forces, continuously compressing the encirclement and beginning to persuade them to surrender. "Warriors of the Merchant King, we are all subjects of the Songyan dynasty. If you lay down your weapons, we will guarantee your safety." The court soldiers began shouting to the Merchant King's troops within Zunmo City. After a period of siege, the morale of the Merchant King's forces plummeted, and with Lin Mo's death, the backbone of the army had vanished, leading to a surge of deserters. The Merchant King, Wang Yuquan, was in utter disarray. He stood atop the city walls, gazing at the mass of imperial troops outside, then turned to look at his disheveled soldiers, letting out a sigh. "Your Highness, surrender." One of the Merchant King's generals suggested that if I surrender, will I be able to live? Wang Yuquan replied with a bitter smile. At that moment, Hu Guojun was preparing to launch a final assault. Before the general's all-out attack, Hu Guojun signaled to the Merchant King that if he surrendered, his life would be spared. Otherwise, there would be no mercy. A massive siege engine had already appeared outside Zunmo City, with court soldiers clad in golden armor standing ready. The scent of death began to permeate Zunmo City, the air thick with the stench of decaying bodies and the metallic tang of blood, making one feel nauseous. Wang Yuquan, powerless, threw his sword to the ground and said solemnly, "The Wei King's reinforcements will likely not come. Let us surrender, or we will all perish. Open the city. Surrender," Wang Yuquan declared. His face pale, the gates of Zunmo City slowly creaked open, and a large white banner descended from the city walls. "Guojun, they have surrendered," Xing Yuhao exclaimed with joy. "Upon entering the city, no insult shall be directed at the surrendering troops, and no harm shall come to the civilians. Those who disobey will be executed," Hu Guojun commanded solemnly. "Yes." The soldiers responded. Hu Guojun rode forward, while Wang Yuquan and his wife knelt outside the city gates, holding the Merchant King's seal in submission. "Merchant King, please rise. Our army will take control of Zunmo City and guarantee the safety of you and your family," Hu Guojun said. "Thank you, General," Wang Yuquan replied, bowing his head. "Our army has achieved complete victory in Zunmo City. Hasten to report to His Majesty," Hu Guojun instructed. "Also, disseminate the news to the Yin and Wei kings that the Merchant King has surrendered," Hu Guojun added. Once inside Zunmo City, Hu Guojun treated the Merchant King's family and the civilians with utmost respect, exhibiting the dignity and grace befitting a royal army to in the spirit realm at Bidyo City. Wang Yuji stood atop the city walls, wielding a pair of twin blades, leading the charge to repel the court army's multiple assaults. "Your Highness, the Merchant King has surrendered," a messenger stumbled in to report. "I know," Wang Yuji said, painfully closing his eyes in despair, "but go seek aid from the Wei King. Have him send reinforcements," Wang Yuji commanded, grabbing the messenger. "Understood," the messenger replied, kneeling on one knee. Upon saying this, the messenger hurried off to the Wei King. "Your Highness, by the time the reinforcements arrive, we will likely be finished," a subordinate said with a bitter smile. "Surrender is also a death sentence," Wang Yuji replied. "This subordinate is willing to follow your Highness, to brave fire and water, without hesitation. Let me break out of the city and display our military might," the subordinate declared. After a while, a soldier rushed in to report, "Your Highness, General Zhang charged out and immediately surrendered to the enemy, taking 500 brothers with him." "Scoundrel," Wang Yuji roared. Before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. "That a bunch of cowards. Cowards." Wang Yuji nearly went mad. "Your Highness, the court's troops outnumber us 3-1. And General Li Qi was killed at Julong Island," a soldier reported. A mouthful of blood spewed from Wang Yuji's mouth, and he darkened before collapsing. When he regained consciousness, Bidyo City had already fallen into Lu Guoban's control. I surrender," Wang Yuji said weakly. "Did I end the spirit realm at the Wei King's residence?" "Your Highness, the latest news from the front lines indicates that the Yin King has been defeated and captured, and Li Qi is dead," Lan Ji reported. "What? I just received a message from the Yin King asking for assistance. How could he have already surrendered?" Wang Yulin exclaimed in shock. The court suppression forces had swiftly completed their military mission, thoroughly dismantling the threat posed by the Three Kings Rebellion. Chapter 90. Elimination of the remnants returned to the capital, Hu Guojun commanded. The army began advancing towards Tiancheng, with Hu Guojun and the others displaying their joy. A triumphant force that was unstoppable. After several days of arduous travel, Hu Guojun returned to Tiancheng, receiving the highest honors. "The My Minister, with your strategic acumen, you can secure victory from 1,000 miles away. Truly a talent rare in a century." Wang Yukong exclaimed excitedly, "That I humbly thank your Majesty for your favor." Hu Guojun replied with a bow, "I believe the next step should be to deal with the most formidable of the three kings, the Wei King." Hu Guojun suggested that I have this very intention. "I beseech you to provide guidance," Wang Yukong replied. "Your Majesty should personally approach the Wei King," Hu Guojun said with a smile. "That if I go personally, what if he uses my visit to threaten me?" Wang Yukong said with a troubled expression, "That I can recommend 2 individuals who can ensure your Majesty's safety." Hu Guojun offered. "Pray, do tell," Wang Yukong said. "Lu Sanjian of the Willow Leaf sect and Yun Qingyi of the Zhuke sect." Hu Guojun stated. "Do you have some connection with these sects?" Wang Yukong asked, furrowing his brow. Your Majesty's lack of interest in the sect stems from their ignorance of propriety and some arrogance. However, what you may not know is that there are many experts within the sects, far surpassing the court. The paths sought by the sects are merely the divine and demonic, while your Majesty pursues the righteous path. Showcasing the royal majesty, which does not conflict with the divine path, Hu Guojun explained. Are you suggesting that I collaborate with the sects? Wang Yukong questioned, raising an eyebrow. Your Majesty, the divine rights, and divine powers can all intimidate the inhabitants of the spirit realm. If we were to combine royal power with divine power, would it not be more beneficial for your rule? Hu Guojun proposed with a smile. Are you suggesting the deification of royal power? Wang Yukong asked. Precisely, Hu Guojun replied, clasping his hands together. However, I have never interacted with individuals from the sects, and only my officials occasionally leverage their power to maintain social stability that I am not confident in my ability to invite the leaders of each sect. Wang Yukong said that I can help you invite them, Hu Guojun assured. Since you can, then I entrust this matter to you. I will personally go to the Wei King, and you shall handle the rest. Wang Yukong declared. Wang Yukong instructed. Though the ministers wished to dissuade him, upon seeing Wang Yukong's resolute determination, they bowed their heads in acquiescence and withdrew. Wang Yukong led several hundred imperial guards to Qingzhou to meet with King Wei. Wang Yulin. King Yulin laid out a lavish feast, preparing to extend a warm welcome to Wang Yukong, that in truth, King Wei had already dispatched numerous assassins, intending to seize control of Wang Yukong in Qingzhou and instigate a coup. Upon entering Qingzhou, Wang Yulin approached and bowed, saying, Your humble servant greets your Majesty. Brother Lin, there is no need for such formalities, Wang Yukong replied. The two men sat within the Qingzhou government office, as dish after dish of delicacies was presented. Wang Yukong occupied the seat of honor, with Wang Yulin, Lan Ji, and others seated beside him. After several rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Wang Yulin softly inquired, Your Majesty, I have heard that King Yin and King Shang have been captured for plotting treason. You and I, along with Brother Qi and Brother Ji, are kin. How has it come to this? To turn against each other in the same chamber, causing unrest throughout the court, is truly heartbreaking. Wang Yukong shook his head. And how does your Majesty plan to deal with them? Wang Yulin asked that I shall not execute them. Rather, I will completely dismantle their fiefs and revoke their military powers, allowing them to reside peacefully in Tianqing and enjoy their wealth and status. Wang Yukong stated, Without military power, they will be like lambs to the slaughter before their elder brother, utterly defenseless. Wang Yulin chuckled. Too much military power is too scattered. It will only threaten the rule. Am I wrong, Your Majesty? Wang Yukong countered that I asked the sovereign of a nation. Your Majesty reigns over all. Whatever you say, I will support, Wang Yulin replied. Brother Lin, do you imply that you believe I am mistaken? Wang Yukong inquired. Your Majesty's granting a Qingzhou to me seems to place me in a position of dilemma, caught between two fronts, does it not? Wang Yulin replied somberly. What do you mean by that? Wang Yukong asked. Your Majesty, at this juncture, there is no need to feign ignorance, Wang Yulin said darkly. Brother Lin, these past years in Tianjin City, you have been recruiting soldiers. Could it be that you harbor ambitions of usurpation? Wang Yukong raised his wine cup and swirled it, saying, Your Majesty, your visit today is to compel me to surrender my military authority, is it not? Wang Yulin frowned, saying, Brother Lin, I have no intention to harm you. However, you must consider my position. With tens of thousands of elite soldiers at your beck and call, can you truly sleep peacefully? Wang Yukong took a sip of wine and replied leisurely, Your Majesty is clearly here to deal with me. Is that not so? Wang Yulin gritted his teeth. At this moment, Lan Ji, brimming with murderous intent, entered, stating, I am Lan Ji, and I request your Majesty to move. Where shall I go, Your Majesty? Wang Yukong asked. I request your Majesty to proceed to Tianjin City. Lan Ji replied, clasping his fists. Very well, Tianjin City. You need only say, go to the Wang residence, and it suffices. Wang Yukong laughed, rising to his feet. Wang Yukong unleashed a surge of black gold energy, declaring, I warn you. Should you dare to commit treason, I shall show no mercy. Elder brother, the matter has come to this. I shall speak plainly. Now that you have arrived, do not expect to leave, Wang Yulin said solemnly. Guards, Lan Ji shouted. Dozens of soldiers surged into the Qingzhou government office, encircling Wang Yukong. "Seize His Majesty," Lan Ji commanded darkly. Several soldiers lunged at Wang Yukong, who clenched his fists, unleashing torrents of black gold energy from his palms, sending the soldiers flying. Lan Ji summoned the blue shark spirit, and a tremendous force of the ocean surged forth. Wang Yukong let out a roar, and a magnificent golden-striped tiger materialized behind him. Emitting a thunderous roar, the tiger's soul shuddered, releasing a golden sound wave that collided with the oceanic force of the blue shark, creating a tremendous impact. Wang Yulin leaped into the air, a white tiger appearing behind him. Launching an aerial assault, Wang Yukong drew a golden longsword, parrying the white tiger spirit strike. Spirit battle form. The golden-striped tiger merged with Wang Yukong, causing him to grow in stature, his hands transforming into tiger claws. Enveloped in black gold energy, exuding a regal aura. Spirit battle form. The white tiger spirit fused with Wang Yulin, who now emanated a fierce killing intent, his hands morphing into sharp tiger claws that a great battle was imminent. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed through the sky, as a white and a red beam of light descended from the heavens, a colossal force of energy stirring the winds, enveloping all in a cloud of dust. "What is happening?" Lan Ji cried out. Your Highness, Your Highness! There are two figures in the sky." A soldier rushed in, panic-stricken. "What?" Wang Yulin exclaimed in shock. "Could it be Lu Guobin?" Lan Ji suggested. Lu Guobin's power at the fourth level of transcendence would not create such a disturbance. Wang Yulin replied, "Ha! My reinforcements have arrived." Wang Yukong laughed. Chapter 91. Reverence for the Divine Way. Hu Guojun also appeared in the sky, flying on his sword. Above the firmament, two columns of light descended from the heavens. A massive cyclone drawing everyone toward the center of the light. "What is that?" Wang Yulin's pupils widened in fear. The light beams radiated white and red light, suddenly vanishing into the horizon. Amidst the brilliance, Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi materialized. "Your Majesty, we have come to lend our aid." They proclaimed in unison that a silver dragon-patterned sword appeared before everyone, radiating blinding silver light, with white sword energy emanating from its tip, crashing forth like ocean waves. "What immense power!" Lan Ji roared, pushed back by the overwhelming force. "Who are they?" Wang Yulin gasped. "Your Highness, it is likely Lu Sanjian and Yun Qingyi," Lan Ji replied, frowning. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Wang Yulin bellowed that a throng of soldiers rushed toward Wang Yukong and his companions, yet they remained unperturbed. Yun Qingyi floated in midair, summoning the phoenix spirit behind her, illuminating half the sky with flames. A phoenix cry resonated as countless fiery arrows rained down upon the Wei King and his forces. Hundreds of soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only a sea of black dust. "Those who resist shall perish," Yun Qingyi stated ominously. "Surrender quickly, and you may yet preserve your lives," Lu Sanjian added gravely. Hearing this, the Wei King's subordinates promptly knelt in surrender. After all, no one wished to face utter annihilation. Lan Ji brandished his Feng Tianhua halberd, leaping into the air to strike at Lu Sanjian's head. Lu Sanjian smiled faintly, remaining still, yet a wall of white light appeared before him. The moment Lan Ji's halberd struck the white wall, a powerful suction force ensued, firmly anchoring the halberd against the barrier. "Foolish and obstinate. Attempting to retaliate will only lead to your demise," Lu Sanjian said, his eyes slightly closed, his voice low, that a white sword be Hu Guojun contemplated silently. Ultimately, the group decided to embark towards Julong Xian Island, setting their course eastward. After the rebellion of the Fan Wang was quelled, Hu Guojun's standing in the court significantly increased, and he became renowned throughout the Jiangnan region as a household name among the talented youth. Julong Xian Island, isolated from the mainland, has been celebrated for its mystique since ancient times. The azure sea stretched endlessly, merging with the sky, tumultuous waves crashing, and the sea breeze howling that an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, sat bare-chested by the shore. He was the ferryman who would take them to Julong Xian Island. As Xing Yuhao pointed out, "That I will inquire about the fare," Hu Guojun said as he stepped forward. Upon seeing Hu Guojun, the old man broke into a grin. Hu Guojun approached and cupped his fists, saying, "Old sir, we wish to travel to Julong Xian Island. We kindly ask you to ferry us." The old man smiled and nodded slightly, remaining silent. "May I ask how much you require as compensation?" Hu Guojun inquired. The old man chuckled softly, waved his hand slowly, and said nothing but "So, you mean to say there is no charge?" Hu Guojun asked, perplexed. The old man nodded and gestured towards a wooden boat. "Everyone, come over," Hu Guojun called out to the group. The old man nimbly jumped onto the boat and raised the sail. The wooden vessel cleaved through the waves, heading towards Julongxian Island. After approximately an hour, a misty island gradually emerged from the fog. Julongxian Island, renowned for its breathtaking scenery and rich history, left an indelible impression, even with just a fleeting glance. As the wooden boat drew closer, the stunning vistas captured everyone's gaze. Beneath a clear blue sky, the soft, white sands of the beach glimmered. The sea breeze gently caressed the shore, and lush green coconut trees swayed gracefully in the wind, while the crystalline waters sparkled with rippling patterns. In the distance, where water met sky, stood a magnificent sculpture of a dragon made from stone. Exuding an aura of majesty, the wooden boat docked. The moment the group disembarked, the boat vanished without a trace. "How beautiful!" Yu Izhu exclaimed, captivated. "Julongxian Island truly lives up to its reputation," Hu Guojun remarked. "Look at all those spirit stones." Xing Yuhao pointed towards the distance. Numerous translucent spirit stones lay scattered across the ground, reflecting beams of light under the sun. However, Hua Yu was drawn to a cave. Approaching Hu Guojun and whispering, "Look over there," Hu Guojun turned to see a cave glowing with a blue luminescence. "Let us go inside and take a look," Hu Guojun suggested. He summoned his golden chi, unleashing a beam of light from his palm to illuminate the dark cave. The group ventured into the depths of the shadowy cavern when a sudden mist enveloped them. "What is happening?" Hua Yu exclaimed. "This is bad. There's murderous intent," Xing Yuhao said gravely. Just then, a loud crash echoed within the cave, and a pair of triangular, azure eyes emerged. "What is that?" Xing Yuhao frowned. A blue-scaled serpent appeared, its forked tongue sweeping towards the group like a blade. Chapter 93. The scaled serpent transforms into a sword. A wave of mist surged forth, and the serpent vanished into the vapor with its cold, triangular gaze. "Everyone, be careful," Hu Guojun warned, his voice steadied. Yu Izhu released her beast-taming pouch, and a small creature leaped out. The little creature crouched low, emitting a series of low growls, its brownish-yellow, beastly powers surging forth. A golden beam shot from the creature's mouth, hissing as it made contact with the mist. The mist evaporated. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed, and the serpent suddenly lunged, its massive head striking the little creature and sending it soaring into the air. Preparing to ensnare it, Hu Guojun summoned his mysterious iron sword spirit, enveloping it in golden chi, and the sword shot upwards, spinning rapidly. Golden arcs rained down from the sky, creating a powerful energy field. The serpent let out a roar as it writhed in pain from the scorching chi, crystalline blue light emanating from its body. Ice spikes materialized behind the serpent, hurtling towards Hu Guojun. Feeling an intense chill, Hu Guojun positioned the iron sword spirit before him, intertwining white primordial energy with golden chi to form a luminous barrier. Xing Yuhao, sprouting wings from his back and wielding an ice-breaking spear, was enveloped in silver chi, as if clad in armor. With a fierce cry, he descended from the sky like a hawk swooping down on its prey. He struck the serpent's head with tremendous force, causing it to thrash wildly in agony, disrupting the ice spike's assault. "Yulu, this creature likely fears those with the fierce spirit of raptors. Quickly summon your war spirit," Hu Guojun shouted. Xing Yuhao nodded and soared into the sky, a pair of massive white wings sprouting from his back. "Snow Phoenix soars," Xing Yulu exclaimed in a mix of fury and determination, beams of white light cascading down from above. The serpent, blinded by the brightness, lowered its head, while the white chi rained down like a deluge. "Snow sculpture power," Xing Yuhao roared, wielding the ice-breaking spear, sending forth a white arc that struck the serpent's crown. The serpent twisted its body, conjuring an ice barrier in front of it. The white arc shattered the barrier, crashing into the serpent's form. Infuriated by the attack, the serpent surged towards the group. Yu Izhu summoned her war spirit, transforming into an afterimage that vanished from sight. Hua Yu drew his crossbow, aiming an arrow at the serpent's weak spot. The bolt struck true, but snapped upon impact. "This is bad," Hua Yu exclaimed. Alarmed, the serpent lunged towards him, and in a moment of dire urgency, Hu Guojun bellowed, summoning a massive golden sword that descended from above, cleaving the serpent in two. "Well done." Xing Yuhao laughed. The serpent lay defeated. Its body limp. Brilliant blue light radiated from its remains as it transformed into a sword. Although sharp, the sword was curved like a serpent, pulsating with the power of the ocean, immense energy coursing through its blade. The serpent has transformed into a sword, destined to be a divine weapon, Xing Yuhao declared. "This cave must hold some stories that I sense immense oceanic power within, and it seems otherworldly," Hu Guojun stated solemnly. "What could it be?" Yu Yizhu inquired. "That I am not certain yet," Hu Guojun replied. Xing Yilu stepped forward to grasp the curved blue sword, and as she lifted it, a resounding roar echoed through the cave. A blue light flooding into her body. "The divine weapon has recognized its master," Hu Guojun exclaimed in astonishment. "The divine weapon has recognized its master," Xing Yuhao frowned. "This sword is indeed a divine weapon. If classified by rank, it would be deemed Ji Xiao," Hu Guojun asserted. "Ji Xiao?" Xing Yuhao gasped. "Indeed," Hu Guojun nodded. "This cave must hold more secrets," he remarked with a smile. Chapter 94. The Water Goddess Tomb. Hu Guojun and his companions continued deeper into the cave, where sharp-edged crystalline blue ores appeared. After much deliberation, they decided to entrust the sword transformed from the serpent to Xing Yulu. "Look, there are inscriptions," Xing Yuhao exclaimed at a moss-covered, damp stone tablet lay partially shattered at the bottom. Leaning against the rock wall behind, "That I cannot comprehend these characters," Yu Yizhu frowned. "Let me take a look," Hu Guojun said as he approached. "These are characters of the Divine Clan." Hu Guojun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Characters of the Divine Clan?" Xing Yuhao exclaimed in shock. "Based on my experience, I would say it's highly probable," Hu Guojun replied while tracing the inscriptions. "Why don't you see if you recognize any?" Xing Yulu suggested, moving closer. "You all look. I'll take a break," Hua Yu chuckled, plopping down onto the ground. Just as Hua Yu's backside touched the earth, a resounding crash echoed. "Did you just fart?" Hu Guojun turned back, frowning. Hua Yu shook his head repeatedly, feigning innocence. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently, rocks cascading from the ceiling, forcing everyone to dodge for cover. That a powerful gust of wind surged towards the cave's entrance, lifting everyone into the air. Hu Guojun and the others felt as if the world was spinning, and upon regaining their senses, they opened their eyes to find themselves in an unfamiliar place. "Where are we?" Yu Yizhu asked, panicked. "That we're not in the cave anymore," Xing Yuhao said, frowning. "That I don't want to die," Hua Yu exclaimed in fear. "This feeling is eerily familiar," Hu Guojun remarked solemnly. "Let us explore our surroundings," Xing Yulu suggested. The group began to search the area, chattering amongst themselves. Hu Guojun noticed that the walls around them were composed of spirit stones fused with oceanic power, towering and smooth, appearing to be crafted by no ordinary human hands. The walls were inscribed with inscriptions, many of which had faded over time. Hu Guojun could ascertain that the script was undoubtedly of the Divine Clan, though not of the Orthodox script, but rather that of another tribe. The Divine Clan comprises many tribes. Aside from the Holy Spirit clan of the Heavenly Emperor, there are the Water Pulse, Flora, Flame Dragon, Earth Moon, Five Thunder, and Pestilence clans. The inscriptions on these walls belonged to the Water Pulse tribe. Of this Hu Guojun was certain. The ancient god Gonggong, that Hu Guojun murmured, "Oh, see God, the fields of Banquan, the divine and demonic war," and Chiyu, he was drawn to the inscriptions. The Holy Spirit tribe, descendants of the Yin and Huang emperors, waged war against each other after defeating Chiyu in the fields of Banquan. In the later stages of the war, Gonggong, who supported the Yin emperor, furiously struck Mount Buzhou and fell into a deep slumber, his power sealed by the Yellow Emperor in a mysterious place. Could the 9 dragons of Mortal Island be sealing Gonggong's power? Hu Guojun pondered. "The old god seems so distant to me," he said despondently. "What are you mumbling about?" Xing Yuhao asked, frowning. "Nothing," Hu Guojun waved his hand dismissively. "Have you discerned anything?" Xing Yuhao pressed. "This place is related to the ancestor of the sea god, Gonggong." Hu Guojun nodded. "Gonggong?" Xing Yuhao exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. This could very well be Gong Gong's tomb. Hu Guojun declared, "Don't scare me. Such words cannot be spoken lightly." Xing Yuhao replied, aghast that it's merely my conjecture. "Let us continue to explore," Hu Guojun suggested. However, Xing Yulu discovered something peculiar on the wall, exclaiming, "You all come and see. This wall is hollow." Xing Yuhao pushed against the wall, and with a thunderous sound, a section began to rapidly recede. In the center of the cave, a colossal sculpture rose from the ground. Chapter 95. Gong Gong the group turned to behold the towering sculpture, which was covered in moss, indicating its ancient origin. The head of the sculpture was adorned with what resembled octopus tentacles. Akin to hair, this appears to be a person. "Look, here are the eyes, and here is the nose," Yuizhu observed. "Stop examining it. This is the ancestor of the sea god," Gong Gong Hu Guojun asserted. "What?" The crowd gasped. Forgive me, great deity." Yuizhu knelt, mumbling that it's all right, no harm done. Hu Guojun chuckled. "But why would the tomb of the ancestor of the sea god be in the spirit realm?" Xing Yuhao inquired. The divine clan did not initially reside in the legendary divine domain, but in the spirit realm. Hu Guojun replied, "That oh?" Xing Yuhao propped his chin on his hand, "That I in the distant ancient times. The divine clan was not as powerful and mysterious as we imagine. They achieved victory in the first divine demonic war, severely wounding the Chiyu clan, which is now known as the Demon Clan," Hu Guojun explained. "What did the divine clan initially call themselves?" Huayu asked, puzzled. "The Alliance of the Seven Clans," Hu Guojun smiled broadly. "What is the Alliance of the Seven Clans?" Xing Yuhao queried. "The Holy Spirit, Water Vein, Flame Dragon, Flora, Earth Moon, Five Thunder, and Ghost Plague clans," Hu Guojun enumerated. "Was it the Alliance of the Seven Clans that triumphed over Chiyu in the first divine demonic war?" Xing Yulu inquired. "Indeed," Hu Guojun nodded. "What transpired afterward?" Yuizhu curiously leaned in. Afterward, the Chiyu clan, having been defeated and weakened, retreated to the wilderness. The alliance of the seven clans gradually disbanded, leading to a civil war among the divine clan. The Holy Spirit clan ultimately emerged victorious, becoming the legitimate lineage of the divine clan. This era marked a period of divine strength and demonic weakness, Hu Guojun said proudly. "Why do you appear so proud?" Yuizhu laughed, "Da-da. It's just that the scenery evokes emotions. Ha-ha." Hu Guojun replied awkwardly. "Then what happened next?" "Please continue," Huayu urged. The second divine demonic war occurred 4,000 years later. The demon clan counterattacked under the leadership of the second demon emperor, resulting in the defeat of the divine clan. From that point onward, it became an era of demonic strength and divine weakness, Hu Guojun stated somberly. "And now," Xing Yuhao pressed, "currently, we are in the third divine demonic war, which recently concluded. The celestial emperor and the demon emperor perished together, marking the first time a balance of power has formed between the divine and demonic forces." Hu Guojun reflected thoughtfully. "Who are you to possess such profound knowledge of the divine clan's history?" Suddenly, the sculpture spoke. "Gong Gong has manifested?" The crowd's faces turned pale. The sculpture began to shake violently, releasing clouds of dust and rock debris. "Follow this deity into the barrier." The sculpture intoned that a beam of blue light shot forth, and a vortex appeared before Hu Guojun, drawing him in. "I am Gong Gong, the ancestor of the sea god." "Who are you?" The sculpture inquired. "That I am a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, paying my respects to the esteemed Gong Gong." Hu Guojun bowed deeply. "Descendant of the Yellow Emperor." The sculpture rumbled. "I am the third-generation celestial emperor, having perished alongside the demon emperor, falling into the abyss, fortunate enough to be reincarnated," Hu Guojun explained with a bow. "Was there no victor in the third divine demonic war?" the sculpture asked. "None," Hu Guojun shook his head. "What is the current state of the demon clan and the divine clan?" Gong Gong queried. "Thanks to your grace, esteemed ancestor, the various factions of the divine clan are currently at peace." Hu Guojun replied. "That ha 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 ha." The sculpture suddenly burst into laughter. "What does the esteemed ancestor find amusing?" Hu Guojun inquired. "Young one, you must understand that without the Lord of the Gods, the notion of peace is absurd," Gong Gong declared solemnly. Chapter 96. A timeless dialogue. What has transpired within the divine clan? Hu Guojun asked gravely. "A flock requires a leader, just as a pack of wolves needs an alpha. Without leadership among the gods, what do you think the divine domain will become?" Gong Gong warned. A deafening roar echoed, and Hu Guojun felt the earth shatter beneath him. As columns of water erupted from the ground, revealing the phantom of a colossal blue whale. The sculpture shattered, releasing a billow of blue mist, and a massive figure materialized before Hu Guojun. The being was imposing. With hair resembling octopus tentacles, skin of deep ocean blue, and a silver beard, reminiscent of an ancient sea monster, its eyes radiating piercing azure light, that I humbly request guidance from the esteemed ancestor. Hu Guojun clasped his fists in reverence. Young one, I need not speculate. The current state of the divine clan must be chaotic, with the various deities and the four great saints vying for supremacy, resulting in a complete breakdown of order within the divine domain. Gong Gong stated. Why? Hu Guojun asked. 10,000 years ago, the Yin and Huang emperors defeated the other 6 tribes, unifying the divine clan, selecting 4 powerful individuals from their kin to be named the 4 great saints. A hereditary position passed down through the ages. Gong Gong explained, I am aware of this. What wisdom do you impart, esteemed ancestor? Hu Guojun queried. Young one, do you believe the power of the 6 great deities surpasses that of the 4 great saints? Gong Gong sneered, that I would argue that the power of the 4 great saints is indeed greater. Hu Guojun replied solemnly. Since you understand this, you should not be surprised, Gong Gong remarked. Are you suggesting that the divine clan has split into 2 factions? Hu Guojun asked. For millennia, your Holy Spirit clan has never resolved the internal issues of the divine clan, which is why the Chiyu clan, severely wounded after the battle in the fields of Banquan, was able to swiftly rebound and achieve victory in the Second Divine Demonic War, Gong Gong stated gravely. This is a historical issue we have inherited. I am powerless to change it, Hu Guojun admitted that ha 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 ha. Avoidance will never resolve the problem. Cowards are unworthy of being the lords of the gods. Young one, whether you can return to the divine domain and reclaim divine authority rests upon your own abilities. Gong Gong challenged, I will prove to you that I will return to the divine domain, reclaim divine authority, and utterly defeat the demon clan, ensuring the divine clan's dominance across the 3 realms. Hu Guojun declared resolutely. By what means will you achieve this? Gong Gong inquired. That be why relying on myself and my companions, Hu Guojun replied. Your companions are merely burdens, and one of them is even a spawn of the demon clan. Gong Gong scoffed. Spawn of the demon clan? Hu Guojun was taken aback, whispering that Hu Guojun had long been curious about Hua Yu's identity and was astonished to learn that he indeed bore the blood of the demon clan. Esteemed ancestor, please clarify, Hu Guojun urged. That young man is a half-breed of human and demon, his mother being a demon and his father human, that I believe it to be a case of blood master and blood servant falling in love. Gong Gong explained that Tio developed feelings for a human contradicts the clan rules of the demon clan, Hu Guojun remarked. His parents are likely no longer of this world, leaving him only the bloodstone at his throat. Though that bloodstone cannot aid you in returning to the divine domain, it can facilitate your entry into the demon domain. Gong Gong stated coldly that Hu Guojun thought to himself. Entering the demon domain would be akin to walking into a trap. With your current strength, it would take 100 years to return to the divine domain, that if you prove yourself capable, perhaps I shall lend you a hand. Gong Gong offered, I will show you my resolve. Hu Guojun vowed firmly, that ha ha, then I shall watch. Gong Gong laughed heartily, that a 6-colored beam of light burst forth, spinning rapidly in midair, releasing 6 radiant colors as a bracelet adorned with 6 gemstones materialized. This shall be your gift from me, a token of our first meeting, Gong Gong proclaimed. Just as Hu Guojun was about to respond, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself back in the cave, where Xing Yuhao and the others had already collapsed to the ground. Chapter 97. The power of the old gods. Hu Guojun hurriedly roused the unconscious group, urging, quick, we must leave the cave. As soon as they exited, the cave began to collapse, and Xing Yuhao and the others remained dazed and disoriented. The ground shook violently, and a statue emerged from the ruins of the cave. The statue of Gong Gong. Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. The statue emitted a radiant beam of blue light that struck the 6-colored bracelet held by Hu Guojun. The brilliance of the blue gemstone on the bracelet intensified noticeably, as a surge of divine aquatic power flowed within. The power of the ancient gods, Hu Guojun murmured. These 6 gemstones must represent the forces of the 6 ancient deities, he whispered. Why are you in a daze? What is happening? Xing Yuhao said, his heart still shaken. This island is, in fact, the tomb of the primordial water deity, Gong, who Guojun stated solemnly. What? Everyone gasped in shock, but we should not linger here. We must leave quickly, Hu Guojun urged. But how shall we depart? Xing Yuhao furrowed his brow. Watch me, Hu Guojun responded, glancing at the statue of Ganga. He stood by the seashore, slightly nodding, closing his eyes, and silently implored, esteemed primordial water deity. Please heed the call of your descendants. We hope for your assistance in our departure. As Hu Guojun finished speaking, a blue beam shot forth from the top of the statue, soaring towards the boundless heavens. Above, a colossal blue vortex materialized and fierce winds rampaged through the sky. The sea's surface appeared to boil like scalding water, churning violently and bubbling that a grand vessel, adorned with a magnificent blue water dragon, emerged, its snow-white sails billowing in the wind, and its opulent hull surrounded by a halo of blue luminescence. What a divine ship! The crowd exclaimed in a "Is this a blessing from the sea deity?" Hu Guojun pondered that if Gong has set aside past grievances with the Holy Spirit clan, it indicates that the current pantheon may be facing some peril. Hu Guojun's brow furrowed as he boarded the ship, with Xing Yuhao and the others following suit. Where shall we go next? Xing Yuhao inquired. To seek the ancient gods, Hu Guojun replied with unwavering determination, emphasizing each word. Seek the ancient gods? Xing Yuhao asked. Bewildered, indeed, Hu Guojun nodded affirmatively. Very well, Xing Yuhao said, scratching his head. After all, it was Hu Guojun's decision, and he felt it unwise to intervene. That on the undulating waves, the blue vessel cleaved through the water, swiftly advancing. It seemed as though a mysterious force guided the ship towards an enigmatic destination. That we are heading south. While you keenly observe, if we continue southward, we will enter the wilderness, Yu Yizhu remarked. What purpose do we have in the wilderness? Hua Yu frowned. The wilderness has been a desolate expanse since ancient times, and now it is a realm of swirling yellow sands and rampant beasts that can be understood as a place where ordinary folk dare not tread. Hu Guojun continued southward, leaving Xing Yuhao and the others perplexed. As the vessel progressed, the group began to sense a shift in the climate, the scorching heat rendering their throats parched. Prepare to dock. Everyone, get ready, Hu Guojun instructed. The ship slowly approached the shore, where a few low green shrubs dotted the landscape. This wilderness truly is a forsaken place. Xing Yuhao frowned, as Hu Guojun and the others disembarked. They spotted several dark-skinned men lounging beneath two large trees, holding a massive sign indicating accommodation. What about the ship? Xing Yulu asked. Raising his hand, Hu Guojun summoned a blue beam from the bracelet, creating a shimmering blue shield that enveloped the vessel, drawing it into the bracelet. Chapter 98. The wilderness having organized their belongings, Hu Guojun and his companions stepped onto the ancient, scorching land of the wilderness. The merciless sun hung high in the sky, scorching the barren terrain, leaving the group's skin ablaze with pain. The sand beneath the relentless sun emitted waves of heat, and as they looked down, it seemed as though the yellow sand was alive with a faint, persistent heat wave. In the distance, camels moved leisurely, their footprints leaving a trail in the desert. Might there be hidden secrets lurking within this vast expanse of wilderness? It's so hot. I'm so thirsty, Xing Yuhao complained, furrowing his brow. What are we doing here? Yu Yizhu glared at the blazing sun. Hold on. We must press forward, Hu Guojun urged. What treasures could possibly lie within this desert? Hua Yu questioned. You will find out shortly, Hu Guojun said with unwavering resolve. In the distance, an oasis accompanied by yellow sands revealed itself, as birds danced alongside the sound of camel bells. The contours of the sand dunes were distinct, layered, and the ridges flowed smoothly. Let us take a moment to appreciate the unique beauty of this wilderness, Hu Guojun mused. Find beauty in such a desolate place. Only you could manage that. Yu Yizhu replied, panting heavily. Look. What is that? Xing Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. The group followed his gaze to behold a towering, ancient yellow structure standing resolutely against the wind and sand. A temple. Hua Yu frowned. We have indeed arrived at the right place, Hu Guojun smiled. And no sooner had he spoken than the bracelet on Hu Guojun's wrist began to tremble violently, and a brown gemstone emitted a brilliant beam of light. The origin of the Due clan may lie here, Hu Guojun said quietly. What is the Due clan? Xing Yuhao inquired. They are the deities in the divine realm who wield the power of earth elements. Known as the earth gods, Hu Guojun explained. Oh, Xing Yuhao nodded with an expression of reverence. Just as the group approached the mysterious structure, several dark-skinned men clad in white robes and wielding long spears suddenly appeared. The leading man shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? We merely wish to take a look inside. Might you grant us this favor?" Hu Guojun said while clasping his fists. You wish to enter here? The man's expression turned incredulous. Indeed, Hu Guojun nodded with a smile. Are you mad? Entering the desert's abyss is tantamount to certain death, with no chance of survival. The man proclaimed loudly. Did many people venture in there? Hu Guojun asked. Many curious outsiders have wandered into this place, only to meet their demise in the desert. The chieftain has dispatched us to guard it against intruders, the man replied. Then I thank you for your life-saving guidance. Hu Guojun said, clasping his fist, no need for thanks. That if you wish to reach the town, simply follow this path westward. You will arrive in no more than an hour. But remember, do not linger too long on the way, as the desert experiences a significant drop in temperature at night, and you will not fare well, the man instructed, pointing into the distance. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Hu Guojun said gratefully. Let us hasten to the town. Xing Yuhao urged. Yes, indeed. If we delay, we shall suffer. Hua Yu pressed. Then let us not tarry. Onward, Hu Guojun mounted his steed. The group spurred their horses, swiftly heading westward. After an indeterminate time, they spotted scattered green vegetation and low, earthy buildings. That we have arrived, Xing Yuhao called, reining in his horse. The group found an inn, ordered roasted lamb and flatbreads, and satisfied their hunger. Chapter 99. The earth god. As night fell, the group drifted into slumber. But Hu Guojun tossed and turned, his thoughts consumed by the mysterious structure deep within the desert. Rising from his bed, he cautiously left the inn, summoning the spirit of his black iron sword. Hu Guojun soared through the night sky. The desert was eerily silent, with fierce winds whipping large grains of sand against him. It's so cold, Hu Guojun shivered, muttering to himself, when the towering yellow structure came into view. A sense of relief washed over him, and he shook off the sand clinging to him. Upon landing, he noticed several local guards in white robes huddled in their tents, dozing off. Hu Guojun activated his chi manipulation technique, sending golden streams of energy toward the tents. Like a stealthy black cat, he slipped into the guard's tent, swiftly incapacitating the 5 sentinels. Once the guards were dealt with, Hu Guojun entered the temple. Inside, the temperature was noticeably warmer than outside. As he stepped in, a gentle warmth enveloped him. The floor was covered in golden rocks, radiating a soft glow in the darkness. Continuing deeper into the temple, he discovered a translucent, reddish-brown crystal suspended in midair. Its base crafted from golden spirit stones, while the wall behind bore an ancient inscription carved in hieroglyphics. Due clan, Kwafu, Hu Guojun whispered, gently tracing the inscription. Suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist began to shake violently, and the brightness of the brown gemstone surged. The red crystal began to spin rapidly. A brown beam shot forth from the bracelet, and a corresponding beam erupted from the top of the brown crystal, intertwining and illuminating the entire temple as bright as day. A massive wall of light surged upward, and white mist began to converge from all directions toward the center. Hu Guojun felt a mysterious force stirring beneath the ground. He raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Is this yet another manifestation of the power of the ancient gods?" As the words hung in the air, a towering giant with bronze skin and arms as robust as mountains emerged from the ground. Lacking legs, possessing only an upper body, a colossal swirl of brown energy rapidly enveloped the giant, and Hu Guojun discerned that this being was purely constituted of soul power, not a tangible entity. After a tumultuous surge, the giant's form gradually became distinct, revealing a muscular frame adorned with ancient mysterious tattoos, eyes resembling bronze bells, and a thick reddish-brown beard. That you, Kwafu? Hu Guojun spoke in a low tone. Who dares to enter the hall of the earth god? The giant bellowed. Might I inquire if you are the esteemed Kwafu? Hu Guojun asked. Oh, you recognize this presence? The giant's voice softened slightly. I am a descendant of the 3rd generation of the divine lineage. During the third battle of gods and demons, I perished alongside the demon emperor, falling into oblivion, that I have since been reborn, guided by the elder Gong, and have come to seek your assistance, Hu Guojun bowed respectfully. Gong, the lord of the divine lineage, are you the heavenly emperor? The giant furrowed his brow. Indeed, Hu Guojun affirmed, my physical form has been extinguished. What aid can I provide you? The giant replied impatiently to Dio not deceive me. For a deity of your caliber, even if the physical body is obliterated, the essence of the soul persists eternally. Your willingness to assist hinges solely upon your disposition, Hu Guojun jested. A silver-tongued lad. Regardless of whether you are indeed the reborn heavenly emperor, you must first pass my trial. The giant chuckled that Kwafu's laughter reverberated through the vast temple, and a pillar of brown light manifested at its center, conjuring a colossal beast. This beast, immense in stature, stood upright on two legs, sporting a head reminiscent of a lizard, claws bared as it charged toward Hu Guojun. Come forth, you ugly creature, Hu Guojun hissed, his brown eyes glinting coldly. Golden energy surged from his body. An immense power surged forth, summoning the spirit of the Xian iron sword behind him. The beast swiped its claw at Hu Guojun, and he found himself enveloped in darkness. Chapter 100. The trial of the gods. The beast's sharp claws came crashing down like a streak of yellow lightning aimed at Hu Guojun's face. Dropping to his knees, Hu Guojun slid forward, golden energy erupting from his body, forming a thin protective layer. Drawing the dragon-subduing rod, he leaped into the air, channeling all his strength to strike down upon the beast's head, that a tremendous force coalesced at the rod's tip. Descending with great might, tracing a golden arc that Hu Guojun's expression hardened as he declared, "This blow will be sufficient for you." The beast took the hit squarely, emitting a furious roar as its bell-like eyes locked onto Hu Guojun. He sensed the creature's gaze aflame with fury as it barreled towards him. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, and Hu Guojun's heart raced, prompting him to retreat repeatedly, that he understood all too well that if he were to be struck by it, he would either die or suffer grievous injury. The beast launched a frenzied assault, creating craters in the earth, while Hu Guojun deftly evaded, employing his shadow step to dart between its legs and retaliate with a powerful strike. A resounding thud echoed as the beast howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Rolling over to extend its claws toward Hu Guojun, he quickly distanced himself, summoning the Xian iron sword spirit, a formidable dark sword materializing behind him. Exuding an air of majesty, "Sword dance," Hu Guojun shouted, the sword spirit quivering as white sword energy erupted forth, a fierce gale sweeping behind him. The Xian iron sword surged toward the beast's chest, but it roared in defiance, conjuring a circular elemental shield before it. Meanwhile, Hu Guojun had already positioned himself behind the beast, delivering a blow to the back of its head, a fine tactic of diversion. Quite impressive, the giant chuckled. The beast's focus was drawn entirely to Hu Guojun's essence. Neglecting its defense from behind, Hu Guojun's strike landed heavily on its back, shattering its ribs. The beast fell, emitting a pained wail, disintegrating into a cloud of yellow sand. Already dispatched so swiftly, the giant tilted his head, laughing. Hu Guojun, brimming with killing intent, gazed at the spot where the beast had collapsed, only for the yellow sand to swirl violently, reconstituting into two sand golems. The golems, moving like soulless husks, approached Hu Guojun, who swung his rod, shattering one, only for it to instantly reform. One golem raised its right fist, delivering a powerful blow to Hu Guojun, who raised the dragon-subduing rod to block, only to be filled with sand, as the golem's fist surged with elemental power, forcefully knocking him to the ground. The golem followed with a kick, sending Hu Guojun soaring into the air. Crashing heavily back to the earth as he lay there, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, cursing, "Damn it." Hu Guojun's mind raced as he glanced at the bracelet gifted by Gong, channeling his inner power into it. The bracelet emitted a brilliant blue light, sending a column of blue energy surging toward the sand golems, obliterating them into two heaps of mud. The power of the old gods, that old rascal Gong. The giant murmured, "Elder, please employ any means at your disposal," Hu Guojun urged. Young one, I find myself intrigued to converse with you now," the giant replied with a grin, "since you are inclined to speak." "Do proceed," Hu Guojun urged. How has the Earth-Moon clan fared in these years? The giant inquired. Elder, are you not the primordial ancestor of the Earth, Kwafu? Hu Guojun asked at a question you already know the answer to. The giant snorted that in recent years, the Earth-Moon clan has encountered little strife, living leisurely and unrestrained in the divine realm. The Earth God, Chai Zhongwen, possesses sufficient power to protect the Earth-Moon lineage, Hu Guojun explained. Suddenly, a cascade of golden beams radiated from Kwafu, causing Hu Guojun's pupils to dilate. Chapter 101. The Earth's forgiveness, a pillar of brown light shot up from the ground, the immense soul power causing the Earth itself to tremble. Hu Guojun steadied himself against a nearby column to withstand the impact of the colossal energy that as the tempest subsided, tranquility returned, and a robust giant with a thick beard and bronze-hued skin materialized before Hu Guojun. Ancestor of the Earth, Kwafu, did I pay my respects to the ancestor? Hu Guojun bowed deeply. Young one, I wish to ask how you intend to return to the divine realm. Kwafu's voice was deep in response to the ancestor. I have disrupted the balance of power among the spiritual realm's sects, and the court of the spirit world has begun to revere the divine while denigrating the demonic. Following the third battle of gods and demons, the equilibrium of power between the two races has begun to wane, Hu Guojun explained. The forces of gods and demons unify through opposition and transformation. The power of gods and demons serves as the fundamental reason for the emergence, development, change, and demise of all things within the spiritual realm, Kwafu stated. Does the ancestor imply that the balance of power between gods and demons is not necessarily a negative development? Hu Guojun inquired, furrowing his brow. After the first battle of gods and demons, the balance of power was irrevocably shattered, resulting in a schism within the divine lineage, which ultimately led to the so-called century-long Holy War. What was the final outcome? The second battle of gods and demons ended in utter defeat for the divine lineage, with the second-generation divine emperor gravely wounded, ultimately succumbing to old injuries, Kwafu said slowly as he sat down. However, our losses were considerable in the third battle of gods and demons as well, Hu Guojun pointed out. Indeed, the losses for the divine lineage were substantial, but did not the demon race suffer similarly? For years, the common folk in the spirit realm have lived in peace and prosperity, with a significant reduction in natural disasters and beastly chaos. The three realms have been functioning normally. Is this not a positive development? Kwafu retorted. Does the ancestor mean to say that if I were to return to the divine realm, I should not pursue vengeance against the demon race? Hu Guojun asked, perplexed if the internal conflicts within the divine lineage remain unresolved. I do not believe you possess the capability to win the fourth battle of gods and demons, Kwafu mused, stroking his beard. Why is that? Hu Guojun pressed. Young one, do not forget how your forebears ascended to the throne as the rulers of the gods. Kwafu's gaze turned fierce as he shouted that a wave of potent soul power surged forth, a fierce wind howling into the temple, toppling Hu Guojun to the ground. Elder, please temper your anger. The issues of history are beyond my alteration. But I believe that the various races within the divine realm have set aside their prejudices, allowing us to unite against a common enemy and achieve ultimate victory, Hu Guojun shouted from the ground. The prejudices among people are like a mountain. They cannot simply be overturned at will, Kwafu replied solemnly. Elder, I do not wish to continue this debate, that I only seek to understand your perspective on the so-called powers of gods and demons. Hu Guojun paused before adding, you may be placing undue emphasis on the so-called power of gods and demons in the spirit realm. Such matters hardly capture the attention of the demon race. The divine lineage boasts 6 major gods and 4 great holy kings, while the demon race has 4 supreme leaders and 6 demon generals. Who do you believe possesses the upper hand in this regard? Kwafu asked that in my opinion, based solely on power, they are evenly matched, Hu Guojun replied. The elemental forces of nature are possessed by both the divine and demon races. The divine lineage has the water and fire gods, while the demon race has the 2 demon generals of malevolent water and malevolent fire. How will you engage in battle? Peace yields mutual benefit, while conflict brings mutual harm. The rest is for you to manage. Kwafu's voice weakened significantly. Elder, what troubles you? Hu Guojun inquired. Kwafu's body began to tremble violently as he spoke in a low voice. My physical form has perished, and I can only rely on the strength of my soul to endure. Time is running out. The remaining path must be traversed by you alone. Kwa Fu then transformed into a stone statue, from which a beam of brown light shot forth. The formidable power of the ancient god surged toward Hu Guojun's bracelet, causing the brown gem upon it to radiate brilliance. The earth forgives, Hu Guojun murmured, but he glanced at the stone figure of the ancient god Kwa Fu before turning to exit the temple. Chapter 102. Stirring the demon realm, the recent edge of the heavens was shrouded in a blood-red mist, suspended in the frigid night. The howling winds roared like beasts, their heads raised in a ferocious roar towards the crimson moon. With not a trace of stars to be seen drifting down, the fallen realm of blood and azuras, the eerie gasps and chilling laughter of phantoms crawled forth at last. The hauntingly dark red blood moon descended into its final reflection, transforming the clouds at the horizon into rivers of blood. This place is the demon realm, the abode of devils. The entire land resembled a block of molten iron, where tormented souls and restless spirits ravenously fought over the remnants of flesh strewn across the ground. A few plump crows with blood-red eyes perched atop the treetops, eagerly waiting to partake in the spoils. An emaciated old woman hobbled between the blood-colored stone pillars, her wooden staff bearing a severed, blood-dripping head at its tip. As she navigated through the stone forest, a castle made of black demon rock came into view. Two burly orc soldiers clad in dark purple armor leaned against their sharp spears at the entrance, scrutinizing the old woman before them. "What brings you here?" one of the demon soldiers inquired. "Some occurrences in the spirit realm warrant that I inform your master," the old woman replied with a sinister smile. "Very well, you may enter," the soldier pondered for a moment before responding. The old woman, still hunched, slowly ambled into the castle. At the center of the castle sat a massive creature draped in light purple armor, gnawing on bloody beef, with a dead chicken dangling from a massive horn atop its head. "Evil earth, cease your feasting," the old woman said, her eyes transforming into a blood-red hue as she spoke in a low tone. "What brings you here?" The creature squinted its small, bean-like eyes at the frail woman. "Unexpected events have transpired in the spirit realm," the old woman replied gravely. "Oh, what kind of events?" the creature inquired, discarding the beef and tearing off the dead chicken. It rose to its feet and approached the old woman, growling, "Speak. The soul power of the ancient god Kwa Fu has awakened, along with Gong Gong. Someone has stirred considerable unrest in the spirit realm," the old woman stated. "The divine clan, perhaps?" The creature growled menacingly. "This is where it becomes curious. We can ascertain that this matter is not the doing of the divine clan," the old woman asserted, leaning on her staff as she advanced. "Then who could it be?" the creature asked, perplexed. The old woman raised her staff and forcefully jabbed it at a map on the wall. The creature followed closely, examining the direction indicated by the old woman's gesture. "Guisu?" the creature queried, utterly baffled. "This is merely the old woman's conjecture. Believe it or not," she replied, casting a sidelong glance at the creature. "That I understand." "Leave this matter to me," the creature said as it turned to exit the castle. The old woman watched its retreating figure, a sinister smile curling her lips as she transformed into a wisp of black smoke. In the spirit realm, the demon spirit sect, Yama, the demon stone has manifested. Yu Guangrong exclaimed. Jiu Urki's skin twitched as he hurriedly knelt before a glowing giant stone. "That Jiu Urki, my true self, has sensed some disturbances on the barbaric continent. Someone has roused the ancient god Kwa Fu. You must investigate this matter thoroughly, that if this person has any ties to the divine path, eliminate them on the spot." A chilling voice emanated from the demon stone. "As you command," Gu Urki replied, bowing. That a violet beam of light erupted from the stone, and once again, tranquility returned. That I in the demon realm, the giant rock palace. The creature picked up the bloody beef from the ground and resumed its meal, murmuring to the map. "Falling into Guisu, can one survive?" Chapter 103. Westward journey. Upon returning to the inn, Hu Guojun found everyone anxiously searching for him, and his sudden entrance startled Yu Izhu. "Where on earth have you been last night?" Yu Izhu complained. "We were worried sick," Xing Yulu fumed. "Did you sneak off to indulge in delicious food without us?" Hua Yu pouted. "Did you secretly slip into the temple?" Xing Yuhua chuckled. "Haha, those who know me well, like Yuhua." Hu Guojun laughed heartily. "That's so. What treasures did you find inside?" Xing Yuhua inquired. "This temple is actually the tomb of the ancient god Kwa Fu. I unexpectedly received the blessing of the ancient god last night," Hu Guojun explained. You rascal. Always sneaking off to do bad things behind our backs. Xing Yuhua crossed his arms, huffing that I feared it would implicate you. Who knew I would emerge alive and even encounter the ancient god Kuo-fu? Hu Guojun chuckled. Kuo-fu has also returned, just like Gong Gong? Everyone gasped. The physical forms of these ancient gods have long since perished. They can only occasionally manifest in the world through their soul powers. But it requires someone to disturb their slumber, which could very well cost them their life, Hu Guojun remarked, sticking out his tongue. Well then, what's our next destination? Xing Yuhua inquired. You should ask which ancient god we are seeking next. Yu Yizhu smiled. Ha, clever, Hu Guojun replied, unfurling a map that Hu Guojun meticulously examined the map before tracing a path westward along a mountain range with his finger. Holy Domain, Fire Edge, Burnt Silence Mountain, Hu Guojun murmured. This place is known as Fire Dragon Ridge, surrounded by volcanoes. It is a desolate wasteland, Xing Yuhua remarked. Our target lies here. Let us proceed, Hu Guojun declared, putting away the map and preparing to leave the inn. Have you lost your mind? Xing Yuhua exclaimed, astonished. Follow me, Hu Guojun said with determination. You can't argue with him. Just go along, Xing Yulu urged, pulling Xing Yuhua along. The group resumed their journey, pressing westward. Just as Hu Guojun departed, Yu Guangrong appeared in the barbaric continent, accompanied by another protector of the demon spirit sect, Dolan. Searching like this is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Dolan sighed, that I already know who we are looking for. Yu Guangrong said with a sinister smile. Who? Dolan asked, taken aback. Recently, only a group has ventured to Nine Dragons Immortal Island, and that would be my old nemesis, Hu Guojun. Yu Guangrong replied. How do you know this? Dolan inquired. Because someone has been tailing him, Yu Guangrong revealed maliciously. Who? Could it be the Chung siblings who joined the demon spirit sect that day? Dolan questioned. Precisely, Yu Guangrong confirmed. Now that we know our target, things will be much easier, Dolan stated. Rest assured, finding them is merely a matter of time, Yu Guangrong said confidently. You seem so sure of yourself, Dolan remarked, brushing his long hair back. Just look, and you will see. Yu Guangrong pointed to a black dove slowly descending from the sky. Yu Guangrong retrieved a letter from the dove's leg, which bore the words head west. Westward pursue, Yu Guangrong exclaimed, discarding the letter and setting off westward. Burnt Silence Mountain. The crimson peaks towered high, piercing the clouds, while dark red lava erupted amidst rolling black smoke, the tremendous roar reverberating outward in layers, scorching the red-hot rocks that were thrust skyward before plummeting down, leaving countless fiery streaks across the smoky expanse. Burnt Silence Mountain was a colossal volcano that erupted almost every few days, with thick layers of volcanic ash burying nearby villages. It had long since become a barren wasteland devoid of life. A deafening rumble echoed as fiery red lava spewed forth, lightning-like forks encircling the smoke columns erupting from the volcano, creating a terrifying scene as if the very air itself had ignited. Chapter 104, Setting the Trap, Part 1. We are being followed, Hu Guojun said, his expression darkening. What did you say? Xing Yuhua asked, taken aback that I detected a peculiar scent reminiscent of Dog. Hu Guojun turned to Xing Yuhua. A dog scent. If there were a dog's presence, I shouldn't miss it. You chimed in that it's not the actual scent of a dog, but rather a unique, pungent aroma associated with canine soul spirits. Hu Guojun replied somberly. Canine soul spirits? Who might that be? Yu Yizhu inquired. That I am currently uncertain, Hu Guojun admitted. Let us ascend the mountain, he directed, pointing toward the nearby Burnt Silence Mountain. As the group gazed at the mountain still belching thick black smoke, they felt a chill creep down their spines, hesitating that Hu Guojun summoned the Xian Iron Sword Soul, leaping into the air toward the mountaintop. Gritting his teeth, Xing Yuhua transformed his silvery energy into a pair of silver eagle wings, following Hu Guojun to the summit. The rest of the group trailed behind, climbing toward the peak of Burnt Silence Mountain. Hu Guojun stepped onto the thick layer of volcanic ash and reached the mountaintop. Surveying the vast volcanic plain below, his keen eyes quickly locked onto a disturbance in the distance. It is you two, Hu Guojun disdainfully snorted, speaking in a low voice. Once the group climbed up, Hu Guojun summoned them for a whispered conversation. The others exchanged knowing smiles and abruptly crouched down at the volcanic crater of the Burning Silence Mountain. After a while, the Chung siblings appeared at the edge of the volcano. Cheng Xiaoheng squinted towards the seemingly bottomless abyss, the searing heat causing him to instinctively retreat. Could it be that Hu Guojun and his associates have jumped down to their doom? Cheng Xiaoming queried. A look of confusion on her face. Perhaps there is some mystery concealed within the crater. Cheng Xiaoheng mused, scratching his head. Quickly notify Brother Yu, Cheng Xiaoming urged. She whistled, and a black carrier pigeon soared in from the distance. Landing gently on her shoulder, that moment, a dagger pressed against Cheng Xiaoming's throat, while a long spear was positioned at Cheng Xiaoming's back. Long time no see, Hu Guojun chuckled. The others appeared like phantoms before the Cheng siblings, leaving them utterly terrified. Let us talk this over calmly, Cheng Xiaoheng murmured. Oh. Hu Guojun placed a hand on Cheng Xiaoheng's slightly trembling shoulder. Speak. Why have you been following us? Xing Yuhao jabbed his broken ice pear blossom spear into Cheng Xiaoheng. To be honest, we are already members of the demon spirit sect that if you dare harm a single hair on Cheng Xiaoheng, you will regret it. Cheng Xiaoheng gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, the demon spirit sect? Do you think the demon spirit sect can intimidate me? Hu Guojun? Hu Guojun laughed. Before the words had even left his mouth, his expression darkened as he advanced towards Cheng Xiaoheng. Terrified, Cheng Xiaoheng turned pale. Stammering, What do you intend to do? Ignoring him, Hu Guojun leaped forward, delivering a kick that unleashed a torrent of white energy, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, surging towards Cheng Xiaoheng. With a dull thud, Cheng Xiaoheng was sent tumbling into the depths of burning Silence Mountain, not even having the chance to scream before turning to ashes. Spare me. Cheng Xiaoming's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping. Who told you to follow us? Speak. Xing Yuhao barked, It's Yu Guangrong. It's Yu Guangrong. Cheng Xiaoming cried. That he himself? Hu Guojun inquired. Along with Yu Guangrong was a formidable protector of the demon spirit sect named Duolan. Cheng Xiaoming explained. Hu Guojun leaned down, whispering a few words into Cheng Xiaoming's ear, his tone grave. Do as I say. Yes, yes. Cheng Xiaoming bowed her head, acknowledging. Chapter 105. The Setup, Part 2, in the Vast Desert. The lonely smoke rises straight, while the long river meets the round sun. The blood-red sun stumbled and fell into the depths of burning Silence Mountain, where the volcano groaned ominously. The moment the sun vanished into the mountain's depths, an inky darkness enveloped the land like an oppressive shroud. That a pale-faced girl staggered across the desolate Gobi, the fierce wind hurling thick volcanic ash against her body. Yuan Shun. Cheng Xiaoming gritted her teeth. A silver-white mastiff appeared behind her, its dense silver body shielding her beneath it, as swirling silver energy enveloped her spirit, blocking the raging winds from reaching her. Why have you returned alone? Duolan and Yu Guangrong materialized simultaneously, their voices low and serious. Cheng Xiaoming trembled, kneeling on the ground as she sobbed. Hu Guojun discovered us, killed my brother, and ordered me to tell you that if you dare to pursue, the Sacred Domain Fire Peak will be your grave. Sacred Domain Fire Peak. Duolan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Could it be that the Sacred Domain Fire Peak is directly connected to their mission? Yu Guangrong questioned, suspicion etched on his face. That makes sense, Duolan nodded. Aside from the Sacred Domain Fire Peak, there is also a massive basalt formation shaped oddly like a bearded elder, known as Zhurong Rock. Yu Guangrong elaborated. What are you implying? Duolan turned to Yu Guangrong. Hu Guojun mentioned the Sacred Domain Fire Peak as our burial ground, which likely indicates their actual target is Zhurong Rock. His emphasis on the Sacred Domain Fire Peak could be a diversion, aiming to lead us astray and into a trap. Yu Guangrong mused, frowning. That makes sense. We should set off immediately to intercept them at Zhurong Rock. Duolan clenched his fists. They didn't mention Zhurong Rock at all this time. Cheng Xiaoming added. This further confirms Yu's deduction is accurate, Duolan pondered. The night is long, and dreams are many. Let us move quickly, Yu Guangrong stated, already summoning his shadow cat spirit. Please avenge my brother, Cheng Xiaoming beseeched, prostrating herself on the ground. Rest assured, Yu Guangrong said with a slight smile, speaking softly. Suddenly, a massive black cat shadow emerged from behind Cheng Xiaoming, swiftly piercing through her chest. Cheng Xiaoming felt a chill in her heart. Crimson blood gushed forth, and her soul energy rapidly dissipated. Weak and powerless, she collapsed on the ground, her hollow eyes gazing into the pitch-black night sky as her breath ceased. What have you done? Duolan exclaimed, staring incredulously at Yu Guangrong. Keeping her is of no use to us anymore. Yu Guangrong replied gravely, "So you just killed her?" Duolon frowned. "The demon spirit sect does not harbor idlers," Yu Guangrong remarked. Leaping into the distance, Duolon cast a sorrowful glance at Cheng Xiaoming's lifeless form before following suit. At this moment, Hu Guojun and his group had reached the summit of the sacred domain Fire Peak. Gazing at the restless magma within the peak, involuntarily gasping in awe, "Jump," Hu Guojun commanded. "What did you say?" Xing Yuhao regarded Hu Guojun with a look of disbelief. "Jump," Hu Guojun replied nonchalantly. "Have you lost your mind?" Yu Yizhu frowned. With a mischievous grin, Hu Guojun suddenly kicked Xing Yuhao in the rear, causing him to stumble and let out a scream as he plunged into the magma. Chapter 106. The Setup, Part 3. "What are you doing?" Xing Yulu exclaimed, aghast. Yu Yizhu stared at Hu Guojun in horror. "Jump," Hu Guojun urged in a low voice. Before his words fell silent, he leaped into the magma. Could it be that this magma conceals some secret? Huayu pondered, rubbing his chin. "Then we should jump in as well," Yu Yizhu suggested to Xing Yulu and the others. "All right," Xing Yulu nodded. With that, the three of them sequentially leaped into the magma. The moment they made contact, a wave of heat enveloped them, but it was not lethal. Their vision blurred briefly, and they found themselves passing through the layer of magma at the peak of the sacred domain fire. Instantly, they fell into a narrow, pipe-like passage, plummeting rapidly along the smooth red rock walls. Boom! With a loud crash, they landed on the ground, scrambling to their feet to see a terrified Xing Yuhao and an unfazed Hu Guojun. "I can't believe it. We're safe," Huayu chuckled, dusting off his pants at that moment. They were awestruck by the sight before them. Towering red brick walls formed 4 high towers that reached the clouds, encircling a castle constructed of flowing magma. In the center of the lava-formed castle stood a colossal black stone door, intricately engraved with ancient silver hieroglyphs. "Old God Zhu Rong," Hu Guojun murmured. "The fire god? The ancient fire god Zhu Rong?" Xing Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. "Not only is this the treasure hall of the old god Zhu Rong, but it is also Yu Guangrong's burial site." Hu Guojun laughed. "What? Is there some kind of mechanism here?" Huayu inquired. "That you'll find out soon enough," Hu Guojun grinned. "What is that?" Xing Yulu pointed into the distance. Following her, the group beheld a tangle of glass-like structures resembling tree roots, reaching towards the heavens, seemingly connecting with the very fabric of the universe. "What is this?" Xing Yuhao asked. "This is the tree of the fire god, leading to Zhu Rong Rock," Hu Guojun explained. "How do you know everything?" Huayu gazed at Hu Guojun in admiration. "It's just average knowledge." Hu Guojun chuckled, scratching his head. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yu Guangrong and Duolon had arrived at Zhu Rong Rock, standing before it in mutual bewilderment. "Did you not say their target was Zhu Rong Rock?" "Where are they?" Duolon asked, and "I'm not sure either." Yu Guangrong frowned. "Let us go to the sacred domain Fire Peak," Duolon suggested, pulling Yu Guangrong along. "Wait." Yu Guangrong pointed at Zhu Rong Rock. He approached the rock, crouching down to examine its base. "Come look. Is this not a passage?" he remarked. "Oh." Duolon followed him over. Zhu Rong Rock, as its name suggests, is an ancient rock shaped like a human, its surface a reddish-brown, resembling the old god Zhu Rong. Beneath Zhu Rong Rock, a trumpet-shaped, translucent red object caught their attention. "Are you saying we should enter through this trumpet opening?" Duolon inquired. "Indeed," Yu Guangrong nodded. "Very well," Duolon replied. Yu Guangrong instinctively surveyed the surroundings before jumping into the trumpet opening. Followed closely by Duolin, they leaped into the trumpet. They began to plummet rapidly, flanked by extremely smooth, orange-yellow, translucent glass-like surfaces, making it impossible to slow down. "Are you sure we should come down this way?" Doran spoke in a state of trepidation. "I am uncertain." Yu Guangrong desperately clung to both sides, exclaiming. Chapter 107. The Old God Zhu Rong. Teo descend is inevitable. Yu Guangrong fixed his gaze intently on the mouth of the funnel. "Although our cultivation is considerable, do you have confidence in withstanding this seething magma?" Doran frowned. Yu Guangrong unfastened the water flask at his waist, twisted open its lid, and as the flask tilted, water began to flow slowly into the funnel. The absence of steam indicated that the temperature below was not excessively high, Yu Guangrong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Doran. Doran, contemplative, returned Yu Guangrong's gaze and said, "Then let us proceed." With that, Doran leapt into the funnel and vanished without a trace. Yu Guangrong followed suit, bounding into the funnel and disappearing as well. Meanwhile, Hu Guojun and his companions traversed a grove, which, apart from its fiery red leaves, held no other peculiarities that shouldn't Zhu Rong be in the palace. Xing Yuhao inquired, puzzled that no, he ought to be there. Hu Guojun pointed toward the grove's end. Following Hu Guojun's finger, they vaguely discerned a red humanoid figure flickering with a dark red luminescence. What is that? Why, you asked? This grove is, in fact, the battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons. The Zhu Rong clan was defeated by the ogre tribe here, and after the fall of the gods, the divine power of fire generated from their demise was absorbed by this forest, Hu Guojun explained somberly. These leaves are exceedingly hot, Yu Izhu exclaimed in astonishment. The ancient divine power absorbed by this grove will likely persist for thousands of years. These leaves must be as scorching as iron, Hu Guojun elaborated. You truly are a fountain of knowledge. Hua Yu remarked, admiration evident on his face, that as they conversed, the group reached the grove's edge, where they beheld the luminescent humanoid sculpture. The uneven cracks on the sculpture bore the marks of time, and at its base were inscribed 2 lines of crooked hieroglyphs. Hu Guojun approached, bending down to examine the inscriptions. The ogres attacked the Zhu Rong tribe. Pillaged, ravaged, the fire god's wrath was unleashed, and they were tragically defeated. Hu Guojun translated word by word, that moment. Hu Guojun's bracelet began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing buzzing sound, and a beam of golden light shot toward the humanoid sculpture. Boom! Suddenly, the entire grove began to shake violently, gusts of fierce wind howling past, while the fiery red leaves spiraled into the ITS on fire. Xing Yuhao exclaimed in terror. The group suddenly realized that a raging inferno had ignited around them. Waves of scorching heat surging forth that a red pillar of light shot upward, and within the dazzling flames, a towering humanoid silhouette gradually came into focus. Quafu's power? The figure questioned that a robust, elderly man with chestnut red hair appeared. His long hair billowing in the wind, ancient black totems adorning his body, as flames enveloped his legs and lower body, giving the impression of a ghost hovering above the ground. This elder was none other than Zhu Rong, the ancestral fire god. Who are you, to comprehend the script of my clan, and why do you carry the aura of the ancient gods? Zhu Rong spoke in a deep voice. Noble ancestral fire god, may I have a moment to speak? Hu Guojun inquired softly, aware that certain matters must remain undisclosed to Xing Yuhao and the others. Speak freely, Zhu Rong replied just as a massive flame enveloped the two. I am the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, seeking your esteemed assistance. Hu Guojun bowed deeply. The Heavenly Emperor? If I am not mistaken, you should be of the 3rd generation. Zhu Rong stroked his red beard. Indeed, I am the 3rd generation Heavenly Emperor, Hu Guojun confirmed in a hushed tone. The bracelet upon your wrist was given to you by Gong Gong, was it not? Zhu Rong intoned gravely. Indeed, it was bestowed by Senior Gong Gong. Prior to meeting you, I had already encountered both Gong Gong and Quafu, Hu Guojun replied, bowing once more. Deep within, Hu Guojun had long harbored a question. By what means did these ancient gods exist in the world in the form of spiritual power? Yet, at that moment, he could not find the words to articulate his thoughts. Zhu Rong gazed at the bracelet on Hu Guojun's wrist, seemingly lost in memories. Chapter 108. The Great Peril Unresolved. Hu Guojun and Zhu Rong discussed the events following the first war between gods and demons, and their perspectives were not markedly different. Zhu Rong did not believe Hu Guojun could return safely to the divine realm, for the leaderless gods would, in the years of Hu Guojun's absence, establish a new sovereign among them. The wheel of history rolls ever forward. The vast divine realm could function normally without any single individual. Hu Guojun was not oblivious to these matters, yet he believed the divine clan would be unable to elect a new leader in the years following his mutual destruction with the demon sovereign. He was well aware of the familial disputes and trivialities among the divine clan. Why are they not coming out yet? Xing Yuhao frowned. This infernal place is unbearably hot. Why, you complained. Searching tirelessly yields no results. Yet here we are without any effort. Yu Guangrong's icy voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling several of them. Where is Hu Guojun? Duran also appeared. What business is it of yours? Hua Yu snapped. Then allow me to pry open your mouth. Doran replied ominously. A blazing fire fox materialized behind Doran, its brown eyes glinting with a vicious gleam. "Leave it to me." Xing Yuhao summoned his spirit and stood protectively before the others, speaking in a low tone. Doran drew a dark red curved blade from his cloud bracelet, slowly gliding his hand over the sharp edge, and suddenly became a fleeting red specter. Multiple red specters simultaneously emerged, swiftly weaving among Xing Yuhao and the others. As the firefox spirit let out a fierce roar, its fur bristling, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. "What a pathetic display!" Hua Yu scoffed. "Wait, she is depleting the air," Xing Yuhao said solemnly. The flames spewed forth by the firefox and the series of red specters seemed to create a peculiar reaction, causing the oxygen content in the air to plummet instantaneously. "Where did that woman go?" Hua Yu cursed. "Rapid freeze." Xing Yuhao swung his ice-breaking pear blossom spear down fiercely onto the ground. The earth around them rapidly froze, the temperature plummeting, creating a sharp contrast with the scorching air and generating immense steam, from which a snow sculpture burst forth, forcing Doran to reveal himself. That Yu Iju drew her peach blossom thorn and lunged at Doran's throat. Doran slashed horizontally, sending Yu Iju flying that a wave of red flames swept out, seemingly cleaving the air asunder. Yu Iju had no chance to utter even a whimper before she fainted. "Iju!" Xing Yulu exclaimed in alarm. The firefox spirit began to absorb the fiery elements from within the volcano, the scorching gas rapidly converging toward it, causing its spirit form to swell rapidly. "That is no fox. It's clearly a lion," Hua Yu exclaimed in panic. The ice elemental spirit stood no chance in this environment and could not afford a direct confrontation. Xing Yuhao gritted his teeth. "She has lost consciousness," Xing Yulu murmured. Cradling Yu Iju at this moment, Yu Guangrong had yet to make a move, and the group found themselves in dire straits to Hu Guojun. "If you do not emerge soon, we shall all perish," Hua Yu despaired. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. The group turned simultaneously to see Hu Guojun, who had summoned the Xian Tai Sword Soul. "I have been awaiting your arrival," Doran stated coldly. "You mere mortals dare to desecrate my divine might?" The entire volcano trembled violently, the ground cracking as magma seeped forth. "This is grave." Yu Guangrong's face twitched as he spoke softly. Doran, in a panic, realized that the energy of the entire volcano was surging toward his spirit. "Firefox, halt!" Doran screamed. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond his control. In an instant, the firefox's spirit swelled into a crimson sphere, exploding with a deafening blast, sending Doran flying several meters away to Yu Guangrong. Doran's eyes widened in fury at that moment. Yu Guangrong had vanished without a trace. Doran's eyes gradually dimmed, and just like that, he perished. It was a death both tumultuous and sudden. Chapter 109. Insight into the Divine Realm. A beam of red light descended from the heavens, a dazzling radiance flashing, causing Xing Yuhao and the others to collapse. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder," Hu Guojun expressed respectfully. My divine power has waned. I can only manipulate the divine power of fire in this place. The path to return is fraught with difficulty. Only a true sovereign of the divine clan can ascend back to the heavens and stand proudly among the three realms. Zhu Rong's voice resonated throughout the valley. "I have one final request," Hu Guojun stated. "What is it?" Zhu Rong inquired. "I have heard that the forbidden grounds of the ancient gods allow one to glimpse into the divine realm." Hu Guojun bowed. "If you wish to see, it is not impossible, but you may find it better not to look at all." Zhu Rong responded gravely. "I am aware that the time for discussing a return is premature. However, if I could at least catch a glimpse of the divine realm, it would be preferable to chasing a hope that is all but extinguished," Hu Guojun replied. "When you fall from the pinnacle of power to the depths, your heart becomes unbearably hollow. After enduring the agony of losing everything, you will gradually succumb to the allure of the past." Zhu Rong intoned solemnly. "No, I merely wish to see whose dominion the current divine realm belongs to." Hu Guojun spoke calmly. "All the ancient forbidden lands of the gods, also referred to as divine realms, can be comprehended here with a tranquil mind." Zhu Rong smiled faintly, and upon finishing his words, transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. A crimson gemstone suddenly emerged in the bracelet held by Hu Guojun. He sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed as the gentle flow of qi enveloped him. Hu Guojun's soul seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. Soaring high into the heavens, a floating island came into view, surrounded by golden mist, with celestial steeds neighing and two towering golden pillars piercing the sky. On the island, magnificent palaces stood tall, adorned with rainbow-hued clouds and swirling celestial essence, enveloping this grand heavenly palace. Beneath the azure sky, a scene of resplendent gold and jade unfolded, with phoenix pavilions and dragon towers rising majestically, complemented by 10 miles of splendid towers draped in vibrant silks. Ethereal maidens, clad in the armor of celestial warriors, exuded the majesty of the divine race. What a scene of peace and revelry! Hu Guojun murmured, "Come forth, my darling." Ha! A near manic laughter echoed. Who is this person? This individual is none other than the current supreme ruler of the divine realms, the Holy King of Chongtian, Zhao Zuobin. The Holy King of Chongtian. With his flowing silver hair and a visage as pale as parchment, tightly embraced Hu Guojun's betrothed, the daughter of the high priest Lei Sheng, Lei Baiyu. Damn it, Zhao Zuobin. Hu Guojun nearly spat blood in rage. After the fall of the heavenly emperor, what truly transpired in the divine realms was unknown to Hu Guojun. Had he known the truth, it is likely that his first act upon returning would have been to eliminate Zhao Zuobin. Following Hu Guojun's demise, the entire divine race was left leaderless. The four great holy kings, Chongtian, Tianwu, Shura, and the divine maiden, were to select one among them as the regent to lead the divine race. However, in terms of stature, Tianwu Holy King Lu Hanyuan commanded the divine race's elite guards for a century, with a record of formidable achievements. Shura Holy King Wuprung, known as the God of War, led a hunting brigade that struck fear into the demon race. Divine Maiden Holy King Ye Qianran was responsible for guarding the Forbidden Lands, wielding actual power over the stargazing pavilion of the divine race. Compared to the Holy King of Chongtian, these three were more suited to assume the role of regent. The Holy King of Chongtian, Zhao Zuobin, was merely a figure of the divine race's legitimacy. While he had some military merit, it paled in comparison to that of the others. Chapter 110. The incomparable diplomat. By what virtue did the Holy King of Chongtian ascend to the regent's throne of the divine race? Apart from the four holy kings, there existed another indispensable force, the 6 great deities who wielded the elemental powers of the natural world. The 6 great deities possessed control over the 6 elemental powers: water, fire, wood, earth, thunder, and plague. The candidates for these deities were descendants of ancient gods like Gonggong, Zhu Rong, Quafu, and Shinno. The legitimate divine race, composed of the heavenly emperor and the holy kings, was originally established during the ancient war between gods and demons, where the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor united the 6 clans to defeat Qiyu. After their victory, the Yanhuang clan exploited the internal discord within the 6 clans to dismantle the alliance, initiating a civil war within the divine race and seizing the position of legitimacy, subsequently renaming themselves the Holy Spirit Clan. However, the so-called civil war had already been decided shortly after the defeat of Qiyu at the Buzhou Mountain Conference, during which the Yellow Emperor also vanquished the Flame Emperor, solidifying his core position. In the immediate aftermath of the Heavenly Emperor's fall, the Holy King of Chongtian sought out the water and fire deities, promising the water deity Peng Rui and the fire deity Lu Hang that if he were to assume control of the 9 Heavens Divine Palace and become the regent, he would grant them command over the 6 departments. To placate the other 3 holy kings, the Holy King of Chongtian employed shrewd tactics to stabilize the tense situation among the 4 holy palaces. The Divine Maiden Holy King focused on safeguarding the Forbidden Lands, and there was no precedent for a female regent. Thus, she was excluded from his plans. The Holy King of Chongtian approached both Shura and Tianwu Holy Kings, asserting that they were the best candidates for the regent, and suggested they relocate their troops into the 4 holy palaces to prevent a coup. They fell for the trap, swiftly moving their heavenly soldiers near the 4 holy palaces, leading to a tense standoff between Shura and Tianwu. Seizing the opportunity, the Holy King of Chongtian quickly mobilized his troops to occupy the 9 Heavens Divine Palace. The water and fire departments instigated a coup, launching an attack on the altar located at the heart of the divine realm, resulting in the death of the high priest Lei Sheng. While the fire deity abducted the heavenly emperor's betrothed, Lei Baiyu, As per the Holy King's design, that on the day of the coup, the divine realm was engulfed in flames, with corpses strewn across the land. The remaining 4 departments fell into chaos, with the Wood department's Chu Hanyin, the Earth department's Chai Zhongwen, the Thunder department's Jiaying, and the Plague department's Xiaohou Yao hastening to the altar. The water deity then disseminated false information about a conflict erupting between the Shura and Tianwu holy kings over the throne. In the wake of this revelation, the other 4 departments adopted a wait-and-see approach. The Holy King of Chongtian coerced Lei Baiyu to issue a decree in the name of the Heavenly Emperor, proclaiming him the regent. Just as Shura and Tianwu engaged in a fierce battle, the Holy King of Chongtian cunningly maneuvered himself into the regent's position, employing the tactic of leveraging the Heavenly Emperor's fiancé to command the lords. Concurrently, he utilized the 6 departments to eliminate the Heavenly Emperor's trusted aide, Lei Sheng, and gain control over the narrative within the divine race through the priest hall. The enmity between Shura and Tianwu deepened as a result. And the water and fire departments, the most formidable among the 6, fell firmly under Chongtian's control, becoming his instruments in ruling the divine realm, that in the wake of the Heavenly Emperor's fall, if another civil war were to erupt within the divine race, it would spell extinction. The Holy King of Chongtian's method of seizing the throne instilled fear in the other deities, deterring them from attempting another coup for the regent's position. After all, the chaos within the divine race was precisely what the demon race desired. At this moment, Hu Guojun was undoubtedly unaware of these machinations. For the foreseeable future, the Holy King of Chongtian, Zhao Zuobin, would remain the supreme authority within the divine realms. Upon Hu Guojun's return, his first course of action would inevitably be to eliminate Zhao Zuobin and his followers to reclaim the leadership of the divine race. Chapter 111. Bad news. Hu Guojun suddenly opened his eyes, suppressing his rage as he stood up to AT that moment. Xing Yuhao and the others also groggily rose to their feet. What is happening? Why did I faint? Why, you asked, confused. Iju has been injured, Xing Yulu said, frowning as she held on to Iju. We must leave this place at once and find a clinic in the city to treat Iju's wounds, Hu Guojun declared. The group hastened their pace, departing from the burning Silence Mountain and heading towards the demon city.